Kanglan Star, Jiangnan City Reincarnation Association. In an interrogation room. The spotlight made it hard for Ning Qingxuan to keep his eyes open. At this moment, two women were sitting in front of him. Name: Ning Qingxuan. Gender: male. Citizen level: level 1. Occupation: well, I guess I'm a writer. Ning Qingxuan pondered for a moment, and after careful consideration, a serious look appeared on his face, as if he was giving a high level of self-recognition to his identity as a novelist. Struggling to get a contract and still calling yourself a writer? A mutter came from one of the interrogators. She rolled her eyes at Ning Qingxuan. Yu, I'll get a contract soon. Ning Qingxuan's expression was firm, as if explaining a fact that was about to happen. How many times have I said this? When working, you should address by position. Yu frowned, tapping the desk seriously. She was clearly dissatisfied with Ning Qingxuan calling her by name in such a solemn interrogation setting. Her words caused the other woman in the room to show a surprised expression, sneaking a glance at Yu. She immediately began to privately wonder if there was some kind of relationship between the two. All right, President Shun. Ning Qingxuan straightened his back and responded. Seeing this, Yu sighed lightly and began to get to the point. Ning Qingxuan, you are currently suspected of a very serious criminal charge. The novel you published, Confessions of a Mafia Boss, is suspected of leaking high-level secrets of the Reincarnation Palace. Do you have any explanation for this? Yu stared at Ning Qingxuan's eyes intently. Any attempt at hiding or evasion would be instantly seen through. Pure coincidence, I had no knowledge of the Reincarnation Palace's examination content. Ning Qingxuan immediately retorted. He knew very well how serious these charges were. After crossing into this vast universe on the Kanglan Star, Ning Qingxuan studied history and soon discovered that this world not only had advanced technology but also a brilliant civilization. There were even top-tier experts who could destroy an entire alien race with a snap of their fingers, and time passed in the blink of an eye. The reason for such prosperity was that in ancient times, there was a mysterious organization called the Reincarnation Palace, which could select highly talented individuals to undergo repeated reincarnation across worlds. This allowed them to learn from other worlds, grow stronger, and enhance their foundations. These selected individuals were collectively called reincarnators. After countless years of development and efforts from their predecessors, a strict citizen-level system and supreme federal rule had been established, conquering thousands of life-bearing planets. Today, reincarnators were no longer rare, as long as they passed the Reincarnation Palace's trials. The so-called trial examination meant entering the Reincarnation Palace, where universes and worlds had already been discovered and recorded, with relatively low difficulty. Coincidentally, the trial world selected this time by Jiangnan City bore an astonishing resemblance to the content of Ning Qingxuan's novel. It's probably not just a coincidence, right? Yu slightly squinted her eyes, examining the calm and unflustered face under the spotlight. The protagonist of your novel, Ross, rose from the chaotic streets, and within just 100 years, he devoured many local gang forces, even crazily expanding his territory, eventually becoming a legend. Whether it's his life story, the trusted people around him, or the vast wealth he possesses, they all highly match the largest financial group behind the trial world, Black Stone Continent. May I boldly guess that in order to pursue your writer dream, you shamelessly used some channel to steal the high-level secrets of the Reincarnation Palace? And in this, you couldn't even bother to change the name of the Ross family head. Yu sighed deeply, her gaze toward Ning Qingxuan full of complexity. It seems that because of Ning Qingxuan's fall, there is a slight sadness. This once sunny, charming young man, was he ultimately crushed by life? President Shun, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. As a small, down-and-out writer, how could I have the means to steal the high-level secrets of the Reincarnation Hall? Ning Qingxuan had an innocent look on his face. Yu gritted his teeth, his heart burning with anger. What's with the act? Don't you know where you got the means from yourself? President, at present we have no direct evidence to prove that Level 1 citizen Ning Qingxuan stole the high-level secrets of the Reincarnation Hall. According to federal law. An interrogator whispered into Yu's ear. Let him go for now. Yu glared at Ning Qingxuan fiercely. Leaving the Reincarnator Association, breathing in the fresh air outside, Ning Qingxuan once again felt the beauty of freedom. He gathered his thoughts again, but just as he did, a shout came from behind. Ning Qingxuan. Turning around, it was none other than the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, Yu. Whom? Ning Qingxuan raised an eyebrow and said indifferently. President Shin, I didn't make trouble for you in the interrogation room, but now that we've stepped out of this door, what should you call me? Yu looked around to ensure no one was nearby and rolled his eyes at Ning Qingxuan in frustration. Husband. Ning Qingxuan laughed. Your accusations are very serious. This is no joke. Tell me honestly, did you sneak into the Reincarnation Hall's archives while I was asleep? Shin Jiayu spoke worriedly. After years of marriage, she naturally knew Ning Qingxuan very well. Moreover, even if he had really sneaked a peek at the archives, Ning Qingxuan wouldn't be foolish enough to write the experiences of a legendary figure from the Black Stone continent in his novel without even changing the name. Are you still doubting me? Ning Qingxuan sighed. Shin Jiayu lowered her head, silent. If it were before, she would have trusted him unconditionally. But now, Ning Qingxuan's dream remained unfulfilled, and time passed in the blink of an eye. He was about to enter middle age, and he was still a down-and-out writer. The once spirited confidence was no longer seen on his face. Choosing a different path, taking risks, that was not impossible. Then tell me the truth, what exactly is going on? Ning Qingxuan looked seriously at Shin Jiayu's face, helplessly raising his hands. I say Ross is me, do you believe it? Shin Jiayu suddenly felt a huge sadness rise in her heart, her face filled with disappointment. At this point, Ning Qingxuan was still denying it, refusing to admit, throwing a tantrum. In 1 hour, Saiwei's entrance exam will start. Aren't you planning to go to school with me? Ning Qingxuan was their daughter, about to take the high school entrance exam, which was the qualification assessment for reincarnators by the Reincarnation Hall. No need, there will be a live broadcast of the exam. I'll watch it on time. Ning Qingxuan hesitated for a while, thinking about something else that still needed to be dealt with, and finally shook his head. Watching Ning Qingxuan leave, Shin Jiayu stood there bitterly, as if she had lost her soul. Although the middle school exam was the lowest level trial, as safe as a fairy tale world, this father was just too irresponsible. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from behind. It was the interrogator from earlier. President, the Reincarnation Hall just sent over a brief report. Shin Jiyu's heart skipped a beat, and she took a deep breath, knowing that what was inevitable had finally come. Ning Qingxuan was suspected of stealing the high-level secrets of the Reincarnation Hall, and if the charges were true, he would be sent to the federal court. The consequences would be unimaginable. The only thing she could do now was to find a way to use all her connections to plead for Ning Qingxuan. Speak. The interrogator hurriedly opened the brief report. We've just received the latest news from the Reincarnation Hall. The Black Stone continent was discovered by the Reincarnation Hall last week, and is being used for the Jiangnan City College entrance exam trial world. Ning Qingxuan's novel was published many years ago. So? The interrogator's breath unexpectedly became hurried, even with a trembling sound. We can completely rule out the suspicion that Ning Qingxuan stole confidential information. As the words fell, Shin Jiyu's expression froze on the spot. What? Does this mean I misunderstood him? Wait. It seemed like she suddenly realized something, and Shin Jiayu took a sharp breath, her expression then turning to one of astonishment, disbelief. Chapter 2, Trial Assessment, Blood-Eating World. Shin Jiayu felt an enormous shock surge within her. But now, she didn't have time to ask Ning Qingxuan for more details. Suddenly, her phone received a text message. After a quick glance, she hurriedly made her way to Ning Qingxuan's school. On the way, she opened the parents' group chat and found many people discussing Ning Qingxuan's novel. Did you guys hear about what happened in Jiangnan City? Someone actually leaked the content of the Reincarnation Hall's assessment. No, I have inside information. It's said to be because of a novel, which tells the story of the behind-the-scenes big shot of the native world, covering all their life experiences. What? There's such a thing? I checked, that novel was published many years ago, there's no such thing as a leak. Do you think it's possible that this novel was actually written by Ross himself? It looks like a novel, but in reality, it's an autobiography? As soon as this was said, the parents' group immediately fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, someone finally spoke. Makes sense, maybe he's already invaded our world through the Abyss Rift. Please, don't spread panic in the group. With the tutor's intervention, the discussion finally ended. Next, we will connect to the live monitoring of Jiangnan City's exam. Soon, a scene appeared on Shin Jiyu's phone. Countless exam candidates stood on a massive virtual plaza, with a huge blue star beneath their feet. This was the entire appearance of Kanglan Star, connected to the power of the Reincarnation Hall. They would use this power to randomly descend into the myriad worlds as reincarnators. Before long, the number of people in the monitoring live room started soaring. Shin Jiayu focused on the screen and quickly saw Ning Qingxuan, who had a ponytail. She appeared quite nervous, somewhat lost. I need to be brave, my parents must be watching me. Ning Qingxuan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but her delicate body still trembled slightly. Don't worry, we all have plenty of magic treasures, and with the binding talisman in hand, we will definitely pass the assessment smoothly. Someone gently patted her shoulder from behind. It was Ning Qingxuan's deskmate, Lan. Besides her, there were two 12-year-old girls, the best friends in the class. The four of them had already decided to team up and enter the reincarnation world together. Ning Qingxuan's mood calmed down slightly. After waiting for a while, the light gradually began to shine from everyone in the plaza. This was the signal that they were about to be teleported. At the same time, letters began to appear above their heads. Most people smiled with joy when they saw a C grade. Generally speaking, a C grade meant a fairy tale world, and even a C grade with 9 stars could allow most people's children to pass the assessment with ease, based on their family background and strength. But those who drew a B grade level, their expressions were all bitter, as it meant they might enter an extraordinary world. Why, are our letters A? And 8 stars? And Lan, in panic, noticed that above her, Ning Qingxuan, and the other two's heads, hung a huge A. In the vast virtual plaza, over 100 people had drawn the A-grade reincarnation world. The external monitoring live room also noticed this level of difficulty, which should not have appeared in this assessment. In an instant, the bullet comments went wild. A brand new A-grade reincarnation world, it hasn't appeared in over a decade. It actually still has 8-star level. What's going on? Letting a group of children enter an A-grade reincarnation world, what's the difference from sending them to their deaths? This is no longer a trial assessment. There are very few people in Jiangnan City who can survive in an A-grade reincarnation world. I'm afraid it's because this year, the reincarnation hall caught a limited number of worlds. After all, assessments require new worlds, and once B and C grades are used up, it's time for a grade. A commotion broke out in the square. Some were crying loudly, but it was already impossible to withdraw. Staring at the live broadcast screen, Xinjiyu's mind roared like thunder, her face lost all color, as if the sky was collapsing. As the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnation Association, she had access to the internal channels of the reincarnation hall, so she naturally knew very well what kind of terrifying danger the newly emerged A-grade reincarnation world held. Not long ago, a large number of A-grade reincarnators had gone to this world to conduct a series of investigative missions. Although they were extremely careful, they still lost half of their members. The intelligence they brought back all revealed the horrors of this world. It was the highest level of an apocalypse. Even a random zombie there had extraordinary power. Let alone the city-destroying lords, the natural disaster-level corpse kings, and the current unknown strength of the apocalypse monarch. Even the many magical treasures she left for Ning Qingxuan might not be able to fully defend against elite-level zombies. According to the rules, such a level of reincarnation world should not be used for trial assessments, but now it had appeared. How is her daughter supposed to survive this? Xinjiyu's body went limp, her face pale as snow. At the same time, in the virtual square, Ning Qingxuan stared blankly, looking up at the letters hanging above her head. It felt like a knife hanging over her, and as soon as she entered the reincarnation world, it would fall down instantly. Her heart was also filled with utter despair. How pitiful, how come you don't have my luck? A gloating voice came, tinged with pity. They turned around to look, and it was Zhao Gongyu, the young master of the Zhao family, who was always at odds with them. Zhao Gongyu pointed at the C grade above his head and leisurely walked away. And Lan clenched her fists in anger, feeling a deep sense of despair for the first time, tears almost falling. Please, all students preparing for the assessment, get ready. You will soon enter the reincarnation world. A mechanical voice echoed, the ethereal consciousness of the reincarnation hall locking onto every person in the square. Suddenly, light flashed, and everyone disappeared in an instant. Due to the appearance of the A-grade reincarnation world, most of the people in the Proctor's live broadcast room shifted their focus to this scene. They could clearly see that the sky in the footage appeared dark and heavy, with gray ash scattering in all directions. The atmosphere was eerie, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Ning Qingxuan and the others appeared in a city shelter, with a large amount of reincarnation hall description information floating in front of them. Welcome to the Blood Feast world. Please note, do not expose your identity in front of the natives. Assessment task options: 1. Survive for more than 10 days, 2. Kill 10 zombies and bring back their cores, 3. Master any kind of extraordinary power, 4. As the reincarnation hall's description continued to unfold, the bullet comments in the external proctoring live broadcast room were filled with shock. Hiss. Extraordinary powers plus apocalypse world, no wonder it's an A-grade 8-star world. Couldn't these zombies fly to the sky? Luckily, the assessment has a relatively simple task. As long as they can survive for 10 days, it's considered a success. It's not that easy. I estimate most people won't last 3 days. Look at that 4-person team of girls, they're so fragile. Many people saw Ning Qingxuan and Lan and the others and felt a deep sympathy. They were supposed to enter a fairy tale world, but now they had to face such a brutal situation. Beside Ning Qingxuan, and Lan had a face full of despair, her complexion pale with no trace of color, her delicate body swaying as if about to collapse. It's over, we're done for, we're all going to die here. On the other hand, Ning Qingxuan remained surprisingly calm, her gaze fixed on the description of the reincarnation hall, her mind racing as she began to feel that this world seemed oddly familiar. I remember my dad wrote a novel, called The Redemption Path of the Corpse King. Ning Qingxuan muttered to herself. Blood Feast World, Blood Feast City, zombie crystals, supernatural powers, why is it all exactly the same? Could it be that the novel wasn't something my dad just made up? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Ning Qingxuan couldn't help but feel how absurd and bizarre it seemed. After all, in her memory, her dad had never done a reincarnation mission. He was just an ordinary citizen of Jiangnan City, a regular person chasing his writing dreams. But at this very moment, she had descended into this place called the Blood Feast World, and many of the details seemed to mirror what was written in her dad's novel. The Eternal Night Lord. Ning Qingxuan whispered softly, carefully recalling the novel's contents she had secretly read when she was young. The protagonist, known as the Eternal Night Lord, was the central figure in the story. The entire novel revolved around him, and the final outcome was that he ended a dark era and was buried beneath Blood Feast City. If her dad's novel wasn't a fiction, then... Ning Qingxuan's heart raced wildly. She felt that she might have uncovered her dad's secret. Looking up, Ning Qingxuan noticed that in this dimly lit shelter, there were about 200 people. Their expressions were dejected, dim, and numb. The arrival of her group had not attracted any attention. Among them, there was an indigenous old woman with white hair. She sat in the corner, leaning against the wall, muttering to herself. "Old woman, do you know today's date?" Ning Qingxuan walked over and softly asked. The old woman stiffly looked up and finally pointed to the tightly closed door of the shelter. A mechanical clock hanging on it showed the time as July 1st, 3035. Ning Qingxuan's heart suddenly tightened. It had been decades since the Eternal Night Lord had fallen into eternal sleep. "You all look unfamiliar. You must have just escaped from another city, right?" The old woman suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. "Sigh, there's no safe place left. The apocalypse zombie army has nearly trampled every corner of the Blood Feast world, and survivors are constantly being captured and kept in cages. I've survived for 80 years, I guess I've lived enough." The old woman's eyes were vacant, continuing to murmur. "Apocalypse?" Ning Qingxuan frowned slightly upon hearing this name. She had no recollection of it. But judging by the old woman's attitude, this zombie lord called Apocalypse seemed incredibly powerful and terrifying, casting a shadow of death over the entire Blood Feast world. At that moment, the entire shelter suddenly trembled, debris collapsed, and the door was struck by a terrifying force, caving in completely. "What's happening?" And Lan looked around in panic. "The Scarlet Corpse King found us." The old woman's blank expression suddenly turned fearful. A chorus of screams erupted throughout the shelter as people began fleeing through other exits. In the next moment, the door shattered with a thunderous crash, and a large group of hideous zombies began to pour in. Ning Qingxuan's face turned pale, and she immediately grabbed Lan's hand, pulling the other two along as they ran desperately. Seeing this scene, Xinjiu's heart felt like it was bleeding, but there was nothing he could do to help his daughter who was in danger. In the monitoring livestream, tens of thousands of viewers watching this unfold sighed in regret, expressing their dismay. Being transported to the shelter was originally a very lucky thing, but who knew it would fall so quickly? I thought they'd survive for a while. To get drawn into an A-rank reincarnation world. It could be said that these few dolls were unlucky. This was almost a guaranteed fatal situation. Look! Who is that person? What a terrifying aura! Wait! The head hanging from his waist seems like it's Zhao Zhang, the top scorer of the college entrance exam from 10 years ago in Jiangnan City? On the livestream, Ning Qingxuan and the others had already rushed out of the shelter, stopping on the street, facing a zombie team with a cold and stern appearance. The leader was wearing a scarlet blood-red robe, a heavy force of vitality enveloping his body, almost solidifying and influencing the space, causing the blood moon above to turn even redder for no reason. On the ground, there were two bodies lying, obviously extraordinary power users from the blood food world, and their strength was definitely not insignificant. But now, they had died tragically, their faces filled with fear and despair before death. What truly terrified everyone in the livestream was that the Zombie King's belt was made up of dozens of heads, one of which was Zhao Zhang, the top scorer from Jiangnan City 10 years ago in the college entrance exam. Zhao Zhang, the top genius from 10 years ago, who achieved a perfect score on the entrance exam, once caused a sensation throughout Jiangnan City and even attracted the attention of half of Kanglan Star. After 10 years of growth, Zhao Zhang had long become a powerful A-level reincarnator, and rumors said he had joined the Reincarnation Hall's investigation team, completing over 100 tasks and becoming widely known. But now, his head was hanging from the Zombie King's waist. Besides him, there seemed to be many other A-level reincarnators, their faces quite familiar, all former top scorers from other cities in Kanglan Star's college entrance exams throughout the years. This scene caused a brief silence in the live stream, with tens of thousands of viewers' faces turning pale from fear. They had seen zombies before, but zombies at the level of the blood food world had completely shattered their understanding. Scarlet Zombie King? Xinjiu's hands couldn't stop shaking. According to intelligence from the Reincarnation Hall, the Scarlet Zombie King was currently one of the top 3 zombie kings in the entire blood food world. Loyal to the Lord of Apocalypse, he had been fighting for the Lord's territories for years, destroying shelters, capturing defenseless survivors, and keeping them as pets. His strength far surpassed that of a normal A-level reincarnator, and during intelligence gathering, over 10 people had died at his hands. Shin Jiyu never imagined that, after just entering the reincarnation world, her daughter would encounter such a terrifying figure. Run! Run! Run faster, faster! Shin Jiyu's heart was burning with anxiety as she tightly focused on the live stream, not even realizing that her nails had sunk deep into her skin, blood seeping out drop by drop. As the president of the Reincarnator Association in Jiangnan City, she should have had absolute composure, but now, she was on the verge of losing control, tears welling up in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the blood food world, Ning Qingxuan also saw the chilling scene of the Scarlet Zombie King, and an endless chill spread through her heart. She didn't doubt for a second that if she were caught by this guy, even with the many magical treasures her mother had given her, she would be torn into pieces in an instant. We actually encountered a Zombie King. An unprecedented powerful level flashed through Ning Qingxuan's mind, and her delicate face turned even paler. We're doomed. And Lan spoke in despair, tears welling up in her eyes. The terror of the A-level reincarnation world had only just begun to show. Don't even talk about surviving for 10 days, surviving for even an hour was a luxury. We still have hope of survival, stay close to me. Ning Qingxuan didn't give up, her only obsession was to reach the resting place of the Eternal Night Lord. Because she knew that the Eternal Night Lord might have some connection to her father. No matter what the truth was, no matter what secrets her father held, only by reaching there could they have a chance to survive. But as Ning Qingxuan kept running, her pace gradually slowed. She stared blankly at the end of the street ahead. Another zombie horde blocked all the escape routes. The leader, though not the Zombie King, was also at the Lord level. That cold, piercing gaze made Ning Qingxuan's heart freeze. The last remaining hope seemed to shatter completely in that moment. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and her whole body felt like it had lost all strength. In the live stream, the number of viewers had surged from hundreds of thousands to a million, and they too could foresee Ning Qingxuan's fate, falling silent in unison. Surrounded from both sides, there was no escape. The Lord-level zombie, expressionless, walked toward Ning Qingxuan and the others, dragging a blood-colored giant axe, which screeched loudly against the ground, like the toll of a death knell. Dad, Mom, farewell forever. Ning Qingxuan said in sorrow, preparing to close her eyes and embrace death. But suddenly, from the dim alley corner, she caught sight of a tall figure, quietly standing on the electric pole. Under the blood-red moonlight above, Ning Qingxuan saw a token hanging from his waist, swaying in the wind. What is that? Ning Qingxuan widened her eyes in shock. Sequence 9? The trusted one of the Lord of Eternal Night in the novel? Zombie King Wujiu, save me. It was as if she had seen a lifeline. Without hesitation, she screamed at the top of her lungs, giving it everything she had. Buzz. A cold gleam flashed. The area around the street suddenly fell silent. The entire live stream also turned into complete stillness. A head soared through the air, spilling out crimson blood. As Ning Qingxuan's shout echoed, the head fell to the ground. Thud, it rolled to the front of the zombie horde. The man named Wujiu floated down from the electric pole, seriously examining Ning Qingxuan. After a careful look, he muttered to himself. It's really, so similar. This scene stunned Lan. They had no idea what had happened, only seeing the Lord-level zombie, who had been walking toward them, suddenly have its head tossed off, its enormous body kneeling on the ground, completely still. It was dead, completely dead. The person who killed it was right in front of them, also a zombie, but its aura seemed even more terrifying. After a brief period of silence in the live stream, it erupted in shock. The comments section went wild. What's going on? The Lord-level zombie was killed in one blow? Who is this guy? He seems even stronger. Wujiu. I heard that girl calling his name? Is there any reincarnator here to explain? What level is this Wujiu? Although this girl looks incredibly beautiful, it doesn't make sense that she could charm a zombie, right? Yet he actually helped her? This sudden scene ignited the emotions of everyone in the live stream. The number of viewers soared even faster, with many people from other live streams rushing over after hearing the news. Watching this scene, Shin Jiyu was completely stunned. Her daughter was saved, and naturally, she was overjoyed and tearful. But this sudden, mysterious zombie, who had obviously reached the Zombie King level, could easily kill a Lord-level zombie, something that would be impossible for any normal zombie. The problem was, the reincarnators they had investigated had not brought back any information about him. This meant that Wujiu's existence had completely avoided the notice of all reincarnators. Could there be a powerful being in the Blood Feast realm that even the reincarnation hall hasn't noticed? Shin Jiyu's heart was deeply shaken. If he could avoid being discovered, it meant that he had the power to slaughter all reincarnators. But he hadn't done so. Why? Who was this guy? In the Blood Feast realm, after Ning Qingxuan was saved, her whole body collapsed, gasping for air. Looking at Wu Jiu's twisted, almost clown-like, eerie face, she felt no fear in her heart. Instead, she laughed. This finally confirmed her guess. "Little girl, who told you my name?" Wu Jiu squinted and asked. Of course it was the Lord of Eternal Night. Ning Qingxuan gasped for breath in response. Wu Jiu's face instantly froze, as if he had received confirmation in his heart. Looking at Ning Qingxuan, his eyes quickly became unprecedentedly gentle. "So it is the bloodline of my king," he whispered softly, his nose slightly sore, as if he was sobbing. Ning Qingxuan still wanted to ask more questions, to further confirm her suspicions in her heart. But suddenly a cold, eerie wind blew from behind, making her shiver uncontrollably. She almost forgot, behind her was still a great corpse king. "Who are you? Which faction of the corpse clan do you belong to? You killed one of my generals, do you intend to give this king an explanation?" The Crimson Corpse King coldly stared at Wu Jiu, his gaze indifferent. Gushing blood surged out, accompanied by some terrifying extraordinary power, causing the space to become extremely heavy, and the sky suddenly darkened, with the blood moon losing its luster. A cold wind blew, the chill rising, and thousands of elite zombies simultaneously let out low, eerie growls. For the Crimson Corpse King, he had never seen Wu Jiu and did not know his origins. But killing a lord-level zombie undoubtedly crossed a line. Today, regardless of which corpse faction Wu Jiu belonged to, he would have to leave his life here. Explanation? Wu Jiu frowned. He took a few steps forward and spoke faintly. "Since following my king, I've killed whoever I wanted to kill. I never expected that so many years have passed, and people have forgotten my king's name, even you, this dog, now dare to ask me for an explanation?" With these words, the live stream room fell silent again. How domineering! The Crimson Corpse King's gaze immediately became even colder. "If you don't give it, this king will take it." He slowly raised his hand, and instantly the space twisted. A huge blood sword was slowly drawn out by him. The absolute suppression from the Corpse King was fully unleashed. Although not directed at the thousands of elite zombies, they still couldn't help but tremble in fear, their whole bodies shaking uncontrollably. As for Ning Qingxuan and the other three, they immediately felt a suffocating pressure, their faces pale as snow, and their blood inside was inexplicably boiling, as if wanting to leave their bodies and kneel before the Crimson Corpse King. Buzz. The next moment, all of Ning Qingxuan's pressure disappeared. Wu Jiu took a step forward, and the absolute pressure of the Crimson Corpse King was shattered, causing the aura to disintegrate completely. Just as the Crimson Corpse King had just gripped the huge sword, Wu Jiu's figure suddenly appeared as a shadow in his vision, and then immediately appeared right in front of him. This momentary speed completely exceeded his ability to capture, causing the Crimson Corpse King's pupils to violently contract. "You?" The Crimson Corpse King lost composure, his heart filled with fear. Before he could make any move, a bony hand, reflecting Wu Jiu's cold, eerie face, grabbed his neck. That unimaginable terrifying force crashed down like a mountain, causing his blood and energy to collapse repeatedly, and he was ruthlessly slammed into the ground, shaking the street into a frenzy of flying stones and creating a massive pit. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions, bringing down buildings on both sides with a deafening crash. Had. Who exactly? The Crimson Corpse King spat out blood foam, his neck completely shattered. He stared at Wu Jiu, unable to understand how a top-ranked corpse king from the blood-eating world could be instantly eradicated by someone so unknown. If the Eternal Night Corpse clan had chosen to take power back then, would it have been your turn to be a dog, running wild in the blood-eating world? Wu Jiu did not hold back, ruthlessly and decisively ending the Crimson Corpse King's life. The Crimson Corpse King's wide-open pupils, upon hearing Eternal Night Corpse clan, instantly burst with an endless flame of terror, as if the fear had been branded into him since he was just a cell. Such a scene, falling into the eyes of all the viewers in the live stream room, formed an indescribable shock. The Corpse King was also killed instantly? This Wu Jiu, is he perhaps too strong? Speaking of which, what did he just mention about the Eternal Night Corpse clan? Outside the scene, Xin Jiyu looked at Wu Jiu's figure with disbelief. The speed and power with which he eliminated the Scarlet Corpse King were terrifying beyond measure. Just with this person alone, it's no exaggeration to say he could crush through other apocalyptic worlds. The Eternal Night Corpse clan, and the king he mentioned, who exactly are they? Xin Jiyu suddenly felt dry in his mouth and throat, wondering what clue his daughter had found in the Blood Feast world that had earned the aid of such a corpse king. Could it be that he had missed something? The key issue was, she hadn't even blinked. Chapter 5, So You Were Still Here. With the rapid rise in viewers in the Jiangnan City exam livestream, what was originally an ordinary middle school exam quickly drew the attention of more people from other cities. In just half an hour, it had already spread to various places across Kanglan Star. At this very moment, inside the Grand Hall of the capital of Kanglan Star, As the governor of the entire Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng was assigned by the Federation and directly followed the instructions of the Reincarnation Hall, keeping an extremely busy schedule every day. He had just finished handling the morning's matters and was preparing to cut off all external communications for a brief nap to recharge for the afternoon's work. However, he suddenly heard an urgent knock on the door. "Governor! I have something urgent to report immediately." The person at the door was none other than his chief secretary, whose hurried demeanor was unusual, making Fu Lingfeng furrow his brows slightly, his tone laced with displeasure as he responded. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me during my rest time? No matter the matter, come back to me in 2 hours." The chief secretary did not leave, his voice growing even more anxious, and there was a slight tremor in it. "Governor, this is extremely important. It involves Jiangnan City's reincarnation exam, and you may need to come and take a look immediately." Fu Lingfeng sighed inwardly upon hearing this. The reincarnation exam in Jiangnan City was not something he could intervene in. If he guessed correctly, the chief secretary must have come because of the new S-rank reincarnation world. It had been some time since the middle school exam started, and no matter whose child had been selected for the Blood Feast world, the fact that it was a life-and-death situation could not be changed. Even high-ranking citizens had to follow the rules. After all, the three main gods of the Reincarnation Hall, while unable to guarantee absolute fairness, did not show favoritism to anyone. "You only need to deliver the death report to me, anyone else who tries to plead will not be seen." After his words fell, the chief secretary hurriedly responded. "We've discovered a tremendously powerful corpse king in the Blood Feast world, one that the previous reincarnation investigation team failed to uncover." Fu Lingfeng's expression immediately froze, and his brow furrowed deeply. The Blood Feast world had been rated as an A-rank 8-star world, with all its dangers already reaching the pinnacle of apocalyptic worlds. To thoroughly understand the Blood Feast world, dozens of A-rank reincarnators had even been sacrificed, and only then was the report submitted to the Reincarnation Hall. By all rights, all dangers in the Blood Feast world should have been thoroughly investigated, so how was there still something slipping through the cracks? A bunch of idiots, they couldn't even do this right. Fu Lingfeng's mind sank. If this matter were pursued by the Reincarnation Hall, it would be a huge problem. He stepped forward and pushed open the door. Outside the door, the chief secretary stood with a pale face, and behind him, the investigation team members lowered their heads, remaining silent. On the central control panel screen, it was currently showing the Jiangnan City exam livestream, though it was just a replay of the earlier footage. The scene where Wu Jiu struck down the Scarlet Corpse King made Fu Lingfeng's pupils contract slightly, and his face quickly darkened. He swept his gaze over the members of the investigation team. "Such a powerful Corpse King, and you didn't catch it? You didn't find any trace of it during the high-intensity investigation?" The investigation team leader's lips turned white as he shook his head. This is an instruction from the Reincarnation Hall, and they, of course, dared not slack off at all. They used almost all their strength to find and deal with the threat from the Blood Feast realm. They originally thought that the Lord of Apocalypse was the strongest in the Blood Feast realm, but unexpectedly, a figure named Wu Jiu appeared and killed the third-ranked Crimson Corpse King with a single strike. Such combat power is likely no less than that of the Lord of Apocalypse. What's even more terrifying is that, based on the current information, it seems that Wu Jiu has a backing, a Nevernight Corpse clan, and a king. Such a major mistake will inevitably lead to severe punishment. Lord Governor, besides this issue, there's something else that has us puzzled. The Secretary General swallowed hard, replayed the live broadcast, and showed the figure of Ning Qingxuan. Fu Lingfeng furrowed his brows and watched, his expression stunned after a long while. Who is this little girl? The screen clearly displayed that Wu Jiu's appearance was triggered by Ning Qingxuan. Her name is Ning Qingxuan, she is an exam student from Jiangnan City. Her mother is the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnator Association, and her father's identity is still under investigation. The Secretary General quickly responded. Association president? When Fu Lingfeng heard this title, his first thought was that Xinjiu had leaked crucial information about the Blood Feast realm. But after thinking for a moment, he felt that this was impossible. The channels through which Xinjiu gained information were all issued by him, and even they did not know about Wu Jiu's existence, so how could Xinjiu possibly know? Let's take a step back. Xinjiu, even if he had the ability, couldn't interfere with the Blood Feast realm or command a top-level Corpse King. The most important thing right now is to understand the true nature of the Blood Feast realm. Since there's a Wu Jiu, there might be a second one, and possibly an unknown history. Fu Lingfeng's brow furrowed even tighter, and a deep frown appeared on his face as he thought about how to deal with the upper level's accountability. On the other side, within the Blood Feast realm, the 3,000 elite zombies trembled as they knelt on the ground, their pupils filled with terror. The aura of the Corpse King emanating from Wu Jiu, along with the deathly deterrence from the sudden death of the Crimson Corpse King, was like a ruthless giant hand gripping their throats. A slight movement could lead to their instant destruction into ashes. The survivors who had fled from the shelter had also stopped in their tracks, hiding in dark corners, not daring to even breathe. They were not surprised by the mutual killings between the different zombie clans in the Blood Feast realm. On the contrary, this was a daily occurrence. For territory, for humans, for extraordinary powers, many zombie factions had formed and fought against each other. But today, they never expected that the terrifying Crimson Corpse King would die so easily at the hands of a stranger zombie. The old woman who had been in the chaos earlier had miraculously survived. She leaned against the corner, staring blankly at Wuzhou's back, her murky eyes flickering with the name of the Nevernight Corpse Clan. Vaguely, she seemed to recall hearing this name a long time ago, when she was very small, maybe around 7 or 8 years old. The old woman was stunned for a moment, suddenly recalling an important detail, and her frail body started shaking uncontrollably. Tears of excitement actually welled up in her cloudy eyes. I remember now, you're still here, you didn't disappear. Chapter 6, The Reincarnation Hall is alarmed, a new S-class bloodline. Wu Jiu swept his gaze across the 3,000 elite subordinates of the Crimson Corpse King. These 3,000 elite zombies all belonged to the Apocalypse Lord's zombie faction, and they would only be a threat if left alive, so Wu Jiu decided to kill them all. He raised his hand, and darkness descended abruptly. The whole street was covered, and then a strange totem mark appeared in the palm of his hand, as if a domain had unfolded, and within its range, all existence could be controlled, life or death. Bang! The palm of Wu Jiu slammed down, and in an instant, 3,000 elite-level zombies let out a piercing scream, their bodies exploding into blood mist. The display of such extraordinary power made Ning Qingxuan's eyes reveal a sense of longing. So strong. Wu Jiu heard her words, immediately turned around without hesitation, and directly used his long nails to slash open his forehead. A drop of crimson blood slowly gathered and floated in Wu Jiu's palm. After performing this action, Wu Jiu's face turned noticeably pale, revealing a faint aura of weakness. He handed the blood in his palm to Ning Qingxuan, his twisted and strange face wearing a faint smile. Here. Ning Qingxuan froze for a moment. She could feel that this drop of blood contained a kind of pure extraordinary power, a supreme authority of Wu Jiu as the king of zombies. As long as she devoured it, she could immediately improve her physique. In a short time, she could directly become a sea-level reincarnator, and even in her future growth, it would provide enormous help, with limitless potential ahead. This should be your bloodline origin, right? It's too precious, I can't accept it. Although Ning Qingxuan desperately desired the powerful strength, she still shook her head. The bloodline origin was extremely precious. If Wu Jiu separated it out, it would probably take decades to recover his vitality. Miss, you're too polite. A mere drop of bloodline origin is nothing. Besides, this was personally created by my king many years ago. Please, do take it. Without giving Ning Qingxuan a chance to refuse, Wu Jiu forcefully flicked the blood into her forehead. In that instant, Ning Qingxuan felt a surge of blood and energy power flowing from her forehead throughout her body, bringing unimaginable vitality, and an unprecedented change in her senses. Everything in her vision seemed to slow down incredibly, and she could even clearly see things tens of kilometers away with just the power of her eyes. Gently clenching her fist, Ning Qingxuan was even more shocked. She no longer doubted that now, she could easily punch to death 10 cows. Mission option, gain any extraordinary power, completed. At the same time, a line of text appeared in front of her, a prompt from the Reincarnation Hall. This scene made the millions of viewers in the live stream room gape in astonishment. No way, is this for real? The bloodline of a top-tier zombie king, is it really that easy to obtain? The little girl got lucky and turned disaster into fortune, she's really not simple. Uh-oh, she really got the opportunity. When Ning Qingxuan obtained Wu Jiu's bloodline in the Great Hall of the capital of Kanglanstar, many reincarnators who were watching the exam live broadcast also stared at the screen, dumbfounded. The entire hall was silent, even the governor, Fu Lingfeng, fell into deep silence. Throughout the countless years of the Federation, countless reincarnators were born. To obtain a powerful force, who didn't risk their lives? Who wasn't walking on the edge of life and death? Wu Jiu's bloodline power was clearly extraordinary, but now it had been easily obtained by Ning Qingxuan. If they hadn't personally experienced the horror of the zombie world, they would have thought they were in a fairy tale world. Has the bloodline information been uploaded? Fu Lingfeng asked in a deep voice. Since this was an exam and one of the tasks of the Reincarnation Hall, the bloodline power Ning Qingxuan obtained would be uploaded to the evolutionary database of the Reincarnation Hall at the same time. In time, reincarnators from Kanglanstar and other life planets could exchange points to obtain this powerful bloodline power. Of course, as the one who uploaded the bloodline, Ning Qingxuan would also receive a percentage of the points. The more people who bought it, the more generous her rewards would be. Uploading has started, upload successful. The Secretary General seemed very nervous, after all, this was Wu Jiu's bloodline. It could be an extraordinary power never seen before. As the words fell, Fu Lingfeng immediately waved his large sleeves and logged into the central control panel with his iris information. In an instant, his vision spun as the entire hall displayed the chaotic scene of the universe, with countless brilliant stars hanging high in the darkness at the end. Identifying bloodline. Bloodline is genuine and valid. Bloodline is new and uncontaminated. Identifying rank, issuing serial number. A calm, synthetic electronic voice echoed throughout the chaotic universe. This was the will of one of the three main gods of the Reincarnation Hall, known in the Federation as the Goddess of Wisdom. Bloodline identification complete. The identification result is S rank. The mechanical, emotionless voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rarely paused for a moment. And as those words fell, all the reincarnators in the hall were stunned as if struck by a bolt of lightning, frozen in place. Fu Lingfeng's body shuddered violently, his breathing quickened, and with a sense of urgency and disbelief, he asked, "Respected Goddess of Wisdom, are you sure the result is S rank?" In the entire history of the Federation, only 15 types of S-rank bloodlines have ever been discovered and recorded by the Reincarnation Hall. Countless years, countless reincarnators' efforts, and yet there were only 15. They had not discovered a new S-rank bloodline for hundreds of years. The S-rank bloodlines on the list were all ancient bloodlines spanning thousands to tens of thousands of years. Although Fu Lingfeng had prepared himself, he never imagined that the bloodline of Wu Jiu would reach the terrifying S-rank. Identification complete, result is correct. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom returned to its cold, mechanical tone, as if not allowing any doubt or objection, filled with authority. Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Fu Lingfeng's forehead. He had just lost control of his emotions and nearly defied his superior. The uploader, Ning Qingxuan, has made a contribution. It has been detected that Ning Qingxuan belongs to the citizens of Jiangnan City on Kanglan Star. The governor of Kanglan Star should award her with points. The Goddess of Wisdom spoke again. This is inevitable. May I ask, according to the goddess, how many points should I award? Fu Lingfeng asked cautiously. After a brief silence in the hall, the response came, 500,000. 500,000? Fu Lingfeng gasped. Points were the universal currency of the Reincarnation Hall and could not be bought with the Federation's money. These 500,000 points could be unattainable for some A-rank reincarnators even after a lifetime of effort. After a while, the will of the Goddess of Wisdom disappeared. The Secretary General quietly opened the Reincarnation Hall bloodline ranking and looked at the S-rank list, his eyes instantly frozen. Governor! I feel that the sky is about to change outside. Chapter 7: The Road to Redemption of the Zombie King. Fu Lingfeng quickly looked over when he heard this. The bloodline ranking of the Reincarnation Hall was clearly displayed. First place, S-rank Zombie Ancestor Bloodline. Second place, S-rank Serial Number 356 Bloodline. Third place, S-rank Vampire Ancestor Bloodline. Fourth place, S-rank Feast Zombie King Bloodline. Fifth place. This bloodline list originally had only 15 positions, all belonging to the S-rank level, and it was specifically listed by the Reincarnation Hall as ancient bloodlines. In the past few hundred years, no other bloodlines had shaken their position in the slightest. The achievers of each bloodline had thus formed large families, and after all these years, they had already established deep foundations within the Federation, no less than the ancient aristocratic families. But now, the second-place Vampire Ancestor bloodline had been pushed to third place. An S-rank bloodline completely unknown to the Federation, with no name even determined yet, suddenly appeared in second place. Fu Lingfeng could already see what kind of shock this would bring to the many life planets of the Federation. Indeed, the sky is about to change. Fu Lingfeng let out a complex long sigh. Unknowingly, a storm had begun to stir within the Federation. The appearance of a brand new S-class bloodline caused quite a shock for many ancient families and the achievements of their ancestors who were reincarnated. But he was always puzzled, how did such a powerful bloodline come into being? Just when Fu Lingfeng was about to start allocating funds for Ning Qingxuan, the blood-eating world also experienced a massive earthquake due to the sudden death of the Crimson Corpse King. In the blood-eating world, in the land of the Arctic, it is covered by ice and snow all year round. Beneath the snowstorm, palaces can be seen standing one after another. Inside the main hall, the Lord of the Dawn, with snow-white long hair reaching his shoulders, suddenly opened his silent eyes. He not only felt the death of the Crimson Corpse King, but also sensed an aura that made him tremble with fear. This aura came from Wu Jiu, the top-level bloodline power within him. 70 years? Didn't the Eternal Night Corpse clan already disappear? The Lord of Dawn made an ancient sound, filled with disbelief and shock. Looking down, there were 5 Corpse Kings present. After hearing the words of the Lord of Dawn, they all exchanged glances and their minds trembled. The 2 words Eternal Night had long been deeply branded in their souls. It was a nightmare for all the corpse clans in the entire blood-eating world. Lord, did the third one die at the hands of the Eternal Night Corpse clan? One of the Corpse King's voices trembled. They had made such a big move, sweeping most of the blood-eating world, relying on the fact that the Eternal Night Corpse clan had already disappeared. But now, the Lord of Dawn believed that the Eternal Night Corpse clan had reappeared? If the third one was truly killed by the Eternal Night Corpse clan, then we're finished. That guy will definitely kill us all. Another Corpse King's tone carried a hint of fear. The hall was in chaos, but only the Lord of Dawn remained calm, his mind rapidly working. Impossible. That guy should have died. Back then, he single-handedly suppressed the 3 great blood-eating ancestors. It was rumored that he perished. But over the years, no one has known where his resting place is. The Lord of Dawn's expression kept changing, and finally, he narrowed his eyes and slowly looked toward the direction of the blood-eating city. The Crimson Corpse King died in the blood-eating city, and the greatest possibility was that a powerful figure from the Eternal Night Corpse clan still remained in the city. You all come with me to check it out. The Lord of Dawn no longer hesitated and immediately stood up. The 5 Corpse Kings exchanged glances and followed closely behind. In a moment, a loud, old roar echoed across the vast Arctic land, and a giant zombie bone dragon broke through the icy domain, flying toward the blood-eating city. In the blood-eating city, under the watchful eyes of millions of viewers in the examination live broadcast room, Ning Qingxuan demonstrated the spirit of thrift and continuously dug out the crystal cores from the bodies of the 3,000 elite zombies who had died. These are all treasures, they can't be wasted. As Ning Qingxuan dug, she handed out the crystal cores to Enlan and the others, helping them complete the reincarnation hall's assessment task. As for Enlan, they had not yet recovered from the previous life-threatening crisis. Looking at the strange-faced Wu Jiao, their faces were still filled with fear. Qingxuan, why is this guy helping us? Enlan was also digging for crystal cores. Although she was quite happy, she still cautiously asked her question. Ning Qingxuan did not hide anything and said with a smile, because I know him. Enlan was stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. Stop joking, Qingxuan, this is your first time entering the blood-eating world. When did you meet this guy? Ning Qingxuan hesitated for a moment. Although there were still things she couldn't be completely sure about, many things in the blood-eating world seemed strangely similar to the novels her father wrote. Now even Wu Jiao had appeared in person, it seemed she had no reason not to believe in her father. Actually, it's not that I know Wu Jiao, but my dad knows him. Ning Qingxuan replied seriously. Enlan was even more confused now, completely baffled. Looking at the millions of viewers in the livestream, they all became more interested, almost instinctively turning up the volume, fearing they might miss something important or overlook a crucial word. Why can't I understand what you're saying? Enlan pouted. Ning Qingxuan simply got straight to the point. When I was little, I secretly read my father's novel, called The Redemption Road of the Corpse King. The story inside is exactly the same as the Blood Feast realm. So, I strongly suspect that the Eternal Night Monarch of the Blood Feast realm is my father. As soon as she finished speaking, Enlan stared wide-eyed in shock. This was undoubtedly shattering her previous understanding. Wasn't the Blood Feast realm a world just recently discovered by the Reincarnation Hall? What was this bizarrely similar novel about? As she focused on the livestream, Shinjiu immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a deep sense of shame. What is this kid babbling about? In his daughter's eyes, Ning Qingxuan had always been a towering figure. Even though in real life, he had no particularly convincing achievements, a father was still a father, with an innate sense of admiration. Shinjiu could understand, Ning Qingxuan wanted her father to be like a superhero, but how could a novel be mixed with the reincarnation world? However, a single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the livestream's comments exploded in an instant. Holy shit, I just searched it up, and there really is such a novel. The Redemption Road of the Corpse King, published 5 years ago on the Federation's virtual network, had very few readers, but the author actually finished writing it. This little girl wasn't lying, many places in the Blood Feast realm are really the same as the novel. No way, could this novel have been written by the Eternal Night Monarch? The number of comments skyrocketed, and Shinjiu was left stunned, staring blankly at the screen. Chapter 8, The Legendary Journey of the Eternal Night Monarch. In the main hall of the Kanglan Star capital, Fu Lingfeng stared at the livestream, frowning. Who is the Eternal Night Monarch? The secretary quickly replied, he is the king behind Wu Jiao. The S-rank bloodline he possesses seems to have been created by merging with the Eternal Night Monarch. While speaking, he found the novel that Ning Qingxuan mentioned. I'm extracting the content now, it should only take a moment to figure out what's really going on. From what it seemed, what Ning Qingxuan said didn't seem to be a lie. After all, getting Wu Jiao's help and even obtaining an S-rank bloodline was already an unbelievable feat. The only reasonable explanation might just be that novel. In just a moment, the secretary finished extracting the content. Fu Lingfeng leaned over, and many members of the investigation team also stared intently. Blood Feast Realm, 2965, 100 years after the outbreak of the apocalypse. The crazy virus hid unimaginable power and created a new human race, the Corpse Clan. The viral mother body gave birth to 3 great progenitors. the old era of humanity saw the collapse of civilization. Hot weapons were ineffective, and only by merging with the virus could one acquire extraordinary powers. A tug-of-war between the old and new eras began, but even then, it was still impossible to resist the overwhelming tide of time. The remaining humans lived in perpetual darkness. The three great progenitors had terrifying strength, which made the extraordinary beings fall into despair. Several years later, like a devil descending from the heavens, a man, with his incredible talent, altered the virus sequence and created the Eternal Night bloodline. Sequence 0 was thus born. In just a few years, sequences 1, 2, 3, and other bloodlines emerged. The humans of the old era gained unprecedented power, laying the foundation to fight against many corpse clan. At that time, the Eternal Night Corpse Clan was born, and the name of the monarch made many corpse clan tremble with fear. 7 monarchs of the corpse clan were killed in 7 years. 10 years later, the 3 great blood-sucking progenitors appeared, and the Eternal Night Monarch, single-handedly, swept through all enemies. To this day, no one knows his true combat power. 2 more years passed, and many corpse clans in the Bloodfeast realm were driven to the Arctic. The Eternal Night Monarch suddenly felt that his end was near. Leading the entire clan, they fall into eternal sleep beneath Blood Food City. The people of the old era regained control over the Blood Food realm. A novel with over 1 million words was distilled into simple content, but Fu Lingfeng felt an unimaginably grand atmosphere from these words. His eyes were filled with deep shock. Having just been identified as an S-class bloodline by the Reincarnation Hall, he discovered it was merely Sequence 9 created by the Eternal Night Monarch. The true Eternal Night bloodline existed only within the body of the Eternal Night Monarch. I didn't expect that the Blood Food realm has such a history. The current Doomsday phase must be the Corpse Clan from the Arctic returning once more. The Secretary General murmured to himself. Lord Governor, we may need to honestly report to the Reincarnation Hall and apply for an S-class reincarnator to once again enter the Blood Food realm and investigate the Eternal Night Monarch. A reincarnator beside him, breathing heavily, suggested. Fu Lingfeng's expression became somewhat serious. An S-class reincarnator possessed immense power and typically would not be willing to enter an A-class reincarnation world. This would undoubtedly lower their status, and their powerful strength might even cause the collapse of order in the reincarnation world. Currently, they should first investigate the true identity of Ning Qingxuan's father, Ning Qingxuan. On the other side, as Ning Qingxuan spoke, shocking revelations poured out, and more people in the examination livestream uncovered content from The Redeeming Path of the Corpse King. The livestream atmosphere was high, millions of people rushed to search for the novel. Meanwhile, in the Blood Food realm, Ning Qingxuan and Enlan had completed the collection of crystal cores. 3,000 crystal cores might be worth over 10,000 points. This was undoubtedly a huge fortune, and young Ning Qingxuan certainly chose not to keep it all for herself, sharing it equally with Enlan and her other 2 friends. The mission is complete, we should be able to go back now. Enlan looked at the prompt from the Reincarnation Hall appearing before them, feeling a sigh of relief in her heart. They could finish the assessment early and return to Jiangnan City. You all go back first, I still have a few other things to do. Ning Qingxuan glanced at Wu Jiao, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly recovering his energy. She remembered her father's novel mentioned that if one separated from their bloodline origin, it might take decades, or even hundreds of years, to recover to their peak state. Wu Jiao had given her the bloodline origin. If he simply took the benefits and left, it felt ungrateful. Especially because in the future, without new tasks from the Reincarnation Hall, they might never meet again. What do you want to do? Enlan asked with confusion. The Blood Food realm was still a very dangerous place. Of course, they hoped to leave as soon as possible. I want to help Wu Jiao. Ning Qingxuan wanted to head to the resting place of the Eternal Night Monarch, where treasures buried could restore Wu Jiao's energy. This. Enlan and the other 2 sisters exchanged glances, hesitating. It seemed inappropriate for them to leave first. After all, they had survived and completed the mission because of Ning Qingxuan. Okay, no matter what you want to do, we will follow you. Enlan spoke earnestly. Ning Qingxuan smiled and did not refuse, taking another look at the meditating Wu Jiao before heading to their target location. She vaguely remembered that the resting place of the Eternal Night Monarch was located on the central street of Blood Food City, just a few kilometers away from here. Time passed quickly. Due to the death of the Scarlet Corpse King, Blood Food City briefly fell into its former tranquility, with many survivors hiding in the buildings from the old era. At this moment, the meditating Wu Jiao suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up at the distance outside the city, where dark clouds gathered, and an indescribable pressure continued to cover them. The cold wind blew, and a deep roar of a giant dragon seemed to resonate faintly. The earth also inexplicably trembled slightly at that moment. The sound was as if thousands of horses and armies were galloping. Boom! A flash of blood-colored lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. In the next second, blood rain poured down, icy and bone-chilling, carrying the frost of the Arctic lands. Is it coming? Wu Jiao was not surprised at all, his expression utterly calm. In just a moment, a dark, overwhelming army of zombies appeared outside the city of Bloodfood. The waves surged, uncountable. The sky was swirling with dark clouds, and a skeletal dragon slowly emerged, a deep pressure enveloping the area, revealing the Apocalypse Lord atop its shoulders, along with 5 other zombie kings. So it's you. The Apocalypse Lord fixed his gaze on Wu Jiao, immediately recognizing his identity, and a hint of caution flashed in his eyes. Back then, there were 9 trusted allies by the side of the Eternal Night Lord, each bearing one of the 9 major bloodline series, their powerful strength striking fear into the hearts of many zombie clans in the Bloodfood realm. However, soon, the Apocalypse Lord realized that Wu Jiao at this moment was extremely weak. Chapter 9, The Palace of Opening Mausoleum, the Throne Statue. In the twilight years, or perhaps a decline in bloodline. The Apocalypse Lord's eyes lit up with brilliance, revealing a trace of greed. He did not delve into deeper questions but only knew that Wu Jiao at this moment was definitely not his opponent. The bloodline power within Wu Jiao was personally created by the Eternal Night Lord, driving countless zombie clans to flee, even surpassing his own bloodline. If he could seize Wu Jiao's bloodline now, how could he not unify the Bloodfood realm? I didn't expect that a once small zombie king has now established a zombie kingdom and become a lord. Wu Jiao remained calm, gazing at the Apocalypse Lord standing atop the skeletal dragon in the sky. He had some impression of the Apocalypse Lord, being one of the zombie kings under the 3 major ancestors of Bloodfood back in the day. Wu Jiao, you have reached old age, and the Eternal Night Zombie clan is already a thing of the past. If you choose to submit to me, I can let go of your killing of the Crimson Zombie King. The Apocalypse Lord looked down at Wu Jiao, accompanied by the sound of heavenly music, the booming blood-colored thunder casting a shadow that could suffocate any zombie king. But Wu Jiao not only refused to submit but instead burst into laughter. Do I need your permission? Who do you think you are? The Apocalypse Lord stared coldly at Wu Jiao, not surprised by his answer. Submit or die. Since you have chosen the latter, then I shall satisfy you. After saying this, he glanced towards the central street. There, he also sensed the aura of Wu Jiao's bloodline. But it seemed to have just recently merged, and the individual was very weak, not fully grasping the power of the bloodline. This person, could it be related to the Eternal Night Lord? He quickly connected the dots. If he was not mistaken, the reason for Wu Jiao's weakness might be due to just having stripped away the source of his bloodline. And this source of bloodline was on that person. What kind of relationship could make Wu Jiao pay such a price? He glanced at the 5 zombie kings beside him, their eyes meeting, and immediately they all stood up and rushed towards Ning Qingxuan's position. Wu Jiao keenly sensed the crisis and without hesitation unleashed his domain. Instantly, darkness spread out like a web, attempting to envelop the Apocalypse Lord and the 5 zombie kings. What a big appetite! Can you swallow it? The Apocalypse Lord sneered, raising a hand, and the bloodline within him erupted with extraordinary power, causing countless blood-colored thunders to gather in his palm, even triggering an abnormal change in the sky, revealing a massive skull face. Boom! Wu Jiao's expression darkened. The zombie king's domain was easily torn apart by the Apocalypse Lord. The 5 zombie kings wasted no time and rushed towards Ning Qingxuan's direction. Where do you think you are going? Wu Jiao shouted loudly, ready to strike, but the Apocalypse Lord unleashed another thunderbolt. You can't even protect yourself, do you still have time to care for others? The Apocalypse Lord stared at Wu Jiao, his greed growing stronger in his eyes. Roar! The skeletal dragon also roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. Crossing the entire Bloodfood city made a large number of hidden survivors hear this soul-stirring dragon roar, all feeling anxious and uneasy. Some scattered examination students from Jiangnan City turned pale with fright. Through the monitoring live broadcast, the huge crisis brought by Bloodfood City was made known to the outside world. At this moment, Ning Qingxuan attracted millions of viewers as she arrived at Central Street, quickly recognizing a lake stained with blood through her memory. This is it. Ning Qingxuan took a deep breath, preparing to jump into the lake, but she also noticed the sky changing, with red lightning flickering constantly, and the sound of dragon roars echoing. And Lan and the others turned back, their expressions showing fear. What's going on? It seems something has entered the city? Ning Qingxuan's heart sank. Her intuition told her that what was coming was likely more powerful than the Scarlet Corpse King. This is bad, Wu Jiao is in trouble. She no longer hesitated and leaped into the lake. Ah! And Lan was startled, but after waiting for a moment, she saw the entire lake suddenly shake, the water slowly separating in the middle, revealing a staircase leading underground. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. Ning Qingxuan was waving at the end of the staircase, and Lan hurriedly descended. This scene was clearly witnessed by millions of viewers, and the previous doubts and criticisms crumbled away. The barrage continued to jump. This little girl is not joking, she actually found such a hidden place. I just looked at the ending of the novel, this seems to be the resting place of the Eternal Night Lord, that is, the Eternal Night Mausoleum. Xin Jiayu, who had never taken her eyes off, was even more anxious than anyone else. She recalled the misunderstandings she had about Ning Qingxuan during the previous interrogation. The Confession of an Underworld Boss was also a novel written by Ning Qingxuan a few years ago, which, due to its remarkable similarity to the Blackstone Continent and the Backstage Consortium, was ultimately accused of leaking the secrets of the Reincarnation Hall. However, now, the trial assessment that her daughter was undergoing in the Reincarnation Hall pointed toward an even more unbelievable fact. The Blood Food Realm, as a top-level doomsday world, belongs to the A-grade 8-star level in the rating of the Reincarnation Hall, with a very high danger coefficient. Ordinary A-grade reincarnators could easily perish at the hands of the Corpse King. Moreover, decades ago, a powerful figure named the Eternal Night Lord was born in the Blood Food Realm, creating a lineage and establishing the Eternal Night Corpse clan, bringing peace to an era. His confidant, Wujiu, was capable of effortlessly killing the Scarlet Corpse King, revealing that the entire Eternal Night Corpse clan was undoubtedly the most terrifying existence in the Blood Food Realm. As a result, her daughter told her that this person was very likely Ning Qingxuan. As Ning Qingxuan opened the mausoleum door, Shinjiyu's heart began to pound, and her breath grew rapid. Like millions of viewers, she wanted to know the truth. So dark. And Lan shrank her neck. A cold wind blew in from behind the mausoleum door. Ning Qingxuan lit a candle, and what appeared before her eyes was a vast underground palace world, with numerous sculptures standing on both sides. Solemn, deep. They all knelt on the ground in unison, facing the end of the mausoleum. And there, a huge throne occupied almost half of the space in the underground world, with a stone statue quietly sitting on it. The tall and mighty figure gave an indescribable visual shock. Even through the screen, the king's aura made millions of viewers gasp in awe. Dad? Ning Qingxuan stared up in shock, clearly seeing that the face of the large statue was identical to Ning Qingxuan's features. However, it was completely different from his usual gentle and easygoing image, filled with a monarch's indifferent demeanor. The gaze looked down with an unfathomable killing intent, exuding an unspoken authority. It's really Uncle Ning. And Lan widened her eyes. A face full of disbelief. As Ning Qingxuan's best friend, she had certainly seen Ning Qingxuan, and she could also confirm, this is indeed Ning Qingxuan's face. What on earth is going on? What has Ning Qingxuan hidden from me? Staring at the livestream, Shinjiyu focused on the Blood Food Realm statue. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. The previous anxiety and uncertainty vanished. Until the appearance of the statue solidified the fact that Ning Qingxuan is the Lord of Eternal Night. He had been here before, forging the Eternal Night bloodline, establishing the Eternal Night Undead clan, saving humanity from the old era, leaving many undead clans trembling in fear. Finally, he disappeared silently. Looking at the live broadcast room, the bullet comments were incredibly wild. Do you see the face of this statue? Doesn't it look astonishingly similar to that little girl? No way, could it be that the Lord of Eternal Night has already come to our world? I suggest a thorough investigation of this novel's author. Do you think it's possible that this little girl's dad is an S-class reincarnator? That makes no sense. If he were an S-class reincarnator, the Blood Food Realm wouldn't be a brand new reincarnation world. Regardless, we can now confirm that the Lord of Eternal Night is this little girl's dad. The redemption path of the Corpse King is not a novel, but an autobiography. Ning Qingxuan was dazed for a long while, and joy suddenly surged in her heart. Her dad's secret had finally been found by her. As long as she enters the Tomb Palace now, she can get the treasure to restore Wujiu's vitality. She was about to step forward when suddenly a chilling wind blew from behind her. Sinister words interrupted at an inappropriate moment. The outside world is saying that the Lord of Eternal Night has long fallen, yet no one knows where he is buried. Little did they know they stumble upon the answer effortlessly. The 5 great corpse kings walked slowly, gazing at the entire Tomb Palace with greedy eyes. You? Ning Qingxuan's expression turned panicked. And Lan and the others were even more frightened, their faces drained of color. The sudden appearance of these 5 corpse kings also raised the audience's heart to their throats in the livestream. It seems you have a way to open the Tomb Palace. One of the corpse kings narrowed his eyes, fixed on Ning Qingxuan, sensing the bloodline origin of Wujiu from her. If you behave, you might just keep your whole corpse. He indifferently stepped closer, the thick scent of blood hitting her face. Chapter 10, Reassessment, Blood Food Realm Upgrades to S-Class? When the 5 great corpse kings arrived at the Tomb Palace, the battle raging in the sky over Blood Food City was also nearing its climax. The sky echoed with dragon roars, filled with killing intent, and blood rain continued to pour. The Lord of Apocalypse was unable to defeat Wujiu for a long time, his face reflecting a hint of anger. He never expected that even after Wujiu had just severed the bloodline origin, her combat strength was still shockingly powerful. This is merely Sequence 9. How strong would the true Eternal Night bloodline be? A chilling feeling rose in the Lord of Apocalypse's heart. Looking over nearly 100 years of extraordinary history in the Blood Food Realm, that person's existence is a towering mountain that countless undead clans cannot surpass. Even the 3 great Blood Food ancestors had once been personally slain by him. The peak of an era, the king of a world. If he could obtain the leftover treasures, the Lord of Apocalypse dared not imagine what kind of fortune that would be. Through his senses, he had naturally seen the underground tomb palace in the eyes of the 5 great corpse kings. Defeating Wu Jiu would surely allow him to seize the treasure. You've been hiding for 70 years just to guard the tomb? Faced with Wu Jiu's formidable combat strength, the Lord of Apocalypse was surprisingly not in a hurry, speaking softly to delay time. But Wu Jiu had obviously also noticed that the 5 great corpse kings had broken into the tomb palace. You are mistaken. My disappearance for 70 years wasn't about hiding. This is indeed the eternal resting place of my king, but it does not require a tomb guardian. Wu Jiu's calm composure immediately made the Lord of Apocalypse squint his eyes, filled with suspicion. What do you mean? Back then, the Lord of Eternal Night slayed the 3 great ancestors, and he fell in battle, heavily wounded, and the Eternal Night Undead clan faced a backlash. The whole clan was petrified. Could there still be any doubt? After hearing this, Wu Jiu smiled slightly. Our king indeed slayed the 3 great ancestors, but it is not as the outside world claims, that he fell heavily wounded. His arrival was unforeseen, and his departure showed no signs. Blood Food Realm, long ago, was a world thriving in technological civilization. The Lord of Eternal Night merely hopes that it returns to its peaceful past, opening a new era. However, the Eternal Night Undead clan does not plan to enter this new era. Thus, they are merely asleep, not dead. I have seen you return from the Arctic, and I have witnessed you expanding territories to establish the kingdom of zombies. I did not interfere because our king has commanded. But you had no right to invade our king's mausoleum. Wu Jiu's words made the Apocalypse Lord's pupils constrict violently. A strong sense of ominous foreboding suddenly surfaced in his heart. He suddenly looked toward the central street, the location of the 5 great undead kings. A command transmitted from the depths of his bloodline, attempting to make the 5 great kings retreat immediately. But it was already too late. Boom! Deep within the Blood Food City, a tide of blood suddenly surged. Accompanying it was an indescribable aura of terror. It made the undead army outside the city tremble, and under this unimaginable bloodline intimidation, they all collapsed, kneeling down, trembling with their heads bowed, their faces turning to boundless fear. Even the bone dragon beneath the Apocalypse Lord let out a terrified roar, its large eyes shaking madly, looking anxiously toward the central street. It's over. The Apocalypse Lord felt as if struck by lightning, his lips instantly paling like snow. At that moment, the 5 great undead kings had no idea what was happening. Before they even approached Ning Qingxuan and the others, they saw the massive statue on the enormous throne burst forth with an unprecedented bloodline suppression. The 5 were greatly frightened, as unfathomable pressure bore down upon their shoulders, causing them to crack and kneel down on the spot. Looking around the mausoleum filled with countless sculptures, they noticed signs of crumbling rocks. Pairs of stone eyes gleamed with blood-colored light, rumbling as they looked at the 5. What's going on? The statue revived? Ning Qingxuan stared in a daze at this scene. She remembered there was no record of this in the novel. The next moment, the entire mausoleum was lit up, and countless sculptures transformed into powerful undead. This scene nearly drove the 5 great undead kings to madness. Millions of viewers in the live stream gasped in shock, filled with horror. Why have you disturbed our king's palace? A cold voice echoed throughout the mausoleum. Beneath the massive throne stood 8 tall figures, each emanating an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. We made a mistake. Please, Prince of Eternal Night, show us mercy and forgive us. The 5 great undead kings couldn't even raise their heads, but they could clearly recognize that the 8 figures beneath the throne were the sequences beside the Lord of Eternal Night, the princes of the Eternal Night Undead clan. Disturbing our king's palace means death. The cold words fell once more, and before the 5 great kings could make any moves, they felt an overwhelming force descend, instantly enveloping their bodies. Boom! Their terrible screams rang out as their bodies turned to blood mist, crushed mercilessly by invisible, unseen hands. At the same time, the 8 princes all looked outside the mausoleum at the Apocalypse Lord on the back of the bone dragon. Just a glance made the Apocalypse Lord's heart tremble in fear. Run! The bone dragon roared in terror, trying to flee Blood Food City at high speed. But from the moment the throne statue cast its domain, there was no way to escape. An endless blood hand, formed from countless blood rains from the sky, carrying the power of the Eternal Night bloodline, gently descended upon the Apocalypse Lord. No! The Apocalypse Monarch screamed in panic, unleashing all his bloodline power, but it was in vain. Wu Jiu stood still, quietly watching as the Apocalypse Monarch was engulfed by the bloodied hands, the colossal bone dragon's body vanishing in an instant. The sounds of the Apocalypse Monarch disappeared from the world, along with his presence, all gone. The Blood Feast City returned to silence, as the governor of Kanglanstar, watching the live broadcast, was left in deep silence. The entire hall fell into a deathly stillness. The Secretary General and all members of the investigation team froze, their bodies stiff and lips pale. After a long while, suddenly, a report from the Reincarnation Hall came through. Fu Lingfeng checked it directly, his pupils narrowing slightly, then revealing a complex expression as he looked again at the live broadcast picture. The scene where Ning Qingxuan was located stirred indescribable shock within him. "Governor, what did the reincarnation hall send?" the Secretary General asked cautiously, swallowing hard. From now on, the Blood Feast realm is no longer an A-class 8-star reincarnation world. It has been re-evaluated by the 3 supreme gods of the reincarnation hall and has been promoted to S-class 3-star. As these words fell, the Secretary General and the investigation team members stared blankly, their minds buzzing. S-class 3-star. This can hardly be considered an apocalyptic world. It clearly touched upon martial arts rankings. Before the Eternal Night Corps clan discovered it, it was merely the ceiling of the apocalyptic world, but now, with the Eternal Night Corps clan awakening from slumber, it has reached this level? I never expected that someone, relying solely on their own strength, could actually elevate the entire world's level. Fu Lingfeng let out a long sigh, filled with complexity and reverence. Chapter 11, Trial Ends, Return. In the Blood Feast realm, Enlon and others stood stiffly, their faces ashen, not daring to move under the gaze of countless corpse clan powerhouses. Even Ning Qingxuan was so frightened by the scene that she couldn't speak. Fortunately, due to the bloodline source of Wujiu within her, those gazes were soon withdrawn. The 8 princes only glanced calmly at Ning Qingxuan before falling back into slumber. In a moment, the Ling Palace regained its tranquility. As if nothing had ever happened, everything returned to its original state. Enlon breathed a sigh of relief, heavily gasping for air. "What shall we do next?" she asked Ning Qingxuan. After this incident, the danger level of the Ling Palace had significantly risen, and recklessly opening the palace door could very well lead to other changes. Ning Qingxuan hesitated for a moment. She was not reckless and needed to consider the safety of Enlon and her sisters. At that moment, Wu Jiu suddenly appeared outside the door. After the battle with the Apocalypse Monarch, his aura had become even weaker. "Miss, please leave here quickly. I appreciate your kindness, but the King's Sleeping Palace is the most dangerous place in the entire Blood Feast realm. Deep inside, there are various guardian corpse beasts left by the king. They will kill anyone who intrudes, regardless of who it is." Wu Jiu understood what Ning Qingxuan wanted to do, but it was entirely unnecessary. The Eternal Night Ling Palace was both the most dangerous and the safest place. Even if he could never recover his strength, no one could harm him in the slightest. "All right." Ning Qingxuan looked at that great door and couldn't help but shrink her neck. No one wanted to know more than she did whether there was the sleeping body of the Eternal Night Monarch behind that door. "And one more thing, you shouldn't belong to the Blood Feast realm." Wu Jiu looked at Ning Qingxuan, his eyes revealing a hint of brightness. As these words fell, a warning from the Reincarnation Hall immediately appeared before Ning Qingxuan and Enlon. "Your identities are about to be exposed. If exposed, you will be deported, and you will not be able to continue if the task is not completed." Ning Qingxuan was stunned. She was inexplicably moved by Wu Jiu's words. From the very beginning, Wu Jiu had been unconditionally helping her. He has also granted his own bloodline origin. When he asked this question, he surely already knew the answer. After a long silence, Ning Qingxuan nodded. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiu couldn't help but smile, looking again at the giant throne above, the statue belonging to Ning Qingxuan. "I knew it. Our king, such a gifted genius, must have come from beyond the skies." Smiling, Wu Jiu's voice began to choke a little. 70 years have passed, and he deeply missed the days of old. Looking down again, he was stunned to see that Ning Qingxuan and the others had vanished without a trace. When Ning Qingxuan woke up again, she was standing in a huge virtual square. Many examination students were returning one after another, their faces showing signs of surviving a catastrophe. Even in a B-level reincarnation world, completing the task seemed no easy feat. "It's over. We should have passed the assessment, right?" Anlin's tense spirit completely relaxed upon returning to Jiangnan City. In her reincarnation space, she had more than 700 zombie crystal cores, not only completing the task but exceeding it. "Let's wait and see the report from the reincarnation hall." Ning Qingxuan looked up at the large electronic screen in the virtual square. "Oh, you're still alive?" A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. The group turned their heads to see that it was Zhao Gongyu, who had spoken disrespectfully to them earlier. "Sorry to disappoint you," Anlin replied coldly. The Zhao family was part of the elite class in Jiangnan City, with ancestors who had been level 4 citizens. Zhao Gongyu's father is currently an S-level reincarnator, possessing considerable influence in Jiangnan City. Taking advantage of his family's power, Zhao Gongyu normally got what he wanted, but he was particularly wary of Ning Qingxuan. The reason was that Xin Jiayu, as the president of the Reincarnator Association in Jiangnan City, also held certain authority, and at times, the Zhao family had to give her some face. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Whenever Zhao Gongyu tried to make a profit, he would be discovered and stopped by Ning Qingxuan. Over time, they became increasingly at odds. "Although I don't know how you survived, this is just one assessment. The lives of reincarnators often hang by a thread. Isn't it good to be an ordinary person?" Zhao Gengyu smiled and spoke. Let alone this trial assessment, he could handle it easily. Even in future reincarnation experiences, he would face little difficulty. With the Zhao family as a powerful backing, becoming an S-level reincarnator was only a matter of time. In contrast, Ning Qingxuan had limited help due to Xinzheyu being the association president and the strict requirements of the reincarnation hall. If she wasn't careful, she could die in the reincarnation world, not knowing whether it was caused by a reincarnator or a native. You don't need to worry about that. Ning Qingxuan spoke calmly. She knew Zhao Gengyu was concerned that if she passed the assessment, she would become an obstacle to his profits. Congratulations to all trial participants, you have preliminarily completed the assessment of the reincarnation hall. At that moment, a hollow mechanical voice echoed in the virtual square. All the students quickly looked up at the electronic screen, hoping to find their names. Zhao Gengyu also looked over, and soon his gaze froze in place. Trial assessment first place. Ning Qingxuan? He felt as if struck by lightning, standing there stunned. Those glaring big characters loomed over hundreds of thousands of examining students, drawing everyone's attention. In the virtual square, a noisy uproar broke out in an instant. Many previously outstanding students' expressions changed dramatically. And more people were completely unprepared to find that this year's first place was someone unknown. Who is Ning Qingxuan? I've never heard of her. Wait, it seems like she drew an A-class reincarnation world. With a nearly certain death risk, she actually survived and even took first place in the trials? The square was buzzing, many eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to find this person named Ning Qingxuan. At this moment, Ning Qingxuan had already exited the virtual square and was hurrying out of the school gate. Outside, crowds of parents were eagerly waiting. When they saw their children safely coming out, they all burst into tears of joy. Ning Qingxuan quickly spotted Xinzheyu, who was waving and smiling at her. Mom! Ning Qingxuan rushed over and dove into her embrace. Chapter 12, Reactions from All Sides, Ancient Reincarnators? The trial assessment was over, but the impact of the blood food realm was far from finished. At this very moment, in a place extremely far away from Kanglan Star, within a certain ancient mansion in the direction of the Imperial Star belonging to the entire Kanglan system, an old man with white hair was brewing tea by the stove, looking relaxed. Suddenly, urgent shouts echoed through the courtyard as a woman in white hurried in. Blood Ancestor, something big has happened. The bloodline ranking in the reincarnation hall has changed. The old man known as Blood Ancestor immediately furrowed his brows. What's the rush? Speak slowly. The bloodline ranking in the reincarnation hall changes almost every few years. Sometimes, other reincarnators bring back powerful bloodlines from the reincarnation worlds, but it doesn't really shake their original bloodline. Our bloodline has been pushed to third place. The woman in white's words made the Blood Ancestor freeze, and he spat out the tea he was drinking. What did you say? He asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. The bloodline of the founding ancestor was an S-class bloodline, and no S-class bloodline had appeared in recent centuries, let alone being ranked second by the reincarnation hall. Blood Ancestor, you should see for yourself. The woman in white looked grave. With that, the Blood Ancestor suddenly waved his sleeve, connecting his consciousness to the wisdom goddess of the reincarnation hall. In an instant, he found himself in a virtual cosmic space. At that moment, many reincarnators had already gathered around him. They came from various life planets of the Federation, gazing at the bloodline ranking hanging above them. Their expressions varied. The Blood Ancestor's gaze was fixed firmly on the second-ranked Wu Jiu bloodline. How can a mere zombie bloodline push my bloodline down? Soon, he noticed that the newly appeared S-class bloodline actually came from Kanglan Star. Wisdom Goddess, please immediately help me contact the governor of Kanglan Star. The Blood Ancestor spoke in a deep voice, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. A drop in ranking meant that the rewards from the reincarnation hall would be greatly reduced. This was the largest source of income for his entire family. And Kanglan Star was just a small life planet under the Imperial Star, where the S-class reincarnators could barely be counted on one hand, and none were particularly outstanding. I am contacting you. The mechanical voice of the Wisdom Goddess rang out. Moments later, the virtual face of Fu Lingfeng appeared before him. Governor of Kanglan Star, I greet the Blood Ancestor of the Imperial Star. Fu Lingfeng appeared somewhat nervous. He was not surprised by the sudden contact from the Blood Ancestor. If he guessed correctly, this was certainly about the bloodline ranking. As a long-standing presence residing in the Imperial Star, Fu Lingfeng still needed to give a bit of face. Is this Ning Qingxuan an S-class reincarnator? The Blood Ancestor asked quietly. In his mind, only an S-class reincarnator could possibly bring back an S-class bloodline. But he knew almost all the S-class reincarnators from Kanglan Star, yet he had never heard of Ning Qingxuan. She is not. Fu Lingfeng replied honestly. Since she's not an S-class reincarnator, how did she bring back an S-class bloodline? Faced with the Blood Ancestor's doubt, Fu Lingfeng could not help but fall into silence. Some time ago, he was also confused about why the goddess of wisdom would classify Wu Zhou's bloodline as S-level, thus shaking the interests of some ancient families. This is a strong person from the reincarnation world, personally granting it to Ning Qingxuan, so there is no problem with the process, and the identification result is also operated by the goddess of wisdom. The level is also without issue. As these words fell, a strong dissatisfaction arose in the blood ancestor's heart. It was clear that Fu Lingfeng was hiding something. If you don't say it, I will find out on my own. The virtual connection was cut off, and the blood ancestor looked up at the bloodline ranking, lost in thought. On the other side, in the main hall of the capital of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng rubbed his temples and said to the secretary, apart from the instructions from the reincarnation hall, cut off all external contacts. From now on, no matter who comes to find me, say I am busy. The secretary did not ask why and immediately complied. After a moment, he tentatively asked, Governor, do we need to summon Ning Qingxuan immediately? Fu Lingfeng fell silent, seemingly hesitating. Currently, the identity of Ning Qingxuan has not been clarified. Moreover, within the reincarnation hall, there was no record of Ning Qingxuan at all. He did not seem to be a reincarnator, and his file was completely blank. There are probably two possibilities for this situation. Firstly, Ning Qingxuan's file belongs to the high-level secrets of the reincarnation hall, and even he, the governor of Kanglan Star, has no right to view it. Secondly, Ning Qingxuan really is not a reincarnator but an indigenous person from the blood food realm. Just like in his novel, he is the Lord of Eternal Night. And many years ago, he came into the Cosmic Alliance through a crack in the abyss. The first possibility is more likely, while the second is minimal. After all, in today's era, it is extremely difficult for strong beings from the myriad worlds to come to their world without the reincarnation hall noticing. Don't act rashly for now. After thinking for a while, Fu Lingfeng decided it would be better to avoid direct contact with Ning Qingxuan's family. The secretary spoke again, Governor, do you think it is possible that this Ning Qingxuan is actually an ancient reincarnator? As these words fell, Fu Lingfeng was taken aback. Ancient reincarnators differed completely from today's era. They were among the earliest batch to enter the myriad worlds from the reincarnation hall. They possessed the most primitive powers of the reincarnation hall, able to achieve soul descent, which is reincarnation, and become part of the indigenous population. Many years ago, the reincarnation hall learned many ways to become stronger through this method and brought them back. The Federation thrived because of this, and by now, it had completed interstellar expansion, conquering thousands of life planets. Undoubtedly, the contributions of ancient reincarnators are extremely significant. Without them, there would be no current Federation. Based on the current information about Ning Qingxuan, it seems he has an astonishing resemblance to the ancient reincarnators mentioned by the secretary. This matter still needs verification by the reincarnation hall. If he is an ancient reincarnator, it indicates he is not merely reincarnated into one world, he is likely from another world as well. Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought, recalling events that happened in the blood food realm, still somewhat shaken inside. Even ancient reincarnators might not be able to achieve such astonishing levels, right? To elevate a world clearly classified as an A-level reincarnation world forcefully to S-level, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation since becoming governor of Kanglan Star. Understood, I will go and get busy then. The secretary no longer bothered him and exited the hall. Chapter 13, the S-level reincarnator of Kanglan Star. 2 days later. In the Bishui garden. 50,000 points? Ning Qingxuan stared in shock at her account in the reincarnation space, which suddenly showed an additional 50,000 points. Additionally, there was a note from the governor of Kanglan Star. It is a reward for her to bring back the S-rank bloodline. Shinjiu smiled brightly and said, what's wrong, is it too little? Although it can't compare to the million reward for the first place zombified ancestor, it's still quite a lot. And this is just a one-time reward. In the future, throughout the entire Universe Alliance, as long as someone uses points to buy your bloodline, you will get at least 5% of the points. I'm afraid it won't be long before you become a little rich woman. Shinjiu joked, her eyes full of tenderness. Ning Qingxuan quickly shook her head, very happy, it's because it's too much, I never even dreamed that there would be so many points in my account. If Dad knew, he would be even happier. After all, these points are all thanks to Dad. By the way, hasn't Dad returned yet? Mentioning Ning Qingxuan, Shinjiyu's mouth slightly pouted, showing some grievances. I can't reach him, the phone doesn't connect. If there are no surprises, he must have run up to the mountains to retreat and write. Shinjiyu wished she could pull Ning Qingxuan out immediately and dig to the bottom of all the questions in her heart. Without giving her an answer, I won't allow her to get out of bed. At the same time, Shinjiyu also felt a bit complicated and guilty. Due to work reasons, she needed to handle many affairs, and it seemed she never genuinely cared about Ning Qingxuan's dream of being a writer. She hadn't even read The Redemption Path of the Corpse King, not once. But now, it seemed Ning Qingxuan's writer dream was about to come true? She casually browsed her phone page, opening the news channel of Jiangnan City, which was almost entirely focused on the blood food world. Meanwhile, the redemption path of the Corpse King had skyrocketed in views. In just 2 days, there were actually forum experts who had fully absorbed the content and created a complete strategy for the blood food world using this book. This meant that if the Reincarnation Hall released new tasks regarding the blood food world, whoever was chosen would have a significantly increased probability of survival and gaining opportunities as long as they had the strategy. Suddenly, Ning Qingxuan's name became widely known, pursued by a group of fanatics. Various opinions and speculations emerged online, including some bizarre rumors. They said Ning Qingxuan was an ancient reincarnator, and the content he wrote was from past life memories, making his identity even more mysterious. However, what puzzled Xinjiu was that the higher-ups did not stop these statements. This was too abnormal. As she was browsing the information, suddenly an important summons popped up. Xinjiu squinted to see, and as soon as she recognized the jurisdiction, her expression changed immediately. "I have some matters to deal with, don't run around at home." After saying this to Ning Qingxuan, she hurried out the door. Kanglan is vast, similar to Jiangnan City, with over several thousand prosperous cities. Each city has a reincarnation association, which means there are a total of thousands of presidents in Kanglan. Above all the reincarnation associations, there is a higher-level department that governs, which is the branch hall of the Reincarnation Hall. This is the institution immediately subordinate to the capital of Kanglan, and Xinjiu only had the opportunity to contact it when she took office as the association president many years ago. For many years afterward, she was unable to step inside even half a step. Suddenly being summoned by the higher-ups, Xinjiu's first instinct was that it was probably related to Ning Qingxuan's matters. Half a day later, she arrived at the entrance of the branch hall. Before her, the solemn and ancient buildings emitted a deep and oppressive atmosphere that made her heart unsettled. With no way to foresee what would happen next, she took a deep breath and steeled herself to walk inside. Following her memory, she knocked on the door of the hall leader. "Come in." An old voice came through, calm and peaceful. Xinjiu pushed the door open and saw the hall leader, who was already over 150 years old. Also in the hall was a well-known senior and a young boy. President of Jiangnan City's Reincarnation Association. "I have seen the elder of Kanglan Palace," Xinjiu said respectfully, glancing at the senior beside him, feeling genuinely shocked inside. This face almost symbolizes the entire reputation of Kanglan. His name is well known, echoing like thunder. Every reincarnator of Kanglan has heard of his deeds. He became famous at a young age, once winning the top spot in the Kanglan entrance examination, his scores surpassing the talents of the previous decades, a legendary figure who became an S-level reincarnator in just 50 years. He has experienced numerous extremely dangerous tasks, completing hundreds of A-level missions and over 3 S-level missions with outstanding results. His name is Zhao Wanjun, one of the few S-levels in Kanglan, and even on the S-level reincarnator ranking list of the Reincarnation Hall, his name and record can be seen. Logically speaking, he should have left Kanglan long ago and gone to the Imperial Star of the Kanglan system for better development. But for some unknown reason, he has stayed in Kanglan for many years. No need for excessive courtesy. The reason I called you here today involves 2 matters. Let Zhao Wanjun explain the first matter to you. The old palace master, despite being over 150 years old, had very few wrinkles on his face and appeared rather youthful. His gaze towards Xinjiu had a hint of brightness, changing from his usual cold and serious demeanor, as he wore a smile. Xinjiu was puzzled, then saw Zhao Wanjun grab the boy by the neck. "My son Zhao Gongyu has repeatedly slandered Ning Qingxuan, causing her much trouble. As his elder, I have failed in my duties, and today I come to apologize to the president." After speaking, he used more force in his grip, causing Zhao Gongyu to cry out. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, President Shen. A magnanimous person should overlook the faults of a petty one." Zhao Gongyu trembled in fear. His father usually spoiled him, and he had only spoken a few bad words about Ning Qingxuan, yet it provoked Zhao Wanjun's furious wrath. He had even uncovered all of Zhao Gongyu's misdeeds at school. Today, he had to apologize in front of the elder of Kanglan Palace. Slander? Xinjiu stared at Zhao Gongyu, narrowing his eyes slightly. Ning Qingxuan had mentioned a boy named Zhao Gongyu, noting that he seemed like an immature child who always stirred up trouble. From Ning Qingxuan's tone, it seemed she had not taken it to heart at all. You exaggerate. Xinjiu understood that the old palace master was here to mediate, regardless of any conflict between her and the Zhao family. For the old palace master's sake, it should all be settled. But in reality, she knew it was due to the matters regarding Ning Qingxuan that had begun to stir at the higher levels. This made Xinjiu feel a little dazed, finding it hard to believe. When did the S-level reincarnators of Kanglan start to clarify misunderstandings with her actively? Thank you. Zhao Wanjun seemed to let out a sigh of relief, preparing to take Zhao Gongyu away. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. Additionally, on behalf of the Zhao family, I would like to congratulate President Shen in advance. Chapter 14, Gathered Strength, Imperial Star's Tribulation. Congratulate? What does this mean? Shinjiyu looked at the receding figures of the Zhao father and son, not understanding the meaning of his words. But he saw the old palace master smile again. Zhao Wanjun has changed his mind and is about to embark on a journey to our star system's Imperial Star. He will have a better future. Hearing that Zhao Wanjun was about to leave Kanglan Star, Shinjiyu's expression changed. For so many years, Zhao Wanjun has been the symbol of Kanglan Star. With him here, Kanglan Star had not lost face in front of the Federation. His departure today was very sudden, without any signs. Why? Shinjiyu instinctively asked. I don't know the specifics, but it is said that a certain major power from the Imperial Star has extended an olive branch to him. In any case, it is definitely more promising than staying in Kanglan Star. This is his own choice. After he leaves, Kanglan Star will have one very good opportunity available. I talked to him a bit, and I think this opportunity should be given to you. The old hallmaster took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Shinjiyu. Pausing for a moment, he continued, 2 months ago, the Reincarnation Hall discovered an S-class reincarnation world, a martial arts world with quite unusual levels of combat strength. The resources are abundant, and the tasks are quite simple. Currently, no reincarnators have entered it yet. This information is internal, only someone at my level can access it. According to the Reincarnation Hall, there is only one person from Kanglan Star who can obtain the entry quota, and that person is you. You don't need to feel too much pressure, just complete a few tasks casually, and it's equivalent to further education. After hearing the old hallmaster's words, Shinjiyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. She sighed, Hallmaster, you think too highly of me. I am only at the A level. No matter how plentiful the resources of this reincarnation world are, that is still S level. Moreover, the conditions of the reincarnation hall are so harsh. Kanglan Star has only one quota, which means that most who enter will be S-level reincarnators, and it's very likely that there will even be people from the heavenly ranking. It's not that I don't want to go, but my qualifications really haven't reached that level. Shinjiyu politely declined. Reincarnators have a rule: they must enter a reincarnation world at least once every 3 months and at most every 2 years, otherwise, they would lose their status as reincarnators. As the president, she only needed to participate in a task every 2 years, and those tasks were not very difficult for her A-level status. To have her play in such a high-end game seems beyond her capabilities. You also said, this is an S-class reincarnation world, and if you can grasp some good cultivation methods from it, it would be a rare opportunity. You can't stay at A-level for a lifetime, right? Only in the S-class reincarnation world can you have the chance to become an S-level reincarnator. Moreover, it's time for me to retire. I have high hopes for you. Since you took office as the president of Jiangnan City, your work attitude has been very serious, and your achievements are evident. In recent years, Jiangnan City has faced 6 alien invasions and 14 abyss disasters. Each time, you were at the forefront, and I have the records here. When you return from the Central Plains, I will recommend you to the governor to take my position. The old hallmaster spoke slowly, as if confident that once this temptation was thrown out, even if Shinjiyu had to risk everything, she would give it a try. Replace your position? Shinjiyu was stunned, her breathing quickening at that moment. Among the thousands of association presidents in Kanglan Star, one is chosen every century to become the hallmaster. Overseeing the branch institutions of Kanglan Star, managing all reincarnators below the S level. This kind of power was something she had never dared to dream of in her life. Points, wealth, status, what were they compared to this position? Shinjiyu's heart began to struggle. She was very clear that it was not as simple as the old hallmaster said, just casually completing a few tasks and then returning to take over the hallmaster position. She would definitely need to achieve enough results and become an S-level reincarnator. May I ask, what difficulty star level is the Central Plains? The old hallmaster pointed to the document. The specific data is all inside. Currently, the reincarnation hall has not given a clear star level, but I estimate it will not be lower than 6 stars. This time you enter, you are both investigators and beneficiaries. Many are also preparing to sprint for S level. So you are not the only A level. After hearing this, Shinjiyu fell silent for a moment. It was evident that the only chance in her life to turn things around was right before her. After a while, she took a deep breath, her gaze becoming firm. Thank you, Hall Master. She tightly held the document and left the branch hall. Time quickly passed, and when Shinjiyu returned home, she carefully read the document, continuously understanding the structure and hierarchy of the Central Plains. The information that the Reincarnation Hall could provide was very limited. Most of these are quite ambiguous, making it hard to pinpoint exactly. Fortunately, Shinjiyu still extracted some content, which was quite helpful. By a twist of fate, she blushed, hid from Ning Qingxuan, and secretly rummaged through her home for several days, collecting many drafts previously written by Ning Qingxuan, but she did not find anything similar. What am I doing? Realizing this, Shinjiyu felt quite shameful. 2 days later, she received news from the Reincarnation Hall. Mom is going on a business trip these days, you can stay at Anlin's house. Shin Jiyu packed all her belongings and reminded Ning Qingxuan. Mom, you can use my account freely, buy whatever you want, no need to save for me. Ning Qingxuan did not ask. Since childhood, Shin Jiyu had always been busy, often going out to resolve issues in Jiangnan City, mostly related to other races and abyss disasters. You said it, don't blame me if you use it all up. Shin Jiyu revealed a knowing smile, pinched Ning Qingxuan's cheek, and then walked out the door. Requesting connection to the goddess of wisdom. With her will conveyed, Shin Jiyu's figure instantly vanished. When she opened her eyes, she was standing in a virtual square, with the massive silhouette of Kanglan Star beneath her feet and countless stars dotted in the sky. Kanglan Star A-level reincarnator Shin Jiyu has joined. A cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the space, and several people scattered across the square turned their gazes toward the newly arrived Shin Jiyu. As soon as they heard she was only A-level, no one paid her any more attention. Shin Jiyu glanced around and found that there were only 32 attendees, divided into a dozen camps. Am I the only one acting alone? Shin Jiyu slightly pursed her lips, which meant her journey would be more difficult, needing to be on guard against other reincarnators at all times. Kanglan Star S-level reincarnator Yan Jia has joined. The voice rang out again, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. Their pupils constricted violently, bodies stiffening, breaths suddenly halting. Yan Jia actually came? Although I anticipated the appearance of a reincarnator from the heavenly rankings, I didn't expect it to be Yan Jia. It seems he just broke through an S-level reincarnation world 2 months ago, doesn't he need to rest? Everyone in the virtual square looked towards the figure sent by the goddess of wisdom. Tall and slender, with distinct facial features, wearing a long black robe. Surrounded by a heavy pressure, bearing multiple S-level reincarnation world's treasures, including cultivation techniques, the intense aura of danger he exuded made everyone's hair stand on end. Shin Jiyu's face also turned ugly. Although she had never seen Yan Jia, she had heard some things about Kanglan Star's Emperor Star. He was a genuine powerhouse of the heavenly rankings. The heavenly rankings, built by the Reincarnation Hall, is a classification of the Federation's S-level reincarnators. A total of 3,000 spots, and each ranked person earns points from the. They all stepped back a few paces. The minions of Yan Jia have arrived, all of them are people from the heavenly list. Yu Yunxian, ranked 436 on the heavenly list. Ding Xiao, ranked 159. 4 of them teamed up. Are they preparing to break through the reincarnation world again? Witnessing this scene, Shin Jiyu felt a deep sense of helplessness surge within. Fighting alone, it seemed almost impossible to have any chance of obtaining fortunes from the central plains. As Yan Jia's cold gaze swept across the crowd, whispers soon faded. He suddenly focused on Shin Jiyu and began to walk over. Who are you? Did Zhao Wanjun give his position to you? Yan Jia's words were icy, almost scrutinizing, as he looked at Shin Jiyu. The overwhelming pressure from Yan Jia made it hard for Shin Jiyu to breathe. He has already gone to the Emperor Star, so I came to take his spot. Upon hearing this, Yan Jia's eyes flickered with a chilling gleam, followed by a hint of deep regret. You're lucky. If you manage to survive and return, you might as well tell him he can dodge the first day but not the 15th. If I run into him again, even on the Emperor Star, no one can save his head. Shin Jiyu frowned slightly. Seeing this situation, it seemed Zhao Wanjun and this top S-rank reincarnator from the heavenly list had experienced some very unpleasant moments before. On another side, Yu Yunxian also approached, looking Shin Jiyu up and down. With a sly smile he said. This lady is also from Kanglan Star, right? What a pity. Kanglan Star used to be the mother planet of the Kanglan system many years ago, but later suffered from a lack of resources, and all the top talents moved away. You have good potential. Perhaps in the future, you might have the opportunity to go to the Emperor Star. In this reincarnation world, you must live well. Faced with that smiling face, Shin Jiyu felt uncomfortable and took a few steps back. She did not want to engage with these people, not even to say another word. Instead, she hoped to stay as far away from them as possible in the central plains. Another person from the heavenly list has arrived. The third minion of Yan Jia, Ding Xiao, suddenly spoke in a low voice. He glanced towards the vacant area of the virtual square, as if sensing a distortion in the space. Sure enough, the voice of the goddess of wisdom rang out again. S-rank reincarnator Chen Yuning from Kanglan system has joined. A-rank reincarnator Shiryu from Kanglan system has joined. 3 figures stepped out from the space. 1 S-rank and 2 A-ranks. Upon hearing Chen Yuning's name, everyone's expression changed, including Yan Jia and several of his minions, whose eyes revealed malice. Chen Yuning, the unrivaled genius from Kanglan Star 100 years ago? Shin Jiyu's heart shook as she quickly looked over. The leader wore a white robe, with hair reaching her shoulders, and skin as pale as snow, showing no signs of flaw. Her gaze was cold and ruthless, and the 2 A-rank reincarnators beside her faintly approached S-rank level. This is a senior from Kanglan Star, the number 1 100 years ago, who now ranks 95 on the S-rank heavenly list. Shin Jiyu murmured to herself, truly not expecting that two powerful figures from the top 100 of the heavenly list would come just from the Kanglan system, let alone from other places in the Federation. The Central Plains would probably be thrown into a bloody storm by them. You, please keep your distance from the lady from Kanglan Star. Chen Yuning stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. Yu Yunchuan's expression turned cold, he did not speak. Yan Jia merely glanced at her and then shifted his gaze away. Chen Yuning walked straight to Shinjiu, her expression gentle. It's been many years since I met someone from my hometown. My name is Chen Yuning, you should know who I am. In this reincarnation world, if you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. Seeing Shinjiu, Chen Yuning felt particularly warm, her words acted more like a warning to those present, this person was under her protection. Thank you, senior. Shinjiu felt a deep sense of gratitude, regardless of whether Chen Yuning would truly help her or not, In a situation of no kinship, just saying this sentence is enough. Members of the Kanglan clan are all in position. Please note, you are about to enter the S-Class Reincarnation World, Central Plains. You can choose the following tasks. 1. Survive for 100 days. 2. Bring back 3 types of verified S-Class cultivation techniques, weapons, treasures, rare elixirs, and herbal seeds. 3. Investigate the complete history and secret tales of the Central Plains for the past 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, and 500 years. 4. Complete the assassination list. A series of cold mechanical sounds echoed throughout the space. Everyone listened carefully. The first few tasks had a relatively higher completion rate, and the difficulty increased significantly as they progressed. This would determine one's own performance and the richness of rewards one could obtain. Shinjiu, after listening, seemed to ponder. It appeared that she would need to complete at least 3 tasks to be promoted to an S-Class Reincarnator and achieve a decent score. Countdown is in progress. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wish everyone a pleasant journey. Chapter 16, Master of Rebirth, Myth of the Demon Path. In the Central Plains, at the Baiyue Mountain Villa. Ancient buildings were constructed on the cliffs, waterfalls flowed, and occasionally cranes cried out, giving the entire villa a peaceful atmosphere. At this moment, in the loft at the mountain peak, there sat a young man in a black robe. He calmly swayed the teacup in his hand, his gaze indifferently staring at the clouds in the sky, able to overlook the distant peaks from this angle, taking everything in. Outside the loft stood a crowd of elegantly dressed people. Their flowing robes revealed a lotus pattern that exuded a chill. After 3 rounds of tea, a team finally appeared outside the villa. They were escorting a disheveled old man and came to kneel outside the loft. Subordinates pay respects to the master, may the master be blessed. Ning Qingxuan's action of swaying the teacup slightly paused. He did not turn around, but a faint light flickered in his eyes. Li Zhuangju, you have made me wait a long time. The leader of the team was drenched in cold sweat and quickly explained, reporting to the master, there was a small accident on the way back, and we almost let the old bone demon escape. I had to exert a lot of effort to repress him again, taking some time, I hope the master can forgive. Li Zhuangju's forehead was beaded with fine sweat, he dared not lift his head to look at the figure in the loft. The invisible pressure surrounding him made his true energy freeze, as if his dantian was about to be frozen too. Ning Qingxuan put down the teacup and did not pursue the issue with Li Zhuangju. He glanced sideways at the old bone demon brought over, confirming that this was indeed the person he had been searching for 10 years. After 10 years, you still refuse to let me go. The old bone demon stared fixedly at Ning Qingxuan's back, trying to see the true face of the Master of Rebirth. 10 years ago, he had just emerged from seclusion. Upon hearing rumors from the outside world, he learned of the fame of the Master of Rebirth. Some said he was an extremely rare genius in the Central Plains, mastering terrifying demonic powers, suppressing all the young generations of the 3 teachings, 9 sects, and 16 nations. He was said to be ruthless and cold. Others claimed he was a heavenly blessed child, possessing ungodly talent, creating numerous divine techniques, breathing and heart methods, or even independently establishing a complete path of cultivation. The rumors were incredible, almost mythical. Yet he, the master of the Bone Sect, was a dignified figure, inheriting hundreds of years of demonic tradition in the Central Plains. Just a few decades of seclusion, and the world outside had changed so much? When he saw someone from the Rebirth Sect traversing the human cities, he could barely hold back and killed him with a wave of his hand. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, the Rebirth Sect's 100,000 disciples surrounded the Bone Sect so tightly that even a fly couldn't escape. Within half a day, they completely wiped out the Bone Sect. He was left with no choice but to escape under the siege of the 4 guardians of the Rebirth Sect, exhausting all his treasures and true energy. Thus began his 10 years of fleeing. The sky was high and the land vast in the Central Plains, territories were extensive. Difficult to see the edge, yet no place to find shelter. For 10 years, he has nightmares every night. Almost every night he dreams of the tragic scene of the Bone Gate. To escape his predicament, he had no choice but to come to the moon-worship mountain villa. However, he never expected that the Moon Worship Mountain Villa, which is not weaker than the Bone Gate in its foundation, had secretly surrendered to the Afterlife Sect. Master Li set a trap, leading to the scene before him. You killed my 2 beloved disciples, how can I spare you? No matter where you escape, if you're alive, I want to see you, if you're dead, I want to see your corpse. Even if there's only a wisp of your ashes left, I will scatter them. Ning Qingxuan finally stood up, slowly walked in front of the bone old demon, his eyes surrounded by a cold light. Die for me. As Ning Qingxuan approached within 3 steps, the bone old demon suddenly went wild, unleashing an astonishing power of true energy, instantly breaking free from Master Li's suppression and seal. A wisp of demonic energy condensed, swirling around his fingertips, and viciously stabbed toward Ning Qingxuan's brow. Sect Master. Master Li was shocked, his heart almost stopping. Bang! A loud bang echoed, shaking the villa. The bone old demon's fingertip halted 3 inches from Ning Qingxuan's brow, unable to advance any further. He stared at Ning Qingxuan's calm face, his pupils trembling in disbelief, then a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, as infinite sadness and despair surged within him. I have closed myself off for 30 years to finally step into the celestial realm. I thought I was above all, second to none, save for that Wang Xianran. Yet, I can't even break through your protective aura. Ning Qingxuan gently raised his hand, the power gathered in his palm, resting on the bone old demon's head, causing his meridians to shatter, his dantian to explode, the foundation of his celestial realm true energy collapsing. With a thud, the bone old demon lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, lifeless. Sect Master. I had no knowledge of this. On the side, Master Li was scared out of his wits, kneeling to the ground. He couldn't understand why the bone old demon, who was clearly suppressed, would unleash his full power. Ning Qingxuan flicked his sleeve, dispersing the blood mist before him. Your seal is useless against him, and you are not his opponent. He was captured only to kill me. With these words, Master Li's spine chilled. Could it be that from the very beginning, Ning Qingxuan had seen through the bone old demon's act? And that previous strike from the bone old demon, if used against him, would have surely been fatal. Yet Ning Qingxuan did not move an inch, nor did he make a single attack. With just his protective aura, he easily neutralized it. With another wave of his hand, the bone old demon was already dead. What level of strength was this? I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Master Li was terrified, bowing his head repeatedly. Ning Qingxuan didn't look at him, turning to walk into the sedan next to the loft. The driver quietly spoke from outside the sedan. Sect Master, the 4 protectors have sent news that some strange people have appeared in the Central Plains recently. They don't know where they come from, but they are very powerful, visiting various sects to demand scriptures and manuals. If any sect refuses, they are met with brutal killings, and their treasure vaults are completely raided. I have already instructed the 4 protectors to keep watching. What worries me is that these people may find our Afterlife Sect's temple. After all, our sect lacks strength. After hearing this, Ning Qingxuan sat in the sedan, frowning slightly. A group of very powerful yet strange people? Looking across the Central Plains, he had observed most of the hidden powers. Could they be from beyond Central Plains? Let's observe for a while, then return to the sect. Ning Qingxuan spoke. Understood. The driver replied. The sedan rose into the air, with hundreds of Afterlife Sect masters stepping into the void and leaving. Master Li remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Throughout the entire Moon Worship Mountain Villa, loud cries resounded. Sending off the master, may the master be blessed. The voice echoes into the sky, lingering for a long time. Chapter 17, The Great Masterpiece Cannot Be Destroyed. On the banks of the River of Afterlife, in the Afterlife Sect. Ning Qingxuan sits in the courtyard, gazing into the distance. Reflecting on the journey of the Central Plains, his heart feels somewhat melancholic. It has been 25 years. With a slight movement of thought, a line of text appears before him. Current development of life's talents, maximum level of comprehension, sword embryo sacred body. Remaining time for material collection, 75 years. In 75 more years, he will complete this great masterpiece and gain all corresponding powers. Since his first encounter with the life development system until today, he has already completed many journeys, generating several masterpieces. He had developed the life of a warlord from the Snow Country, and a street gang leader from medieval times, until finally creating a Sun Never Set's financial empire. Even the life of a zombie clan from an apocalypse world, supporting the old era humans and slaying the ancestors, was honored by the world as the Eternal Night Monarch. These repeated life experiences have accumulated to 400 years. But in reality, he is still not yet 30 years old in the Cosmic Alliance world. This often brings a sense of the world's vicissitudes to his gaze. However, what he never expected was that the Rothschild financial empire he developed years ago is exactly the same as the reincarnation world of the Reincarnation Hall. At that moment, he realized that he has truly reincarnated, the only difference being the speed of time flow. Master. A voice from outside the courtyard interrupts Ning Qingxuan's thoughts. The coachman respectfully speaks, the master of Tianyi Cave seeks an audience. Come in. Ning Qingxuan speaks calmly. The visitor wears a white robe, and due to his long-standing high position, exudes an invisible authority. Although his temples are already white, they cannot hide the heroic contours of his face. However, at this moment, his eyes are filled with blood and dimness. I have met the master of Afterlife Sect. He bows towards the interior of the courtyard. What is the matter? Ning Qingxuan asks. The master of Tianyi Cave falls silent for a moment, his body trembling slightly, as if recalling what happened to him, his tone choked with emotion. I have come today to request the master of Afterlife Sect to emerge and sweep away the foreign invaders entering the Central Plains. Ning Qingxuan cannot help but be surprised. The Tianyi Cave master he remembers was so proud, yet now he is filled with grief and anger, even a sense of hopeless despair. It is evident that the strange group mentioned by the coachman had struck at the Tianyi Cave. I recall that the cave master's strength is at the early stage of Heaven Man. Looking across the Central Plains, he is a well-known strongman, with over 10,000 disciples in the cave. What kind of strong enemy has forced you to this extent? In response to Ning Qingxuan's question, the master of Tianyi Cave wears a complex expression, his eyes mixed with a hint of lingering fear, as he takes out several scrolls from his bosom. It is not that I cannot defeat them, but the incoming enemies have a very strange cultivation system, and the artifacts they use are things I have never seen in my life. Master, please look at this jet black metal artifact. My top elder in the Grandmaster realm was actually killed instantly by it. After speaking, the coachman takes one of the scrolls, enters the courtyard, and hands it to Ning Qingxuan. Ning Qingxuan casually glances at it, his gaze suddenly stopping in surprise. The so-called jet black metal artifact has a long barrel and a grip. Ning Qingxuan's expression turns strange. Barret? Or a specially modified, repeatedly enchanted hunter version of Barret. He remembers Shinjeyu had said that this kind of Barret has terrifying destructive power, equipped with explosive rounds, with a range that exceeds 10 kilometers, capable of instantly exploding a small mountain. In reality, to use it requires spending points to purchase. One explosive round is worth 10,000 points. Only those who are S-class reincarnators or from extremely wealthy families can afford the hunter version of Barret. Ning Qingxuan suddenly understands what has happened in the Central Plains. The Lord of Tianyi spoke again. Master, please take a look. This is yet another monster I have never seen before. It's almost invulnerable, incredibly strong, and despite emitting no true energy fluctuations, it can soar into the sky and vanish into the earth. The coachman handed over yet another scroll, inside which was painted a grim-faced monster, sporting huge fangs at the corners of its mouth, with crimson pupils. A zombie. Ning Qingxuan contemplated thoughtfully. He didn't know what level of zombie this was, but if it were a zombie king, then indeed it was not something the Lord of Tianyi could contend with. The one who could tame and control the zombie king would certainly be an S-level reincarnator, and one of the very top masters among them. These two scrolls revealed one piece of information. The reincarnators descending upon the Central Plains held very high ranks, most being S-level or above. I have sent the 4 great protectors to investigate. If there's a chance, I will reclaim your Tianyi Cave. Ning Qingxuan pondered for a moment and then responded as such. The Lord of Tianyi rejoiced greatly, feeling a surge of excitement inside. The 4 great protectors of the Rebirth sect had deeply inherited from this young master, having stepped into the later stages of the celestial being realm years ago, making them the greatest experts of the Central Plains. It is said that 10 years ago, the 4 great protectors besieged the Withered Bones Old Demon, causing the demon to flee for a full 10 years. Keep in mind that the Withered Bones Old Demon was a notorious villain. Many righteous sects of the Central Plains could do nothing against him. Thank you, Master. Your grace, Master, will be remembered by everyone in Tianyi Cave, from the elders down to the disciples. The Lord of Tianyi expressed his thanks, and the coachman led him away from the courtyard. Ning Qingxuan quietly waited for a long time, until the space slightly distorted, and a girl in a green robe stepped out of the space. The girl had a delicate face, exquisite features, and long black hair cascading down to her shoulders, looking no older than 15 or 16. She knelt on one knee before Ning Qingxuan. Master, you called for me? Ning Qingxuan nodded slightly, looking at his beloved disciple Jiang Qinggu, his gaze carrying a hint of complexity. I have avenged the grudge of your 2 junior brothers. From now on, focus on your cultivation. Also, since you have just emerged from seclusion, you may not be familiar with the Martial King realm I have opened up for you. There happens to be an opportunity for training. He handed the 2 scrolls to Jiang Qinggu. As Jiang Qinggu accepted the scrolls and heard of her junior brother's vendetta being avenged, tears unconsciously sparkled in her eyes. But soon, she regained her composure. Looking at the contents of the scrolls, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Master, what is this? One was a completely black metallic object, and the other depicted a terrifying, vicious monster. The scrolls portrayed things she had never seen before. Ning Qingxuan paused for a moment and replied, I'm also not too sure. Recently, a large number of outsiders have emerged within the Central Plains, and it's unclear where they came from. Their methods are rather brutal. So far, many forces in the Central Plains have been affected. You need to discern carefully, do not harm the innocent, but when it's time to strike, do so without hesitation. Jiang Qingwu clasped her hands together. I will diligently follow Master's teachings. With the scrolls in hand, she took a step forward and vanished into the vast sky. Ning Qingxuan sipped a cup of tea and murmured to himself, the hard-earned masterpiece must not be destroyed, this one will undoubtedly secure a contract. Chapter 18, Suspected S+++? On the other side, Shinjiyu and Chen Yuning, along with a few others, had already arrived in front of an ancient and majestic temple. Shinjiyu gazed at the stone tablet at the foot of the mountain, marveling at its inscription. Golden Light Temple, a top-level righteous sect in the Central Plains, has a lineage of 300 years. Having undergone 4 headmaster transitions, each headmaster has been of mid-celestial being realm strength, standing at the pinnacle of experts in the Central Plains. It is said that this headmaster is relatively young but is already of mid-celestial being realm. Rumors from the outside suggest he might reach mid-celestial being realm before he turns 40. Chen Yuning gazed at the mountain gate ahead, whispering, her eyes filled with awe. The group had been in the Central Plains for a while now. After understanding, they found that the descriptions of the Central Plains and the Reincarnation Palace had basically no omissions. This is a world of martial arts supremacy, where the system of realms has been inherited until now, said to have a long history that is hard to trace. The path of martial arts begins with body refinement, then to master, grand master, and finally to celestial being. There are a total of 4 realms, and the strength difference of each realm is like a chasm. Since ancient times, anyone who could step into the Grand Master realm has been a proud child of heaven. Looking at the realm of celestial beings, there are even fewer, enough to establish sects and leave behind their own inheritance. The young head of the Golden Light Temple ahead is said to be one of the top 10 prodigies of this generation, having fully mastered all the scriptures and secrets of the Golden Light Temple, with an immeasurable future ahead. They came today, of course, to seek divine skills. The few exchanged glances, no longer delaying, and began to climb the mountain to visit. After a moment, Chen Yuning stopped outside the mountain gate and shouted loudly. Junior Chen Yuning, here to see the head. In the vast square of the Golden Light Temple, only a sweeping monk could be seen. As the voice echoed, a powerful divine sense swept across from the top of the treasure pavilion, landing on Chen Yuning and several other reincarnators. The scriptures of the Golden Light Temple are never passed down, especially not to outsiders. The heavenly voice resounded, a righteous aura sweeping across the square, causing Shinjiyu and other A-level reincarnators to flush instantly. Only Chen Yuning was unaffected. She understood that Yan Jia and the other reincarnators' actions had already filled the Golden Light Temple with vigilance. She did not give up, her eyes revealing determination as she spoke. Junior is willing to exchange, just seeking a moment with the head. If the head is not interested in what I have, I will leave immediately. After her words fell, there was a brief silence at the top of the treasure pavilion. Then, there was a rumble in the sky as a young figure stepped forward. He stared at Shinjiyu and Chen Yuning, his expression slightly easing. What is in the heart reflects on the face, and he could tell at a glance that they were different from Yan Jia and others. Senior, please look. Chen Yuning did not delay, taking out a shining golden object from her reincarnation space. The head of the Golden Light Temple's gaze was instantly attracted, even the sweeping monk's actions paused slightly, and Shinjiyu could feel a multitude of hidden gazes appearing around the Golden Light Temple. This is a relic? The head was moved. Relics belong to sacred objects in Buddhism. Anyone in Buddhism who sees these things cannot help but be tempted. Chen Yuning smiled and said, this is a tongue relic, which was born after a great Buddhist master sat down years ago, and by chance, I found the place of his passing. The head's expression became serious. Where do you come from? Is there a Buddhist master in the place you come from? Chen Yuning nodded earnestly. We come from the western regions, and indeed, there are many Buddhist masters. Beside her, Shinjiyu couldn't help but chuckle. This must be something Chen Yuning obtained from another reincarnation world, but the faith of Buddhism across the realms hardly differs. Therefore, this relic was deeply attractive to the head of the Golden Light Temple. Can this item be exchanged for the Golden Light Temple's prajna skill? Chen Yuning asked again. On the way here, she had learned about the unique divine skills of the Golden Light Temple. In the rumors from the outside world, the prajna skill is said to be one of the top 10 divine skills of the Central Plains. You actually dare to covet the unique skills of our temple? The head's eyes, previously filled with desire, instantly turned rational and cold. Chen Yuning did not spend time on unnecessary words. With a wave of her hand, a relic transformed into 3. The head was momentarily stunned, his expression turning fiery, even his breathing became slightly heavier. Well, the unique skill of our temple is not something just anyone can learn. What harm is there in giving it to you? He hesitated, gritted his teeth for a moment, and finally waved his sleeve, throwing a scroll of ancient text to Chen Yuning, then immediately took the 3 relics away. Chen Yuning was overjoyed, her heart leaping with excitement. Immediately upload the Prajna divine technique. Before long, the words describing the reincarnation hall appeared before me. Identifying items now. Cultivation secret, Golden Light Temple's Prajna divine technique. Identification complete, the secret is real and effective. Identification rating, S rank. Seeing this scene, Shen Yunyang smiled again, feeling a sigh of relief in her heart. She looked at the two companions she brought in Shinjayu, and after thinking, said to the head of the Golden Light Temple, "We still have some other Buddhist treasures, I wonder if the head is willing." "Certainly." The head carefully took the 3 relics and immediately answered before Chen Yunyang finished speaking. "However, it can only be non-Golden Light Temple cultivation secrets." He suddenly remembered that he had a set of secret techniques that someone had gifted him, which he couldn't use at all. "What is it?" Chen Yunyang asked. "A set of demonic techniques." The head replied. "Demonic techniques?" The few of them looked at each other, all frowning. Since it is a demonic technique, there must be drawbacks. Its value and effect are far less than those of the famous sect's Golden Light Temple techniques. "Who wants it?" Chen Yunyang looked at the 2 A-level reincarnators. "I don't want it. I don't want to become an ugly monster either." The 2 decisively refused, without any hesitation. Chen Yunyang sighed, she can only take out something more valuable in exchange for the Golden Light Temple technique. As a senior, she brought her 2 companions here with a certain mission to at least help them advance to S rank. Can I take it?" Suddenly, Shinjayu asked quietly. Chen Yunyang turned in surprise and then smiled, saying, "Of course, but it is a demonic technique, you might not be able to cultivate it on your own." Shinjayu smiled bitterly, at least it's a set of techniques. She had gained nothing so far, since she was here, she couldn't leave empty-handed. After the transaction was completed, she also began uploading. Identifying. After waiting for a while, there was no response. "How is it?" Chen Yunyang asked. Shinjiyu shook her head, her eyes dim. "It's okay, we still have a lot of time to find others." Chen Yunyang comforted. The other 2 A-level reincarnators also sighed. "Sorry for wasting your things." Shinjiyu looked down. "What does that matter? I have plenty of treasures." Chen Yunyang smiled. Identification complete. The secret is real and effective. Demonic secret, Great Wasteland Candle Dragonfinger. Assessing the level. "Ha?" Shinjiyu stared in astonishment at the words appearing in the reincarnation hall. There's a reaction. She was emotionally excited. The few of them exchanged glances, equally happy for Shinjiyu. Level assessment complete. Level, suspected S+++? Shinjiyu was stunned, staring blankly at Chen Yunyang. "S senior, are you sure you want to give this demonic technique to me?" Her voice came out with a tremble she couldn't suppress. Shinjiyu even breathed heavily, her eyes filled with red. "Of course, I, Chen Yunyang, am not that stingy. Since I said it is for you, I will absolutely not go back on it." Chen Yunyang looked at Shinjiyu and felt a bit amused. It was obvious that this set of demonic techniques held some value for A-level Shinjiyu, but for her, it was of little use. "You just take it well, it has already completed the assessment, it's too late to back out now." The other A-level reincarnation, Shiryu, also spoke with a smile. She had a good impression of Shinjiyu, as she was neither arrogant nor humble, also coming from a mother planet abandoned by the high-ups of the Kanglan system, which was said to have been a resource-scarce life planet many years ago. This inexplicably added a cloak of poverty to Shinjiyu, making her appear pitiful. But. Shinjiyu stammered, her mind completely in disarray upon seeing the words in the reincarnation hall. This demonic technique has been rated at S level, but there are still 3+ signs. She swallowed hard, lowering her voice to say. "Isn't that great? As long as it's S level." "Ha? Wait, what did you say?" Chen Yunyang's laughter suddenly stopped. She widened her eyes, her entire being struck as if by lightning, standing there in a daze. The 2 A-level reincarnators both gasped, their expressions completely frozen. "I have never encountered an S-level item with a plus sign, what does that mean?" Shinjiyu's lips trembled, as the president of the Reincarnator Association in Jiangnan City of Kanglan Star, she usually only dealt with A-level items at most, having seen S-level items only twice. Still, she had once looked on with envy as her companions laughed joyfully in the reincarnation world. Now, the person who obtained the S-level item had long left Kanglan Star, heading to the Kanglan Imperial Star, their differences in identity and strength already vast like the gap between heaven and earth. Moments ago, she was still the same as before, only able to show an envious look. Moments later, this indescribable joy astonishingly fell upon her head. Chen Yuning was lost in thought, muttering, a plus sign only exists among S-level items, representing a multiplier of value. 1 plus sign means surpassing value by 1 time, 3 plus signs mean surpassing value by 3 times. Sister Jiyu, are you really not mistaken? Let alone Shinjiu, even she rarely saw S-level items with a plus sign. She found it hard to believe that this magical skill, acquired at such a low cost, actually far exceeded the value of the Prajna divine skill by 3 times. I am not mistaken. Shinjiu was certain, the description of the reincarnation hall still vividly appeared before her. Gulps echoed twice, she heard 2 sounds of swallowing. The other 2 A-level reincarnators exchanged glances, both showing an expression as if they thought the other was foolish. An S+++ level magic skill slipped through their fingers just like that. Chen Yuning took a deep breath, quickly recovering from her chaotic emotions and shock. She walked towards the head of the Golden Light Temple again. Is there still that magic skill from before? Chen Yuning tried to control her emotional expression, but the head of the Golden Light Temple still caught the intense desire on her face. This set of magic skills was given to me by my best friend when I was young, and it is the only copy. I thought he would join the Golden Light Temple with me, but unexpectedly, he chose the path of the devil. The young head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head and spoke, a hint of nostalgia appearing on his face. Recalling that time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. May I ask who this person is? Chen Yuning asked urgently. Shinjiu and the other 2 A-level reincarnators came over, their eyes bright with eager anticipation as they looked at the head of the Golden Light Temple. The current great figure of the Devil Path, the leader of the Rebirth cult. He did not hide anything, after all, in the entire Central Plains, who did not know the name of the Rebirth cult leader? Anyone who inquired a little would know the achievements of the Rebirth cult leader. Something seems off. Since you knew him when you were young and gave him this set of magic skills, did he already join the Devil Sect back then? Chen Yuning expressed her doubts, feeling there was a logical issue. This value far exceeds the Prajna divine skill, it must be the top martial arts passed down by the Rebirth cult for hundreds of years. How could it be so easily obtained by a young boy? And to give it away so simply? The head of the Golden Light Temple could not help but laugh, looking up at the vast sky, waves of emotion and sighs arising within him. Not at all. What you do not know is that although we met when we were young, at that time, he was already famous in the Central Plains, displaying a talent that all the outstanding youths could only look up to. This set of magic skills was something he comprehended and created in his youth, combining the more common martial arts of the Central Plains. To show our friendship, he gifted it to me at that time. Upon hearing this, waves surged in Chen Yuning's mind, and Shinjiu's eyes also revealed disbelief. The magic skill rated as S+++ by the Reincarnation Hall was actually just something the Rebirth cult leader understood and created in his youth? They say it's a magic skill, but it is merely a distinction of sect systems. In the Central Plains, many ancient sects love to proclaim themselves as righteous and prestigious, but my friend acts in an extremely different manner. He completely disregards the opinions of the world. Even when he was called a great demon for a time, it couldn't shake his belief in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. The head of the Golden Light Temple spoke, his tone filled with deep respect. Chen Yunyang asked without hesitation, "Can you tell me where the mountain gate of the afterlife sect is? I want to meet that leader." At this moment, she had already cast aside all the negative influences like demonic techniques, the demonic path, and the great demon. The only thought in her mind was to seek S+++. The head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. "You cannot see him." Chen Yunyang was stunned. "Why? Do you think a giant of the demonic path in the Central Plains, commanding hundreds of thousands of followers, a mythological figure who stands invincible among humans, can be easily seen by you? Especially since he is a person from another land. As a monk, I advise you not to test this. You might die before you even find the mountain gate." The head of the Golden Light Temple kindly advised, knowing that Chen Yunyang and Shinjiu before him were all good-hearted individuals looking to learn, and he did not wish for them to perish innocently. This. Chen Yunyang was at a loss for words, and Shinjiu's expression also changed. Is it true? An invincible person in the Central Plains? He must be very young if he is a close friend of the head, yet he is already given a mythical title? Head, a group of uninvited guests has come down from the mountain. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ears of the head of the Golden Light Temple. His gaze instantly became sharp as he looked towards the space outside the mountain gate. Chapter 20, Confrontation. Golden Light Temple, what a wonderful place. A familiar voice rang out from outside the square, causing Chen Yunyang's expression to darken. Everyone turned to see Yan Jia, accompanied by 3 followers, Yu Yunxian, Ding Xiu, and others, appear at the end of the corridor. Yan Jia noticed Chen Yunyang but chose to ignore her, instead looking coldly at the head of the Golden Light Temple. "Please send out your strongest person. I have limited time and need to head to the next place." Yan Jia spoke calmly, his tone leaving no room for rebuttal. Chen Yunyang coldly shouted, "Yan Jia, you are too arrogant. This is the holy land of Buddhism in the Central Plains. If you act here, you will surely be hunted by all the righteous sects." Yan Jia felt no stirrings in his heart, completely disregarding her words. A mere righteous sect is nothing to fear. The infamous demonic sects have already been slaughtered by me twice. Additionally, I'll give you a piece of advice: if you continue exchanging things in this manner, the end result will be nothing. You should understand that we are not the only ones who have come to the Central Plains. Are you going to watch as high-level resources are taken away by Ning Qingxuan? As soon as these words fell, Chen Yunyang's heart suddenly tightened. Ning Qingxuan? 49th on the heaven ranking top 100? How could even that guy has come? The A-class reincarnator Shi Yu's eyes showed fear, clearly deeply troubled by the name of Ning Qingxuan. Who is Ning Qingxuan? Shi Yu asked in confusion, for he seemed not to be from the Kanglin faction. Shi Yu whispered, one of the top 100 in the S-rank heaven ranking, ranked 49th. After reaching this rank, there are often years, even decades, where no one can shake it. His most famous reincarnation mission was entering an S-rank bizarre world alone and personally suppressing and subduing a zombie king. When he brought back the zombie king, it is said it even stirred the consciousness of the wisdom goddess. 100 years have passed, and that zombie king's bloodline still holds the first place on the bloodline ranking. Shi Yu's pupils shook when he heard the words S-rank bizarre world and zombie king. Such a powerful and terrifying person is also in the Central Plains? Chen Yunyang took a deep breath. Stay calm, that is not your reason to recklessly disturb the Central Plains. Yan Jia remained expressionless and issued his ultimatum: if you meddle, you will die with him. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense when a staff struck the ground with a loud bang. The head of the Golden Light Temple stared coldly at Yan Jia. I am the strongest person here, the treasure pavilion behind hides all the secrets of this temple, but today, you will not pass. Yan Jia did not speak, and beside him, Yu Yunxian sneered with a soft voice, what arrogance. He took a step forward, feeling the wind beneath his feet. His speed was astonishing, 5 fingers sparkled with a chilling light, bursting forth with the power of thunder. With just one glance, the head of the Golden Light Temple recognized the technique, shock appearing on his face. 5-claw dragon capture? What have you done to my friend Su? That brat was stubborn. I tortured him for 3 days and nights before obtaining his unique skills, and to my surprise, they are unexpectedly useful. Yu Yunxian licked his lips, revealing a fierce look in his eyes. The Central Plains cultivates true energy, essentially using the lower dantian as a bottle, drawing from the spirit energy of heaven and earth. This cultivation system is almost of the same lineage as the normal martial arts world. Yu Yunxian had long been in contact with the martial arts world and grasped a method of inner strength, so learning the 5-claw dragon capture took him just a few days. He approached the head of the Golden Light Temple, his fingers sparkling with icy light, aiming to lock his throat for a quick kill. You deserve to die. The head of the Golden Light Temple, filled with grief and anger, erupted a strong wave of energy from his body, sweeping out horizontally with his staff. The ground instantly cracked open, and Yu Yunxian was struck back several steps, his face changing dramatically. Yan Jia squinted his eyes at this scene. This head of the Golden Light Temple was indeed different from other sect leaders. He learned that over a decade ago, this person was one of the top 10 prodigies of the Central Plains, with strength far beyond the average mid-stage heavenly person. Where is the Arhat? A voice filled with killing intent echoed throughout the Golden Light Temple. In an instant, a righteous energy surged, enveloping the mountain gate area, forming a protective array. Another wave of golden light shone, revealing numerous enraged disciples, bursting out from various pagodas and pavilions. So many grandmasters. S-rank reincarnator Ding Xiao looked around, speaking to himself. Then, he too stepped forward, his body beginning to transform, until he was covered in black scales. Kill. The Arhats, fearless, immediately engaged Ding Xiao in combat. However, that black scale armor was impervious, unaffected by any true energy, and many Arhats were sent flying several meters away after just one punch, spitting out blood and looking pale. Even the grandmasters could not harm a single hair on Ding Xiao. Meanwhile, Yu Yunxian again battled with the head of the Golden Light Temple, the powerful energy wave sweeping across the square, creating an atmosphere of indistinguishable clashes. If the Golden Light Temple starts to fall, you must flee immediately without hesitation. Chen Yuning tightly focused on Yan Jia, quietly speaking to Xin Zheyun beside her. Xin Zheyun understood this was a last resort choice. They were facing 4 S-rank reincarnators, all powerful figures on the celestial ranking, and only Chen Yuning alone could not change the outcome. The final result was likely that the Golden Light Temple would be wiped out, with all secrets falling into Yan Jia's hands. But was there even a slight possibility to save this sacred Buddhist site, which had endured for hundreds of years? Xin Zheyun looked around at the fighting Arhats. These people should not have to die. Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger. She clenched her fists, recalling the S++ level magical skill she had just acquired. But immediately, a wave of helplessness arose in her heart. Battles change in an instant, and she was far from a genius. How could she learn this move in such a short time? Moreover, she could not be sure whether the Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger could match the powerful beings of the celestial ranking. So what should she do? In front, Chen Yuning has already made her move. Yan Jia remains expressionless, and only Chen Yuning poses a huge threat to him. When Chen Yuning takes action, flashes of black lightning suddenly flicker in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds engulf the sun above the gate of Jingguang Temple, creating a thunderous storm. A terrible and profound pressure erupts from Yan Jia, accompanied by flickering black thunder in the sky, forming a vortex of hurricanes swirling above his head. What's happening? The many Arhats in fierce battle see this scene and their expressions change drastically. Yan Jia stares at Chen Yuning, the thunderous power in his eyes increasingly violent and terrifying. I told you, if you meddle in my business, I will slaughter you all. Chapter 21, Martial Arts Genius. What kind of divine skill has he mastered? The head of Jingguang Temple glances at this shocking scene, feeling a strong shock in his heart. Looking around the entire gate area, it is as if covered by a heavenly calamity, the rolling thunderous pressure blankets a 10-mile radius, blocking out the sky and sun. Chen Yuning does not hesitate at all, an ancient life force fluctuation rises from her, and the outline of a colossal tree gradually appears in her pupils. Yan Jia, famous for controlling thunder power, is exactly as his name suggests. The king of hell in the human realm, the calamity of heaven and earth. Chen Yuning has never underestimated him. She once fought to a draw with him in the Imperial Star Talent Arena years ago. Years have passed, and even without a sure belief in victory, there is not a trace of fear. Death entwines. With a graceful hand gesture, her emerald pupils shine. Suddenly, her long black hair transforms into green, rapidly growing infinitely. Each strand becomes incredibly thick, transforming into unbreakable vines, sharply stabbing and wrapping towards Yan Jia. Yan Jia flashes a murderous gaze, raising his hand to summon thunder, leading to a fierce collision with Chen Yuning's technique. On the other side, Yan Jia's last accomplice, without hesitation, immediately takes action against Chen Zheyu and the other three A-class reincarnators. Jingguang Temple has become a battlefield. The roaring sound of supernatural techniques and true energy resonates throughout the mountains and earth. The head of the temple, witnessing this scene, is indeed left utterly shaken. These people from the western regions are truly incredibly powerful. Seeing Chen Yuning and Chen Zheyu stand firmly with the temple, a complexity appears in his eyes. Ladies, today Jingguang Temple faces a great disaster. We may be powerless to save ourselves. Do not lose your lives here, leave quickly. The head shouts to Chen Yuning and Chen Zheyu as he is forcefully pushed back by Yu Yinxian. In his sight, Arhats are continuously dying. The thunderstorm enveloping above has transformed the entire Jingguang Temple into a hellish thunder pool. The pagoda is being struck, the formation is swaying, and with all Arhats slain, standing alone against two powerful enemies, the result is clear. Chen Yuning does not respond and continues fighting Yan Jia. Chen Zheyu, while retreating, begins to comprehend the great desert candle dragon finger. The source of all power in the world can be transformed from formless to form. Though I have never cultivated true energy, as long as I rely on the A-class bloodline power within me, I can unleash this technique's might. Even if it's only 3 or 4 parts? But where are these acupuncture points? She appears anxious, and under the powerful S-class reincarnator's assault, can still spare half her effort to comprehend the technique. She herself has not realized that her talent is already superior. Ahead, a muffled groan is heard. The head of Jingguang Temple ultimately falls short against Yu Yinxian, retreating several meters and falls to the ground, spitting out bright red blood. His true energy is clearly scattered, and the protective chi is shattered. Observing Yu Yinxian, although similarly injured and having several ribs broken by the head of the temple, he maintains the upper hand. Little bald donkey, give you a few more decades of practice, and I really might not be your match. Yu Yinxian spat out a mouthful of blood, and when he saw 2 broken teeth fly out, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he became furious. This injury that nearly disfigured him filled his eyes with an even angrier killing intent. He charged out once more, rushing to attack. Chen Yuning watched this scene and sighed inwardly. As one of the strong from the top few hundred in the heavenly ranking, it was already within her expectations that the head of the Gold Light Temple couldn't defeat Yu Yinxian. In the Central Plains, only those in the late stage of the Celestial Realm could suppress an S-level reincarnator. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately still took action, a massive vine sweeping through, catching Yu Yinchuan's back when he had no time to react. Puff! Yu Yinxian felt pain as if his spine had been broken, blood spraying outwards. You dare to distract yourself while fighting me? A cold voice rang out, as Yan Jia swiftly stepped in front of Chen Yuning. Thunder surged in his hands, and with one strike, he unexpectedly hit Chen Yuning off guard. Though the vine's defense dissipated most of the power, she was still shaken violently and staggered back several steps, her face paling instantly. The emerald light in her eyes also dimmed a little because of this. Withdraw! Chen Yuning let out a helpless low shout. Sure, Yu and the other 2 A-level reincarnators had long been unable to withstand the S-level's offensive. Hearing the order to retreat, they all cast sorrowful glances at the still fighting Arhats. Wait a little longer, I feel like I'm about to succeed. Xin Zhiyu was anxious with red eyes, his awakening ability had reached an unprecedented height. He entered a certain profound state, and the bloodline power within him was slowly circulating according to the trajectory pointed out by the great wilderness candle dragon. Escape? Do you think you can? Yan Jie's eyes shone with cold light, as he always adhered to a principle. If he doesn't strike, he won't, but if he does, he will leave no survivors. Over the years, he had lost count of how many reincarnators had died at his hands. Even if he couldn't kill Chen Yuning, he would send those 3A levels to the Yellow Springs. They were an obstruction in the reincarnation world and should be cleared away. Thunder incarnation. Boom! Yan Jie drew lightning, his whole body transforming into thunder, launching a more brutal and fierce attack against Chen Yuning. Run! Chen Yuning gritted her teeth and confronted him head-on. The 2A-level reincarnators, Shiryu and the other, looked pale and prepared to leave the battlefield. But Yan Jie's fourth minion had no intention of letting them go, using bloody bone claws to continuously shatter their treasures. What a pity, if not for the boss's orders, I could still enjoy it. He looked at Shiryu with regret, no longer showing any tenderness. But in the next moment, an indescribable feeling of horror suddenly arose in his heart. At the same time, he saw Shinjiyu striding towards him. As if a certain illusion and mirage appeared, he seemed to see an ancient giant dragon with cold, singular eyes behind Shinjiyu. Boom! The great wilderness candle dragon pointed, shattering the void and landing in front of him. Instantly blood and flesh splattered, half of his body exploded, and the entire gold light temple seemed to echo with an invisible dragon's roar, the killing intent shocking everyone present. Pairs of horrified eyes turned to look. Yan Jie's thunderstorm domain was torn open, and a large area of black scales on Ding Xiu was shredded. Shiryu and the other two were so frightened they couldn't move. Chen Yuning felt a wave of fear rise from her heart, staring blankly at Shinjiyu, whose face had lost all color, panting heavily as her power source was exhausted. And the S-level reincarnator in front of her had all defensive treasures destroyed, half of his body blown to pieces, staring with bewildered eyes. The battlefield turned silent as death. Yan Jie seemed to be shocked, his expression frozen. Yu Yinshan and Ding Xiu held their breaths, lying on the ground, their eyes wide in disbelief at this scene. He could completely recognize that this was the embryonic form of the great wilderness candle dragon's point. Although I have not mastered it. It already had shape, and in just a short time, it could comprehend part of the mystery. This female benefactor is truly a genius in martial arts. The head of the Jingguang Temple exclaimed in shock, his emotions running high. Chapter 22, Under the Teaching of the Lord of Rebirth, Zhang Qingwu. Just as everyone was shaken by the Dehuang Candle Dragon's power. The thunder domain activated by Yan Jie was starting to be noticed by people from various places outside. A few kilometers away from Jingguang Temple, a group of reincarnators gathered at the foot of the mountain. They looked at the sky ahead, filled with dark thunderclouds, feeling the terrifying power hidden within, their faces revealing fear. How mighty is the lightning summoning method? This is probably the power of Yan Jie, a top 100 on the heaven ranking. That direction is the Jingguang Temple, a sect with a legacy of hundreds of years on the Central Plains. Yan Jie dares to kill there, isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the righteous path? What a pity, judging by the current situation, Jingguang Temple will likely fall. 100-year-old sect is being destroyed just like that by Yan Jie. There's nothing we can do. Yan Jie always acts like this, after all, he is an S-class powerhouse, powerful as he is. Let's go take a look, maybe we can pick up some scraps. As the group prepared to head to Jingguang Temple, they suddenly saw the space in front distort. Then, a girl in a blue shirt stepped out, and a heavy pressure rolled in, making everyone feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Zhang Qingwu looked toward Jingguang Temple, deep in thought. She took out 2 scrolls from her bosom and unfolded them toward the reincarnators. Have you seen this? Following her master's orders, she had searched for many days but had not yet found anyone with the items depicted in the scrolls. This is. One young reincarnator recognized the items and immediately showed fear on his face. The others exchanged glances, clearly aware of whom these items belonged. No one dared to respond, all shaking their heads in unison. Zhang Qingwu calmly observed this scene, not insisting they provide any information. With a flick of her sleeve, she once again stepped into the space, her graceful figure disappearing. The hunter god's Barrett, the zombie king. This girl is actually looking for the team of Xing Wushuang? Once the feeling of Zhang Qingwu disappeared, many reincarnators sighed in relief. That girl looks like she's only around 15 or 16, yet the pressure from her makes it hard to breathe. The pattern on her clothes has a lotus flower. I think I heard someone mention it before, it seems to be the emblem of a demonic sect from the Central Plains? The reincarnators frowned tightly. As they noticed the lingering sounds of battle above Jingguang Temple suddenly becoming still, they hurriedly rushed toward it. Inside Jingguang Temple, the Yan Jie's lackey, whose body was missing half, had lost all support and slowly collapsed to the ground. He convulsed repeatedly, making wheezing sounds from his throat, but could only cough out blood and say not a word. His eyes, covered in blood, rolled toward Yan Jie with confusion, fear, and a plea for help, utterly lost. Old 4. This gasping appearance created a powerful visual impact that caused everyone present to forget their fight. Yu Yunchuan's pupils trembled, unable to believe that his brother, who had fought life and death alongside him in the reincarnation world, was now so close to death. And the one causing this scene was that ordinary, unknown, A-class reincarnator from the Kanglan faction, Xin Jiayu. What did you do? Ding Xiu's eyes showed horror, glaring at Xin Jiayu. That previous move made him hear some kind of heavenly dragon's roar. Turning back, Old 4 was already a bloody mess. The black scales on his body were also shattered by the aftermath. Xin Jiayu looked pale, her whole body weak and powerless. She gazed at the fallen strong enemy, her heart also feeling incredible. During the execution of the Dehuang Candle Dragon Finger, it had not gone smoothly. By rights, it should have failed, yet it still caused such frightening destructive power? It seems that this trip to the Central Plains, you, Amire level, have gained an opportunity that does not match your own rank. Yan Jie spoke in a deep voice, with a hint of dryness. His expression returned to normal, a drop of cold sweat previously beading on his forehead sliding down his face, unseen by others. Let me guess, it wouldn't be S level +3, would it? As these words fell, Yu Yunxian and Ding Xiu felt a loud roar in their minds, exchanging incredulous looks. S+++ level secret manuals? How could this be possible? Xin Jiayu offered no response, her eyes filled with defiance. Yan Jie regarded her expression and was nearly certain in his heart. Damn! Such fortune exists in Zhongyuan, yet it has been obtained by an A-level. Though Yan Jie appeared unchanged, his heart was churning with turmoil. Since arriving in Zhongyuan, he had pillaged and fought, conquering 2 demon gates and slaying many powerful opponents. He had obtained 2 sets of S-level techniques, dozens of A-level techniques, as well as a century-old famous sword, rare medicinal herb seeds, and more. Even the 3 brothers by his side had gained a multitude of treasures. But when Xin Jiayu unleashed the S+++ level technique, all the fortunes he had gathered dimmed instantly. Even 10 S-level secret manuals would likely not compare to the one Xin Jiayu possessed. Where did you get it? From where? Yan Jie spoke sharply, his eyes focused solely on Xin Jiayu, his body crackling with rising thunderous power. No matter the cost, even if he had to pay a heavy price today, he needed to pry out the origins of the S+++ secret manual from Xin Jiayu. Hurry and go, don't hesitate any longer. Sensing the increasingly frenzied power fluctuations around Yan Jie, Chen Yuning's heart grew more anxious. Shi Yu and the others quickly helped Xin Jiayu up, preparing to escape. Yan Jie detonated his thunderous power on the spot, arcs of electricity bursting out in all directions, causing Shi Yu and the others to grunt in pain, while Xin Jiayu was bound by the thunder. At that moment, Yan Jie seemed to sense something, suddenly looking up at the top of the treasure pavilion. A figure in a blue robe stood quietly on the eaves. Ning Qingxuan, following Yan Jie's gaze, couldn't help but utter a soft gasp. She was somewhat surprised that Yan Jie could notice her. If you wish to know where the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon points, I can give you an answer. Ning Qingxuan spoke calmly, her voice resonating and drawing everyone's attention. It was only then that Chen Yuning realized a stranger had appeared in the Golden Light Temple without anyone noticing. Who are you? Yan Jie's gaze deepened, naturally sensing a strong sense of crisis emanating from Ning Qingxuan. The head disciple of the Rebirth Sect, Ning Qingxuan. She looked down at Yan Jie, her eyes indifferent as if she were gazing at an ant. The Rebirth Sect? Yan Jie frowned, vaguely recalling that some demons had mentioned this name, but he had not taken it to heart at the time. Do you know where the Great Wilderness Candle Dragon points? Ning Qingxuan gently raised her hand, reveal. The 2 individuals were completely collapsing, blood mist splattering everywhere. Even the black scales could not withstand this world-destroying power at all. Yan Jie's heart was filled with deep fear, his view entirely obscured by the 1,000-foot dragon phantom, making him feel as insignificant as a grain of dust. This unprecedented strength shattered his understanding of the Central Plains. Transcending the celestial. Her power is far beyond mine, she must have transcended the celestial realm. Run, run, run. Yan Jie was terrified and, at the cost of his thunder embodiment, bore the power of the great desolate candle dragon finger, while he frantically fled towards the gate of the Golden Light Temple. However, the thunder embodiment only lasted for 2 breaths before being blasted into electric fragments. He suffered another heavy blow, spitting out blood with a cry, not daring to look back as he ran for his life. Boss! Yu Yunchuan's desperate and tragic screams echoed, but he could only watch helplessly as Yan Jie fled in a sorry state. The destructive power from the great desolate candle dragon finger ultimately ground him into a blood mist. Outside the Golden Light Temple, a crowd of reincarnators looked in shock at the 1,000-foot dragon phantom hovering in the sky. What a terrifying aura! Is the strength of the Golden Light Temple's head so powerful? No, this phantom is filled with demonic energy, it definitely isn't the head of the Golden Light Temple, and that person is only mid-celestial realm. This aura is clearly off. Hiss, who exactly is Yan Jie fighting against? After all, he is one of the top 100 on the heaven rankings, always fighting at high levels. He is truly a model for our generation. Exclamations arose one after another, as many reincarnators felt a sense of awe for Yan Jie's immense strength and dominating demeanor. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they were astonished to see a figure with disheveled hair, eyes filled with bloodshot, and an expression of unimaginable fear, like a lost dog, madly running for its life. While running, the figure let out frantic screams. Ah! 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 The Pure Land Sect. The eldest disciple. So strong. So strong. They're all dead. They're all dead. Such a scene left all the reincarnators at the foot of the mountain in a brief silence. They stared blankly at the fleeing figure, seemingly unable to respond for a moment. Was that madman? Was it Yan Jie? I think it was him. How did he end up like this? Only Yan Jie came out. Does that mean 3 S-rank reincarnators died at the Golden Light Temple? The Pure Land Sect. I remember now, that woman wearing the lotus pattern was from the Pure Land Sect. Everyone exchanged glances, gasping in cold breath, seeing disbelief and fear in one another's eyes. What level of a Central Plains powerhouse could simultaneously kill 3 S-rank reincarnators, and also drive the S-rank heaven rankings Yan Jie to madness? Hurry, we shouldn't stay here any longer. The crowd scattered like locusts, fleeing in panic. Inside the Golden Light Temple, Ning Qingxuan had dropped down from the eaves of the treasure pavilion, coldly staring at the heavily injured head of the temple. Your master gave you the secret manual. If you didn't study it, that's fine, but why give it to others? The head of the Golden Light Temple spoke begrudgingly. The cult leader's magical skills conflict with my practice. I can't possibly tread the demonic path. As for giving it to others, if this lady disciple is a martial arts genius, then it would also be a good thing. With the support of the Arhats, he struggled to his feet. Facing Jiang Qingwu's questioning, he was not angry but instead forced a smile, feeling deeply grateful inside. If Jiang Qingwu had not arrived, today the Golden Light Temple would have fallen. After this was said, Jiang Qingwu could not help but glance at Shinjiayu. The several individuals instantly became tense, not daring to move. The person before them was the eldest disciple of the Pure Land Sect. Looking at the blood and bones on the ground, there were 3 belonging to S-rank reincarnators. The true power of the Great Desolate Candle Dragon Finger was unleashed in Jiang Qingwu's hands, showing them the terror of this magical skill. At the same time, they felt uncertain about Jiang Qingwu's realm and strength. Just like Yan Jie's words before fleeing. She seems to have surpassed the heavenly being realm? But isn't the end of cultivation on the Central Plains the heavenly being realm? They had never heard of a cultivation realm beyond the heavenly being realm before. With a few gulping sounds, they swallowed their saliva, their hearts incredibly tense, and Shen Yuning was no exception. Indeed, she is a talent worth cultivating. Jiang Qingwu paused for a moment, naturally discovering Shinjiyu's excellent aptitude, able to comprehend some profound truths in such a short time, indicating a connection with the demon sect. Besides, she observed for a long time and found that this group of people wasn't bad. Her expression softened a little, and she then took out 2 scrolls from her bosom. Do you recognize these things? Shen Yuning's eyes widened slightly, and with a serious expression, she nodded. In our place, these 2 things can only be possessed by extremely powerful individuals. What are their names? The one in the lead is called Xing Wushuang. Do you know where he is? They are unpredictable and hard to trace. Jiang Qingwu fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing Shen Yuning with her gaze, until she saw no cover or lies on her face, then she put away the scrolls. The head of the Golden Light Temple stepped forward, his tone complex, cupping his hands and speaking, "Dear female benefactors, today the Golden Light Temple was able to avoid disaster thanks to your kind assistance. I do not know how to repay you, but this treasure pavilion contains the secret teachings of our temple for the past 300 years, and you may freely read and copy them. Although it is not as good as our temple's prajna divine skill, it is a small token of gratitude from me." Previously, it was a barter of goods. The value of 3 relics had already exceeded the prajna divine skill in his eyes. Now, unconditionally allowing Chen Yuning and Shinjiyu to browse all the secrets and manuals was an expression of thanks. As his words fell, the expressions of several people revealed surprise. This was an unexpected gain. Even if they couldn't find an S-level skill, a large number of A-level skills could enhance their scores in this reincarnation world. Moreover, they could also grow stronger. "Thank you, Headmaster." Chen Yuning expressed her gratitude. Hesitating for a moment, she carefully turned to Jiang Qingwu and asked the doubt in her heart. "Senior Jiang, just now I saw your strength seems to exceed the heavenly being realm. Could you tell me what that level is?" This question was also the confusion in the hearts of Shinjiayu and Shiryu. Jiang Qingwu replied leisurely, "This is the martial king realm. It was established by my master after breaking through the perfection of the heavenly being realm, and soon a complete cultivation system will be published in the Central Plains." The martial king realm? Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances, their spirits stirred with immense waves. Chapter 24, Reincarnation Hall Report, Temporary Mission. 3 days later, in the Yan Dynasty. As one of the oldest dynasties in the Central Plains, the Yan Dynasty has a long-standing history and has produced many wise rulers and outstanding royal bloodlines. Overall, its foundation is very solid. It is rumored to be home to hundreds of grandmasters and 3 late-stage heavenly beings. Among them, the most famous is undoubtedly Yan Dynasty's royal uncle, Ning Qingxuan. In historical records, this royal uncle supported 2 emperors, laying down 3,000 miles of rivers and mountains for the Yan Dynasty, with over 200 cities in total. 30 years ago, he even had multiple matches with the leader of the righteousness in the Central Plains, Wang Xianran, earning high praise from the other party. At this moment, within the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Yan Dynasty, Ning Qingxuan sat cross-legged, his face pale, with remnants of blood at the corners of his mouth, staring gloomily at a line of people before him. The leader was dressed in white, looking handsome and having the demeanor of a young master. But beside him was a monster with a strange appearance, eyes blood-red, large fangs growing at the corners of its mouth, and emitting a chilling aura from within. The remaining 8 people had various styles. But without exception, they were all powerful beings he had never seen before. I lost. After recovering some vitality, Ning Qingxuan spat out a sentence. He threw an ancient book to the man in white, then closed his eyes. This group was somewhat principled. From beginning to end, only the man in white fought him, while the other 8, including that monster, did not interfere at all. But even so, he was still no match. The royal minister's skill of the Yan Dynasty truly lives up to its reputation. Ning Qingxuan uploaded the ancient book to the Reincarnation Palace and quickly received feedback. It was astonishingly S+. Who exactly are you? In the past month, the Central Plains have been thrown into turmoil and bloodshed by you. When will you stop? Ning Qingxuan spoke in a deep voice. Ning Qingxuan and his group broke into his closed-off sanctuary, and throughout this process, not a single soldier from the palace was alerted. At this moment, the young emperor was still having a meal in the royal garden, completely unaware that the royal minister's skill had been obtained by outsiders. I did not kill you, merely considering the millions of citizens of the Yan Dynasty, for the sake of their future stable lives. I can only ask you now, not the other way around, understand? Ning Qingxuan calmly looked at Ning Qingxuan, and Ning Qingxuan fell silent. Then, Ning Qingxuan took out a document from his bosom, and it was the kill list of the Reincarnation Palace. The master of the Bone Gate, where is he now? Hearing this name, Ning Qingxuan suddenly opened his eyes, but some questions he ultimately held back. He honestly replied, he may have escaped the Central Plains or may be dead. What makes you say that? Ning Qingxuan's eyes were calm. 10 years ago, the old bone demon just left his seclusion and killed 2 disciples of the Rebirth Sect's leader, thus provoking a pursuit by 100,000 followers of the Rebirth Sect. The Bone Gate was destroyed, a century of legacy overturned in a single day, and all the demons of the Bone Gate were slaughtered. The old bone demon escaped and has been missing for 10 years. Ning Qingxuan revealed all the information he knew. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxuan narrowed his eyes, having heard the title of the Rebirth Sect leader from various forces in the Central Plains more than once. He did not expect that just inquiring about the old bone demon would be connected to the Rebirth Sect leader. Who exactly is this person? He had already learned that the current head of the righteous path in the Central Plains was Wang Xianran. And within the demon sect, it was the Rebirth Sect leader. Is this Rebirth Sect leader very strong? Beside Ning Qingxuan, a young man carrying a large sniper rifle sneered as he spoke. Not very strong, just the so-called number 1 in the world. Ning Qingxuan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the young man. Number 1 in the world? There have been similar claims before, but they all ended up dead under my sniper. The young man's smile widened, believing that there's no strong enemy a single Barrett couldn't solve. If there is, just add another shot. This has always been his supreme philosophy. Compared to Wang Xianran, who is stronger? Ning Qingxuan suddenly asked. If he's called number 1 in the world, is there a need to ask? Ning Qingxuan replied. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxuan put away the kill list, his expression carefree. I will show you through actions that being number 1 in the world is merely the limit for you people in the Central Plains, not my limit. He led the Reincarnators team and walked away slowly, leaving Ning Qingxuan silently watching this scene. Outside the forbidden ground, a figure suddenly rushed toward them from the horizon. Brother Xing, there's new information. The newcomer was the 10th member of the team, playing the role of a scout to gather intel. Take your time. A big incident happened. It seems like a reincarnator has died, and its 3S ranks, all of whom belong to the heavenly ranking. With this sentence, Ning Qingxuan paused, and all members looked surprised. It is quite common for reincarnators to die, but for 3S ranks to die is unusual, especially those on the heavenly ranking. What happened? Ning Qingxuan asked, frowning. I found out that the 3 deceased S ranks were all minions of Yan Jia, and there was a great battle at the Golden Light Temple 3 days ago, witnessed by many reincarnators. It is said that only Yen Jie managed to escape, and he was acting crazily, showing signs of having suffered a huge mental blow. Now lost and cannot find where he is. The speaker trembled, and the listeners were shocked. Ning Qingxuan was also moved, questioning, "Are you sure this news is true?" Absolutely true. Yen Jie belonged to the top 100 of the heavenly rankings, and the 3 followers by his side were also quite formidable. 1 went mad, and 3 are dead. What level of strong person could destroy such a powerful team? Jingguan Temple, isn't it only a sect with mid-stage celestial beings stationed? The members exchanged glances, completely puzzled. The one who attacked Yen Jie was not from Jingguan Temple, but the eldest disciple under the Lord of Rebirth, a young woman named Jiang Qinggu. Brother Xing, in my opinion, something seems off in the Central Plains. Should we thoroughly investigate this Lord of Rebirth? The scout suggested. The situation had completely exceeded expectations. Yen Jie's team being shattered had already proven that there might be a big boss in the Central Plains. And this big boss was pointing to the Rebirth Sect, the current master of the Demonic Sect. If an eldest disciple could kill 3 S-rank experts on the heavenly rankings, what levels of power must the master possess? Investigate, starting from the history books of the Yin dynasty. Ning Qingxuan had never been reckless, his tone was heavy as he looked outside the mountain at the vast palace. The scout immediately prepared to leave but suddenly saw the text description of the reincarnation hall appear before him. At the same time, Ning Qingxuan, along with the other members, and even all the reincarnators who had descended upon the Central Plains. Before them appeared a temporary announcement. Please note, among you, someone has discovered an S+++ level secret manual. The level of the reincarnation world in the Central Plains has now been changed to not lower than S rank 7 stars. A temporary task has been issued: investigate the life experience and deeds of the Lord of Rebirth. The text clearly displayed, and a storm instantly swept through all reincarnators. S+++ level secret manual? Who discovered it? I thought my S+ was already the greatest harvest. I didn't expect there to be something 3 times as valuable. The information from the reincarnation hall undoubtedly stirred up waves upon waves, causing unrest among the team members. Ning Qingxuan's gaze slightly froze, his always calm heart finally stirred up great waves. Who exactly was the Lord of Rebirth to have the reincarnation hall personally investigate all life experiences? Chapter 25, Ning Qingxuan reveals his cultivation path, above the celestials. Before coming to the Central Plains, I remember the Purple Star Master telling me that the time in this world differs greatly from that in the Cosmic Alliance and far exceeds other reincarnation worlds. The Reincarnation Hall just sent out a notice, but in reality, the S+++ level martial arts secret manual may have been discovered 3 days ago, or even a week or a month ago. Ning Qingxuan spoke solemnly, and the team members exchanged glances, quickly understanding his meaning. As long as any martial arts secret manual, herbal seeds, etc., are uploaded, the power of the Reincarnation Hall covering them will immediately transmit back to the wills of the 3 main gods after identification and recording. But due to the difference in the flow of time, a time lag will occur. When the Reincarnation Hall there just received the news, it immediately issued a temporary task, while for them, it was equivalent to being delayed by many days. In this way, trying to find out who discovered the S+++ level martial arts became incredibly difficult. I estimate that this martial art is related to the Lord of Rebirth. The scout stated confidently, the Reincarnation Hall would not have them investigate the Lord of Rebirth for no reason, and there must be some connection between the two, perhaps that martial art. Ning Qingxuan nodded, feeling the same way in his heart. Let's complete the temporary task first. The group no longer delayed and rushed towards the Yin dynasty's imperial palace. Looking across all directions of the Central Plains, all reincarnators were trying to complete the temporal task of the Reincarnation Hall in their own ways. Moments later, the scout found the historical records of the Yin dynasty. Ning Qingxuan's team gathered, their expressions all serious. The master of the birth of life, no one knows his true name, was born into poverty, and a close childhood friend called him Ning Qingxuan. At 5 years old, he displayed astonishing talent, mastering the 4 books and 5 classics of the Central Plains. When he first touched martial arts, in just 3 months, he achieved the peak of body refinement and grasped the 18 martial arts of the Central Plains. At 6, he observed the spirit turtle's breathing techniques, and 3 days later, he created his own turtle breathing skill, which was discovered by the revered elders of the Birth of Life sect and was thus brought back for careful cultivation. 2 years later, a contest for young prodigies began at the ancient ruins of the Central Plains, featuring participants like the Crown Prince of the Yin dynasty, the Buddhist son of the Golden Light Temple, the Daozi of the Qingyun Temple, the young master of the Chenyang sect, and the saintess of the Rakshasa sect with over 100 young elites in attendance. Ning Qingxuan became famous in battle. At just 8 years old, he was already a grandmaster, sweeping through all the elites of the 3 teachings and 9 sects across 16 kingdoms, causing a sensation in and out of the Central Plains. Afterward, he entered the ancient ruins to observe the stone tablets creations, successfully composing 9 chapters of the current Bodhi divine art. Due to its excessive obscurity and difficulty, no one was able to grasp even half, and he was misunderstood as merely showing off and creating a facade, earning ridicule from the powers of the Central Plains. However, after 4 years, the top young talent of the previous generation, Wang Xianran, emerged from seclusion and re-entered the ancient ruins, astonishingly comprehending half of the continued writings, slaying the formless demon emperor in one move, shaking the Central Plains, and thus establishing himself as the leader of the righteous path. The scout abruptly stopped at this point. The entire library fell into a dead silence, all team members seemed deeply shaken. They glanced at each other and saw absurdity reflected in one another's eyes. At just 5, he created the turtle breathing skill. At 8, he became a grandmaster, composing 9 chapters of divine art with none across the land who could fathom them, except for Wang Xianran who comprehended half a chapter, and with that, he established himself as the leader of the righteous path? Is this Ning Qingxuan even human? Continue reading. Ning Qingxuan took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within his heart, striving to maintain his composure. Unbeknownst to him, his voice had already become uncontainable, betraying a slight tremor. The scout swallowed hard. A few years later, the old master of the Birth of Life sect passed away, and Ning Qingxuan was unanimously elected as the 4th master of the sect. Under his leadership, the Birth of Life sect welcomed an immense glory, with its foundation growing day by day, strong warriors emerging like bamboo shoots after rain, and the situation becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Just then, the royal ancestor of the Yin dynasty, feeling uneasy about the growth of the Birth of Life sect, secretly united all the dynasties of the Central Plains, intending to contain the power of the Birth of Life sect and take Ning Qingxuan's life. In the year 1365 of the new Central Plains era, on Ning Qingxuan's 20th birthday, the 16 kingdoms mobilized their armies to invade the Birth of Life sect, deploying 1 million soldiers and over 50 renowned masters in the celestial realm. On that day, dark clouds overshadowed the sky above the Birth of Life sect, and a sword stretched thousands of feet, shattering the endless sky, crossing over 1 million troops and 50 celestial masters, instantly killing the royal ancestor. The rulers of the 16 kingdoms were terrified, witnessing 1 million troops and 50 celestial masters scatter, like locusts fleeing before they even reached the gates of the Birth of Life sect. The world trembled, and the common people criticized the royal ancestor for provoking calamity without reason, yet after this incident, the Birth of Life sect did not wage a single battle for land. Wang Xianran, upon hearing this, lamented that Ning Qingxuan had indeed become the number 1 in the world, and this was indisputable in the Central Plains. The scout closed the history book, his face pale as a sheet. The record in the history book ends here. In recent years, Ning Qingxuan had not taken any other actions, apart from the leader of the Withered Bones sect. Upload the data. Ning Qingxuan remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. He glanced at his team members beside him, noticing their expressions had turned strangely subtle. There was admiration, there was reverence, and even some felt ashamed of themselves. What's wrong with you? A mere history book recording is enough to scare you? Ning Qingxuan attempted to lift their spirits. The scout spoke with a complex tone. We have been to many reincarnation worlds, seen many powerful individuals, both evil and good, righteous and wicked, there are all sorts. Yet this master of the Birth of Life sect, I find myself unable to describe him in words. I find it even harder to see what kind of person he is through words. Such a pattern is beyond my understanding. Everyone exchanged glances, all feeling something. As for Ning Qingxuan himself, he paid no mind. But just because he killed 2 of his disciples, he went on to slaughter everyone from the Withered Bones sect. A single sword extending for thousands of miles, taking the life of the emperor's ancestor amidst millions of troops. What kind of scene is that? The young man who had previously carried a large gun on his shoulder struggled to imagine the scene recorded in history, yet he could not picture it at all. Now that the task is completed, there is no need to delve deeper into this. The pressing matter now is to head to this place called the Ancient Ruins immediately. I fear it won't be long before other reincarnators swarm in. Ning Qingxuan's words shifted everyone's attention. From the history books, this ancient ruins was clearly the most significant place in Central Plains so far. Whether or not it is open to them, they must explore it. No one hesitated any longer. They immediately gathered their spirits, when they suddenly heard a loud heavenly sound from the horizon beyond the palace. By the order of the Lord of the Rebirth sect, from this day forth, the path of cultivation above human shall be announced. Everyone in Central Plains may cultivate, and the Yin dynasty shall have a share. The heavenly sound echoed, resonating throughout the palace inside and out. At that moment, the emperor's uncle Yin Qingxuan, who was healing in the forbidden area of the back mountain, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 26, the junior Shinjeyu seeks an audience with the Lord of the Rebirth sect. On the other side, at the Golden Light Temple. What happened next? Did the Withered Bones old devil get found? Shinjeyu and Shan Yuning sat cross-legged on mats, eagerly waiting for the head of the courtyard's reply. After the reincarnation hall issued a temporary mission, they immediately dragged the courtyard head to share stories about his youth acquaintance with the Lord of the Rebirth sect. It is no exaggeration to say that this temporary mission was tailor-made for them, as it had unique advantages. I truly do not know what happened afterward. There hasn't been news about whether the Withered Bones old devil was found in Central Plains. The head of the Golden Light Temple shook his head. Shen Zheyu and Shen Yuning were greatly disappointed. If they could know the outcome, perhaps they could score points in the temporary mission. In the past few days, permitted by the head, they turned the scripture repository of the Golden Light Temple upside down. Their harvest was extremely rich, finding dozens of A-rank cultivation manuals, treasures, and breathing techniques. Additionally, there were many herbal treasures that could quickly identify and search for rare herb seeds, as well as lists documenting various divine weapons, all the way until the temporary mission was announced, when they finally stopped. The withered bones old devil is already dead. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. The few turned around, and it was Ning Qingxuan. He was personally killed by the master, turning him into ashes. Ning Qingxuan's tone carried hatred, still unable to let go of the deaths of her two junior brothers from back then. When did this happen? The head of the Golden Light Temple looked extremely surprised. Shen Zheyu and Shen Yuning quickly recorded this. It has nothing to do with you. Ning Qingxuan coldly replied, then threw him a thick bamboo slip. What is this? The complete path for cultivation in the Martial King realm. As soon as these words fell, Shen Zheyu and Shen Yuning froze for a moment. The head of the Golden Light Temple was even more astonished, incredulously saying, I thought you were just saying it casually. Does the sect leader really wish to pass the path of Martial King realm cultivation to the Golden Light Temple? Ning Qingxuan replied impatiently, not just your Golden Light Temple, he has sent many experts from the sect to spread the path of cultivation to all forces across Central Plains. Why? The head was extremely puzzled. Ning Qingxuan hesitated for a moment, then replied, I don't understand either, but the master has indeed done this. She recalled the words the master once said to her about the secrets of the ancient ruins. But in this situation, she did not elaborate. The head fell silent, soon moistening his eyes. The sect leader has great righteousness indeed. As he spoke, he gently stroked the bamboo slip. Like a treasure. Seeing this scene, Shen Zheyu and Shen Yunyang's eyes were filled with passion. Can we also cultivate? Ning Qingxuan frowned. Your cultivation system is completely different from that of the Central Plains. How will you cultivate? The two quickly replied, we can bring it back, allowing willing people to start cultivating from the beginning. After these words, Ning Qingxuan hesitated for a moment. She only received permission to pass the cultivation methods to Jingguan Monastery, and outsiders were not allowed. I cannot make this decision. I hope you, bald donkey, will not take matters into your own hands. Shen Zheyu and Shen Yunyang immediately showed expressions of regret, but then they saw Ning Qingxuan change her tone. However, I can take you to the Rebirth Sect. She looked at Shen Zheyu, perhaps because he had comprehended the Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger, and had the thought of helping those from potential demon sections. Really? The two widened their eyes. This unexpected joy came too suddenly. The head of Jingguan Monastery couldn't help but smile too. Having gone through life and death together, he already considered the two as friends. Let's set off. Ning Qingxuan turned and left the loft. By the way, I haven't asked the respected name of the leader of the Rebirth Sect. How should I address him? Shen Zheyu asked at this time. You are outsiders, just call him Master Ning. Surname Ning? What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, it's just that I know someone with the surname Ning, and he is also a big shot. Shen Zheyu's face was filled with joy, and Ning Qingxuan looked back with a strange expression. That smile was quite sweet. For several days in a row, traces of Rebirth Sect members preaching could be seen all over the Central Plains. The cultivation path of the Martial King realm was like thunder on a clear day, resonating among the various forces. It was more like a bright light, guiding the powerful beings in the late stage of the celestial realm towards goals and directions for continued cultivation. For a time, the Central Plains were stirred, bringing unprecedented impact to all reincarnators. In the Rebirth Sect, by the banks of the Rebirth River courtyard, Ning Qingxuan listened to the report from the coachman. In 3 days, 800 members have completed the orders, covering more than 60% of the sect forces in the Central Plains. The rest are farther away and will be completed in about 7 days. Currently, there have been no refusals, nor has anyone disputed the authenticity of the Martial King realm. The coachman reported truthfully, naturally harboring doubts, but he knew what to ask and what not to. The leader's actions must have reasoning. Have those outsiders made any new movements? Reporting to the leader, the strongest among the outsiders is named Xing Wushuang. He has not appeared for many days, and the others have also ceased their acts of killing. However, according to various reports from the Central Plains, it seems the outsiders are investigating the leader. Ning Qingxuan was slightly surprised. He did not expect this outcome. Could it be that he had made it onto the assassination list of the Reincarnation Hall? There is one more thing. Jiang Hall Master will be returning to the sect shortly, bringing several outsiders with her, one of whom has comprehended the leader's Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger. According to Jiang Hall Master's meaning, she wants the leader to see if she has the potential to be developed. Ning Qingxuan nodded, since it's Qingwu's idea, bringing her over for a look is fine. The coachman immediately took his leave. The courtyard fell quiet again. Ning Qingxuan stood up and gazed at the vast plains outside the mountains, his brow furrowed with a trace of barely noticeable faint worry. 75 years left. He knew very well that the biggest problem in the central plains was not the reincarnators, but the ancient ruins. Years ago, when he stepped into the ancient ruins, he discovered an astronomical secret from the stone tablet Bodhi technique that no one else knew. From that moment on, he vowed to transform the central plains into a higher realm. Years have passed, and initial results are now showing. Zhang Qingwu shattered the shackles of the celestial realm, successfully stepping into the martial king realm through the cultivation path she created. This meant that his cultivation path was completely feasible. One day, I will make the central plains filled with powerful beings, with martial kings all around. Ning Qingxuan murmured to himself, gazing over the vast plains, almost capturing the view of half of the central plains. Suddenly, figures appeared in the distance, racing through the air. Ning Qingxuan recognized the leader. It was his eldest disciple Zhang Qingwu. But right behind, there was an unexpectedly familiar face. This. His eyes widened in shock, his heart racing wildly, breath in disarray. Soon, the figures arrived at the foot of the Wanqing Sect's mountain gate and stopped. Junior Chen Yuning requests to see the master of the Wanqing Sect. Junior Shinjiyu requests to see the master of the Wanqing Sect. Shinjiyu looked up at the 3,000 zhang high peak, feeling anxious in her heart. Chapter 27, that S-Class bloodline shocking the Empire Star, is it your husband's? Seeking continuation. Ning Qingxuan never expected that among this group of reincarnators, there would be Shinjiyu. Wasn't she handling daily affairs in Jiangnan City? How did she come to Central Plains with many S-Class reincarnators? From the 4 great guardians, the coachman's investigation, and the information gathered so far, most of the reincarnators who entered the Central Plains were S-Class. This completely surpassed Jiangnan City and even the foundation of Kanglan Star. With Shinjiyu's A-Class reincarnator strength, she could not reach the S-Class ranks. He felt confused, looking at the 4 reincarnators at the mountain gate, faced with the sincere yet anxious scene. After hesitating for a long while, he finally responded, "What brings you here?" A mighty aura spread out, resonating from the 3,000 zhang peak, revealing a faint, invisible majesty. Chen Yuning took a deep breath and earnestly said, "Junior has heard the master's name, spreading teachings on the land of Central Plains. I'm here today to request the complete path of martial king cultivation from the master." Shinjiyu stood by, not daring to speak, even with the connection to the head of Jingguang Temple and the assistance of the noble Zhang Qingwu, fearing that a single wrong word could offend the master and lead to life and death crisis. Moreover, since arriving at the Wanqing Sect's mountain gate, she had sensed many gazes upon her. They were the top experts of Wanqing Sect, beings she could not even fathom. She did not doubt that a single disrespectful word or action could lead to her demise. This immense, invisible pressure made sweat bead on her forehead. The 3,000 zhang peak fell silent for a moment, everyone was extremely tense. At this time, Zhang Qingwu stepped forward, cupping her hands as she spoke, "Master, these young ladies possess quite good talents, and Sister Zhiyu is particularly fated to our Wanqing Sect, having initially comprehended the De Huang Zhulong finger. Moreover, they once helped the head of Jingguang Temple against intruders. If it were not for their help, the head's life would be at stake." Seeing this scene, Chen Yuning and Shinjiyu revealed grateful expressions. Ning Qingxuan was immediately astonished. Could it be that his wife learned his demonic skills? Approved. Finally, a voice resonated from the 3,000 zhang peak. Hearing the sound, the others exchanged glances, filled with joy. It seemed unexpected that the process would go so smoothly. Zhang Qingwu felt a huge weight lift off her heart, looking at Shinjiyu and Chen Yuning, her usually stern face breaking into a slight smile. "Thank you, Master." The group bowed in respect, shouting in unison, including the 2 A-Class reincarnators, Shiryu and the other. "Qingwu, take them to the Wudao Grove." "Yes." Zhang Qingwu led the group to the secluded Wudao Grove in the sect. She understood the master's intention. The Wudao Grove had always been a retreat for the members of Wanqing Sect, one of the places with the richest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since the master allowed Shinjiyu and Chen Yuning to go to the Wudao Grove, it meant he had already accepted them, or perhaps, one day in the future, they would become part of Wanqing Sect. Ning Qingxuan quietly watched the scene, his face a bit strange. Reincarnators had come to him to seek skills? According to his expectations, the so-called Qingxuan should have been the first to come to him, but in a different manner, by force. At this moment in the Enlightenment Forest, Shinjiyu and Chen Yunyan were copying the complete cultivation path while chatting. "I thought the process of seeking the truth would be filled with thorns and difficulties, but I never expected it to be so smooth. This Master Ning is quite different from what I imagined. He doesn't reject us outsiders." Chen Yunyang expressed her feelings, as the Rebirth Sect was the top sect in Central Plains, still a demonic sect. Even with Zhang Qingwu's recommendation, coming here today was still a gamble. If things went well, they would simply be chased away, if not, the consequences were unpredictable. In my opinion, Master Ning must cherish talent and surely sees your potential. After all, you comprehended the demonic art he created in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Shinjiyu shook her head. It is because the master of the rebirth sect cares for the people and has great righteousness, not minding that we are outsiders. Moreover, judging by his style of action, he doesn't seem to be a senseless killer, but more like a founder and teacher. Chen Yunyang was left speechless and laughed. You're right. The two exchanged happy glances, feeling very pleased. Although they couldn't know what kind of evaluation the rebirth hall would give this martial king realm's cultivation path. But after they copied and uploaded it together, they would become joint contributors to this cultivation path, thus bringing tremendous benefits. The prerequisite was to upload it before other reincarnators did. By the way, I never asked you before, you are only A level, how did you get the quota for Kanglan Star? Chen Yunyang asked the question that had long been in her heart. There was only one quota for Kanglan Star to step into the Central Plains, and this quota should have gone to an S-level reincarnator. Moreover, there were hardly any S-level cultivators from Kanglan Star, so it was impossible for Shinjiyu to have it. Maybe it's because of my husband. Shinjiyu knew very well that whether it was the Zhao family's apology, the audience with the Elder Hall Master, or this rare opportunity, all appeared after her daughter participated in the trial assessment. Shinjiyu certainly wouldn't naively think it was just her turn of good luck. At the riverside pavilion of the Rebirth River, Ning Qingxuan paused for a moment, ears perked up. Your husband? Chen Yunyang suddenly showed a surprised expression, her heart full of astonishment. To displace all the S-level reincarnators of Kanglan Star and obtain this quota without a doubt required absolute power and ability, which was utterly impossible. This person must be one of the top figures in Kanglan Star. What kind of person was Shinjiyu's husband? Instantly, she became respectful and did not rashly ask directly. Instead, she cautiously hinted, he must be a very powerful S-level, right? Is he on the sky list? Shinjiyu shook her head again. I'm not sure what level he is, his name isn't on the sky list, but speaking of it, having been married for so many years, I realize I don't know anything about him. Chen Yunyang was slightly taken aback, not knowing his level, and not appearing on the sky list. Could it be that the Rebirth Hall had no records, or did Shinjiyu's husband use wealth's power to shake this quota? What do you mean? She asked, confused. Shinjiyu sighed lightly. You also know I am from a federal official family, with a meager salary, while my husband is a writer, writing articles to earn a little money, which helps support the family. We live fairly well, and I have never looked down on him, but he seems to be possessed, insisting on making a name for himself and achieving his dream as a writer. Before I go to work, he is writing. After I come home, he is still writing. He even writes while our daughter participates in the trial assessment. As she finished speaking, Chen Yunyang began to understand the meaning behind it. That's still good. Is it because the higher-ups from Kanglan Star recognized his talent, so they gave you the quota? Shinjiyu sighed. It's probably because my daughter brought back his bloodline, and the higher-ups found out. Chen Yunyang instinctively said oh, but quickly realized something was off, her eyes widening in shock. Ah? Ning Qingxuan is your daughter? That S-class bloodline that shook the Imperial Star is your husband's? Chapter 28, What novel? That is the memoir of all realms. Shinjiyu was startled by this reaction. Ning Qingxuan is indeed my daughter. Chen Yuning stared blankly, her mind in a bit of disarray. She originally thought Shinjiyu was just an unknown A-class reincarnator from her hometown, Kanglan Star, so she wanted to help him out. She never expected that his identity was actually so grand. She breathed heavily and said, you may not know, but the newly emerged S-class bloodline ranked second on the Reincarnation Hall's bloodline list and caused quite a stir on the Imperial Star that day. There hasn't been a ranking change in nearly 100 years, nor has there been a brand new S-class bloodline, so you can imagine how many people are paying attention to this matter. Ning Qingxuan's name has gained quite a high profile here on the Imperial Star. I thought she was a newly promoted S-class reincarnator from Kanglan Star. But you're telling me she is your daughter, and I walked alongside her mother without even knowing. Chen Yuning's chest continued to rise and fall, her emotions unable to calm down for a long time. That bloodline is her father's? You married an indigenous person from the blood food world? Her voice trembled as she asked again. Aside from Ning Qingxuan's rising fame on the Imperial Star, the second-ranking bloodline was even more crucial. She remembered that the blood ancestor who lost the ranking pulled many strings and used extensive resources to find out everything about this bloodline. Due to the great distance between Imperial Star and Kanglan Star, they eventually only found that it originated from the blood food world, from a so-called king of corpses known as the ruler of eternal night. The bloodline is indeed related to her father, but I don't know the specifics. It comes from a novel her father wrote, The Redemption of the Corpse King. When I go back, I plan to ask him about this in detail. However, I saw in the Kanglan Star news report that he is an ancient reincarnator from the Reincarnation Hall? Shinjiyu's inner doubts remained unresolved. Ancient reincarnator? Now I understand. Chen Yuning muttered to herself, her mind buzzing. So this isn't just writing a novel, this is writing a memoir of all realms. Just as Shinjiyu was about to ask what an ancient reincarnator was, the description text from the reincarnation hall suddenly appeared in front of them, and Chen Yuning experienced the same. Temporary notice: a reincarnator has discovered a hidden world. All reincarnators please head to the ancient ruins. The two exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. There's a hidden world in the central plains? Quick, upload the cultivation path. They stopped chatting and accelerated their speed in copying the cultivation path. Half a day later, Jiang Qingwu arrived with two other A-class reincarnators. From Shiryu's excited face, it was clear that they must have gained some remarkable fortune too. I heard you are leaving? Jiang Qingwu asked, as she hoped Shinjiyu could stay a bit longer to teach about the use of the Great Wilderness Zhurong Finger. We have some urgent matters, this is very important to us. Jiang Qingwu nodded, not insisting on keeping them, and led the four of them out of the Enlightenment Forest. Outside the mountain gate, Shinjiyu and Chen Yuning faced the 3,000 feet high peak and bowed together. Thank you, Lord of the Blessed Afterlife, for granting us the inheritance. Ning Qingxuan sat in the riverside pavilion, watching his wife leave, his eyes showing a hint of tenderness. So it turns out all these years, Jiyu never held it against me. He murmured to himself, recalling the moments of meeting Shinjiyu, to cultivating successfully, and having their daughter Ning Qingxuan. From the moment he became the president of the Reincarnator Association in Jiangnan City, Shinjiyu continued to work hard for family and career, never stopping him from pursuing his dream as a writer. Even when their family went through a time when they could barely afford food, she never asked him to give up. Even then, outside the association's interrogation room, when he was suspected of stealing secrets from the reincarnation hall to use as material for his stories. The disappointment in her eyes. All evidence shows that she has always been supporting me. The only pity is that I have never been able to succeed. In Ning Qingxuan's gaze, Shinjiyun's back gradually disappeared. Days later, in the ancient ruins of the Central Plains. As a sacred place for the martial arts heritage that has lasted for 1,000 years, the ancient ruins have always been a place that countless prodigies in the Central Plains yearn for. However, since each opening is limited to a certain number of people, the ancestors of the Central Plains forces have established a rule. The ranking of the prodigies competing determines who can enter the ancient ruins to observe the stone tablet martial arts creation, typically accommodating only 10 people. But today, due to a large group of outsiders, this rule has been broken. The ancient ruins are located at the top of the Prodigy Peak. Outside the mountain, the crowd is overflowing, their eager eyes fixed on the center of the mountain, a massive stone cave. From the stone cave, an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy constantly bursts forth. Just basking in this spiritual energy, everyone feels an unprecedented nourishment of their physical bodies. Shinjiyun and Chen Yuning arrived late, spotting the leader, Xing Wushuang, in the crowd. This guy, he actually had someone blast open the ancient ruins? From the destroyed appearance of Prodigy Peak, it is clear that it was the power of a hunter version Barrett, which directly penetrated the center of Prodigy Peak, exposing the stone cave inheritance inside. Everyone has received the notice from the reincarnation hall, right? All of this is thanks to our brother Xing. The stone cave contains the highest inheritance of the entire Central Plains. But because there are restrictions, we need stronger power to break it open. I see most people have arrived, why not work together? A scout beside Xing Wushuang spoke loudly. Around Prodigy Peak, hundreds of reincarnators have gathered, more than half of whom are S rank. Hearing the words, they all responded excitedly. Xing Wushuang stood silently in place, his gaze fixed on the stone cave. For some reason, he could never calm his heart, overwhelmed by a difficult-to-describe unease that lingered in his mind. But the reincarnation hall had already issued a temporary task, and the hundreds of reincarnators present, with their arrows on the string, had no choice but to act, with no way to retreat. You desecrate the ancient ruins, retribution will come. Next to the stone cave, there were also many bound guardians, looking at the damaged Prodigy Peak, their faces full of grief and indignation. Attack! A shout rang out from the crowd, someone took the lead to attack the stone cave's restrictions. The slightest movement led to great consequences. The hundreds of reincarnators displayed their abilities and launched their attacks together. In an instant, the restrictions stirred up waves, the space twisted and collapsed, and the spiritual energy leaked out more violently. Xing Wushuang did not move his gaze but suddenly felt something and turned to look at the zombie king beside him. He saw the zombie king's crimson pupils filled with brutality and intense fear, sending chills down Xing Wushuang's spine. Stop! He shouted loudly, trying to stop the reincarnators. But it was too late, the restrictions were shattered, and a mirage-like scene reflected out. At that moment, Wang Xianran, who had retreated from the world in a distant forest, sensed it and looked up at the location of the ancient ruins, letting out a soft "oh." Even Ning Qingxuan, who was resting with his eyes closed in the rebirth sect, sensed the changes in heaven and earth and slightly raised his brows. Chapter 29, because he is Xing Wushuang. Inside the ancient ruins, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. In the sky above Prodigy Peak, another realm's illusion was projected. There were clouds and cranes screaming, palaces and towers standing tall, and dragon veins stretching long, showing a scene of prosperity and grandeur.
Is this the hidden world of the Central Plains?
Outside the crowd, Xingjian looked up at this mirage-like scene. The information revealed from within indicates that this is a realm far beyond the foundations of the Central Plains.
A world, possessing two realms, could this be the upper realm? Oh no. Among the crowd, Qingxuan's pupils trembled, and his entire body fell into a bone-chilling cold. As a battle-hardened S-rank reincarnator,
he certainly understood what the shadow above Tenjio Peak represented. Upon realizing that he might have caused an unimaginable disaster, which could potentially bring unprecedented calamity to the people of the Central Plains, his mind instantly fell into despair.
His original intention was never like this.
Everyone looked up, not noticing that in the corner, there was a man in a black robe who covered himself completely. This was Yan Jia, who had gone into hiding for a long time, fearing revenge from the Rebirth Sect. After receiving a temporary notice from the Reincarnation Hall, he had arrived at the ancient ruins as well. The breath of someone beyond the celestial realm, something bad is happening. Yan Jia sensed that Qingxuan had opened some forbidden door, and behind this door lived a powerful being beyond the celestial realm.
Boom!
The shadow suddenly shattered.
Mysterious dark clouds rolled above Tianjiao Peak, and waves of deep pressure swept in.
The expressions of many reincarnators changed, most of them had no idea what was happening.
What was once a certain great opportunity now seemed off. Until with a tearing sound, a snow-white jade hand ripped apart the cave space and stepped out from Tianjiao Peak.
In an instant, the land shook, causing a rumble, as if the aura around Tianjiao Peak was being drained, the space itself experiencing some kind of stagnation.
Isn't this the lower world where the path of cultivation was cut off?
The jade-faced man glanced around in amazement, a fierce consciousness sweeping across the Central Plains, immediately putting a smile on his face. Just as he guessed in his heart, this indeed was the Central Plains lower world that had disappeared for many years. Ah, truly a gift from heaven. I never expected only, would one day receive such fortune. Another rough laughter came from inside Tianjiao Peak, followed by a figure stepping out into the void.
Unmatched true chi and fierce winds engulfed all directions, making all reincarnators change their expressions drastically.
You should immediately return to notify the disciples, lest the entrance be occupied by others. The jade-faced man cast an unhappy glance at the middle-aged man named Fengli.
What are you afraid of? Besides us, who else would come to this forbidden place? Fengli sneered, then greedily looked at the terrified reincarnators. Let's capture these people and take them back to mine, wouldn't that be great?
After saying this, he intended to take action.
Run!
A piercing scream came from among the reincarnators. The crowd instantly scattered, fleeing in all directions.
The scout beside Qingxuan turned pale. Big brother, let's hurry and leave, we've caused a great disaster.
Upon hearing this, Qingxuan remained motionless, bloodshot eyes fixated on the jade-faced man and Fengli. This matter arose because of me. If it weren't for me, these two might never have come here in their lifetime.
Everyone can leave, but not me.
As soon as he finished speaking, he erupted in towering flames, while the zombie king beside him emitted a low growl.
He killed people from the Central Plains Demonic Sect because they deserved to die.
His search for the withered bone-old demon was not merely for the mission of the Reincarnation Hall. He defeated the prince of the Yin dynasty yet spared his life, also for the foundation of the Yin dynasty, so it would not waver and harm the people of the dynasty. His inner pride did not allow him to choose to escape after making a mistake, leaving behind a legacy of shame and facing unique gazes in the Cosmic Alliance. Even if he dies in battle today, he would never leave. Because he is Qingxuan. Roar! The zombie king roared and charged at the jade-faced man. Qingxuan rushed towards Fengli, and the remaining team members, witnessing this, revealed complicated expressions, then transformed into determination.
The reason we are willing to follow him is precisely because of this moment.
The scout clenched his fists and joined in, just as a crackling sound echoed in his ears, a bursting bullet rushed past, and the hunter version of the Barrett fired as well.
The ancient ruins were instantly thrown into chaos as many reincarnators fled from Xinjiayu and Chen Yuning's side.
The two exchanged a glance. Without saying a word, he immediately unleashed his power. A bunch of ants, just stubbornly resisting. The jade-faced man easily dealt with the attack from the zombie king, handling it with ease.
Fengli even raised his hand to suppress the power of the explosive bullet.
However, his expression showed surprise and shock. Clearly, he did not understand what kind of divine weapon this was. When Qingxuan charged in front of him, the scorching flames surged, directly burning away the protective aura around him, which rarely caused his eyes to show seriousness.
Bang! With a single palm movement, the clash of forces created rolling waves, and a sonic boom echoed.
Qingxuan was forced back, her flames began to dissipate, and her complexion became paler. Meanwhile, Fengli's protective energy was merely shattered, he remained unscathed.
Your strength is not weak, are you the strongest in the lower realm? Qingxuan did not reply but launched an even fiercer attack.
But Feng Li revealed impatience and struck down again, completely shattering Xing Wuxuang's flames, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood with a bitter expression. In the central plains, the pinnacle of cultivation is the celestial, and above that is called the transformation realm.
Do you know the gulf between the two? Feng Li's expression was indifferent as he stood with his hands behind his back, looking down.
He casually waved his sleeve to dismantle various attacks from others.
This scene left Xin Jiayu and Shan Yuning in shock.
4 or 5 S-grade individuals attacked simultaneously but couldn't harm him at all?
Isn't the one above the celestial the martial king?
Xing Wuxuang steadied herself, her eyes suddenly began to change, staring intently at Feng Li, trying to find his weakness.
Who told you that? Martial king?
What a ridiculous title, I have never heard of it.
The transformation realm is the transformation realm, where does the martial king come from? Feng Li scoffed and shook his head.
Seeing this, Xin Jiayu and Shan Yuning looked stunned.
Above the celestial, isn't it the martial king?
Then the martial king cultivation path that they painstakingly transcribed from the rebirth sect, was it a diversion, or was it fake? The Feng Li before them was so powerful that even Xing Wuxuang was no match, easily suppressed, and what he spoke of as the transformation realm seemed to be the true orthodoxy.
Impossible.
Senior Jiang is so strong, how could the martial king realm be fake? Xin Jiayu murmured to herself. In the midst of her daze, a great net suddenly extended from the sky, instantly covering a 10-mile radius.
Where to run, no one present today will leave.
The jade-faced man spoke coldly, as the zombie king was temporarily suppressed by some seal, the magical treasure he threw out formed a net. Immediately, the jade-faced man frowned and looked into the distance.
Vaguely, it seemed that his divine sense swept across an indescribable demonic aura. No, it was thousands and thousands of them.
Chapter 30, Ning Qingxuan takes action.
What an astonishing aura, where did it come from?
Swiftly end this, don't waste words. The jade-faced man spoke in a low voice. The value of the lower realm was composed of many factors. Today, the hundreds of cultivators at the ancient relics must be captured for examination of their roots, as well as many important pieces of information that needed severe interrogation. After all, the upper realm and the lower realm had lost contact for nearly 1,000 years, and no one knew the specific conditions of the lower realm. From the demonic aura rising in the distance, he instinctively sensed that there was some unpredictable change occurring in the lower realm. Feng Li evidently also felt the magic energy from afar, instantly deciding not to waste any more words with Xing Wuxuang and determined to use heads to shock everyone present.
Bone refinement. He condensed a strand of black vortex in his palm, unleashing the true energy of the transformation realm towards Xing Wuxuang's head.
The distorted space along the way transformed into a huge skull visage, terrifyingly hideous. Xing Wuxuang instantly felt a trend of separation between her consciousness and her body. As the skull emitted a piercing screech, it felt as if her bones were about to melt. Among the hundreds of reincarnators present, all had splitting headaches, their consciousnesses overwhelmed by the thunderous roaring. Xin Jiayu and Shan Yuning turned pale, their delicate bodies swaying on the verge of collapse.
Everything before him became blurry.
With his pair of mutated eyes, Xing Wuxuang clearly pierced through Feng Li's magic, and immediately shouted as he summoned a treasure from the reincarnation space, stabbing fiercely towards Feng Li.
Boom!
The sound of an explosion echoed, and the imagined breakthrough did not occur. It only shaved off a corner of the skeletal face, while most of the force still descended upon him. Xing Wuxuang's body trembled violently, an unprecedented life-and-death crisis shrouded his heart, and amidst the grief and anger, blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His appearance was tragic.
This powerful combat strength was not something he alone could withstand.
Looking across the central plains, only those in the late stage of the celestial realm could match his strength, but this transcendent transformation origin realm was naturally beyond his capacity.
Moreover, Feng Li seemed to still be standing at the peak level of the transformation origin realm.
Thinking of the grave mistake he made, and of the great calamity that had befallen the central plains as a result, endless regret and pain surged in his heart. The Reincarnation Palace existed within the Universe Alliance, with the initial purpose being to step into countless worlds to steal skills and arts. In doing so, it would strengthen their foundational power, to resist the alien races of the Universe Alliance star regions, to counter the invaders brought forth by the abyssal rifts, and to protect every life planet's citizens, property, and life safety from threat.
Yet today's actions, including everything that had happened, even if no one was left alive, would still be uncovered by the Reincarnation Palace.
By then, Xing Wuxuang would bear the infamy, and his family would be shamed as well. Just as he was about to close his eyes, welcoming death with regret, a black thunder struck fiercely at the skeletal face, removing a portion of the power.
Yan Jie?
He turned in shock to look. Yan Jie wore a black robe, his entire being brimming with thunder.
What are you doing? Have you all been scared silly? Over 100 S levels working together, are you afraid of these two mere transformation origin realm beings?
Yan Jie roared angrily, unleashing the thunder domain, disrupting the magic of the jade-faced man and Feng Li. Both men frowned, not expecting a master to be lurking here. Upon hearing this, all the reincarnators felt a tremor in their hearts, and then their eyes erupted with madness. In the face of life and death calamity, Yan Jie's words ignited the blood in everyone. Kill! They no longer scattered in flight, but turned to attack the jade-faced man and Fengli. This rare scene of unity was something Ning Qingxuan never expected. He cast a grateful glance at Yan Jie, his body igniting with flames once more.
Simply asking for death.
Fengli was furious. He only wanted to take these people away. He had no intention to annihilate them, but the situation left him no room to hold back. A surging force of true energy erupted from his dantian. Suddenly, a 1,000-foot giant hand condensed above the sky, covering all below. The pressure descended, the earth sank, and spiderweb-like cracks opened and closed, spreading in all directions. Yan Jie and Ning Qingxuan were both suppressed to the ground in midair. Looking at all the reincarnators who hadn't even reached Fengli, they were already attacked by the giant hand's power, howling in pain on the spot. Xin Zheyu was hit hard, blood mist exploded before her eyes, and her consciousness began to waver. In her haze, she saw Chen Yuning anxiously shouting something, but she could no longer hear it. The disaster that belonged to the reincarnators came too suddenly. She was not prepared at all. Memories like a revolving lantern flashed before her eyes, the appreciation from the old hall master, Ning Saiwei's smile, Ning Qingxuan's innocent expression. If nothing went wrong, she would surely be able to advance to S-level this time and inherit the position of branch master.
But could she still go back?
Sister Jiyu, pull yourself together. Chen Yuning shouted loudly. Blood mist began to splash in the arena. Some, unable to bear the burden, were crushed into pieces. Suddenly, the screams vanished. Xin Zheyu felt all pressure disappear, and her consciousness became clear again. Looking up, she saw the 1,000-foot giant hand collapsing.
The heavenly network turned into countless starlight.
Flying ash vanished. The jade-faced man and Fengli's expressions darkened as they looked towards the approaching disciples of the demon cult in the distance. A black sedan chair crossed the sky, the sound of wind chimes drifting over, reflecting cold faces, a chilling atmosphere immediately enveloping the entire ancient ruins.
People from the upper realm must not step into the lower realm. Have you forgotten the rules?
A celestial voice rang out, echoing from within the black sedan chair, traversing mountains and rivers, resonating beneath the universe. Everyone looked up, seeing flags fluttering, with a lotus flower emblem imprinted on them. Zhang Qinggu and the two revered ones stood beside the black sedan chair, their aura unfathomable. The four great guardians stood at the front, their white robes dancing. The disciples of the rebirth sect filled the sky, their eyes icy. This scene caused Ning Qingxuan's gaze to freeze, striking sudden fear and terror in Yan Jie's heart. The reincarnators present immediately recalled the name of the leader of the rebirth sect, as well as the stories that had unfolded in the Central Plains long ago. Is this the legendary figure of the demon path from the Central Plains, the leader of the rebirth sect? A murmuring voice broke out. Fengli's lips curled into a cold smile, naturally detecting the fluctuation of Zhang Qinggu and the two revered ones' true energy, surpassing the celestial realm.
Rules? What rules? I come and go as I please.
Just now, I was puzzled as to who had the audacity to name the realm beyond the celestial realm the Martial King realm. It turns out to be you insignificant demons.
What, unwilling to be cut off from the path of cultivation, attempting to find a substitute in the transformation realm?
Ridiculous. After these words, Ning Qingxuan fell silent for a moment. He did not foresee the current situation. The secret of the ancient ruins announced to the Central Plains, the return of beings from the upper realm thousands of years ago, must be said to have disrupted some of his plans.
That being the case.
Well then, today, the upper realm changes its owner.
Ning Qingxuan's celestial voice rolled, resounding throughout the universe.
The curtain of the black sedan chair fluttered in the wind, revealing him extending a finger. Sword light swept out, and the world instantly lost its color.
Chapter 31, The Leader's Great Righteousness, The Reincarnator's Return Journey.
As if space was torn, cold light sliced through the sky. Fengli saw nothing, the speed far surpassing what the naked eye could catch, beyond any sense of perception he had from his transformation realm power. The next moment, a tingling spread throughout his body, and the ground spun. Blood splattered out, smearing his face.
When he looked in confusion, he saw his own body fall to the ground, headless.
Beside him, the jade-faced man witnessed this and felt His mindset had completely changed at this point. For a moment, it was as if he had returned to when he first became a new reincarnator, facing the mysterious and unpredictable world of reincarnation, and feeling a sense of despair. At this moment, seeing the Lord of Rebirth instantly kill Fengli, he felt no surprise at all, only knowing that the next person to lie motionless on the ground might be him. Lord of Rebirth, the myth of the Devil's Path. Xin Zheyu raised his head and gazed at the black sedan chair, his eyes filled with shock. All the reincarnators present straightened their bodies and dared not move.
How could someone like you exist in the lower realm? The jade-faced man couldn't understand, it was unbelievable.
A place that had its cultivation path severed for 1,000 years, the lower realm, had suddenly produced such a terrifying expert?
I've already said, from today on, this is the upper realm.
Ning Qingxuan waved his hand again, gently brushing his sleeve. A breeze blew away, carrying an unfathomable true chi power, causing the jade-faced man's gaze to freeze, his body turning into a blood mist, instantly vanishing. At the same time, a large number of true chi rainbows appeared in the distance.
A vast sea of them, endless.
These were the sect forces that had sensed the disturbance in the ancient ruins, arriving from all directions of the central plains.
Damn, what did these outsiders do?
Anger and panic erupted as many sect leaders saw the destruction of the celestial hero peak, the ruins in chaos, and the guardians imprisoned. The guardian cried out, "They destroyed the stone tablet inheritance. I don't know which powerful being they released, it nearly caused a catastrophe in the central plains. Thankfully, it was Lord of Rebirth." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone changed, and they quickly saw the corpse of Feng Li lying on the ground.
Could it be that the rumors of our ancestors were true? An elder with white hair said, his face showing shock.
Look at the mess these outsiders have caused. Since they stepped into the central plains, not a single day has been peaceful.
These people must die. Exactly, they must be killed.
Angry shouts echoed through the air, with killing intent so strong it shook the sky. This commotion made all the reincarnators pale, their hearts filled with fear. Xingwuxuan's face was grim, head lowered, while Xinzheyu and Chen Yunyang also grew tense. One crisis hadn't ended before another arose, the lives of all the reincarnators hanging by a thread once again. From the direction of the sky, another figure in white appeared. The strong forces from the central plains quickly cleared the way. The stone tablet is shattered, the barrier is gone, there is no more obstruction between the two realms.
Soon, countless powerful beings from the heavens will swarm here. You've caused such a disaster, do you know what kind of trouble you've brought to the central plains?
Wang Xianran sighed lightly, his expression complicated. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Lord, we would have been in great danger. Otherwise, the 7 cities surrounding the ancient ruins, and their million inhabitants, would have turned to bones. His words made all the reincarnators' hearts tremble. Xingwuxuan's eyes lost focus as he stepped forward. This matter started because of me.
I am willing to pay with my life.
These people only followed my instigation, they had nothing to do with it.
Please, spare them and let them go.
All the reincarnators stared at him blankly, lowering their heads in silence.
What is your life worth? Today, all these outsiders must die. A loud shout echoed in the air, reigniting the anger as the crowd became agitated. Everyone, shut up.
Suddenly, Jiang Qinggu shouted, her voice like a roaring wave, reverberating through the sky. The strong forces of the central plains immediately fell silent, and the scene quieted in an instant. Eyes turned toward the black sedan chair, and they all knew that life and death were in the hands of just one person. After a long while, Ning Qingxuan finally spoke.
You may leave.
When these words fell, no one dared to refute.
Xingwuxuan raised his head in a daze, his voice hoarse and trembling, "The Lord will not kill me?"
Ning Qingxuan replied, "Taking your life is meaningless to me. Leave here, leave the central plains, and never return."
I speak of everyone.
The reincarnators on the field looked at each other, the heavy stone in their hearts dropping in an instant.
Some could not bear this pressure and cried out.
Xingwuxuan was stunned, his nose slightly sour, countless emotions surged in his heart, regret, guilt, shame, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably.
He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Thank you, Master, for not killing me.
A tall man, the legendary reincarnator ranked 49 on the S-level celestial list, felt an infinite reverence for Ning Qingxuan after walking the edge of life and death twice.
Thank you, Master, for not killing me.
The reincarnators all kneeled down together. Xinzheyu looked up at Jiang Qinggu and found her looking at him too, a smile on her lips as she gently nodded at him.
Thank you.
Xinzheyu felt deeply grateful inside.
This scene made Wang Xianran laugh heartily, cupping his hands towards the black sedan.
The Master's kindness is a blessing for our central plains.
The powers of the central plains finally reacted and quickly cupped their hands, Master's righteousness.
The sounds of worship rose and fell, echoing through the sky.
Chapter 32, The Emperor Star's Total Transformation.
In the independent space opened by the Reincarnation Palace of the Universe Alliance, a virtual square. Light flashed, and many reincarnators returned from the land of the Central Plains. They looked at the familiar scenes around them, all bursting into tears of joy.
We almost couldn't come back, sob.
Luckily, the Master of Rebirth intervened, and thank goodness he let us go, otherwise everyone would have been doomed. It's a pity, some still couldn't return, dying at the hands of that person named Feng Li. The crowd slumped to the ground, recalling all that had happened in the land of the Central Plains, feeling a lingering fear. Xingwuxuan also appeared, his expression complicated. The members beside him looked at each other, revealing expressions of relief.
How come only 20 minutes have passed?
A voice of surprise rang out from the crowd. Xinzheyu had just returned and, upon hearing this, also checked the time. Everyone felt very astonished.
They had spent about 3 months in the land of the Central Plains, yet only 20 minutes had passed in the Universe Alliance?
The flow of time in the reincarnation world itself is different from that of the Universe Alliance, you all know this, but the passage of time in the land of the Central Plains is much higher than in other worlds. Ning Qingxuan explained, then looked up at the virtual space and the giant electronic screen. Wisdom Goddess, please check the current situation in the land of the Central Plains.
Querying. The land of the Central Plains is currently closed, the specific reopening time is unknown.
Immediately, unease surged in Ning Qingxuan's heart, a strong premonition of bad news.
What's going on?
Hearing the Wisdom Goddess's words, everyone became tense.
By the time of your return, 5 minutes have already passed.
Severe spatial tremors and sustained energy fluctuations are suspected to have occurred in the land of the Central Plains.
Ning Qingxuan felt as if struck by lightning, his gaze rapidly darkening.
In just 5 minutes, the land of the Central Plains could be experiencing an attack from powerful beings from the upper realm. Everyone understood the meaning of the Wisdom Goddess's words, their expressions changing.
Are the upper and lower realms of the Central Plains fighting? It must be.
Otherwise, there would be no reason for such severe spatial tremors. It's all our fault, we have no idea what the land of the Central Plains is like now.
Will the Master of Rebirth die in battle? He is such a good person. Absolutely impossible.
The Master of Rebirth is incredibly strong. He personally created the Martial King cultivation system and instantly killed 2 major transformation experts.
We all witnessed it. That's right.
The Master of Rebirth could sweep through both the lower and upper realms of the Central Plains. His understanding of magic is S+++ level. We can't say for sure, after all, none of us know the true level of the upper realm. I think the Master of Rebirth has probably discovered the upper realm long ago and was scheming, but unfortunately, we ruined the Tianjiao peak. Everyone's mood was low, endlessly discussing, filled with sadness. No one could foresee what would happen next in the land of the Central Plains.
They witnessed the style of a generation's demonic path hero.
But he could not see the second half of his life.
You have 5 minutes remaining. Hearing the reminder, everyone showed reluctance on their faces.
They all came from different star domains of the Cosmic Alliance, from various life planets, and only because of this reincarnation world of Central Plains, they were brought together by fate.
In 5 minutes, they would each return to their homes.
Chen Yuning smiled at Shinjiyu and said, "You must come to the Imperial Star someday.
I will take you to play for 3 days and 3 nights." Shinjiyu nodded earnestly.
They had developed a deep friendship during their journey through the Central Plains, and both felt reluctant to part today. Soon, beams of light flickered, and the figures in the virtual square began to disappear one after another. I hope my rating will pass.
Shinjiyu took a deep breath and also left. On Kanglan Star, deep in the mountains of Jiangnan City, Ning Qingxuan yawned, stretched lazily, and gradually woke up from his sleep.
Before him, a string of text that only he could see floated up.
Material collection completed, generating automatically, 0.2%.
Life development completed, restoring strength, 0.5%. 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and all the cultivation from these years would be fully retained on Ning Qingxuan.
However, it would require a certain amount of time to recover.
Just as he got out of bed, he picked up his phone and found many missed calls and messages. Most were from his daughter and wife, while a few were signed with mysterious names, seemingly from high officials of the Federation and the Reincarnation Hall. Upon opening one, it seemed he had established some kind of consciousness connection, and a mechanical, cold voice immediately rang in his ears.
Confirming identity. Identity confirmed, Level 1 Citizen Ning Qingxuan. Binding in progress, binding successful.
Dear Level 1 Citizen Ning Qingxuan, the Wisdom Goddess 198-665 is at your service.
Ning Qingxuan raised an eyebrow. The Wisdom Goddess came looking for him?
In the current context of the Cosmic Alliance era, the Reincarnation Hall held supreme authority, and the will of the 3 main gods maintained the operation and order of the Alliance.
Almost every citizen could express their needs by communicating with the Wisdom Goddess.
In other words, both the Wisdom Goddess and the other 2 goddesses had countless avatars within the Cosmic Alliance. Those with dozens of numbers as suffixes were some of them. The earlier the numbers, the closer the avatar's will was to the main body, the higher the authorization, and the higher the status. Ning Qingxuan had previously bound an avatar of the Wisdom Goddess but had unbound it because he needed to pay a fee every month. He didn't expect her to come looking for him again now.
Please help me unbind, thank you.
Ning Qingxuan did not need the Wisdom Goddess.
Unbinding in progress. Unbinding successful. Binding in progress.
Binding successful, Wisdom Goddess 009, at your service.
Ning Qingxuan? No, why did it automatically upgrade?
009 seems to be the supreme avatar of Kanglan's Imperial Star. Ning Qingxuan fell silent for a moment. He remembered that the current governor of Kanglan Star had avatars of the Wisdom Goddess that ended with 5 or 6 numbers. Even the governor of Kanglan Imperial Star or the planetary lord of such a level might not be able to bind 009.
Dear ancient reincarnator Mr. Ning, I am Wisdom Goddess 009.
You can express any needs you have in the future, and I will serve you wholeheartedly.
First, welcome back from the realms, and thank you for your tremendous contributions to the Cosmic Alliance.
Secondly, I apologize for not being able to guide your return in time, please forgive me. Ning Qingxuan heard a humanized voice that was completely different from the mechanical coldness he had just experienced. I detected that you have reincarnated in the Blood Feast realm. May I ask if you have recovered your strength and if you are ready for a level assessment to receive exclusive rewards from the Reincarnation Hall?
Ning Qingxuan's mind stirred.
Exclusive rewards? Completion of level assessment will grant exclusive rewards including but not limited to an upgrade in citizen level.
Huge points, huge federal currency, and the opening of the Reincarnation Hall permissions.
The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom fell again, and Ning Qingxuan seemed to be deep in thought. These rewards sounded very tempting. After all, besides his own strength, he was currently very poor.
Yes. Transferring you to Kanglan Star Assessment Center.
The Goddess of Wisdom suddenly paused, then said apologetically, the Kanglan Star Assessment Center is unable to evaluate you, transferring you to the Imperial Star Assessment Center. As soon as the words fell, Ning Qingxuan felt a majestic and extraordinary force enveloping his entire body. The next moment, he found himself in a newly created virtual space. Countless stars hung above him, and beneath his feet lay a supergiant star far larger than the sun from his past life. In front, there was an ancient table with a young woman quietly sitting in a chair. Seeing Ning Qingxuan being transmitted there, she adjusted her glasses and said, "Are you here for the level assessment? Come here." Ning Qingxuan walked over, and after completing identity verification, she could not help but show a look of surprise and confusion.
Wait, how does a reincarnator from Kanglan Star come to our Imperial Star?
Ning Qingxuan was about to say something, but the young woman glanced at the time and waved her hand. "Let's start quickly, I still have to get off work." Without speaking, Ning Qingxuan walked straight ahead. The surrounding space twisted, and soon another world appeared before him.
Reincarnator, you will undergo an F-level assessment.
The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom from the Imperial Star Assessment Center echoed coldly. After saying that, a virtual figure clad in armor appeared in front of Ning Qingxuan and launched an attack at him.
Next.
Ning Qingxuan raised his hand, and invisible pressure swept through, shattering the armored figure on the spot.
Reincarnator, you will undergo an E-level assessment.
This time, an eerie old man appeared, his eyes hollow, his appearance withered, releasing a soul-piercing shriek as he entered. Ning Qingxuan shook his head, once again sweeping his sleeves to destroy him.
Reincarnator, you will undergo a D-level assessment.
Outside, the young woman sitting in the chair was boredly playing with her phone when she noticed that only a minute had passed on the indicator board, and 3 levels had already been broken. Her expression showed shock as she took off her glasses and rubbed her eyes, realizing the indicator board had jumped to B level.
What's going on? Isn't this person a new reincarnator?
She confirmed several times that there was no problem with the assessment center, and 2 minutes later, the indicator board reached A level. She appeared as if she had seen a ghost, hurriedly dialing a phone number in a flurry. Looking up, the A level letter slowly transitioned to S level.
Oh no, the guy who just went in is a big shot.
She murmured to herself, her gaze dazed.
Countless talents flourished in the Kanglan system, and there were many S-level reincarnators, occupying 20% of the 3,000 spots on the sky list.
Many reincarnators on the sky list often connect with the Goddess of Wisdom to check if their rankings have changed.
At this moment, in the independent space of the sky list, crowds surged, each engrossed in conversation.
A giant sky list hung above, and suddenly a loud gasp was heard, drawing a multitude of attention. "Everyone, look at this called Eternal Night Lord Ning Qingxuan. He just entered 2,965th place 2 minutes ago, and now he's within 1,000. In an instant, this change caused even greater unrest, drawing more and more people in, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at the continuously leapfrogging name.
Brother Zhao, I think I heard you mention this Eternal Night Lord. You couldn't enter Central Plane because of him, right?
In the crowd, Zhao Wanjun, who had just arrived at the Imperial Star from Kanglan Star, looked at the newly appearing name on the sky list.
Hearing his companion's voice, he revealed an expression of disbelief. That's right, it's him.
Zhao Wanjun's heart shook violently, and with the continuous rise in rank, his breath became increasingly heavy. A large number of reincarnators were on the field, along with people from other places. In a certain corner, Qingxuan and Yan Jie were talking about something. Through various spaces opened up by the Goddess of Wisdom, they could meet at will.
Hearing the commotion ahead, the two frowned and looked over together. This, the 95th?
Yan Jie exclaimed on the spot, as this had pushed him out of his ranking.
Ning Qingxuan, from Kanglan Star?
Qingxuan's eyes widened slightly. The reason he remembered Kanglan Star was because of the bloodline ranking list from some time ago, which had caused quite a stir due to the same name.
79th place. Where did this newcomer come from? Why have I never heard of him before? I remember now. Isn't this the Eternal Night Lord of the Blood Food Realm? Rumor has it he is an ancient reincarnator who just recently awakened his reincarnation memories. An ancient reincarnator just returned? I see. This guy has broken into the top 50 of the heavenly ranking. The square erupted, and the crowd was chaotic, with more and more people surging into the space, all coming in response to the news. Unintentionally, Ning Qingxuan caught sight of Chen Yuning, who had also arrived here. Chen Yuning clearly knew who the Eternal Night Lord Ning Qingxuan was, and when she saw this name enter the top 40, her eyes widened, and her entire mind buzzed. So strong, what a pity that Sister Jiyu cannot come here. The heavenly ranking space was only accessible to those who were reincarnators of the heavenly ranking, and everyone present was no exception. Time passed little by little, and suddenly the gasps gradually diminished, until they turned into silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Ning Qingxuan's name, which lingered at the 10th position on the heavenly ranking.
Congratulations to Kanglan Star Reincarnator Ning Qingxuan, Eternal Night Lord of the Blood Food Realm, for ranking S-Class 10th on the heavenly ranking. The voice from the Goddess of Wisdom echoed throughout the entire space. The entire venue became dead silent, distinctly different from the previous commotion. If someone made it into the top 100, they would only marvel. If it was the top 50, they could only look up in admiration. But if it was the top 10? With a gulp, Chen Yuning found it hard to swallow. The S-Class heavenly ranking changed every year, but the top 100 was hard to change, with new names rarely appearing every 2 or 3 years. The top 50 was even more of a massive dividing line. Ning Qingxuan, holding the 49th position, had remained unshaken for many years, earning the nickname Qing 49. But reaching the threshold of the top 10 could only bring about change in 2 scenarios. The first, someone on the list died. The second, someone on the list surpassed S-Class. Whichever it was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Thus, new names in the top 10 hadn't appeared for many years. But today, Ning Qingxuan stood atop. His arrival would make 2,900 people look up, and make 9 people turn around. That's great, I guess I can meet Sister Jiyu soon. Chen Yuning murmured to herself. Chapter 34, Xin Jiyu, the Imperial Star Best Friend. The change in the top 10 of the S-Class heavenly ranking quickly spread out from the heavenly ranking space. In the context of today's Cosmic Alliance era, almost everyone could bind the avatar of the Goddess of Wisdom, and the speed of information dissemination increased exponentially. In an instant, all reincarnators within the S-Class circle, as well as families from the Federation that had long paid attention to the S-Class heavenly ranking, received the news without exception. At this moment, in a certain city on Kanglan Imperial Star. In the Blood Ancestor Manor, a voice of fury echoed throughout the entire estate. The ancestor is not dead, so why has the heavenly ranking kicked the ancestor out of the 10th position? Faced with the Blood Ancestor's furious questioning, a large group of family reincarnators was sweating profusely. A woman hurriedly explained, "Blood Ancestor, please calm down, the heavenly ranking is updated according to normal procedures. The previous Eternal Night Lord from the Blood Food Realm currently occupies the 10th position." As the words fell, the Blood Ancestor's expression froze, and the pent-up rage inside him was doused like a bucket of cold water. In an instant, he extinguished it. It's him again. Has this person been found by the Reincarnation Hall? He wore a serious expression and slowly sat down again. The family ancestor is currently in seclusion. If he discovers in due time that his ranking is changed, discontent will surely arise. But if the procedures are normal, no one can do anything about it. Let's not leak this matter within the mansion for the time being. The ancestor is in a crucial period of seclusion, we must not let him hear about it. As for what comes next, I will handle it. He tapped the table, and the core members of the family quickly took their leave. The Blood Ancestor contemplated for a long time and finally connected with the Goddess of Wisdom to request a virtual meeting with the higher-ups of the Imperial Star. First, their bloodline ranking was squeezed, leading to family interests being harmed. Now even the ancestor himself is pushed down in prestige and status within the S-Class ranks. If he does not take action soon, the future development of the family is likely to be seriously affected. Of course, he is not targeting this person called the Eternal Night Lord. It doesn't matter who it is, anyone who harms the family must be dealt with immediately. Soon, the virtual meeting was successfully established. The Blood Ancestor saw the virtual figure appearing before him and immediately put on a smile on his pale face. "Officer, I..." Before he could finish, the other party interrupted him. "The matter of the heaven rankings changes cannot be interfered with by anyone, not even me." The Blood Ancestor's smile froze. The person before him held tremendous power in the Imperial Star and had long supported his entire family. Currently, he served as the regional governor of Jingzhou in the Imperial Star, overseeing hundreds of cities, essentially the second-in-command of the Jingzhou area, closely linked with the Jingzhou Hallmaster. If he was unwilling to help, then the matter of the heaven ranking changes would essentially be beyond saving. "Officer, please listen to me first. This ancient reincarnator called the Eternal Night Lord is an extremely rare talent.
Upon hearing this, the Jingzhou governor immediately understood his meaning. You want me to recruit him?
The Blood Ancestor nodded eagerly. As long as he is willing to work for you and join the Executioner Corps, due to a confidentiality agreement, he will be immediately removed from the Heaven ranking. The Blood Ancestor's plans were loud and clear. To stabilize the Ancestor's prestige and status, he had to find another way.
Wait for my news.
The Jingzhou governor was silent for a moment before cutting off the connection. On the other side, at the Jingzhou official residence,
Li Huairan looked at a young woman beside him.
You also heard what was just said. This Ning Qingxuan is indeed a talent, and even if it weren't for the Blood Clan, I would still be very interested in him.
So, do you have confidence in bringing him under my command?
I vaguely remember you rising all the way from Kanglan Star. The young woman named Xiao Jiro naturally listened to the conversation without missing a word. It's quite a coincidence, I actually grew up in the same village as this Ning Qingxuan's wife.
As Xiao Jiro's words fell, Li Huairan's eyes lit up, and he nodded in approval.
Indeed, it was right to keep you by my side back then. Xiao Jiro responded with a respectful smile and immediately began trying to contact Shinjiayu. In Kanglan Star, Shinjiayu, who had just returned from Central Plains, suddenly heard the mechanical voice of the Goddess of Wisdom in her ears. Xiao Jiro from Imperial Star is requesting a virtual meeting with you.
Do you accept?
Shinjiayu paused in her steps home, her heart suddenly trembling.
Xiao Jiro.
This name was both familiar and strange to her. It had been nearly 10 years since they last met. Shinjiayu showed hesitation. They used to have a great relationship, but after a certain reincarnation world, subtle changes occurred. Xiao Jiro had taken an S-class item, abandoned the promises she once made, and set off alone for the Imperial Star, embracing a brighter and more splendid future. And all she could do was silently watch, showing a look of envy, sending words of blessing, and nothing more. For over 10 years, she occasionally heard about Xiao Jiro thriving in the Empire Star, achieving many great feats, even gaining the favor of a regional governor. But all these years, she never contacted me again.
Why today?
Shinjiayu sighed softly, unwilling to be involved with the past, and chose to ignore the call.
Sorry, you cannot reject the call.
Virtual meeting is being established. Shinjiayu pursed her lips and gave a self-deprecating smile.
Thinking about it, why would she reject a virtual meeting from the Empire Star?
Hi. A virtual figure appeared. It was Xiao Jiro. She greeted Shinjiayu, and Shinjiayu smiled politely.
Long time no see, what's up?
What, can't I just catch up with my best friend if there's nothing else? From the screen, Xiao Jiro could see that Shinjiayu seemed to be doing well, even wearing the formal attire of Jiangnan City.
Come visit Empire Star sometime, I'll take you around.
The construction here over the years is far better than on our home planet. Shinjiayu forced a smile and said, No need, I'm usually quite busy, hardly ever have time.
Then what about your husband?
Xiao Jiro asked casually.
He is also quite busy.
A flicker of doubt crossed Shinjiyu's mind. Completely unaware of Xiao Jiro's intentions, her tone became hostile. I've heard about Ning Qingxuan's situation.
I didn't expect he's actually an ancient reincarnate. Would you be interested in bringing him to Empire Star to work under the governor of Jingzhou?
I can make him the Inspector General of the Bailu Regiment. Hearing this, Shinjiyu's expression immediately changed.
Well, after not seeing each other for over 10 years, and the first thing she does is try to make a move on her husband?
Ning Qingxuan may not be suitable, and you should approach him, not me.
Xiao Jiro smiled and said with a calm tone, after all these years, doesn't our relationship deserve for you to whisper in his ear?
Shinjiyu's face darkened, her fist tightening.
Chapter 35, Such Power and Authority? The Bailu Regiment of Empire Star has a certain reputation.
This is a group that sweeps across the starry sky, eliminating alien strongholds and fighting unknown forces. They earn points or federal currency through achievements, doing life and death missions.
Shinjiayu wouldn't even consider it, not in a million years. I'm very sorry, but I don't think Ning Qingxuan will join the Bailu Regiment.
Xiao Jiro squinted her eyes, surprised by Shinjiyu's direct rejection. Years had passed, and Shinjiayu had clearly grown a lot, no longer the weak person who used to always say yes to everything.
Good sister, I'm offering you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't misunderstand my good intentions. Think about it seriously. He's currently ranked 10th on the S-Class Heaven list.
There will definitely be people offering him opportunities. But trust me, I can offer the most generous conditions. Hearing this, Shinjiayu froze for a moment.
What does this mean? When did Ning Qingxuan rank 10th on the S-Class Heaven list? Goodness.
She hadn't expected this news.
No wonder, even though Kanglan Star is so far from Empire Star, Xiao Jiro still managed to catch wind of it. Let me reiterate, I cannot make decisions for Ning Qingxuan, and I won't persuade him.
Shinjiayu shook her head, firmly standing her ground. She would never sell out her husband.
Good sister, you're being a little stubborn here.
Xiao Zhiro continued with a calm voice, but now her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, and there was a flicker of anger in her eyes.
Governor Li Huijin of Jingzhou was standing beside her, watching.
If she couldn't convince Shen Zhiyu, her reputation would surely drop in his eyes.
I have some matters to attend to.
Shen Zhiyu immediately disconnected her virtual avatar.
Next time, it would only take a bit of money.
In a split second, the virtual meeting was interrupted, and Xiao Zhiro's entire face clouded over like water. Li Huiren spoke with displeasure, a mere president of the Reincarnator Association, yet unwilling to give me some face, truly remarkable power. He seemed not to care much about Xiao Zhiro's failure at all.
However, Shen Zhiyu, having clearly heard his name, still refused without any hesitation, leaving him extremely dissatisfied.
Xiao Zhiro, with a grim expression, said, "Sorry, officer, can you give me a bit more time?
I will personally go to Kanglan Star."
Li Huiren stood up, his attitude cold. "No need, I see they have become too comfortable on Kanglan Star and need some testing." He connected to the Wisdom Goddess and sent a message to Kanglan Star. "Quickly send someone to find the governor of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng, and have him immediately revoke Shen Zhiyu's presidency, adding him to the federal blacklist, and no relatives shall participate in civil service examinations in the future." Seeing this, Xiao Zhiro instantly felt delighted. This could be seen as regaining her face. After being continuously rejected by Shen Zhiyu, she was already very unhappy. Sending message sending failed, message was intercepted. Li Huiren frowned, as the governor of the Jingzhou district, served by the Wisdom Goddess A1399, his authority was immense.
Who dared to intercept the message he sent? Who is it? Who intercepted my message? Li Huiren questioned. His Wisdom Goddess suddenly became unresponsive. Answer me! Li Huiren bellowed.
This scene left Xiao Zhiro somewhat confused. Until the entire office hall was locked down by a towering consciousness, and cold words echoed.
I am the Wisdom Goddess 009.
It has now come to light that Jingzhou Governor Li Huiren is abusing power and has been separated from a 1399. Upon hearing this, Li Huiren felt as though struck by lightning, cold sweat pouring from his forehead.
The 009 incarnation, isn't this the total incarnation of the Imperial Star?
He turned pale with fear, completely not understanding how sending a single message could disturb the total incarnation of the Imperial Star.
Wisdom Goddess, is there a misunderstanding here?
I have not abused my power. Li Huiren tried to argue, his eyes filled with panic.
Jingzhou Governor Li Huiren, you intend to suppress the position of Ning Qingxuan's family, seriously disrupting their normal lives.
Your governor position is now revoked, and you have 30 minutes to submit your resignation to the Jingzhou Hall, writing about your misdeeds and an apology. If you fail to comply within the time limit, you will be brought before the federal court. The cold voice fell, carrying an undeniable severe tone. Li Huiren felt as if the sky had fallen, his eyes blank and devoid of light.
This was actually for Ning Qingxuan? What kind of background does he have that would prompt the Imperial Star's total incarnation to personally intervene? With just one unfavorable message toward Shen Zhiyu, it descended into his office hall? After a while, the towering will disappeared. Li Huiren slumped in his chair, his mind blank. He knew he was done for, his future was gone, everything was lost. Ding-a-ling. An old phone, long unused, rang on the desk. A trembling Xiao Zhiro walked over uncertainly and picked it up. Hello? This is the Blood Clan residence, is this the Jingzhou internal office? The Blood Ancestor on the other end asked anxiously. He originally wanted to have another virtual meeting, but suddenly found Li Huiren's Wisdom Goddess was unreachable. Xiao Zhiro stared blankly at Li Huiren, everything happened too suddenly for her to react. Wisdom Goddess 009, the total incarnation of the Kanglan Imperial Star, without a doubt. Only a few in the entire Imperial Star could access this level, let alone closely monitoring Shen Zhiyu. A message personally descended. What kind of power does this former best friend have behind her? She doesn't understand, but in that fleeting moment, she knows she is finished. Hello? Hello? Seeing no one respond, Blood Ancestor shouted loudly. Get lost. Li Huiren screamed in grief and anger, smashing the phone into pieces. If it weren't for Blood Ancestor, how could he have thoughts of heaven and hell? Beep beep beep. On the other side, Blood Ancestor, hearing Li Huiren's voice, was petrified in place. What happened? Looking at this scene, Li Huiren must have gotten into trouble, and quite a serious kind. All he did was ask to recruit Ning Qingxuan. How did it turn into this? Just then, a sudden urgent knocking sound came from outside. Blood Ancestor, something big has happened. The Jingzhou inner court has been surrounded, and someone seems to have seen the court head walk in with a dark expression. As soon as the words fell, Blood Ancestor's pupils trembled violently. The court head brought people to the Jingzhou inner court. Doesn't that mean Li Huiren's political career in the Federation has come to an end? He instinctively realized that Li Huiren might have touched upon some terrible taboo. Is it Ning Qingxuan? What has this guy done?
Blood Ancestor thought deeply, his eyes gradually turning to panic.
Chapter 36, The magical aura appears from outside Kanglan Star, why has it come? Imperial Star Appraisal Institute.
Ning Qingxuan rubbed his sore arms and stepped out of the appraisal room. This appraisal took a total of 20 minutes, facing off against over 100 virtual characters of different levels and increasing combat power. Other than feeling a bit tired, Ning Qingxuan felt no discomfort. Unfortunately, he ultimately stopped before the 146th strong enemy, successfully identifying his power level as 99% as the king of the Corpse Clan. This was already the strongest ability he could show at the moment. After all, Ning Qingxuan's magical cultivation was still slowly recovering. Outside the door, the staff had been waiting for a long time. She straightened her wide-brimmed glasses, nervously smiling as she said, "Mr. Ning, you must be exhausted. I've prepared a bottle of high-grade nutrient solution for you, please enjoy." Saying this, she handed over a bottle of potion.
Ning Qingxuan hesitated for a moment and asked, "This stuff seems pretty expensive, right?"
He still remembered Shinjiu had used it after completing a task.
A bottle of high-grade nutrient solution needed at least 20,000 points, rather than Federation currency.
Shinjiu used internal channels of the association, everyone had resources. "This is provided for you free of charge by our Appraisal Institute officer. If it's not enough, I'll go get 2 more bottles right away." The staff was afraid Ning Qingxuan would refuse, as no one wanted to slight an S-rank reincarnator, especially one in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking.
"No need, thank you."
Ning Qingxuan took the high-grade nutrient solution, and after connecting with the wisdom goddess, his figure vanished in an instant. The staff saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief.
Kanglan Star, deep in the mountains of Jiangnan City.
Ning Qingxuan returned to his original position, and the gentle voice of Wisdom Goddess 009 sounded in his ears. "Congratulations, you have completed the level assessment, please receive your reward." As soon as the words fell, Ning Qingxuan noticed that he was granted reincarnation space and had his identity information imprinted.
Opening it, the panel revealed some text. Reincarnation space account holder, Ning Qingxuan. Points, initial 1 million. Currency, initial 20 million. Items, S-rank heavenly ranking 10th place reincarnation seal. Permissions, S-rank. Citizen level, level 3.
Ning Qingxuan looked at the panel, slightly surprised. This is too much. On Kanglan Star, even the well-known officials have less than 1 million points.
Moreover, his citizen level had actually risen to level 3.
In this universe alliance where level 1 crushes hundreds of billions of people, level 3 belongs to the high citizen category. His current citizen level is already the same as that of the officials of Kanglan Star.
Your reward has been distributed, may I be so bold as to ask? Have you recently had any memories resurfacing?
Your reincarnation experience is extremely important, it will bring unimaginable growth resources to our cosmic alliance. Ning Qingxuan fell silent for a moment, he had learned the specifics from what had happened with his daughter, Ning Qingxuan. The so-called ancient reincarnators were the vanguard team formed during the early establishment of the Federation, led by the Hall of Reincarnation.
It has been many, many years since then.
The number of vanguard teams was scarce, and each one was filled with the great hope of the Hall of Reincarnation, thus they were endowed with the original powers of the 3 great main gods. They could descend with their souls, reincarnate in countless realms, retain all the personality memories of the Cosmic Alliance, and learn the methods of becoming stronger across the myriad worlds.
Then, they would successfully bring back these methods of becoming stronger by reincarnating once again into the Cosmic Alliance.
Under the influence of the original powers of the 3 great main gods of the Hall of Reincarnation, their strength would be fully preserved. Due to individual differences, the number of reincarnations for each vanguard team varied.
Currently, the Federation records show that the strongest reincarnator has only 4 reincarnations at most.
Among these, one was caused by soul splitting. This means that when the main body reincarnated back to the Cosmic Alliance, a part of the soul's power was still within the myriad realms. Only upon death would it return to the main body. Ning Qingxuan suddenly understood why the wisdom goddess number 009 would personally bind herself to him. His novels had reached 3, and the wisdom goddess must have read them.
Not for the time being.
Ning Qingxuan replied like this.
Alright, I wish you good health and a happy life.
After the wisdom goddess said this, she fell into a state of self-closure. Like countless embodiments, during this period, she would not monitor Ning Qingxuan in any way until he called for her again. Even a level 1 citizen has privacy rights, the wisdom goddess would never violate such a mistake, and this is also one of the reasons why countless citizens trust her the most.
Time to go home.
Ning Qingxuan tidied up his emotions, took a deep breath of fresh air, and began descending the mountain with a smile. What he completely did not know was that just a little over 10 minutes ago, a big shot in the Imperial Star had fallen because of him, the skyless space was in chaos because of him. Time flowed by, and the sky gradually darkened. The stars outside the Kanglan star domain twinkled, resembling a silver river hanging upside down, brilliantly beautiful. Among them, one star was especially dazzling, that was the Imperial Star. As the governor of the Kanglan star, Fu Lingfeng often looked up at the shape of the Imperial Star at night, feeling an infinite sense of emotion in his heart. If he achieved nothing greater in his life, his political career within the Federation would almost come to an end. The possibility of being assigned to the Imperial Star was exceedingly slim.
Has the old Hall-Master not sent back any news yet?
Fu Lingfeng withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the Secretary General who was working. Not yet, according to the rules, Chairman Shin should have returned by now. The Secretary General operated the electronic screen when suddenly the entire screen flickered with red light, and a mechanical hurried electronic synthesized voice sounded.
Alarm! Alarm! A deep abyss crack has been detected 1.5 million kilometers away from Kanglan Star.
The Secretary General paused, and Fu Lingfeng frowned.
Sir, how should we handle this? Fu Lingfeng pondered for a while.
The appearance of the abyss crack signified the arrival of plunderers from the myriad realms, and it might also be the methods employed by alien races at the fringe of the Cosmic Alliance attempting to disrupt life on the planets. Such abyss cracks occurred almost every moment throughout the entire Cosmic Alliance. Even in some cities on Kanglan Star, they appeared from time to time. Fu Lingfeng was naturally accustomed to this. He simply issued an order according to normal procedures. Notify the 2nd and 3rd battalions to prepare for all response measures.
Understood.
The Secretary General immediately conveyed the order.
But soon, the electronic synthesized voice sounded once again. Alert! Abyssal fissure detected, suspected demonic aura. Analyzing source of aura, analyzing power level.
Source of aura cannot be locked, level cannot be assessed, requesting assistance from the Emperor Star. As these words fell, Fu Lingfeng's expression changed. Since the first day he governed Kanglan Star, he had never encountered the demonic beings of the celestial realms.
The disasters brought by the abyssal fissure were at most small-scale foreign disturbances.
Even when some unseen terrifying game dungeons intruded into Kanglan Star to capture people, they were quickly scanned and eradicated by the Goddess of Wisdom.
Why then have these demonic beings appeared?
Chapter 37, As a father, of course I must leave the best for my daughter. Goddess of Wisdom, please help me contact Marshal Gu Situ from Emperor Star. Despite the appearance of the abyssal fissure, he was already accustomed to it, but still dared not slack off. If something major happened during his tenure, causing loss of life and property to the citizens of Kanglan Star, the consequences would be dire.
Connecting you now.
Fu Lingfeng tidied up his formal attire, feeling a little anxious and nervous. The Kanglan Star system was vast. As one of the federal sub-regions, it had a huge number of inhabited planets. And the Emperor Star held supreme authority, gathering the top elite powers of the entire Kanglan Star system. Although he had never been there, he learned that the Emperor Star has more than 1,000 intercontinental regions, each major area governing hundreds of cities. Even if he just held a casual federal position on Emperor Star, the background could be frighteningly large. Let alone the fact that he was about to contact the Marshal of the 76th Legion of Emperor Star, who wielded real power.
Connection successful. Fu Lingfeng's expression became solemn as he immediately saluted. What's the matter?
He could not see Gu Situ's true face, as it was blurred by the Goddess of Wisdom. The voice that came through was deep and powerful, inexplicably revealing an air of high authority. I am Fu Lingfeng, the 149th Governor of Kanglan Star. I greet the Marshal.
Fu Lingfeng first introduced himself before getting to the point.
I have discovered an abyssal fissure appearing 1.5 million kilometers from Kanglan Star, suspected of having a demonic aura.
Kanglan Star cannot determine the source, cannot assess the threat level, requesting assistance from the Marshal.
After he finished speaking, there was silence on the other end for a moment. Someone should be investigating, Fu Lingfeng did not dare to urge until 5 minutes had passed. The source is from the celestial world, Central Plains. Gu Situ's calm voice came through, clearly reviewing data, and soon his tone became somewhat surprised. Well, a team of reincarnators has already been to Central Plains, and there is one person from Kanglan Star who brought back very good results, a set of S+++ level martial arts skills with considerable potential.
Governor Fu, congratulations. Fu Lingfeng was taken aback. Central Plains?
When he finished listening, he could not help but feel ecstatic. Of course, he knew who the aforementioned person was, and an S+++ level martial arts skill was already remarkable. He was flattered as he replied, Not at all, Marshal, just call me Lingfeng. This is also the personal achievement of the Reincarnator. No matter what, after all, it came from Kanglan Star. Fu Lingfeng felt quite proud in his heart. Gu Situ pondered for a moment and continued, The Central Plains is currently in a closed state, and there seems to have been some unknown turbulence, which might be the cause of the abyssal fissure. As for the demonic aura, it may be related to a figure in the Central Plains known as the Lord of Rebirth. Fu Lingfeng heard a hint of seriousness in his tone.
Unfortunately, he currently had no authority to view the data.
Let's do this. Your report has been acknowledged by the Marshal. Proceed according to the procedure. There are also some troubles to handle near other inhabited planets.
Fu Lingfeng saluted again. The closest to Kanglan star, Sanyue star, was experiencing a very terrifying disaster.
It is said that many troops and a large number of S-level reincarnators were dispatched to suppress it, with the third place on the heaven ranking shockingly among them. They all belong to the range of assistance from the ancient C2, and it is unlikely to draw more manpower in a short time. But regardless, he has reported the situation, and it does not count as negligence. Time passed, and on the other side, in Bishi Garden of Jiangnan City.
Daddy is back.
As Ning Qingxuan just opened the door, he saw Ning Qingxuan rushing over with great joy. He smiled and rubbed his daughter's head, looking around but not seeing Shinjiyu's figure.
How did you perform on the assessment?
I got first place. Thanks to Dad's novel, many people are discussing you online, and it was even published in the Jiangnan City News. Ning Qingxuan blinked her big eyes, recalling everything she experienced in the blood food realm. Although she still felt scared when facing life and death, it was also somewhat nostalgic. Being still young, she did not understand more details, only knowing that her dad once went to the blood food realm and was once the Lord of Eternal Night. Ning Qingxuan couldn't help but chuckle as he took out a prepared gift from his pocket. Then I must congratulate you properly. Looking at the brand new phone, Ning Qingxuan was extremely excited and immediately hugged it tightly.
Don't look at it, Mom isn't home.
She seems to have received orders from above, just came back from a business trip and left again. Seeing this, Ning Qingxuan fell into some thought.
Isn't the work of the president of the Reincarnator Association too busy? By the way, I think I just saw you exercising.
Ning Qingxuan carefully put away her phone and nodded, saying, I have a lot of points in my account, and they increase quite a bit when refreshed. I spent 100,000 points to buy a set of body refinement practice.
100,000 points? Ning Qingxuan was shocked. Has his daughter become a little rich girl too? He hesitated for a while but finally couldn't help but speak. Didn't Dad say you should save your points and money for emergencies?
And the way you were just training your body seems too exhausting.
What era is the practice you bought from? Were you deceived?
With concern, Ning Qingxuan spoke. After experiencing a life in the Central Plains, he could tell at a glance that this body refinement path is exhausting without benefit. It could tire one to death without likely improving body strength. His daughter is still young, her ability to discern is weak, and suddenly becoming wealthy can easily lead to deceit. Growing up himself, he never liked to be lectured by his parents, but now, after having a daughter, he finally understands the difficulties of being a parent. In this world, no one is more nervous about Ning Qingxuan than he is. No, I bought it from the Reincarnation Hall, a formal channel, and this is from Master Ma, learned from the reincarnation world, and it has a high sales volume, although it has been confirmed to take a long time. Ning Qingxuan, to show her cultivation results, squatted down and performed basic stance, striking the air with perfectly standard punches. With the bloodline of Wu Jiu in her body, her punches not only made crisp sounds but also had powerful punching winds.
Every move indeed belonged to the body refinement category.
Combined with her bloodline, let alone killing a few cows, even cracking stones with one punch is easy.
Dad, look, I practiced for less than a day. Ning Qingxuan appeared quite happy. But in Ning Qingxuan's eyes, this movement seemed too foolish, and the efficiency was too low.
Before long, Ning Qingxuan finished a set of fist techniques and immediately began the second set, her breath gradually becoming chaotic. Ning Qingxuan watched silently, until he really couldn't bear to watch anymore, and could not hold back. With a dark face, he couldn't accept that his daughter, who just got into martial arts, was ruining her foundation with such a flawed practice.
Forget it, I will teach you.
Ning Qingxuan sighed lightly. As a father, he naturally wanted to provide the best for his daughter.
Chapter 38, Emperor Star Jingzhou, President Shun. An hour later.
Ning Qingxuan looked curiously at the swirling energy condensed in her palm.
Dad, is this the legendary true energy? So warm.
She looked down to feel the delicate threads of true energy waves slowly circulating at her dantian position. After following the meridians and forming a cycle, all the discomfort from previous body training and punching vanished. This did not conflict with her Wujiu bloodline, instead, it complemented it, as if they belonged to the same lineage. At this moment, Ning Qingxuan looked at his daughter as if she were a monster. In just 1 hour, his daughter not only understood the complex essence of the turtle breath technique but also condensed a dantian cyclone, which normally a common genius would require a month to achieve. Even if it was just a wisp, it was extraordinarily incredible. How did Shinjiyue and Ning Qingxuan possess such high accomplishments in martial arts talent? It turns out that cultivation can be this simple, just breathe step by step. Dad is more amazing than Master Ma. Ning Qingxuan gazed at herself with twinkling stars in her eyes.
Hearing her words, Ning Qingxuan finally asked in confusion, who is Master Ma?
The person included in the 3rd grade textbook, Master Ma from Emperor Star, who everyone respectfully calls the martial teaching ancestor. He once wandered the heavens to seek masters, became a gate-bound disciple, and after perfecting his skills, brought this body-refining technique back. Many reincarnators who mastered inner strength inherited it from Master Ma. Ning Qingxuan pondered for a moment. He had indeed seen reincarnators using inner strength. It cannot be denied that this is a widely applicable method of becoming stronger, but the starting point is too low.
Without further delay, he continued to help Ning Qingxuan consolidate her Dantian cyclone for the remaining time.
Meanwhile, in the Kanglan Star Branch Hall, Shinjiu anxiously awaited the old hallmaster to finish his call. She had just returned home not long ago and received the old hallmaster's message to rush to the branch hall for a report. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously a very important figure, and from the old hallmaster's face, she saw an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity.
Yes, I understand.
The old hallmaster ended the call, raised his head to look at Shinjiu, his expression carrying an indescribable complexity.
Hallmaster, did I pass the assessment?
Shinjiu cautiously asked, naturally regarding the matter of inheriting the hallmaster position.
Although she had not yet successfully promoted to S level, she had basically achieved excellent results in the reincarnation world.
As long as the old hallmaster recognized her, it would be reasonable for her to take over this position.
I'm sorry, I can't give you this position.
The old hallmaster shook his head.
As soon as he spoke, Shinjiu's mood instantly sank to the bottom.
Her face turned slightly pale. After biting her lip, she forced out a smile. It's okay, hallmaster, you don't need to apologize to me. I can understand if there are difficulties. Shinjiu could almost guess who made that earlier call. As expected, it came from Emperor Star. Otherwise, the old hallmaster's attitude would not have changed so drastically. But she did not regret it. Even if it cost her all future prospects, she would not do anything against Ning Qingxuan's wishes. Also, you will no longer serve as the president of the Jiangnan City Reincarnators Association. As the old hallmaster spoke, he stood up from his chair. Shinjiu's delicate body trembled slightly, her figure a bit unsteady as a wave of dizziness hit her, causing a brief bout of tinnitus.
As expected.
She smiled bitterly, feeling no surprise in her heart. From now on, you are the president of the Emperor Star Jingzhou District General Association. Shinjiu nodded desolately in her heart, understood.
Huh?
She looked up, stunned.
What did you say?
The old hallmaster showed a sigh, his eyes filled with deep reverence. The Emperor Star appointment has come down, you are very fortunate. Although I don't know the specifics, the former governor of Jingzhou just resigned, leading to a significant reshuffle within the organization, leaving many positions vacant. The Jingzhou Hallmaster is selecting from various life planets. I just happened to see your information. That phone call came directly from the Hallmaster of Jingzhou. A person of much higher rank, a big shot from the Reincarnation Hall, specifically appointed Shinjiu as the president of the Jingzhou General Association. For him, this was simply unheard of. First, it was the governor of Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng, asking him to support Shinjiu, and now, a Hallmaster from the Emperor Star personally delivered the appointment letter.
This leap in promotion, who would dare dream of it?
He didn't have the courage to ask for details or reasons, he just needed to obey the orders.
You're asking me to take over as the president of Jingzhou?
Shinjiu pointed at himself, wide-eyed, in total disbelief.
1 second his life was in the depths, and the next, he was soaring high? That's right.
The old hallmaster nodded. Shinjiu felt this was incredibly unreal. She worked hard to achieve better results just to inherit the old hallmaster's position, to advance her career, and to improve her family's situation. Yet now the reward she received far exceeded her efforts.
May I ask why the Jingzhou governor resigned?
She remembered the governor of Jingzhou was Qiu Jiro's superior and had just had a virtual meeting earlier in the day.
As for Emperor Star's matters, how could we from Kanglan Star possibly know?
There are thousands of regions there, and situations change rapidly, anything can happen. The old hallmaster indeed knew nothing, this was information beyond his reach.
With my qualifications, I shouldn't be eligible for the position of president. Was it you who recommended me? Shinjiu asked again.
The old hallmaster chuckled and shook his head. I have no power to influence decisions on Emperor Star. After he spoke, Shinjiu fell into deep thought. Could it be because Ning Qingxuan is ranked 10th on the S-grade heavenly list? The only reason she could think of for her appointment as president of Jingzhou was linked to Ning Qingxuan. But upon reflection, even ranked 10th on the S-grade heavenly list, they wouldn't have such power that one person's rise would lift all others at such a brief notice. Or maybe it was related to the original land and the legacy of the reincarnated leader? Go rest now, and start your new position on a later date. Emperor Star is completely different from our Kanglan Star, it is the core of the entire Kanglan system, so be extra cautious.
From now on, I can only call you Officer Shin.
Shinjiu felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I will forever remember your great kindness. After leaving the branch hall, she looked up at the brightest star in the night sky, feeling deeply emotional. I must hurry to tell Ning Qingxuan the good news, he must have played a part in this.
Shinjiyu no longer delayed and set off back to Jiangnan City. Chapter 39, Unprecedented Global Alert.
Shinjiyu could not see deep within the dark sky.
A massive abyssal rift was continuously writhing with powerful demonic energy. At this moment, after Fu Lingfeng reported the urgent situation, another crisis occurred.
The electronic screen was flashing red wildly.
Red alert. Red alert. Reiterating, red alert. Fu Lingfeng's expression changed dramatically. Had the abyssal rift widened in such a short time? Goddess of wisdom, help me scan the abyssal rift's image.
He spoke in a deep voice, and soon the electronic screen displayed the dark abyssal rift, far away from Kanglan Star.
Due to spatial distortion, the scale was growing larger, the aura of power spreading was horrifying. In an instant, boom.
A silent shockwave swept out, slowly revealing ancient flying warships to Fu Lingfeng and all high-ranking officials present from Kanglan Star. On each warship stood powerful figures clad in black robes, their expressions cold, their eyes merciless, exuding a chilling murderous aura. Apart from the warships, there were also colossal divine weapons that Fu Lingfeng had never seen before, and even in the rear position, many mighty monsters with overwhelming demonic energy appeared. The scene was grand, the team descended from the abyss, giving everyone an unprecedented visual shock.
What kind of people are these?
This is not the Central Plains at all. The Secretary General was horrified. According to the data from the Reincarnation Hall, the combat power level of the Central Plains could not be this high.
Lord Governor, what should we do?
He anxiously looked at Fu Lingfeng, as this powerful team was heading straight for them.
No one knew what they truly wanted to do. Once they got close to Kanglan Star, it was likely to be an unimaginable disaster.
Issue the highest level of alert, notify all legions, drop everything you are doing, and immediately establish control 50,000 kilometers outside Kanglan Star. Fu Lingfeng forced himself to calm down. The more critical the situation, the calmer he must be. He had reported the situation truthfully to the Imperial Star, believing that it would respond promptly to handle this rapidly unfolding situation.
Hurry, what are you all standing there for? Execute the orders.
The Secretary General turned around and shouted at all the high-ranking members, who were deeply shocked.
In an instant, the entire command room burst into chaos, with roars echoing continuously. First Legion, Second Legion, Third Legion, quickly get moving. Did you not hear? I said everyone.
Bring out all the defensive cannons of Kanglan Star. Anyone who exceeds the level of a star, come to the main command room for a meeting immediately.
Damn it, what do you mean not enough authority?
This is the command of the Chief Governor. Fu Lingfeng stared intensely at the electronic screen, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. This night was destined to be an unforgettable night for Kanglan Star. The whole world fell into the highest state of alert. Large numbers of powerful legions raced through the air, hastily heading toward the starry sky. Old, rusty defensive cannons were all brought out. Ordinary citizens had no idea what was happening. They only heard continuous booming sounds overhead, as the aerial aircraft carriers and star battleships were mobilized.
What a racket! Could it be that the alien tribes from the border are attacking? Someone looked up and voiced their doubts.
It shouldn't be possible. Our nearby Sun US star is currently fighting against the alien tribes. Perhaps we are going to provide assistance.
Someone offered a different view, speculating the reason for Kanglan Star's actions based on the current situation.
Meanwhile, Shinjiyu, who was on her way home, also noticed the changes at Kanglan Star.
What's going on?
She sat in the car, looking out the window at the troop members rushing to the sky. These people were usually invisible, differing from the Reincarnators Association. They would only head out for missions to eliminate alien strongholds or when Kanglan Star faced major crises. From the looks of it, nearly the entire branch of troops had been mobilized. This was the first time she had seen such a grand spectacle. Unfortunately, she had not yet assumed the position of president and couldn't know what was specifically happening at Kanglan Star. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to send a message to the old palace master.
After a while, she received a reply. Global highest level alert?
Shinjiyu's mind roared with disbelief. Throughout the history of Kanglan Star, a highest alert level had never been issued. This meant that Kanglan Star was encountering a grave threat.
And it was greater than any in the past. What on earth happened?
She murmured to herself, her eyes lost in thought. Outside Kanglan Star, the aerial aircraft carriers and star battleships were on high alert.
Hundreds of thousands of advanced Legion members were tense and focused,
staring at the dark, starry sky as if facing a great enemy. In the unseen distance, at this moment, a team from the Abyssal Rift is descending. In a few days at most, or in a few hours at least, they will approach Kanglan Star, depending on the speed of their journey. In the capital's command room, hundreds of high-ranking federal officials have gathered, including many confidential members of the Reincarnation Hall, all staring at the electronic screen. The room is incredibly quiet, not a soul speaks. The tense atmosphere feels almost suffocating until Fu Lingfeng suddenly breaks the silence. Goddess of wisdom, I need to talk to their leader. Kanglan Star faces the most severe test and threat in history. As the governor of this planet, he must ensure the safety of the citizens' lives and property at all costs.
The first step is to understand what the other party truly intends. Without a doubt, effective communication can prevent irreversible intense conflict.
I'm sorry, but due to interference from the abyssal rift, my communication cannot reach the other party.
How far away can we communicate? Fu Lingfeng asked in a deep voice.
If the other party is already close to Kanglan Star, it will be too late.
80,000 kilometers.
After that, Fu Lingfeng's face showed some displeasure. It was still a bit close. Everyone, the time of testing has come. No matter what happens next, we need to hold on until the Imperial Star provides support.
For 3 months, our neighbors have not given up an inch of their defense line.
I hope our Kanglan Star can do the same, understand? Fu Lingfeng scanned the hundreds of people in the room, his eyes sharp with authority. Understood, everyone responded in unison. He looked again at the electronic screen, and suddenly saw something in the depths of darkness, his pupils contracting, his scalp prickling.
This is
Chapter 40, The Heritage of the Demon Pathmaster.
At the same time, on the brightest life planet in the Kanglan system, in the Imperial Star.
General Gusita squinted his eyes, looking at the confidential information in his hands regarding the reports collected by the reincarnators, as well as the casualty and performance report from this incident. Before his eyes, the names Shinjeyu and Chen Yuning stood out, tied for first place in evaluation. This report came from the Reincarnation Hall and has not yet been made public. The reason for their tie is that both of them jointly copied and uploaded the cultivation path of the Martial King realm.
An Ultra S-level advancement potential.
General Gusita sighed deeply with a weathered voice, filled with deep reverence. His starry eyes reflected strands of admiration. Since the establishment of the Federation, countless reincarnators have ventured into uncountable worlds, gaining a vast number of means to become stronger, known as advancement paths. Each advancement path is a treasure for the Federation. Including but not limited to body refinement, internal strength, bloodlines, genetic laws, spiritual energy, and extraordinary attributes, among others.
Advancement paths are diverse, each with varying potentials.
For example, the internal strength cultivation path brought back by the ancestor Ma years ago was ultimately rated as having only A-level growth potential by the Reincarnation Hall. This means that if a reincarnator solely practices this path, they will never step into S-level. What truly awed Gusitu was that there exists such a master on the Central Plains, capable of breaking the shackles of the Celestial Being realm, creating the Martial King realm on their own. And they personally raised the growth limit from S-level to Ultra S-level. What an astonishing greatness this is! He initially thought it was just an S-level achievement until the recent evaluation results from the Reincarnation Hall were revealed.
Quickly summon Chen Yuning, General Gusitu ordered.
A quarter of an hour later, Chen Yuning arrived at the headquarters of the 76th Legion, a bundle of nerves.
In her memory, this was the military belonging to the Jingzhou district. The entire defense force of the Jingzhou area was here.
And as the Marshal of the 76th Legion, General Gusitu
is a character of the same level as Commander Jingzhou. Just one manages the inside, and the other manages the outside. Commander Gusitu himself is an extraordinarily outstanding Super S-level reincarnator of the Imperial Star.
There are rumors in the outside world that he has already unlocked the 6th level of the genetic lock on the traditional cultivation path of genetic law.
What merit does Chen Yunyang have to be summoned by Commander Gusitu? Arriving at the commander's residence, guided by his deputy, she finally walked into a solemn hall. Chen Yunyang took a deep breath, not daring to look around, bowed and clasped her hands. S-level reincarnator from Jingzhou district, Chen Yunyang greets the commander. Gusitu nodded with appreciation. Congratulations, you have obtained first place in this reincarnation world. Whatever you request, I can satisfy today.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yunyang froze for a moment, then her heart filled with joy. She was secretly summoned because Commander Gusitu had learned of her results in advance. Reporting to the commander, being able to obtain this great opportunity is already a reward in itself. I dare not ask for anything more. Gusitu did not pursue this further but waved his hand. Once you have figured it out, just let the adjutant know. Furthermore, the reason for your visit today is to inquire about the succession of the Central Plains Master. According to the information you provided, you have opened the door to the upper world of the Central Plains, which could lead to a battle between the two realms. Can you estimate the aftermath and accurately determine the combat power of the Central Plains upper realm? As these words fell, Chen Yunyang couldn't help but show a difficult expression. On that day, she had witnessed the power of Fengli, a strong being from the upper world of the Central Plains, easily suppressing the 49th ranked Xing Wushuang on the S-level heavenly list. That was definitely beyond the realm of Tianren, but whether it was beyond S-level, she couldn't make an accurate judgment. After all, there is a significant power gap even among S-level reincarnators. Among the top 50 on the heavenly list, there are almost 50 dividing lines, let alone standing at the top 10, which represents the peak of S level.
The fact that Ning Qingxuan wasn't a match for Fengli does not mean that those in the top 10 of the heavenly list couldn't defeat him.
I can't do that, but I can confirm that the Martial King realm is definitely stronger than the Transformation realm.
Chen Yunyang could only provide another answer.
This commander knows, and I can also divulge some news to you in advance. The Martial King realm's cultivation path is currently assessed as having Super S potential by the Reincarnation Hall.
Super S level?
Chen Yunyang's eyes widened, her head buzzing.
Doesn't this indicate that she has brought back a cultivation path that could ensure a worry-free life and could soon be included in textbooks? Making herself a legendary figure of the Federation remembered for 100 years or even 1,000 years?
Chen Yunyang was dumbfounded. She never imagined that the Martial King realm's cultivation path belonged to the Super S progression potential, all because she met Shinjiu, which changed her life. This commander repeats, whatever you desire, as long as it is within the scope of authority, I can satisfy you. After all, you are still young, yet have such great achievements. Your future is limitless. You are Jingzhou's no, you are the pride of the Imperial Star.
If you really can't think of what you want, I do have a suggestion. I can recommend you to the Star Lord. Chen Yunyang's breathing suddenly became rapid. Star Lord? What kind of blessing is it for a small S-level person like her to get close to such a figure?
She was worried that she was unworthy and was about to decline when she suddenly noticed the adjutant's expression changed dramatically, interrupting her.
Commander, something big has happened. Gu Sita looked over, frowning. What matter can't wait to be said? The adjutant looked anxious. We just received an urgent report from the governor of Sun US Star.
They detected the Twilight King army of the greedy wolf tribe appearing outside the star.
As soon as the words fell, Gu Situ's pupils immediately contracted.
The greedy wolf tribe has always been a trouble for their Kanglan system, and they belong to the identity of starry sky pirates in the universe, with very deep roots, repeatedly invading the Kanglan system.
Constantly setting up strongholds.
This time, the chaos brought by that Sun US star was caused by the Tanglang tribe, and for this reason, he dispatched a large number of reinforcements, who are still in battle.
Moreover, Sun US star is an important strategic resource planet. If it falls, the losses would be unimaginable. The King of Twilight. Gu Situ's face fluctuated between dark and light. It seems that Sun US Star is about to face a catastrophic disaster.
Notify the nearby Kanglan Star and the governor of Huinya Star, asking them to send a conservative army for initial support. I will personally go into battle. As he finished speaking, the adjutant's face turned extremely ugly. Marshal, Kanglan Star may not be able to provide assistance.
Why? Gu Situ frowned.
Kanglan Star has also sent an urgent report. A mysterious team has already descended from the Abyss Rift.
The adjutant swallowed hard, and Gu Situ's movements froze. Beside him, Chen Yuning's heart sank further upon hearing this. What on earth happened to Kanglan Star? I know someone who might be able to help. Chen Yuning cautiously spoke up. Who?
Gu Situ, faced with two pieces of bad news, looked a bit fatigued and casually asked.
This person is on Kanglan Star. His name is Ning Qingxuan. Chapter 41, Ancestor? Where did Kanglan Star get an ancestor? Bad news, bad news.
That's the King of Twilight from the Tanglang tribe. Inside Kanglan Star, in the capital command room. Following Fu Lingfeng's gaze, the Secretary General clearly saw another team in the footage. His expression turned to one of extreme panic, and the legendary experiences of this King of Twilight, who had caused significant losses in the Kanglan system, quickly flashed through his mind.
The Tanglang tribe is not coming for us.
Fu Lingfeng stared at the screen, fully aware. The Tanglang tribe, as a foreign race in the wilderness, was entrenched deep in the forbidden zones and had received the true teachings of a certain cosmic evil god years ago. After developing for years, their strength became tremendous, with a long history of inheritance, where technology and genetic cultivation went hand in hand, possessing numerous top-tier experts. This King of Twilight is one of the three kings of the Tanglang tribe, having made great contributions to the entire tribe. Their attack on Sun US Star is to plunder its important strategic resources and rich mineral resources. In their eyes, Kanglan Star is just a resource-depleted abandoned planet, having no significance for plunder whatsoever. So Fu Lingfeng is very certain that the King of Twilight's army is merely passing through, and their real path is toward Sun US Star. However, Fu Lingfeng's heartbeat suddenly quickened. It seems they are about to run into the mysterious team from the Abyss Rift. In the vast and endless starry sky, the King of Twilight led his army toward Sun US Star. He wore ancient gray armor, rusted but with faint traces of blood left by time. His weathered face was cold and stern, and his dark eyes seemed to harbor the secrets of black holes, filled with intricate patterns of genetic laws that made his entire aura indescribable. Looking back at the procession behind him, it stretched out with various enormous statues. There were goddesses with snake bodies, monsters with numerous tentacles, and ferocious ancient beasts glaring with wide eyes. Each statue was being pulled forward by thousands of people chained to them, creating a scene so grand amidst the vast starry sky that it resembled an epic painting.
My king, what life planet is this? Why don't we try to attack it?
Next to the King of Twilight, a young talent from the Tanglang tribe, who was on his first expedition with him, expressed his doubts upon seeing the distant Kanglan star.
It's just a planet abandoned by the Federation, utterly worthless.
The King of Twilight coldly glanced at Kanglan star and then turned his gaze away. In fact, it was not only worthless to him but also to the Federation. They had attacked Sanyue star for 3 months, and Kanglan star had not sent a single soldier to assist. As the former mother star of the Kanglan tribe, it has long since fallen to a state of abandonment, perhaps even forgotten by the Federation. He was not willing to forcibly occupy it at the cost of the lives of strong members of his clan. As for the possibility of a strategic flank, 3 months have proven that Kanglan star poses no threat whatsoever.
Moreover, it's not easy to form a multi-directional siege under the stars. King of Twilight, there is movement ahead.
A scout brought information, and the King of Twilight immediately raised his eyes to look. A fleet of warships soared through the air, a dark mass of powerful figures from the demonic path exuding a deadly aura of the battlefield, with many large monsters following from behind. The procession was long, unfathomable.
He followed the line and saw a deep abyssal crack. A thought flashed through his mind in an instant: the heavens.
Given the greedy wolf tribe's historical understanding of the Federation, he certainly knew that there existed a mysterious reincarnation hall within the Federation. The foundation of the Federation was rapidly elevated precisely because of the existence of this reincarnation hall. Over the years, the alien races in the starry sky have suffered greatly because of it. But there are both advantages and disadvantages. The power of the reincarnation hall has impacted the dimensional space. This has caused abyssal cracks to frequently appear, from which various strange raiders descend from the heavens, causing trouble for the Federation as well.
From the current view, it's clear that the troops ahead have descended from the abyssal crack. We have a good show to watch.
The King of Twilight let out a faint smile. With the foundation and power of Kanglan star, they could not withstand the impact of the approaching troops.
This result would lead to the annihilation of Kanglan star. The war at the front is tense. Should we bypass them?
A young genius beside him asked.
Foolish, do you dare to let this heavenly troop follow behind us?
The King of Twilight coldly spoke. He had fought countless wars for the greedy wolf tribe and would not allow himself to make such a low-level mistake. Then, he ordered the scout again: follow them closely, keep an eye on all movements, and report to me in a timely manner. As time passed, the army outside Kanglan star stood at the ready, their faces filled with unprecedented tension. Faintly, they could already see the shadow of the warships, and soon their eyes became fixed.
They are coming, getting closer. Hiss, such strong power fluctuations, this must be from an S-level reincarnation world? Silence. Silence.
The line experienced some chaos, quickly quelled by the high-ranking personnel. And in the command room of the Kanglan star capital, Fu Lingfeng shouted, "Goddess of Wisdom!
Covering now, establishing communication channel."
Fu Lingfeng took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. "I am the Chief Governor of Kanglan Star of the Federation. You are nearing the safety range of Kanglan Star. Please state your intentions." As the message was transmitted, among the team from the abyssal crack, on the largest warship, a black-robed man sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes. The team immediately halted as he gazed at the vast starry sky, letting out a deep sigh.
"Linger, have we arrived?"
A young girl beside him respectfully clasped her hands, reporting to the leader. "We should have arrived. According to the information provided by the master of the Tianshiji Pavilion, the location where the Patriarch's soul departed is right here." As her words fell, the black-robed man's body slightly trembled. Tears shimmered in his murky eyes as he looked at a bronze coffin beside him. Inside rests his master, who had followed the Patriarch for 100 years. He had spared no effort and faced countless hardships, ultimately finding a crack in space through the calculations of the master of the Tianshiji Pavilion, pursuing the location where the Patriarch's soul departed. All he wanted was to fulfill his master's last wish, to bury the body in the place of the Patriarch. He did not know exactly where this was. It seemed to be beyond the central plains, like another mysterious realm similar to the upper and lower realms. Hearing Fu Lingfeng's words, he felt deeply the profound power of the transmission from the other side.
The elderly face became solemn.
He finally spoke, full of respect. "I am the 7th leader of the Wangsheng sect. I come here with no malicious intent, only to seek news of our sect's ancestor." Inside Kanglan Star, Fu Lingfeng heard the words through the wisdom goddess. The hundreds of high-ranking officials in the command room also heard this sentence.
Fu Lingfeng's face was filled with confusion, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment.
The King of Twilight, standing far away, also received the spy's report. His brows furrowed, deeply perplexed.
Ancestor? What ancestor? Where did Kanglan Star get an ancestor? Chapter 42, The Mighty King of Twilight's army has been sacrificed? Fu Lingfeng fell into deep thought, then asked the wisdom goddess, "Can you find out what kind of force the Wangsheng sect is?" Soon, the wisdom goddess gave a reply.
According to the materials provided by the Reincarnation Hall, there are over 400 sects discovered under the banner of the Wangxing Sect. The recently discovered Wangxing Sect comes from the Central Plains, known as the #1 demonic sect of the Central Plains. Among them, the fourth leader of the Wangxing Sect, Ning Qingxuan, became famous in his youth, independently creating a cultivation method, leading the entire sect to its peak. Based on the information provided, the seventh leader of the Wangxing Sect comes from the Central Plains, and the ancestor he speaks of is most likely Ning Qingxuan, with a 99% probability. After these words, Fu Lingfeng's confusion grew heavier in his heart.
In pursuit of the ancestor's news, how could it lead to Kanglan Star? Did he make a mistake?
He spoke again. There is no ancestor as you mentioned here, please leave this place immediately.
I repeat, please leave this place at once.
As the message was conveyed, the murky eyes of the black-robed man dimmed slightly. Regarding the ancestor, he had only heard of him from his master and read about him in the historical records of the Central Plains, but he had never seen him with his own eyes. That year, his parents had just been born.
The Central Plains was invaded by powerful beings from above.
A great war broke out, and it is said that the ancestor pierced through the heavens with his own strength.
This changed the masters of the heavens, and for many years, the entire Central Plains entered a prosperous era.
Unfortunately, the ancestor did not get to witness the prosperity of the Central Plains. The war between the two realms shattered the ancestor's physical body, and before everyone's eyes, his soul ascended to who knows where. The legacy he left behind became the greatest treasure of the Central Plains.
Even today, there are still people mourning him and spreading his name.
He had thought that after the ancestor's soul ascended, he would continue his life in another realm, living a second life.
But now, could it be that the so-called ascension of the Central Plains was actually a fall?
The black-robed man was unwilling, his emotions stirred, filled with sorrow. Our sect's ancestor was named Ning Qingxuan in his youth. He is Ning Qingxuan, he is a legend of the Central Plains, he could never be obscure, he must be right here. I hope the elder can help us find him. Addressed as elder by such a powerful figure, Fu Lingfeng felt an overwhelming pressure, his palms already sweating cold.
The conversation was real and effective, but the key issue was, how would he know who this demonic sect's ancestor was?
Still being polite, if this continued, the other side might lose it. In hesitation, he revealed a look of determination. Wisdom Goddess, prepare to inform the whole world immediately, tell every citizen of Kanglan Star that what is happening here. With these words, the entire hall was in an uproar, even the Secretary General's expression changed.
Governor, this may not be appropriate, it will cause panic and chaos. Fu Lingfeng helplessly responded, do you have a better solution? The Imperial Star's quickest support will take at least half a day.
Everyone looked at each other, suddenly falling silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the army of the greedy wolf clan. The King of Twilight, who received the complete information, had an expression of uncertainty, even feeling a chill down his spine. Damn, I thought I could see a good show, but it turns out they are here to search for kin. He coldly stared at the distant team of the heavens, the eerie color in his eyes gradually rising with totemic light, causing the numerous sculptures behind him to unleash terrifying crimson flames.
King of Twilight? The strong warriors of the greedy wolf tribe were puzzled.
All troops, listen up. Charge forward at the celestial team, and leave no one behind. The King of Twilight's face turned to frost and coldness, making a strategic decision in a brief moment. The front line at Kanglan Star was tense, allowing him no more time to think. Since this celestial team had an inseparable relationship with Kanglan Star, it meant that the current Kanglan Star could pose a serious threat to the army's rear. He absolutely would not allow this to happen, he could only strike first.
Understood.
The greedy wolf army had no objections, and in an instant, figures rushed forward to kill.
The King of Twilight slowly raised his hand, and he heard a sound within his body as if a gene lock had broken, also using strange techniques to invoke the power of the evil god, causing many sculptures in the burning flames to come to life. Human-faced snake bodies let out sharp hisses, shaking the fabric of space. Fierce ancient beasts spread their enormous wings and roared at the sky. This commotion caught the attention of the followers of the Afterlife sect, and a little girl on a battleship spoke in a low voice.
Leader, it seems something is charging towards us. The man in the black robe glanced with weary eyes.
Is there also a beast riot in this realm?
He slowly raised his hand and pointed towards the massive creatures that had awakened in the distance.
Boom! The great wilderness candle dragon appeared, its immense phantom transforming, with demonic flames rising skyward. Its dragon eyes shot forth dignified black light, and its towering body stood beneath the vast starry sky. Its ruthless claws came crashing down, instantly engulfing the densely packed charging greedy wolf army as if they were mere straw. They looked up, their fierce faces gradually turning blank, until boundless fear was revealed in their pupils. What is that thing? Demonic flames consumed, dragon claws tore through the universe, causing a chorus of screams. The King of Twilight had just revived the sculptures when he saw this scene, and his entire mind resonated with a loud boom.
His ghostly eyes were completely overshadowed by the phantom of the great wilderness candle dragon, reflecting the majestic dragon eyes, sending chills down his spine.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The space along the path shattered like a broken mirror, sculptures crumbling away. The King of Twilight faced an unprecedented massive force collision, and his entire grey armor shattered piece by piece. His face changed drastically, his heart surging with intense fear. What level of powerful being is this? The shadow of death enveloped, accompanied by the sight of countless greedy wolf warriors disintegrating into ashes, he could no longer bear the burden and spat blood from all 7 orifices.
Ancestor. Did the ancestor of Kanglan Star make a move? No, not right, it's the guy on the ship.
The King of Twilight stared wide-eyed in terror, clearly perceiving that this terrifying power erupted from the leading warship, crossing endless distances.
Retreat! Quick, retreat!
He howled in anguish, turning to run, his heart filled with endless panic.
Ancestor! Where did Kanglan Star get an ancestor from?
He could not comprehend why a life planet abandoned by the Federation would have such an ancestor figure. Simply the mysterious person's attack from the warship had instantly suppressed his hundreds of thousands of troops. What level was this ancestor at? This scene was clearly recorded by the Goddess of Wisdom and presented in the command center of Kanglan Star. The entire hall fell into dead silence, and hundreds of senior officials gasped in horror, staring blankly. Fu Lingfeng stood rigid, his eyes trembling with shock.
What is this? Is this a demonstration? With a word, did they just sacrifice the great army of the King of Twilight?
He mechanically turned around, looking at the hundreds of officials, nearly roaring in anger.
What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and send out a global announcement to find someone. Didn't you see them getting furious? Chapter 43, Global Announcement, Dazed Ning Qingxuan. The Imperial Star, Marshal Jinzhou's residence. The Federation has not seen a returning ancient reincarnator for many years. Gu sit aside after hearing Chen Yuning's description.
He had already learned about the novel written by Ning Qingxuan. It is actually the memory of a past reincarnation. Knowing that Ning Qingxuan had been living in Kanglan Star for many years, hidden and in poverty, he felt quite upset inside. After all, he was a hero of the Federation, yet he had not been welcomed back in time. Marshal, we can't get in touch with this Ning Qingxuan.
Moreover, a scene from Kanglan Star has just been uploaded. As the aide spoke, the electronic screen unfolded, revealing the sights outside Kanglan Star.
This is... Gu Situ's pupils contracted, and his heart suddenly surged with turmoil. In the image, the army of the King of Twilight was annihilated, the great wilderness candle dragon stood beneath the starry river, and the demonic flames surged as if they could swallow everything whole, reaching the Super S-level category. Even he felt a strong heart palpitation at the moment the man in a black robe aboard the warship struck. The King of Twilight has unlocked the 5th level gene lock. He is a very tricky powerhouse from the Kanglan system, and his armor is a sacred artifact of an evil god, yet it was so easily destroyed. Gu Situ's face quickly turned ugly, as he seemed to never have expected that the team descending outside Kanglan Star would have such a high-level expert. It is the great wilderness candle dragon's finger, I have seen it with my own eyes.
This is a demonic power from the Central Plains.
Chen Yuni murmured, her heart racing wildly. She recognized this move at a glance. It was inherited from the 4th leader of the Rebirth Sect, Ning Qingxuan.
Have the top experts of Kanglan Star not been contacted yet?
Gu Situ asked the aide, as this situation could only be treated like a desperate horse pretending to be alive. Though Ning Qingxuan had not reached the Super S level, being in the top 10 of the heavenly list was already strong enough, he just needed to delay for a certain amount of time.
Not yet. The aide shook his head.
However, the governor of Kanglan Star has already issued a global notice, reportedly searching for a demon master named Ning Qingxuan, which might be the purpose of the Abyssal Rift team's arrival.
Demon master? Gu Situ was stunned. Within Kanglan Star, a global notice began to be issued. Dear citizens of Kanglan Star, good evening.
I am sorry to disturb you at such a late hour. I am the wisdom goddess of the capital of Kanglan Star, and I solemnly inform you on behalf of Chief Governor Zhang that our planet is facing an unprecedented crisis. Under the night, many cities in Kanglan Star were adorned with brilliant neon lights. No matter where they were, no matter how busy they were, every citizen, without exception, suddenly received an emergency notice from their linked wisdom goddess. A large number of citizens looked up at the starry sky, unconsciously associating it with the grand momentum caused by the Federation before. As soon as this notice was issued, it immediately sparked a considerable panic.
Could it be that the aliens really have come?
We are done for. Kanglan Star has no heavy troops from the Federation guarding it. People were anxious, and chaos soon erupted. On her way home, Shinjiu also received the information.
What exactly happened? First, the highest level alert, and now a global notice is sent out.
She looked worried, her heart shrouded in intense unease.
Throughout the history of Kanglan Star, such a high-level disaster had never occurred, Was she about to witness history? President, do we need to send someone to check on your home immediately? The vice president, driving, asked nervously.
In this situation, according to the Federation's normal procedure, a large evacuation would likely need to be conducted.
No need.
Shen Zheyu gently shook her head. Looking across the entire Kanglan Star, there were very few S-level reincarnators, while Ning Qingxuan was rated as the 10th on the S-level heavily list by the Reincarnation Palace, who could provide more safety than Ning Xiwei's father.
Next, please be informed, every citizen.
The Wisdom Goddess issued another communication. At this moment, outside Kanglan Star, there is a demonic team from the Central Plains, which has posed a severe threat to our side. Please be aware, citizens, there is a suspected demon master named Ning Qingxuan.
In the Kanglan Star. He may be in an unknown state of amnesia, lost cultivation, wandering the streets, or federal undocumented.
If there are any similar descriptions found, please report to me immediately. After reading the communication from the Goddess of Wisdom, Shen Zhiyu's eyes gradually widened.
The magic path from Zhang Yuan has descended?
In an instant, the citizens of Kanglan Star looked at those around them, then glanced at the homeless on the streets.
No, not me.
The homeless noticed the gazes around them and frantically shook their heads in panic. As the Goddess of Wisdom issued a global announcement, mobilizing all citizens, Ning Qingxuan, who was deeply cultivating in the Emerald Water Home, also received the message without exception.
She looked shocked and asked Ning Qingxuan, Dad, did you receive the message from the Goddess of Wisdom? What message? Ning Qingxuan's Goddess of Wisdom 009 did not respond. It seems like we have big trouble on Kanglan Star.
There is a team from the Zhongyuan Magic Path outside, and the Goddess of Wisdom sent a message looking for a Magic Path Grandmaster named Ning Qingxuan. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxuan's puzzled gaze slowly transformed into a look of confusion.
What's going on? A team from the Zhongyuan Magic Path?
He hurriedly called out to Goddess of Wisdom 009.
Such a serious matter, why didn't I receive a report? Goddess of Wisdom 009's will fully awakened.
Dear Mr. Ning, you hold the highest authority on Kanglan Star. The governor of Kanglan Star has no power to send you any messages. Understanding the reason, Ning Qingxuan sighed lightly. Next time, no matter who it is, please notify me first. The Goddess of Wisdom gently replied, I am adjusting the settings now, the changes are successful.
Do you have any other commands? I will do my best to serve you.
I need to talk to the Magic Path team outside of Kanglan Star immediately. You should be able to do that. Upon hearing this, Goddess of Wisdom 009's tone became serious and grave. Dear Mr. Ning, the Magic Path team outside of Kanglan Star is beyond your control and not something you can handle. To ensure your safety, I advise you not to take action and wait for the support of the 76th Army of the Imperial Star. Ning Qingxuan's expression was complex. Even if the coming team were not from Zhongyuan but other strong beings or so-called foreign barbarian armies, as long as he had the capability, he would not become a turtle in its shell. Even though his strength had not yet recovered, he would feel the same way. He had lived on Kanglan Star for so many years and had emotional ties. Moreover, his family was all here.
No one but me can solve this trouble today. Goddess of Wisdom 009, upon hearing this, seemed to think of something.
Immediately, it triggered a huge wave of emotion within her, filled with a barely contained excitement as she asked in a trembling voice.
Dear Mr. Ning, do you mean that the Magic Path Grandmaster is you? Chapter 44, the follow-up from Zhang Yuan, all answers are revealed.
In the command room of the Kanglan Star capital, Fu Lingfeng and a group of senior officials were extremely anxious.
Is there no response?
Even if a countless number of fake Magic Path Grandmasters showed up, that would be better than nothing.
Everyone looked at each other, all shrinking their necks. Who would dare to impersonate such a thing? Connecting to communication.
The sudden words of the Goddess of Wisdom made Fu Lingfeng lift his head sharply. A long sigh echoed, drifting towards the Magic Path team outside Kanglan Star.
Perhaps Ning Qingxuan sensed who was lying in that coffin. Are you a disciple of Qingwu?
In the vast, dead silence of the universe, this sentence caused ripples of great magnitude. The man in the black robe, sitting in the throne of the worship, widened his ancient eyes in shock. The girl beside him looked surprised and delighted.
Grandmaster, it's the Grandmaster.
The man in the black robe trembled as he stood up, clasping his hands in salute and kneeling. The seventh-generation disciple of the Rebirth Sect pays respects to the Grandmaster. As he looked back, a vast sea of followers behind him all bowed in reverence. This scene caused everyone in the command room of Kanglan Star to feel their minds rumble and shake.
Fu Lingfeng looked on in disbelief. Sure enough, there was really a Magic Path Grandmaster among them in Kanglan Star?
Ning Qingxuan paused, opening his mouth with complexity. Here, 1 day equals 100 years in the Central Plains. The longer you stay, your loved ones at home will age half a year.
Go back.
The man in the black robe was already weeping. Master, I come to fulfill my teacher's last wish, hoping for your assistance. In the coffin lies all the letters from my teacher over the years.
Ning Qingxuan's heart trembled, recalling his life in the Central Plains.
Jiang Qinggu had followed him since childhood. How could he not think of taking her back from the strange world, just like Ning Wuxuan took the zombie king?
But unfortunately,
unexpectedly, Jiang Qinggu still returned to his side, but she had already passed away.
The bronze coffin floated into the air, slowly descending into Kanglan Star.
The man in the black robe stood up, wiping the murky tears from the corners of his eyes.
"Thank you, Master, for your help."
The team turned, heading toward the still open abyss crack, gradually moving further away.
On the way, the little girl was excited. "Master, where exactly is this place?"
The man in the black robe shook his head. "I'm not sure either. It must be a realm for ascension. The Master does this for our good. If we lack strength, we should not linger."
The little girl mumbled to herself, "When I go back, I want to tell those little bad guys that the legends of the Master are real. He has lived a second life in the realm of ascension."
The man in the black robe laughed, rubbing her little head, suddenly feeling as if he sensed something, looking toward the vast starry sky of the universe, that unknown and unfathomable direction. In the distance, it seemed there were indifferent, ruthless eyes, an overwhelming will, coldly staring at Kanglan Star.
But in an instant, they vanished without a trace. What a terrifying sense of awareness. Was it just an illusion?
He frowned, no longer focusing, leading the team into the abyss crack. In the obscurity, low murmurs resonated from the depths of space.
"How could this person from the demonic path discover us?"
"You have all seen his strength. How do you view the Master of Kanglan Star?"
"If he is the Master, how could his strength be weak?"
"I didn't expect that after all these years, the Human Federation has returned a Reincarnator. This person creates laws and teachings across the heavens. One fears his talent is exceptionally monstrous. No one knows besides the demonic path master what else he has done across the heavens. If he continues to recall his reincarnation, it will surely be a calamity."
"What does the Pope think?" "Let's report to the Dust Council." Kanglan Empire Star, Jingzhou District, Marshal's Mansion. Just as Gu Situ was preparing to lead the army to Kanglan Star, a towering supreme will suddenly descended. "I am the goddess of wisdom 009. Gu Situ's expression stiffened upon hearing the voice. 009? The total avatar of the Empire Star? Why would she personally arrive at the Jingzhou military district?
Gu Situ hurriedly adjusted his military uniform and lowered his head, as did everyone present. The crisis of Kanglan Star has been resolved. The Jingzhou military district need not send troops.
Gu Situ raised his head in shock, asking in confusion, who resolved it?
The safety defense of Kanglan Star is his Jingzhou district's responsibility, and without higher orders, other districts cannot act rashly.
There are not many people in the Empire Star who can cross this authority. Is it a beloved of the Star Master, a member of the Tower of the End, or one of the 12 Cave Masters?
Ancient Reincarnator Ning Qingxuan, the master of the demonic path himself. After delivering this message, the goddess of wisdom 009s will immediately departed, leaving Gu Situ and a group of high-ranking military officials, all with stunned faces.
Ning Qingxuan, the master of the demonic path himself? The goddess of wisdom means that my sister Jiyu and I, the once reborn master Ning Qingxuan we met in the Central Plains, is actually Ning Qingxuan?
Chen Yunyang felt her thoughts were a bit confused, her brain momentarily stalling and unable to react. That creator of the turtle breathing technique, the S+++ level de Huangzhu Longji,
including the Super S-level training potential Martial King realm system, known as the Master of Demonic Path myth in the Central Plains, is Shin Jiyu's husband?
Chen Yunyang recalled once more everything experienced in the Central Plains. Ascending the Golden Light Temple to seek the law, the Great Wilderness Candle Dragonfinger was obtained by Shin Jiyu. Then, when Yan Jie and others came to snatch the law, they were frightened away by the eldest disciple Jiang Qingwu, including those who sought inheritance at the mountain gate of the Rebirth Sect, until the battle at the ancient ruins. The first strongest of the Central Plains, who echoed in my ears, cannot be known for his subsequent regrets in the Central Plains. Today, here in Kanglan Star, he is actually Ning Qingxuan.
So that's how it is. Why didn't I think of that?
The ancient Situ let out a long sigh, reacting as if he had been enlightened. Many years ago, there was a returning ancient reincarnator in the reincarnation hall, who once disclosed his 3 reincarnation experiences, but later it was discovered that he had actually reincarnated 4 times. That 4th reincarnation was caused by a soul split upon return. A part of the soul could not return and remained reincarnated in the various heavens, only returning upon death. Ning Qingxuan's situation should be similar. The 4th leader of the Rebirth Sect that you saw in the Central Plains is actually a part of his soul. As these words fell, the room fell silent.
They certainly knew of that returning ancient reincarnator.
Due to his 4 reincarnation experiences, each one had enough impact to stir up both inside and outside the Federation, and he had long since been bestowed with legendary status, a level of identity and position far beyond their reach. Unexpectedly, this ancient reincarnator named Ning Qingxuan not only became the Eternal Night Sovereign in the Blood Food realm but also achieved such great feats in the Central Plains with only a part of his soul. It really is a treasure of the Federation. I am afraid the Star Master will soon learn of this. Ancient Sid sighed again, looking at the documents of the reincarnation hall, his heart filled with genuine admiration for the early life experiences of the fourth leader of the rebirth sect. I must quickly tell this to Ning Qingxuan and the others. Chen Yuning's hands trembled. Everything that happened afterward in the Central Plains finally had answers. Chapter 45, Long Ember Starmaster, The Three Great Gods. At the same time, deep in the vast universe, far away from the Imperial Star, a solitary figure stood with hands clasped behind, striding across the void. His face was calm, and his demeanor was not angry but imposing. The aura emanating from him made the hidden starry beasts tremble in fear. Respected Starmaster, here is the recent report regarding Kanglan Imperial Star. A charming voice connected to his consciousness, routinely reporting on matters of the Imperial Star. Your followers have successfully eradicated 32 strongholds of the greedy wolf clan and intercepted an important piece of intelligence from the Twilight Council. The latest version of the Endless Battlefield tournament on the Imperial Star has ended, showcasing many outstanding reincarnators who have successfully settled into the Tower of Ultimate End. Long Ember Star Master listened to the report and nodded slightly. Then, he suddenly inquired, has the Reincarnation Hall sent a high-level individual to the Imperial Star? Why does the Star Master ask this? If I am not mistaken, the Goddess of Wisdom of the Imperial Star has already bound herself to an unidentified person, and even you have no authority to inquire. The three goddesses of the Reincarnation Hall belong to the foundation of the Federation, specifically, the Goddess of Wisdom, the Goddess of Judgment, and the Goddess of Slaughter. Each goddess has her responsibilities. The Goddess of Wisdom oversees the lives of the Federation, providing the source of power for reincarnators to descend upon the heavens. The Federation's dependence on her is extremely high. The Goddess of Judgment is in charge of the Federation's laws, just and fair, never hiding anything. Most of the bound individuals are of high status within the Federation, serving as a form of oversight. As for the Goddess of Slaughter, she is the goddess with the most destructive power in the entire Reincarnation Hall. She follows the fair judgments of the Goddess of Judgment to eliminate the powerful reincarnators within the Federation who have committed unforgivable crimes. At the same time, she guides the Federation's growth, analyzing the threat levels of foreign races, making the right choice between retreating and launching an attack to eradicate the threat. The three goddesses occasionally share their powers, although the proportions differ. They also possess countless incarnations. The level of authority is determined by the sequence rank. The Goddess of Wisdom from the Kanglan system, the embodiment of the Imperial Star, has not had anyone bind with her for many years. The only thought that flashed through the mind of the Lord of Changjin Star was that a high-ranking figure from the Reincarnation Palace had arrived. I do not know about this matter. The Goddess of Judgment was silent for a moment before replying. Very well, continue with your report. The Lord of Changjin Star no longer paid attention to the matter. Since she said she didn't know, then she truly didn't know. An ancient reincarnator has appeared on Kanglan Star. Based on the experiences from the heavens, he has regained his reincarnation strength and is currently ranked 10th on the S-tier heavenly list. The Lord of Changjin Star paused his steps toward the Imperial Star. His expression carried a hint of surprise. How many years had passed, and there were still ancient reincarnators who hadn't returned? Kanglan Star, huh? He fell into some light contemplation. Vaguely, this seemed like a low-level life planet that the Federation had long abandoned, once a mother star with glorious moments. It wasn't so strange that an ancient reincarnator had appeared. Just now, his memories were revived again. His identity is that of the founder of a martial world, with the following experiences, but only the first half of his life. The Lord of Changjin Star reviewed the information the Goddess of Judgment had sent over and soon revealed a pleased smile. Not bad, not bad. Ordinary reincarnators would just desperately cultivate and then bring back their reincarnation power, but he established a cultivation system in the martial world. A founder, huh? He deserves the title. I'm a bit curious about the second half of his life. Immediately contact the people at the Imperial Star and have them send the vial of star essence in my estate to him. The Goddess of Judgment, upon hearing this, thought she had received an incorrect command. Are you sure, sir? There is only one vial of star essence left in the estate. As the highest level nutritional liquid that the Imperial Star produces only once every few hundred years, its value is beyond imagination, with the ability to revive the dead. Even beings at the level of a Star Lord, when their powers are exhausted, would only need one vial to restore to their peak. This substance can't even be bought inside the Reincarnation Palace. Do you think I would need it? It's been sitting there for decades. Giving it to him is to help him recover his reincarnation strength. He deserves it. The Lord of Changjin Star didn't care at all. Also, I want to see how much value this demonic Tao founder truly holds. The Goddess of Judgment remains silent, and her will soon disappeared. On Kanglan Star, in the Bihui Gardens of Jiangnan City. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom 009 echoed again, with emotions still fluctuating. Respected Mr. Ning, why are you unwilling to keep them as your followers?
What is a follower?
Ning Qingxuan looked complexly at the bronze coffin in the reincarnation space, where Jiang Qingwu's corpse lay.
Followers are forces within the Federation that submit to reincarnators.
They can be Federation members, other reincarnators, mighty beings from the heavens, or extraterrestrial races, starry beasts, and so on. Usually, only truly powerful reincarnators will have followers who, after binding, become their followers and gain part of the original master's authority, status, resources, etc.
And Mr. Ning, you obviously have this condition and far exceed others.
Ning Qingxuan understood roughly what she meant after hearing this.
He shook his head.
I will have followers, but they shouldn't be them. The passage of time in the Central Plains and the Galactic Union is exaggerated, and he didn't want the 7 generations of disciples from the Afterlife sect to never be able to reunite with their loved ones. That would be a bit too cruel. After all, the people of the Afterlife sect and Qingxuan's Zombie King were still different.
All right, Mr. Ning.
I've detected that your wife, Xinzheyu, is about to take up her post as the president of the Jingzhou district on the Imperial Star.
I've arranged a 3rd-level citizen residence for you in Jingzhou.
The voice of the goddess of wisdom 009 sounded again, which left Ning Qingxuan a bit surprised.
Xinzheyu was going to take office on the Imperial Star? The president of the Jingzhou district, how many levels of authority is that?
Your daughter, Ning Qingxuan, has achieved excellent results in the trial assessment.
The application for admission to the Wuling Academy in the Jingzhou district has been submitted to you. Wuling Academy.
Ning Qingxuan secretly marveled again. This seems to be the top academy in the Jingzhou district, gathering all the top young geniuses in the entire Jingzhou district.
The goddess of wisdom is so thoughtful. Mr. Ning, is this arrangement acceptable?
He replied, yes. As the core of the Kanglan system, Di Xing is unmatched in both resources and safety when compared to Kanglan Star. No matter what, the whole family is moving towards a better future, and this sincerely makes him very happy.
Mr. Ning, you can call me again if you have any questions.
The will of Goddess of Wisdom 009 went completely silent, ending the conversation. Before Ning Qingxuan could share the good news with his daughter, the door suddenly swung open with a bang.
Ning Qingxuan.
His heart skipped a beat, and he turned to see Xinzheyu with red-rimmed eyes, biting her lips in distress, staring at him with great grievance. In that instant, he understood that Xinzheyu already knew about the matter regarding the Rebirth Sect. Chapter 46. He seems to have never said, he is the Martial King realm. Days later, a starry warship sailed out of Kanglan Star, traveling through the wormhole and continuously heading towards Di Xing.
So, you later fought your way through the upper realm alone, passed down the Martial King realm cultivation system between the 2 realms, left behind many techniques, and ascended in front of the world?
In the lounge of the warship, Xinzheyu listened in shock to Ning Qingxuan's description.
Like a grand painting, it slowly unfolded before her.
She could never have imagined that the person who granted the inheritance at the door of the Rebirth Sect that day would actually be Ning Qingxuan's soul reincarnated form.
Dad is so amazing.
Ning Qingxuan rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling with stars. Since Xinzheyu's appointment letter had already been delivered, the group was about to arrive at Di Xing.
They say it's ascending, but in reality, it means dead.
Ning Qingxuan shook his head, not accepting this beautification of death and battle. During this period, Xinzheyu had almost worn out his ears, constantly asking about the aftermath. But you indeed achieved what all of us reincarnators have not been able to do. Xinzheyu muttered, gazing deeply at the man she had been with for many years, unable to guess what secrets he still held.
Recalling the journey on the Central Plains, a group of S-level reincarnators ambitious to gain immense fortune. In the end. Can you tell me what strong enemies you encountered in the upper realm, and how your physical body ultimately shattered? Just a few self-proclaimed demon emperors.
From this nonchalant remark, Xinzheyu vaguely saw a scene of brutality. It was hard to imagine how Ning Qingxuan fought against the strongest beings in the upper realm. He originally had a lot of time, but because of the reckless actions of many reincarnators, it ultimately led to the situation going out of control.
I admit, I shouldn't have doubted you before.
Xinzheyu pouted, apologizing for her words outside the interrogation room.
However, how could she have imagined that everything Ning Qingxuan said was true? Ahem. Ning Qingxuan suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. His wife actually admitted she was wrong?
At that moment, the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom echoed in the warship.
We have arrived at Di Xing.
The group looked outside, beneath the vast cosmic starry sky. An incredibly beautiful scene presented itself, a massive high-level life planet, exuding an ancient and majestic aura.
There were also 12 brilliant planets circling around it, like sleeping deities guarding the starry realm of Di Xing. We have arrived.
The warship traversed the sea of clouds, landing in the Jingzhou district of Di Xing. Ning Qingxuan and the others exited the warship, seeing that many people had already been waiting for a long time.
Congratulations on the new appointment of the president. An elder stepped forward with a beaming smile.
Xinzheyu immediately looked at Ning Qingxuan.
You go first. Ning Qingxuan nodded. Xin Zheyu took Ning Qingxuan and immediately went to handle the handover procedures. Among those present, many still did not leave. All are wearing the military uniform of the Imperial Star Jingzhou district. Hello, may I ask if you are Ning Qingxuan, Mr. Ning? The leader is a middle-aged man, respectfully inquiring. I am Deputy Officer Li, close to the Marshal of Jingzhou district. Here is a bottle of star essence, please make sure to accept it. As he spoke, he handed a small box to Ning Qingxuan. When accepting it, Ning Qingxuan noticed that inside it was filled with an incredibly powerful source aura. This was clearly a type of high-grade nutrient liquid he had never seen before. Ning Qingxuan's expression changed. What is this? Deputy Officer Li replied, please do not misunderstand, our marshal cannot afford such a precious item. This was taken from the Longjin Star Master's mansion. Longjin Star Master? The highest ruler of the Canlan system, the one rumored to have once exploded the depths of the border wasteland with a single punch, the forbidden mother star of the insect tribe? Deputy Officer Li's words plunged Ning Qingxuan into deep silence. No reward without merit, this gift is too much. If it was something given by the Longjin Star Master, Ning Qingxuan could only guess how valuable this nutrient liquid truly was. Mr. Ning, do not be too polite. According to the Star Master's own words, this is what you deserve. After all, you are a credit to the Federation. Just creating the Super S-level cultivation path is already worth this star essence. Seeing Ning Qingxuan about to refuse, Deputy Officer Li hurriedly spoke up. Goddess of Wisdom, help me examine what this star essence is. Ning Qingxuan called upon the Goddess of Wisdom. Soon, a reply came back. Star Essence, the highest grade nutrient liquid of the Federation, has the effect of restoring strength and can enhance physical strength, soul essence, and more. Ning Qingxuan couldn't help but exclaim silently, so this was the highest grade nutrient liquid. Could it allow him to restore all the powers of a Demon Dao Ancestral Master in one gulp? Thinking about how his strength had only recovered by 2%, and how long it would take to return to his peak, Ning Qingxuan immediately ceased to be polite and placed the star essence into the reincarnation space. Mr. Ning, there is one more thing. Currently, the Martial King realm has been assessed by the Reincarnation Hall to have initially reached Super S level. Since the Central Plains is currently in a closed state, it may take a long time to open again. Regarding the combat power level of the Central Plains upper realm, the Reincarnation Hall finds it hard to gain insight. May I ask if Mr. Ning could elaborate in detail, so that the Reincarnation Hall can assess the world level of the Central Plains? Deputy Officer Li spoke again. According to the investigations of Chen Yuning and Yan Jie, the world danger level of the Central Plains lower realm should be at S level 7 stars. And the powerful beings that emerged from the Central Plains upper realm, such as Feng Li and the Jade Face Man, were exceptionally strong, indicating that the upper realm completely exceeded 7 stars, possibly touching 9 stars or even beyond. To look through a tube and see a leopard, one cannot jump to conclusions too hastily. As of now, the Reincarnation Hall still does not know the true world danger level of the Central Plains upper realm. The Central Plains upper realm is gone, the current Central Plains is unified. This question is actually meaningless. After all, I am not a member of the Reincarnation Hall and cannot describe it accurately. Ning Qingxuan shook his head. The Martial King realm being assessed as initially reaching Super S level did not surprise him at all. After all, even among S-level ranks, there are ordinary S-level, elite S-level, and heavenly list S-level distinctions. Super S-level, while not as complex, still has significant divides. Additionally, he understood why the Reincarnation Hall was eager to assess. It would affect the performance of some reincarnators, such as Xing Wuxuang. It was Xing Wuxuang who discovered the Central Plains upper realm, and since the Reincarnation Hall had not detected it, her actions undoubtedly earned her great merit. Then, could Mr. Ning inform us about the aftermath of the war between the two realms in the Central Plains? Ning Qingxuan did not hide. The upper realm's demon sect counts over 700 sects, among which 3 sects are the strongest, known as demon emperors. I killed all of their ancestors from 3 generations, while my body was shattered. As soon as his words fell, Deputy Officer Li could not help but let out an exclamation. If we speculate based on this, the Martial King realm belongs to the Super S level range, yet no one from the Central Plains upper realm can be your opponent. Who then is their strongest? Just barely touching the Super S level. Ning Qingxuan raised his eyebrows slightly and did not refute. There were still some flaws in the investigation of the Reincarnation Hall. It seemed like he had never said that he was at the Martial King level. Chapter 47, Strength Recovery, Exceeding Potential Limits. After collecting the information, Vice Officer Li and his team left. Ning Qingxuan followed the instructions of the Goddess of Wisdom and arrived at his residence. Located in the core area of Jingzhou district, it was the most prosperous place, quiet yet picturesque. Number 1 Ancient Street, not a bad name. At the entrance, the steward, who had received the message, had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Ning Qingxuan's figure, a smile immediately appeared on his aged face, and he hurried over. Mr. Ning, I am the steward of your residence, just appointed yesterday, you can call me Old Zhang. Steward Zhang guided Ning Qingxuan into the residence.
Through his sensing, Ning Qingxuan quickly noticed many very strong presences around the courtyard.
Goddess of Wisdom. He mentally called out. There are about a dozen S-class experts around the residence, who are they?
The Goddess of Wisdom responded immediately, these are the guards dispatched by the Jingzhou Military District, following the strict rules of number 1 Ancient Street, and will not affect your life at all. Ning Qingxuan nodded slightly upon hearing this.
This status and treatment were completely different from his days on Kanglan Star. However, having S-class experts as his guards, wasn't that a bit too exaggerated?
The hidden presences nearby surely held important positions within Jingzhou District, likely with significant ranks. This made him sigh.
Indeed, the Imperial Star was a place full of talents. The few S-class experts on Kanglan Star were extremely common here.
It was like being the only university student in a village. After enduring countless hardships, he finally advanced to S-class, arriving in a bustling first-tier city, only to find he was just an ordinary person. To push into the top 3,000 of the heavenly ranking was as difficult as achieving a high rank in an international competition. Mr. Ning, there are a total of 12 main rooms, 36 guest rooms, and 5 training rooms here. You can command me if you have any questions. Steward Zhang finished speaking and respectfully stepped back. Ning Qingxuan walked straight into one of the training rooms and took out the bottle of star essence liquid. He could not gauge the true value of this star essence liquid. Based on his life experience in the Central Plains and his current cultivation realm, he would probably need over 1,000 bottles of advanced nutritional liquid. One bottle of advanced nutritional liquid was worth 20,000 points. Wanting to quickly recover strength with his current resources was far from enough. Without further hesitation, he lay down in the energy capsule of the training room and slowly swallowed the star essence liquid. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy began to emerge. Ning Qingxuan could clearly see on his panel that the speed of strength recovery regarding the demon path ancestor was accelerating dramatically.
2.1%, 2.2%, 2.5%.
Ning Qingxuan lightly clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly.
It's coming back.
He felt the strength he once had returning. A few hours later, in the virtual space of the S-class heavenly ranking on the Imperial Star. As usual, many reincarnators were scattered across the square when suddenly someone noticed that the ranking had changed again. Hey, this guy named Ning Qingxuan was just ranked 10th not long ago, how did he suddenly become 9th?
No way, how is he 8th now?
The exclamations caused a stir, and everyone looked up.
Did this person gain some heaven-defying fortune in the reincarnation world? The top 10 of the heavenly ranking is incredibly hard to shake. Has he really broken the rules?
Among all S-class individuals, the heavenly ranking undoubtedly possessed supreme authority, establishing the status and identity of reincarnators in the Imperial Star. However, ever since this person named Ning Qingxuan appeared, the credibility of the heavenly ranking seemed to have diminished. The difficulty of getting on the list gave everyone a strange illusion.
It seems I can do it too. The newcomers probably don't know yet.
It is said that Ning Qingxuan is a reincarnator from ancient times, and the Lord of Eternal Night was just one of his reincarnations. In this situation, he is likely starting to regain his second reincarnation power. I have heard about what happened on Kanglan Star. It seems Ning Qingxuan's followers came to him, and the commotion was so huge that it even attracted a marshal from a military district.
Marshal?
The weakest marshal in our Empire Star is at least S-level.
What kind of powerful followers could move a marshal?
The strength is unclear, but they are definitely people of the demon path.
This was widely known on Kanglan Star. Is that true? If his followers are so strong, then what about him?
In front of everyone, they watched Ning Qingxuan's name continuously leap forward, surpassing 5th place, 4th place, and 3rd place.
Until he suddenly disappeared. Gone?
Everyone was confused and looked at each other. No, he has surpassed the S-level category, his strength has reached Super S-level. Someone murmured and suddenly shivered.
Super S-level?
Turns out this person only stopped halfway at S-level, he is on a completely different level from us.
Some people sighed deeply from the heart.
No one saw Ning Qingxuan's name again, they could not glimpse the realms that followed. He seemed to be just a passerby on the heavenly rankings, glancing briefly at all the S-level reincarnators before not lingering any longer and leaving with a wave of his sleeve.
Empire Star, another virtual space of the reincarnation hall.
A massive black tower, like a peak 10,000 zhang high, stood in the space, exuding an imposing ancient majesty. At this moment, on the top floor of the Black Tower, the Lord of Long Jin Star was reviewing the list of those newly settled in the Tower of Finality, his eyes revealing hints of approval. The eldest son of the Bai family from the Yuzhou area has mastered Thunder Law before the age of 100, this is quite rare, so grant him the yellow label. The top reincarnator in the Eastern Emperor Star over the past decade, also ranked 4th in the Endless Battlefield.
Not bad, not bad. Grant him the black label. This person.
The Lord of Longjin Star paused slightly, and his eyes rarely showed a bit of seriousness.
Then grant him the celestial label.
He closed the list, and the voice of the goddess of judgment immediately spoke. Lord, Mr. Ning Qingxuan has already consumed your star essence.
Oh? How is it?
That was beyond ordinary, it was Super S level.
Did we underestimate him?
The Lord of Longjin looked at the newly added list for the Tower of the End, and a feeling of pity suddenly rose in his heart.
Should I add one more quota? He hesitated.
If he didn't add Ning Qingxuan, it would be 3 years until the next endless battlefield competition started. It would truly be a shame to waste 3 years of growth for such an outstanding talent. But if he added this quota, other higher life planets in the Kanglan system, including those in the Imperial Star 4 directions, would likely have objections. After all, these limited quotas had been earned through countless prodigies competing, gathering the strongest generation under 100 years old in the entire Kanglan system. Help me evaluate whether Ning Qingxuan is qualified to settle in the Tower of the End. In the end, the Lord of Longjin tossed this difficult problem to the fair and just judge goddess. This time, the judge goddess didn't hesitate and directly gave an answer. Mr. Ning Qingxuan is powerful and is a reincarnated being, bringing precious advancement paths for the Federation. His achievements are invaluable. In summary, Mr. Ning Qingxuan is qualified to settle in the Tower of the End. The Lord of Longjin heard the answer he wanted and a smile appeared on his face. But soon, the judge goddess changed her tone. Mr. Ning Qingxuan has not yet participated in the endless battlefield competition, thus he does not meet the conditions to obtain a quota for the Tower of the End. I don't want to hear that, tell me other ways to obtain a quota. The Lord of Longjin seemed determined to add Ning Qingxuan's name to the list. The conditions to obtain a quota for the Tower of the End include finishing in the top 30 in the endless battlefield competition.
Slay the top figure on the Kanglan system's bounty list, the greedy Wolf Lord, to gain special merit for the Federation. Recover the ancient royal star of the higher life planets in the Kanglan system to gain special merit for the Federation.
Investigate the alien alliance of the Kanglan system, particularly the main member list of the Dusk Council, and prove its authenticity to gain special merit for the Federation. The Lord of Longjin sighed slightly as he listened to these nearly impossible tasks. The method the judge goddess found for him was essentially to exchange special merit for the quota of the Tower of the End. Of course, he knew that such special merit could be exchanged for a quota.
Is there any other way? The judge goddess seemed to be searching through past documents and quickly gave another reply. No.
However, the Lord can spend 1 level of merit to obtain a nominal quota for the Tower of the End.
A nominal quota?
The Lord of Longjin finally found the way to bring Ning Qingxuan the opportunity for the Tower of the End.
With a wave of his sleeve, he reopened the list and wrote down Ning Qingxuan's name. What's the cost of 1 level of merit? Blowing up an alien life planet would easily earn that back.
At the same time, just as he wrote down Ning Qingxuan's name, the entire Tower of the End seemed to breathe and flickered. In the Yuzhou district of the Imperial Star, in a solemn and majestic ancient mansion, a young man, shrouded in silence with his eyes closed, sensed something and suspiciously opened his eyes that held countless stars, looking at the imprint in his palm.
Strange, why is there one more person?
Outside, the patriarch of the Bai family stepped in.
The endless battlefield competition has long ended, why has an extra person appeared out of nowhere?
He squinted his eyes, his expression revealing displeasure, and immediately asked his incarnation of the Goddess of Wisdom. After a moment, the incarnation of the Goddess of Wisdom replied. The extra quota belongs to a nominal position, which is in accordance with Federation law. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Bai family changed his expression.
What kind of place is the Tower of the End? Even a nominal position is not so easy to secure.
Elder, no need to worry. 1 more person or 1 less, it has no impact on me. The young man glanced at it and then paid no more attention, closing his eyes again to focus on his cultivation. Well, since you have this confidence, I won't care who he is. The ancestor of the Bai family gently stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. On the peak of a snow mountain, far away from the Imperial Star, lies the Eastern Emperor Star. In the past decade, the reincarnation scores have remained in first place, and Ji Yunzhou also noticed the change in the mark on his palm.
A new strong person, huh? What a pity I could not witness their elegance on the endless battlefield, and I don't even know what sect they practice.
He murmured to himself, then looked down the snow mountain at a juvenile alien giant beast that was devouring the ice elements of the world. Being able to secure the 4th place on the endless battlefield among countless talented figures in the Kanglan system, his kin made significant contributions. Grow up quickly, I am waiting for you to compete with the mysterious man's Laoshang Ghost King. Ji Yunzhou recalled the mysterious person he encountered on the endless battlefield, and his heart inevitably sank threefold. As a terrifying ghost king in a bizarre world, Ji Yunzhou simply could not understand. What on earth did that person do in the reincarnation world to be invited here to the Federation? It was said to be a kinship relation, but it felt more like a teacher-student bond.
On that day in the endless battlefield, because of the Laoshang Ghost King, many seniors from the Tower of Terminus came to observe, showing him the truly powerful reincarnators. My strength is still not enough, I need to learn from the seniors. Ji Yunzhou stopped pondering and continued his cultivation. Outside the Imperial Star, 12 high-level life planets revolve, guarding the vast starry territory of the Imperial Star. They have a collective name, called the Guardian Stars of the Imperial Star. The rulers of the 12 Guardian Stars are commonly known as the 12 Cave Lords. At this moment, the 12 Cave Lords are urgently holding a virtual meeting, their faces obscured by the Goddess of Wisdom, making it impossible to discern. They gazed at the Tower of Terminus, at the latest name to join. Registering, this shouldn't be against the rules, right? It complies with the Federation law, the cost is 1 level 1 military merit. If that's the case, there's no need to discuss further. No matter who gave the level 1 military merit, the new Guardian Star is about to come, and time is short, adding one more person won't change much. In the virtual space, calm, dignified, and ethereal voices rang out, making it impossible to distinguish the original tones of speech. The 12 Cave Lords had no objections to Ning Qingxuan's sudden appearance. After many years, the 13th Guardian Star of the Kanglan Imperial Star is about to arrive. And the ruler of this Guardian Star, the 13th Cave Lord, will be born in the Tower of Terminus. This is also why the quota for the Tower of Terminus is extremely hard to obtain. Once a name resides in the Tower of Terminus, it signifies having an opportunity to become the 13th Cave Lord. Even if this opportunity is only 0.1%, it is something that countless people dream of. Therefore, Ning Qingxuan's appearance necessitated an urgent virtual meeting, but it was actually not that important. A newcomer to the Tower of Terminus has no fate with the soon-to-come 13th Guardian Star at all. What Ning Qingxian can obtain is merely other fortunes. The meeting is dismissed. The consciousness of the 12 Cave Lords gradually vanished. Chapter 49 New Life. In the courtyard of No. 1 Ancient Street in Jingzhou District, Ning Qingxian lay in the energy capsule, feeling the surging power within his body. That powerful feeling of having his fate in his own hands returned once again. Still 60% left. He gently clenched his fist. This was the familiar peak of the Martial King realm. Above it, there exists a realm known as the Great Yellow Court. It transcends the Martial King, independently creating a second realm system. Unfortunately, he had not yet been able to teach Jiang Qinggu before encountering the upheaval in the Central Plains. Originally, his plan was to wait until Jiang Qinggu completely mastered the Martial King realm before allowing her to try it out. The Martial King realm in the Federation belongs to the initial stage of reaching Super S level. If it is the Great Yellow Court stage, it should rank slightly above medium Super S level, which is already quite good. According to his understanding of the Federation's Reincarnator levels, Super S level transcends all levels listed by letters. This is a huge dividing line. Is also a true symbol of strength. Just taking office, and there are already so many tasks? Ning Qingxian received a message from Shinjiu and several gifts from the Tower of Termination. Yellow Identity Seal. First Layer Termination Key. The Tower Master's Mysterious Blessing. Goddess of Wisdom. Ning Qingxian called out. What is the Tower of Termination? This is the Imperial Star Heritage Tower, gathering the young strongest within the Kanglan system under 100 years old. It allows unconditional access to all cultivation paths in the Kanglan system, enabling the replication of all power sources without the restrictions of the Federation. Ning Qingxuan's heart stirred, not restricted by the Federation. Doesn't that mean any power source needed for cultivation paths need not be obtained from the reincarnation world? The Tower of Termination possesses all? Who gave this benefit? I'm sorry, the other party is of my level, and I cannot know. Same level, cannot know. These two phrases together seem to not give an answer, but actually provide one. As the Goddess of Wisdom of the Imperial Star, looking over the Kanglan system, few exist that can match her level. The only name that flashed through Ning Qingxuan's mind was the Master of the Chongjin Star. After all, this vial of star marrow liquid was also given by him. You may leave. Ning Qingxian did not pursue further. A dignified star master wouldn't need to harm him. This was merely a benefit given casually by an upper-level person, somewhat like an angel investor. With a thought, the panel reappeared. Life development charge, 100%. I can develop my life again. Ning Qingxian reflected on his experiences, the level of the world gradually rising. From the medieval gangs, to the warlord chaos of the early republic, to the blood food realm of the supernatural apocalypse, and then to the central plane of true energy cultivation. His life development perspective steadily improved, and the abilities he gained became stronger and stronger. Of course, he looked forward to each unique experience even more. Without delay, seizing the opportunity during the recovery of strength, he began a new life. Sky Sword Mountain. As a renowned sacred place in the 9 domains, its heritage has lasted for 1,000 years.
With profound and immeasurable depth, the disciples within the sect number over 100,000, among which there are 5 great masters in the Nirvana realm. However, in the new calendar of 11,000 years, with strange phenomena rampant throughout the 9 domains, the world is filled with the 5 turbid evils, and hell is empty. Sky Sword Mountain sacrificed 2 Nirvana realm masters to successfully slay the Demon King. Although it secured the sacred place's position and pacified the strange chaos of the 6th domain, it also began its inevitable decline. As of today, the new calendar year of 11,200, the 9 domains and 8 desolations once again face a more serious strange chaos. In just a few years, multiple sightings of ghost kings have surfaced, suggesting the emergence of a terrifying ruler, causing unrest among the people, and Sky Sword Mountain is in peril. On this day, a loud rumble echoed outside Sky Sword Mountain, accompanied by numerous cries. A team sped back, carrying over a dozen babies, faces filled with sorrow.
Brother Changmei, where did these children come from?
An elder hurried forward to greet them, checking the condition of the children. The white-robed old man named Changmei sighed softly and said, "Nearby Qingshan village was attacked by evil spirits, the adults all died, and I found this group of children in the cellar."
As the words conveyed, many elders around the square showed expressions of deep sorrow.
The strange chaos in the 6th domain is escalating, and Sky Sword Mountain's strength is no match for its former self. Only 3 Nirvana realm masters remain, 2 of whom are in closed-door training, and 1 is nearing the end of their lifespan. Facing the disasters of the 6th domain, they have long been powerless. Unexpectedly, even the nearby Qingshan village has started to suffer attacks by evil spirits. This way of proceeding is not a solution. Outside rumors say that the Qianyuan Palace of the 1st domain has birthed a new Nirvana realm master. If we at Sky Sword Mountain rely solely on 3 ancestors, the situation is likely to worsen. Upon hearing this, Changmei felt troubled. The gaze was also somewhat dim. 200 years ago, the 6th domain was still very powerful, until the emergence of the Demon King, which almost cut off the future of the 6th domain. The human world was in despair, countless lives were lost, many sects perished, and very few highly gifted successors remained. It is not to say that Tianjian Mountain now finds it hard to give birth to new Nirvana realm warriors, even the entire 6th domain holds little hope. There's one more thing, the personally taught disciples of all the peak masters have all been defeated by the talents from other domains, they returned not long ago.
The Longbrow opened his eyes wide in disbelief, his voice trembling. They all came back? Not a single person stayed?
The elders nodded in shame, not even daring to look into his eyes. Longbrow seemed a bit dejected. Soon after he sighed and shook his head in resignation. "All right, I will personally attempt to break through to the Nirvana realm."
At these words, many elders' hearts trembled.
How dangerous it is to attempt to break through to the Nirvana realm. With a slight oversight, one could end in utter annihilation. Without absolute confidence and without the guidance of the 3 ancestors, easily trying would only lead to a dead end. One elder still wanted to advise, but he saw Longbrow wave his sleeve.
"Since these children have survived, it means they are destined to be with me, destined to be with Tianjian Mountain.
From this day forth, they will enter under my tutelage."
Longbrow turned around, his gaze soft and gentle, looking at the more than 10 children he had brought back.
Among them, there was a newborn baby, quiet and not making a sound. It simply opened its curious eyes, observing the people around. Ning Qingxuan heard the conversation of Longbrow and others, understanding what kind of world this was. In a world of filth and evil, where ferocious ghosts ruled, it was a uniquely strange and mysterious world.
The Nirvana realm.
I wonder how it compares to my great yellow courtyard.
Ning Qingxuan opened his own panel. Development limit, 300 years. Your talent, maximum understanding. As he guessed, there were indeed no extraordinary geniuses in the 6th domain anymore.
This maximum understanding was still soulbound, always accompanying him, but Ning Qingxuan felt no turbulence in his heart. Time passed, and soon a hurried 10 years went by.
Chapter 50, Breakthrough, Nirvana Today. Tianjian Sect, Qingyun Peak.
At just 10 years old, Ning Qingxuan sat cross-legged, listening to his master Longbrow's teachings along with his fellow disciples.
Brother, what does it mean to open the meridians?"
Next to Ning Qingxuan, the little junior sister poked his clothes, asking in a low voice. Opening the meridians is the 3rd grade of a strong practitioner. It requires opening one's own 8 extraordinary meridians to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ning Qingxuan casually responded.
Brother, what about gathering energy?"
Gathering energy is the 2nd grade of a strong practitioner. It needs to turn the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into personal strength.
"And what is nirvana?"
Ning Qingxuan paused but did not lose his patience. This is the 1st grade of a strong practitioner. Through the rebirth of the soul, one can command countless ghosts, save all beings, and traverse the void. The little junior sister listened carefully while scribbling something on her hand.
Until Longbrow's gaze swept over, she shrank her neck in fright. Today's lesson ends here. Chang Wuhan, stay.
All the young disciples scattered, leaving Ning Qingxuan alone still sitting there.
"Master, do you have something to discuss with me?"
Longbrow's expression was not very good. He walked slowly forward and threw a book on the ground. 10 years ago, I brought you back from Qingxuan village, and in just 2 years, you stepped into the Meridian Opening Realm. At that time, I thought I had found a treasure. Later, you truly lived up to my expectations. After 2 years, you gained the recognition of the Tianjian sect's treasure, the soul-suppressing bell. I was very pleased. Now you have turned 10, yet your cultivation inexplicably stagnated, and recently I even asked the sect master for guidance on your behalf. The result? Longbrow's eyes became complicated, filled with deep heartache. He pointed at the book on the ground, his old hand trembling slightly. What are you doing? This is the ancestral Nirvana realm cultivation method passed down in Tianjian sect for 1,000 years, yet you dare to recklessly alter it? Your thoughts are simply too dangerous. If you continue down this path, do you know you could become obsessed? The master with long eyebrows' chest rose and fell, his emotions very agitated. He could not accept that his most promising disciple had such dangerous thoughts. The Nirvana realm, as a first-grade realm, was created through countless efforts and trials of the senior members of the Heaven Sword sect. To this day, it has long become the unique method of the Heaven Sword sect. I only modified a few of the incorrect meridian operation paths. Ning Qingxuan did not care about Master Long Eyebrow's anger. He knew the master was doing it all for his own good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately placed this book in a conspicuous position just before Master Long Eyebrow attempted to break through to the Nirvana realm. Incorrect operation paths? Nonsense. The master with long eyebrows felt like iron that could not be made into steel, glaring at Ning Qingxuan as if he wanted to teach him a good lesson. But the hand that was raised eventually fell down. His expression showed fatigue, with hidden disappointment in his eyes. How could this happen? Everything was fine. How could it be ruined in a single morning? Could it be that the illustrious Heaven Sword sect, the vast sixth domain, could really never rise again? In 10 years, the first domain has seen many world-renowned prodigies, all at the age of 10, already stepping into the 6th grade. What a natural talent! Under the pressure of the situations outside, the second domain has also burst forth with unprecedented potential, giving birth to many famous cultivation prodigies throughout the region. But only the 6th domain remained a stagnant pool of dead water. He saw hope in Chang Wuhan, but it suddenly halted 5 years ago. For 5 years, he did not understand what Chang Wuhan was doing, his cultivation stagnant with no progress at all. I will attempt to break through to the Nirvana realm tomorrow. If I fail, the lightest result will be a fall in cultivation, and the heaviest will be my bones left with no remains, my primordial spirit shattered. I just hope you can cultivate steadily. Even if you cannot compare to the other domains, at least you can step into the 3rd grade in the future. So, from today onward, you need to enter seclusion in the Heaven Sword Pool, and you cannot leave the mountain for 10 years. The anger in Master Long Eyebrow's eyes had disappeared for some unknown reason. Perhaps he understood that he was facing a life-or-death situation. Maybe today was their last meeting. His aged hand gently patted Ning Qingxuan's shoulder, then he waved his sleeve and leapt into the air. Ning Qingxuan silently watched his figure, then stood up and walked toward the Heaven Sword Pool. On the 2nd day, thousands gathered at the Heaven Sword sect. The sky was rolling with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled. Many elders looked tense as they stared at the figure sitting cross-legged beneath the vast sky. Master Long Eyebrow's aura grew increasingly powerful, as if it had triggered some kind of heavenly calamity. This great momentum caused several ancient sects from other domains to sense the change in the Heaven Sword sect. Is that Long Eyebrow? He actually dares to challenge the Nirvana realm. If I remember correctly, the 3 ancestors of the Heaven Sword sect are still in seclusion. He recklessly challenges the Nirvana realm with almost no chance of success. Sigh, he is too hasty. He should wait for the 3 ancestors of the Heaven Sword. But we can't wait. The 6th domain's foundations are lacking, and the Ghost Kings are stirring. It seems they want to strike the 6th domain first. Long Eyebrow is fighting for his life for the people of the 6 regions. Numerous ancient beings probed the Heaven Sword sect. They saw Long Eyebrow suddenly open his eyes, and a beam of golden light burst forth, soaring into the sky, shattering the first bolt of lightning. Break for me! Long Eyebrow bellowed, using all his strength to launch an attack on the shackled acupoint within himself. A muffled sound echoed in all directions, erupting from within him. Intense pain caused blood to seep from Long Eyebrow's mouth, but he still did not give up. The 2nd time, the 3rd time, the 4th time. 9 consecutive impacts made his body teeter. Atop his head, the heavenly calamity thundered down, and his expression changed dramatically. Senior brother. The many elders were filled with fear and anxiety. The thunderstorm washed over him, nearly causing Long Eyebrow, who was already weak from trying to break through, to fall from the air, his face contorted in pain. In this scene, the ancient consciousnesses from several realms witnessed it and instantly sighed. Changmei has failed, he is already powerless to break through. What a pity, he was the one with the most hope of entering the Nirvana realm in the Tianjian sect. It was indeed a life-or-death attempt. Without the guidance of the three ancestors of Tianjian, failure was inevitable.
What's happening? Many ancient consciousnesses suddenly froze. At the peak of Tianjian Mountain, Chang Mei gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with golden light.
His mind raced as he recalled the altered method for breaking through to the Nirvana realm he had seen yesterday.
Disciple, my life is in your hands.
He felt hopeless, exerting all his strength to begin operating that altered method for breaking through. Yesterday, he had actually understood why, after 5 years, Chang Wuhan's cultivation had stalled. He also realized why, just before he was about to break through to the Nirvana realm, he had been shown that piece of writing. Chang Wuhan had spent 5 years, just for his own successful breakthrough. Even if his bones turned to dust, even if he was reduced to ashes, he was willing to try once.
Boom! An unprecedented vitality erupted from within him.
Accompanied by this was a terrifying golden light that swept away, overturning 300 miles of the sky.
This scene left Chang Mei stunned. Looking across the entire Tianjian sect, it instantly fell into silence.
The distant ancient consciousnesses felt a storm rising in their hearts.
Chang Mei, he actually succeeded. Chapter 51, Such a Monster. How could this happen? He was almost failing. The last attempt to break through seems to have changed its trajectory. The three ancestors of Tianjian are in closed-door cultivation, which master guided him. Many ancient consciousnesses continue to tremble, finding it hard to believe Chang Mei's sudden success in breaking through so smoothly.
As for Chang Mei himself, he was now standing in midair at the peak of Tianjian Mountain. Just breathing in and out caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to swirl towards him, his powerful aura expanding. He stared blankly at his hands. After entering the Nirvana realm, it felt as if he held the world in his grasp. This unreal feeling made him feel like he was dreaming. He had been prepared for the possibility of being reduced to ashes, yet unexpectedly he had succeeded.
My disciple, I picked up.
Chang Mei's heart raced wildly, his breathing quickened, his face flushed as he laughed heartily towards the sky.
Genius, genius. Ha ha ha. My Tianjian mountain has hope, my 6 realms are saved.
His laughter echoed through the cosmos, liberating the frustrations he had endured for many years with tears of joy and passion. Across the Tianjian mountain realm, many elders and disciples, confused by what had happened, only knew that Chang Mei had successfully broken through. After a moment of silence, the scene erupted into fervent cheers.
Congratulations, senior brother Chang Mei. Congratulations, master of Qingyun Peak. The voices continued endlessly, resonating in all directions.
Ning Qingxuan, who was meditating in front of the Tianjian pool, also heard the commotion outside.
It seems he succeeded. He let out a sigh of relief.
5 years of study, sleepless nights, to repay the 10 years of nurturing, this had always been his way of doing things. Even though for the past 5 years, he had done nothing else. The Great Nirvana and my Great Huangting are of equal status, but belong to 2 different sections. This world is filled with divine enigmas, thus it is full of righteous energy, shining golden light.
The former focuses on the primordial spirit, on soul suppression, while the latter focuses on the physical body, strength that can move mountains.
If I can merge the 2, I will surely reach new heights. Ning Qingxuan pondered, gradually entering a state of cultivation. He reached the Great Huangting in about 20 years, now, he could recultivate in just 3 to 5 years.
However, this 9 realms Great Nirvana would require some time.
He closed his eyes, calming his mind.
Time flowed once more, while storms brewed outside.
Soon, 2 years passed. One day, the Grand Elder returned from beyond the realm, arriving at Qingyun Peak. Senior brother, a prodigy has appeared in the 3rd realm, achieving full mastery of the Great Sorrow Mantra in an instant. While training outside, he single-handedly slew a ghost named Shumi.
Hearing these words, Chang Mei remained seated, eyes still closed, and spoke slowly.
A mere max-level Great Sadness spell is nothing to worry about. The evil ghost Shumi is only of the 5th grade, not worth mentioning. The Grand Elder showed a look of doubt, feeling very strange.
Since Chang Mei entered the Nirvana realm, he suddenly became relaxed.
Other than needing to deal with disasters in the 6th domain, he hardly cared about news from the other domains.
A prodigy who comprehended the max-level Great Sadness spell, yet he appeared completely indifferent?
Half a year later, the sky thundered.
The Grand Elder hurried over again, his face filled with shock. Senior brother.
In the 5th domain next door, someone has mastered the sleeve universe technique. The child is only 15 and has subdued several ghost leaders for himself.
Chang Mei opened his eyes. Oh?
This time, Chang Mei appeared quite surprised. After all, the sleeve universe technique was an extremely profound skill within the 9 domains. Being able to open one's inner world, suppress divine evils, and bind one's primordial spirit to fight for oneself. At merely 15 years old, possessing such extraordinary ability, Chang Mei couldn't help but sigh, fearing that the new era of prodigies in the 9 domains was about to arrive.
That is quite impressive. He nodded slightly. Impressive? The Grand Elder's eyes widened, wondering if he had misheard, When did even such a prodigy become insignificant to him?
Recalling 100 years ago, Chang Mei, the most gifted person of Sword Mountain, had tried to practice the sleeve universe technique, gritty for 3 years but ultimately gave up, leaving the manual to gather dust in Sword Pool to this day.
Now, someone mastered it at 15, and Chang Mei only said it was impressive? Did Chang Mei lose his mind when he broke through?
Senior brother, you cannot continue like this, you should search for young talents for our 6th domain.
We cannot again allow the 3 soul artifacts to be taken by other domains, can we?
The Grand Elder was anxious, attempting to awaken Chang Mei.
Chang Mei heard this and fell silent for a moment.
The 3 soul artifacts were the Heaven Furnace, Earth Cauldron, and Divine Bone. They belonged to the sacred objects that were born in the world 1200 years ago. Just one of them could restrain the domain cave and prevent the divine evils, bringing at least 100 years, up to 300 years of peace.
For 1200 years, the 6th domain had missed out.
The reason is that a soul artifact can only bind to one person at a time. If that person dies, it will immediately become ineffective. The longer the lifespan, the more valuable it is. Young prodigies are undoubtedly the first choice. This has been the rule of the 9 domains for years. But the first, second, and third domains have always had solid foundations, with prodigies emerging one after another, and opportunities have almost all been seized by them. Other domains, including the 6th, could only continue to struggle against the divine evils without soul artifacts. The most serious occasion led to the loss of 2 Nirvana realm beings from Sword Mountain.
Chang Mei understood very well how important soul artifacts were to the 6th domain.
Shut up, I'm going to sleep for a while. He started to feel tense but glanced at the direction of Sword Pool and decided to turn over and sleep.
Senior brother. The Grand Elder saw this scene and left, defeated and helpless. Time flew by, and years slipped away.
In a blink, another 5 years passed. The external situation grew more severe. On this day, the Grand Elder came to Qingyun Peak again as usual. He looked noticeably older, his eyes lost their previous sparkle, sitting meekly beside Chang Mei, remaining silent for a long time.
Don't you have anything to say? Chang Mei felt puzzled. What should I say? That a young prodigy from the 1st domain slayed a ghost general? That the 2nd domain produced a grade 2 prodigy under 20 years old? With these words, Chang Mei's mind was stirred up. What on earth? Slaying a ghost general, a grade 2 prodigy under 20? In the 9 domains throughout history, when has such terrifyingly gifted talent appeared, especially to be born in the same era?
He was anxious, this time quite flustered. There are still 2 years left. When the appointed time comes, those prodigies from the great domains will come to our 6th domain to collect soul artifact tokens. In my opinion, our Sword Mountain won't be able to keep the tokens this time. The Elder shook his head, self-deprecatingly. The so-called soul artifact tokens were a kind of certificate. Currently, within the 6th domain, only 8 families possess them, and our Sword Mountain is one of them. If we lose the soul artifact tokens, it means losing the qualification to possess soul artifacts. If all 8 families lose theirs, the 6th domain will completely lose its opportunity, facing a chaotic age of divine mysteries for the next few hundred years.
After hearing this, Chang Mei couldn't help but feel sweat forming in his palms.
He looked again toward the Sword Pool, his eyes filled with worry.
8 years in seclusion, he didn't know how much Chang Wuhan had actually grown.
Killing the Ghost General, at 20 years old, a 2nd grade, my disciple obviously has outstanding talent, yet he encounters this group of monsters.
My disciple was born in the wrong era.
If it were a few hundred years earlier, or a few hundred years later. As long as he avoided this era, Chang Wuhan would surely acquire a soul artifact and be remembered through history.
But it just happens that. Chang Mei's expression gradually turned pale, and an inexplicable heart-wrenching pain surged in his chest.
Time flew by, nearing the 10th year of his seclusion. On this day, chaos erupted across the 9 domains because of a mysterious person, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Within the Sword Mountain, Chang Mei was anxiously pacing outside the Azure Cloud Peak corridor, waiting for something, until a shout came from afar from the Elder.
Senior brother.
There's news. That mysterious person who entered the 1st domain, defeated a 3rd grade prodigy, and took away a soul artifact token, turns out to be the new successor of the True Martial Hall.
True Martial Hall? Upon hearing this, Chang Mei couldn't help but show a look of joy.
The True Martial Hall belongs to the 6th domain. Since the soul artifacts came into existence, no one from the 6th domain has actively gone to other domains to collect tokens, they've always been passive. Unexpectedly, today, in this era where prodigies abound in the 9 domains, the 6th domain has such a figure. No one ever expected this. We had a world-class prodigy hidden in our 6th domain. The True Martial Hall protected him for over 20 years, and today he finally shines. The Elder sighed, looking even more exhilarated. Going to the 1st domain to collect tokens, such a thing they would never have dared to imagine before, but today someone actually did it. Good. With such a prodigy emerging from the True Martial Hall, the 6th domain might actually have a chance to obtain soul artifacts.
Chang Mei had never been so close to hope. Senior brother, who exactly is the disciple you chose? The elder voiced his confusion. It had been 10 years, and yet he still wouldn't say? Half a month later, in the 6th domain, at the Gushan Monastery. As a holy place no weaker than Sword Mountain, Gushan Monastery also has impressive heritage. Currently, there are also 2 individuals in the Nirvana realm. Years ago, a remarkable woman appeared in Gushan Monastery, deeply favored by the Gushan Decision's creation, and she is now at the 4th grade. Today, outside Gushan Monastery stood a group of travel-worn individuals. Leading them was an old man in a gray robe, accompanied by a young man in his 20s with a calm demeanor. With their arrival, the gates of Gushan Monastery were tightly closed, enveloped in silence. From the 5th domain, Ning Qingxuan, I come to Gushan Monastery today to obtain the soul artifact token. May I ask who will fight? The young man spoke, his voice resonating through the mountain gate. There was no response from within Gushan Monastery. Half a month ago, one family from the 6th domain had already lost their token. The one who took the token was Ning Qingxuan outside. Seeing that Gushan Monastery had not responded for a long time, Ning Qingxuan spoke again. If you avoid battle today, Gushan Monastery will lose the qualification to regain the token in the future. After saying this, the old man in the gray robe prepared to leave with him. Wait. Finally, a clear voice rang out from within Gushan Monastery. Then, with a loud rumble, a graceful figure descended from the top of the mountain gate. Gushan Monastery responds. The young woman in green looked determined, without a hint of fear. After saying this, he took the sword and left. The mighty, overwhelming aura erupted around him, and faintly, there seemed to be a phoenix beast's cry. Indeed, it is the 4th grade realm. Ning Qingxuan had long grasped the information about Gushanin, so he was not surprised by the strength displayed by the woman in green. As he was about to reach within 10 yards, he gently stretched out his hand, and with a snap of his fingers, he broke the sword energy of the green-clothed woman. With a wave of his sleeve, he unleashed a shocking gale, causing the woman in green to tremble violently and be sent flying 100 yards away, splattering blood along the way. The woman in green fell to the ground, her vision covered by a mist of blood, looking at that young figure with an extremely desolate expression. 5 domain talents, I didn't even see his sleeve universe technique, and yet. The woman in green coughed up blood, feeling a sense of despair within her heart. Ning Qingxuan was famous for his sleeve universe technique throughout the 9 domains, and no one knew exactly how many powerful and mysterious things he had hidden within his sleeves. She had thought there would be a thrilling battle, one that would force the other party to reveal their ultimate move, but unexpectedly. After a while, a sigh came from within Gushanin. Immediately afterward, golden light rushed and landed before Ning Qingxuan. Take it. Ning Qingxuan remained indifferent, turning to leave. The team gradually moved away, until they disappeared beneath the vast sky. In the 6th domain, besides the new successor of the true martial palace, basically no one is your opponent, but we cannot completely become enemies with the 6th domain. Let's finish our journey at Tianjian Mountain and then return. The old man in gray stroked his beard and spoke with a smile. Master, how many tokens did that new successor of the true martial palace obtain? Ning Qingxuan asked. In the 1st domain, he obtained 1 token, and in the 2nd domain, he also obtained 1 token. His chosen opponents are not only from great domains but also powerful individuals. After so many years, a decent talent finally appeared in the 6th domain. Ning Qingxuan listened quietly, already considering that new successor of the true martial palace as his #1 rival. After all, he came from the 5th domain, competing with the earlier domains was as difficult as climbing to the sky, so he could only set his sights on the later domains. The team sped through the air, and many ordinary citizens saw them along the way. They're coming. That Ning Qingxuan from the 5th domain is finally going to strike at Tianjian Mountain. He comes from the direction of Gushanin. Could it be that Gushanin lost the token again? It's likely they did. This person is truly a monster. Damn it, he really knows how to choose his time, taking advantage while the true martial palace successor is not at the 6th domain, he sneaks in. Don't worry, even if Tianjian Mountain has lost the token, the true martial successor will definitely be able to get it back. The important matters of the 9 domains are known by the citizens everywhere. The people of the 6th domain clearly understand that the reason for the chaos in the world is the lack of a soul weapon to guard it. Recently, Ning Qingxuan came to the 6th domain to collect tokens, and the news had already spread like wildfire. Moreover, the news of the true martial palace successor stepping into the 1st domain was even more well known. On the other side, Tianjian Mountain. Disciple, it's time to come out. Outside Tianjian Pool, the long-browed elder softly called. His old eyelids drooped, carrying a mix of worry, anxiety, and nervous emotions. Only he knew how astonishing Chang Wuhan's talent was. But after hearing about the various monstrous feats from the outside world, the confidence he once had began to waver. Right now, that Ning Qingxuan had killed through 2 families and seized 2 tokens, and was about to visit, how unsettling this made him feel. Disciple? 1 call, 2 calls, but there was no response. During the anxious wait, a voice sounded from outside the mountain gate's realm. Lin Qingxuan from the 5th domain is here today to take the tokens from Tianjian Mountain, who will fight.
Within the realm, thousands of divine senses opened and closed in unison, looking towards the mountain gate. Longbrow's heartbeat began to quicken, overwhelming anxiety surged. He did not dare to recklessly breach and disturb the formation, interrupting the cultivation of Chang Wuhan.
He could only shout again, "Disciple! Disciple! Your master will not punish you anymore, it's time to come out." Deep within Tianjian Pool, a figure finally slowly rose.
Ning Qingxuan looked up at the sky, gently exhaling a breath of foul air.
It's been 10 years. He lazily stretched his muscles and turned to leave the heavenly sword pool. The mist dissipated, the formation vanished, and a powerful wave gradually radiated. Heavenly Sword Mountain stood like a giant sword, thrust into the earth's ravines, majestic and grand. Lin Qingxuan waited outside the mountain gate for a long time, but no one responded, and the scene before him was exactly the same as that of Gu Shinan. The strong members of the group could not help but chuckle, shaking their heads. The ancient Heavenly Sword Mountain, has it really fallen so low that it can't even find someone to fight? The old man in grey robes, however, wore a very serious expression. Don't underestimate Heavenly Sword Mountain, there are hidden experts here. Experts? Lin Qingxuan immediately became interested and asked, what kind of expert?
The old man in grey spoke in a low tone. 10 years ago, Chang Mei was on the verge of failure in breaking through to the Nirvana realm, but for some unknown reason, he changed his cultivation path and succeeded on the spot. The one who guided him was not one of the 3 ancestors of Heavenly Sword. That person is probably still within Heavenly Sword Mountain. If that expert personally trains a disciple, even if the disciple is a fool, he should still achieve something. Do not take it lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up at the sky.
Waves rose in the world, creating ripples that spread in all directions.
Ning Qingxuan stepped through the air, his presence indistinct and murky, as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. Even with his second-grade strength, he could not catch even a glimpse of the essence.
Who is that?
With just one glance, Lin Qingxuan's gaze froze, instinctively raising the hairs on his body as he tensed up. Naturally, he felt an unfathomable and powerful pressure radiating from the figure in the sky. Ning Qingxuan stepped outside the mountain gate, looking down at Lin Qingxuan.
The challenger from Heavenly Sword Mountain is Chang Wuhan. His calm words resonated, carrying no hint of any power wave.
But to Lin Qingxuan's ears, it sounded like thunder, leaving his scalp tingling.
Chapter 53, it turns out to be him, it is actually him. Chang Wuhan, isn't that the child you brought back from Qingshan village, senior brother?
Outside the Heavenly Sword Pool, the Grand Elder stared blankly, unable to perceive the realm of the young man after 10 years of absence.
Our Heavenly Sword Mountain's token can only be relied upon him to preserve.
Chang Mei spoke with a complex tone, his spirit seeming a little absent. The once hungry infant had grown into a young man. Inside Heavenly Sword Mountain, numerous divine senses swept over, pairs of eyes turned to see Ning Qingxuan's figure.
The one selected by the Peak Master Chang Mei is junior brother Wuhan?
10 years have passed, and the junior brother has grown up.
What a powerful wave of strength. Junior brother's talent is extraordinary. Which rank has he reached?
I wonder if junior brother can withstand Lin Qingxuan. I've heard that Lin Qingxuan ranks 3rd among the talents in the 5th domain.
Outside the mountain gate,
Lin Qingxuan's pupils trembled as he fixated on that thin figure in the sky. For a brief moment, he even thought he had gotten lost and arrived at the true martial hall. Just the indescribable, formless pressure around Ning Qingxuan left him rigid, his breath nearly frozen. Looking at all the followers in the group, none were exempt from the same feeling.
Oh no, this is bad, something big is about to happen.
The old man in grey robe felt a surge of panic, rising a strong sense of unease. He wanted to shout out and withdraw from the token competition, but it was already too late. After Ning Qingxuan finished that sentence, he remained calm. With his right hand, he formed a gesture, causing a disturbance in space to create a golden vortex that burst forth,
casually slaying demons.
Lin Qingxuan suddenly felt an increase in pressure. Without daring to hold back, he activated his ultimate move right away. The fierce energy gathered, transforming into a pair of great hands of the heavens, suddenly coming together in an attempt to crush Ning Qingxuan's golden vortex. Yet at the moment their forces collided, it was like withering grass being crushed to pieces, once again crashing toward him.
His realm is above mine?
A thought flashed through Lin Qingxuan's mind. In a panic, he summoned a treasure, painfully countering to disperse most of the golden vortex, then with both hands formed a gesture, releasing the seal from his sleeve.
Roar! An overwhelming and fierce aura swept over.
In an instant, a terrifying aura burst forth, causing the realm of Tianjian Mountain to lose balance, with the spiritual energy in chaos. A presence filled with ghostly energy stepped out from the sleeve imprint, with more than 30 entities appearing. The golden whirlpool, which had been weakened, was ultimately dissipated by the ghostly aura, and this scene fell into the eyes of many with divine senses on Tianjian Mountain, instantly causing an uproar.
Is this the legendary divine skill, the sleeve universe technique? Over 30 ghost leaders, all around the 4th rank, did he tame them all by himself? I never thought I would witness the essence of the sleeve universe technique one day.
Within Tianjian Mountain, everyone, including the peak masters, elder disciples, had strange looks in their eyes. This legendary divine skill is rare across the entire 9 realms. There are few who can master it, either lost to history or have become the ancestors of sections. But today, they were witnessing this divine power in a young talent just over 20 years old. Brother, this child's talent surpasses you by countless times from your youth.
The Grand Elder gazed down, secretly amazed. The long-browed elder remained silent. The next moment. Boom!
A terrifying, evil aura surged, causing the Grand Elder's gaze to freeze on the spot. Once again, a black figure stepped out from the sleeve imprint.
The disciples of Tianjian Mountain were shaken, their eyes filled with disbelief. A ghost general. This is a third-rank ghost general.
Ning Qingxuan, after unleashing all the divine entities, was drenched in sweat, clearly having consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He raised his head again to look at Ning Qingxuan, his eyes ablaze with flames and fighting spirit.
You are indeed a cultivation genius.
My realm and strength are not as good as yours, but that does not mean I will lose. Ning Qingxuan had the qualification to be proud. 30 ghost leaders and 1 ghost general were enough to secure his position among the top talents in the 9 realms. Ordinary talents could only face one opponent at a time, but he could fight multiple opponents, creating a huge advantage to bridge the gap of their realms. Foolish child. The old man in gray felt a pang of sadness inside. In the face of overwhelming realm strength, no technique could make up for it. And Ning Qingxuan, witnessing all this, also showed a peculiar look. This was his first time seeing the divine entities of the 9 realms. The intense and shocking evil energy sparked a hint of interest within him. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve, and an imprint opened the sleeve's opening, forming a vortex of inner world. He watched as the spiritual energy shackles on the many divine entities instantly shattered, and a new imprint was stamped in an instant. The fierce light in their eyes momentarily became confused, watching as their bodies twisted into wisps of green smoke, drawn into Ning Qingxuan's sleeve.
Not bad, well nurtured, is there more? Ning Qingxuan's voice rang with approval, highly satisfied. The uproar within Tianjian Mountain ceased, turning into a dead silence.
The long-browed elder stood dumbfounded, while the Grand Elder and many disciples gasped in shock, eyes wide.
Wait, did he just collect the divine entities? The little junior brother can also use the sleeve universe technique.
I remember the long-browed peak master left the secret manual in the Tianjian pool. When did the little junior brother learn it? No, even if it's the sleeve universe technique, it shouldn't be able to collect divine entities that have already been stamped with spiritual energy. Outside the mountain gate, Ning Qingxuan felt as if struck by lightning, staring in disbelief at the empty sleeve imprint.
In the current 9 realms, is there a second peer who has mastered the sleeve universe technique?
The old man in gray clearly witnessed this process and noticed some different changes. Here it comes again, exactly like last time with Long Mei's breakthrough. This is a modified sleeve universe technique.
He panted, following Ning Qingxuan's figure, looking deep into Tianjian Mountain, trying to locate the mysterious expert who had been hidden in Tianjian Mountain for 10 years.
But besides the 3 slumbering old ancestors of Tianjian, he found nothing.
How did you do it? Even if you also possess the sleeve imprint, how could you possibly collect them?
They have clearly branded my original spirit. Ning Qingxuan's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. The greatest asset he was proud of did not work at all and was easily resolved. This huge sense of defeat made his face flush and his breathing disorderly. Ning Qingxuan did not continue to strike, calmly saying, I just tried to add a soul transfer spell to the spell, and it happened to succeed. Ning Qingxuan was stunned.
What does just happen to succeed mean? This statement fell into the ears of the gray-robed elder like a thunderclap.
He stared at Ning Qingxuan with wide eyes, as if realizing something, and waves surged in his heart.
No way, could it be? Hold on to the tokens.
The gray-robed elder decisively waved his sleeve, throwing the 2 tokens taken by Ning Qingxuan, including Ning Qingxuan's own token, to Ning Qingxuan. Then he opened and closed his large hand, clenching it, and Ning Qingxuan turned and ran away.
Master, I'm not done yet. Ning Qingxuan said anxiously.
You are no match for him. Even if given you another 100 years, you could never be his opponent. This person is the most terrifying freak in the 6th domain.
What does this mean? Ning Qingxuan was confused. The gray-robed elder walked away quickly, vanishing from the Tianga mountain area in the blink of an eye.
Looking back, his eyes were filled with deep shock.
So it's him, it's actually him. Chapter 54, Breaking Through to the 3rd Domain. Not going to fight anymore?
Ning Qingxuan silently watched them leave, holding 3 soul artifact tokens in his hand. From them, he could feel strands of indescribable original power, like a part of the world's rules, formed by the creation of heaven and earth.
It's indeed something I've never seen before.
Ning Qingxuan fell into deep thought. Before closing up in the Tianga pool, he had already gained a thorough understanding of the 9 domains. Later, in the Tianga pool, he found many historical documents, ancient books, and so on, giving him a rough view of things. The reasons for the chaotic and mysterious happenings in the 9 domains stem from the domain caves, present in both large and small domains, unending and unkillable.
For 1200 years, many extremely terrifying beings had appeared.
For example, the Demon King, the 5 great rebirth ancestors of Tianga Mountain took action together and even lost 2 of them. Only soul artifacts can stabilize the cracks of the domain cave. In Ning Qingxuan's eyes, this was somewhat like repairing the laws. In recent decades, the situation of chaos had become many times more severe than before. Not only had previously unseen ghost kings appeared, but there were also hints of even stronger beings concealed. The future of the 9 domains was obscured by a fog.
Disciple. A call came from inside the mountain.
Long Mei laughed heartily and opened his arms to give a big hug.
Many elders and disciples also emerged with fervent expressions. This is Tianga Mountain soul artifact tokens, be sure to keep them well.
A single token is not very useful, but having more than 3 is very beneficial for spirit cultivation, he said, taking out Tianga Mountain soul artifact tokens from his chest and handing them to Ning Qingxuan. Along with the 3 just received, Ning Qingxuan now had 4 tokens.
Master, are you not afraid I'll lose them?
Long Mei was stunned and shook his head in silence. Lin Hanchuan, as one of the top 3 talents in the 5 domains, is not your match. After this battle, very few people in the 9 domains will dare to challenge you.
You can continue cultivating with the 4 tokens. Even if, hypothetically, you really lose them, no one will blame you.
Ning Qingxuan remained silent. He could already feel that with 4 tokens gathered, the original power contained within had rapidly increased several times.
Master, I have to leave the mountain.
Upon hearing this, Long Mei's heart trembled slightly, and his eyes showed gratification. I know the 9 domains are vast. The 3,000 secret arts in the Tianga pool are merely a drop in the ocean. You can go further out, and of course, I will not stop you. But remember, take care along the way. Ning Qingxuan bowed one last time, glanced at his former brothers, and turned to leave, stepping into the air. His figure reflected in everyone's eyes. The great elder murmured, no wonder you've been at ease these 10 years, Tianjian Mountain finally has a successor. Chang Mei remained silent, feeling a sense of melancholy, watching the figure in the distance gradually fade away until it disappeared completely. Suddenly, a disciple received a message from a jade slip, glanced at it, and immediately gasped in shock. The air of Jinwu Hall has swept through the Invincible realm, breaking through the 3rd domain and taking all the tokens from there. At these words, the crowd was astonished.
Chang Mei couldn't help but show surprise, to break through the 3rd domain directly? This air of Jinwu Hall was truly monstrous? 1st domain.
As the foremost of the 9 domains, the 1st domain surpasses the other 8 in historical depth, sect power, and the number of secret techniques, by far. For many years, this has been an undisputed fact, a tremendous gap that cannot be changed. Since the outbreak of the mysterious chaos in the 9 domains, only the 1st domain has never experienced suffering and pain. The vast expanse of the 1st domain hosts numerous powerful sects, yet there is only one supreme place, a holy land called Huangting. Under the protection of Huangting, the people and citizens of the world enjoy a peaceful and prosperous era that the other 8 domains could only dream of but find extremely difficult to achieve. Here, people have lived their entire lives without ever seeing what the mysterious chaos looks like. The number 1 of the 3 great soul artifacts, the Heavenly Furnace, has never changed hands. At this moment, in the 2nd pavilion of Huangting, there was an old man with white hair sitting quietly at a tea table, calmly reviewing the information about the changes in tokens. 1st domain Lu Bai, 35 tokens. 1st domain Shi Gufeng, 29 tokens.
2nd domain Li Mu, 20 tokens. 6th domain Lu Yun, 16 tokens.
He stroked his beard, his gaze lingering slightly on the name Lu Yun. The 3rd domain was actually broken through by this boy alone. He fell into deep thought, clearly not expecting that in this era of emerging talents, such a prodigy would be born in the 6th domain. Looking at the entire 3rd domain, there was not a single opponent. Even his personally taught disciple from the 7th pavilion of Huangting was utterly defeated, losing the token.
Within the 9 domains, the number of tokens held by each domain is different.
When someone collects 108 tokens, they can bind their soul with the Heavenly Furnace.
Next are 99 tokens, then 74 tokens.
Throughout history, the Heavenly Furnace has firmly remained in the 1st domain, while the Earth Cauldron has stayed in the 2nd domain. As for the Divine Bone, it often alternates between the 3rd and 4th domains.
Unexpectedly, this time the 3rd domain was eliminated early. The entire 9 domains were almost caught off guard by this air of Jinwu Hall.
Elder. A young boy outside softly called.
Speak. He calmly sipped his tea.
That true martial hall heir named Lu Yun has now returned to the second domain. As soon as these words fell, the elder's tea-drinking motion slightly paused, seemingly surprised. This boy has impressive strength. If he were to go to the 8th domain or the 9th domain, his chances of obtaining the divine bone would obviously increase greatly.
But he has chosen to return to the second domain?
From the opponents he has challenged, it seems Lu Yun is looking for top-tier talents and may end up facing the strongest in the second domain. The elder squinted his eyes. This boy has quite the demeanor. With 16 tokens, he still dares to take such risks. Interesting, it seems his target is the heavenly furnace. The elder gently put down his teacup, quickly seeing through Lu Yun's thoughts. But sitting at the top of the 9 domains is not so easy. Elder, there is one more thing. A truly remarkable young powerhouse has emerged from the 6th domain's Tianjian mountain, defeating Ning Qingxuan, who went to the 6th domain to collect tokens. The young boy's expression was respectful as he spoke again.
Ning Qingxuan, that prodigy from the 5th domain who perfected the sleeve imprint?
The elder couldn't help but frown. Such legendary secret techniques had given him considerable headaches even when he was young, and after half a year of study without success, he
only to give up.
Ning Qingxuan successfully cultivated at the age of 15, stirring up a sensation across the 9 domains at that time.
Recently, it was heard that he obtained the first token in the 6th domain. How did he fail so quickly?
The elder felt quite regretful, as this was indeed too sudden. This morning, the 6th domain seems to have a rising momentum, he pondered again. Before him was the true martial hall's disciple, Lu Yun, sweeping through the 9 domains undefeated, killing his way into the 3rd domain. Behind him was an unknown powerhouse from the Heavenly Sword Mountain defeating Ning Qingxuan, which was equivalent to preserving the entire 6th domain's token.
Let Lu Bai retreat from the 4th domain and visit the 2nd domain, the elder suddenly said. The youth was startled. So soon?
The 7 pavilions of the abandoned court were divided into 7 branches, each having 7 sons through generations. Internal competition had never ceased, and the chief was still in closed-door cultivation. If the true martial hall has forgotten who the true master of the 9 domains is, then I will remind them, the elder spoke calmly, rising and sweeping his sleeves as he stepped into the back courtyard. Chapter 55, Mysterious Nightmares, White-Clad God of Kill. Time passed, and 2 months slipped by in a flash. Today, the 9 domains welcomed an era of prodigies bursting forth. Whether big or small domains, there were renowned figures everywhere. This prosperous age was unprecedented and perhaps would never be seen again. The speed of token transitions grew more frequent, and the name of the true martial hall's disciple Lu Yun gradually resounded throughout the 9 domains, driving the citizens of the 6th domain to wild adoration. On this day, within the border city of the 6th domain's Jing dynasty, the masses gathered in the town square, their eyes burning with excitement as a young newsboy passionately recounted 3 days ago's latest battle news. Our domain's true martial hall disciple has obtained 22 soul weapon tokens. He has defeated 6 great prodigies in the 2nd domain and is about to fight against the strongest in the 2nd domain. The newsboy's proud voice echoed through the square, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Every face shone with excitement and joy never felt before. For millennia in the 6th domain, generations lived in deep suffering, and the foundations of the prodigies were always ground down by other larger domains, showing no glimmer of hope. Now, the true martial hall's disciple broke through the 3rd domain, and then rampaged through the 2nd domain. This extraordinary miracle overturned the past. The fame spread so widely that it became a household name, known by everyone. The true martial disciple represents the might of our 6th domain. My child will definitely enter the true martial hall to learn the arts in the future. It is said that the true martial disciple is only 23 this year, yet has already stepped into the middle 2nd rank, and his powers have been refined to the extreme, easily challenging others of higher ranks. In my view, he will surely be the one to enter nirvana the fastest. Within 10 years, no, within 5 years, he will definitely achieve it. Ha, I bet he can do it within 2 years. The square buzzed with voices, and the people were openly joyous. Laughter rose and fell, all celebrating the name of the true martial disciple. However, just when everyone was basking in happiness, dark clouds suddenly gathered above the border city, like a heavenly net covering hundreds of miles. The temperature dropped sharply, and the cold wind brushed against their faces like a ghost whispering in their ears, causing some to shiver suddenly. Confused, they looked up, only for their expressions to turn to fear.
The Ghost Bone General is coming.
A piercing scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere. The crowd looked around in panic, seeing innumerable ghostly bones rushing through the thick clouds in the sky. The skeletal army, devoid of flesh, hurriedly approached the border city, their hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly flames, filled with madness and greed. The ghost bones eat people, devour souls, and their leader is known as the Ghost Bone King, with 10 ghost generals under him, having roamed the borders of the 6th domain in recent years, instilling fear in many border cities.
Run away!
The square erupted in screams as the crowd scattered like locusts, not knowing where to flee. Only the newsboy looked steadfast, showing no fear. Kill, kill. You may have killed a generation, but We cannot be killed for 1,000 generations, you will eventually be crushed by the true martial successor. He stared intensely at the ghostly army rushing from the sky, as groups of red shadows greedily opened their massive toothy mouths towards him. Evil energy spread over him, and the shadows of death loomed closer. He instantly tensed up, and the determination in his eyes suddenly wavered, turning into fear in an instant. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Boom! A sudden golden light streamed from the horizon, drowning the groups of red shadows before him. A multitude of ghostly skeletons let out piercing screams, instantly torn into pieces. The young newsboy was already scared to the point of wetting himself, his face as pale as a sheet. At this moment, he looked up in a daze and saw a figure hovering outside the border city. The arrival of Ning Qingxuan drew the attention of the masses and also caught the eye of the ghostly general.
The white-robed killing god?
In the vast sea of red sky, the ghostly general recognized Ning Qingxuan at a glance. His eyes, burning with ghostly fire, instantly filled with horror.
Retreat!
A sharp howl echoed across the sky and beyond. However, before the vast Red Sea could turn, a surge of golden light erupted, shooting countless golden arrows that fell like rain upon the Red Sea. Screams filled the air, accompanied by the falling of the red skeletons in midair. The ghostly general was filled with terror but could not escape the outcome of being pierced by countless arrows, his entire body shattering into pieces.
After a moment, the sky fell back into silence. Ning Qingxuan waved his sleeve and walked away.
Looking outside the city, the red bones covered the plain, piling up like mountains. The citizens of the border city, having survived the disaster, looked at the white-robed figure's departure in the sky. The red bone army has been crushed, and the ghostly general is dead. That person seems to be the successor of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. A few months ago, he defeated Ning Qingxuan of the 5 domains and reclaimed the lost token. I remember now, this person is named Chang Wuhan. After descending the mountain, he roamed the 6th domain, killing every evil spirit he encountered, and I don't even know how many he has killed in these past few months.
The white-robed killing god, it seems that now, no matter where an evil spirit is from, they run upon seeing him. Even that ghostly general just now was the same. So powerful. The ghostly general was at the 3rd rank, yet didn't even have a chance to fight back? The successor of Heavenly Sword Mountain, the white-robed killing god, it turns out we have such a figure in the 6th domain. The crowd stirred, and discussions rose and fell. The young newsboy, clutching his wet pants, listened to the conversations around him, gazing blankly at the direction in which Ning Qingxuan had left, as if something different had appeared in his eyes. In the distance, Ning Qingxuan ran through the air. A faint spirit thought emerged from his sleeve. My lord, the 6th ghostly army is 800 miles away, they may launch a surprise attack on the palace city of the Jing dynasty. Ning Qingxuan nodded slightly. I see. The spirit thought from his sleeve paused for a moment, hesitated for a while, and then continued, My lord, these evil spirits cannot be completely wiped out, new ones are born with each generation. Why not try to collect the tokens? That way, you can obtain soul devices. Ning Qingxuan glanced at his sleeve. The evil spirit inside was called the Ghost Butterfly, a special group of spirits capable of spying on all the powerful evil spirits in the 6th domain. Since he subdued it a month ago, it had been continuously relaying information to him. Only then did he realize that evil spirits could also be divided into good and bad. Distant water can't quench a nearby thirst, some things must be done by someone. I may not be able to control future generations, but I can eliminate this generation. He replied calmly and walked toward the palace city of the Jing dynasty. The ghost butterfly fell silent, then, as if having made a decision, it spoke sincerely, My lord, I know of a race called the Undying Clan. Their undying queen has been imprisoned deep within the domain cave by a terrifying figure for many years. If you can help the undying queen escape her suffering, I might be able to negotiate with the Undying Clan. Ning Qingxuan understood what the ghost butterfly meant but did not reply immediately. He continued to run through the air, leaving behind a trail of golden light. Chapter 56, The Strongest in the 9 Domains, seeking continued reading. 2nd Domain, South Heaven Academy. The cold wind howled, ancient palace halls stood tall among the peaks. For the many forces in the 2nd domain, today is a very special day, one filled with tension and unease for countless people. Since the inheritor of the true martial hall, Lu Yun, broke through the 3rd domain, there has been no moment of rest. Followed by his arrival in the 2nd domain, after defeating the 6 great talents, no one remained calm. Looking around South Heaven Academy, warriors from various powers closely watched Lu Yun, who sat cross-legged in the square outside the academy. The young man had long black hair flowing down, wearing a purple robe imprinted with the name of True Martial, his closed eyes revealing no hint of emotion. He had been sitting here for 3 days, and South Heaven Academy had closed its doors for 3 days. If South Heaven Academy did not engage in battle, they would lose their qualification for the token after today. Thus, everyone present understood that the strongest talent from South Heaven Academy would surely come down from the mountain before nightfall. Time passed, and many strong figures from the True Martial Hall stood by patiently waiting. What is that person at home doing now? Lu Yun suddenly asked, and an elder from True Martial stepped forward. It's been 3 months, he hasn't left the 6th domain. He is said to be killing ghosts everywhere, resting not a single day, almost wiping out all the strange creatures in the 6th domain. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun couldn't help but open his eyes wider, visibly moved. But soon, a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes, mixing with cold indifference. His strength is good, but unfortunately, he is short-sighted. With such pity for women, even if he wipes out all the strange creatures in the 6th domain, what use is it if he cannot deal with the Ghost King? It would be better if he collected more tokens for me. As long as we get the Heavenly Furnace, we can ensure 300 years of peace in the 6th domain. Lu Yun shook his head, quite displeased with Ning Qingxuan's actions. In his eyes, Ning Qingxuan had 4 tokens but had not stepped out of the 6th domain for 3 months. Even the young talents at home did not dare to declare war. Isn't this like a timid mouse, caring too much for his treasured possessions? The true martial elder did not refute him after hearing this. Suddenly, a commotion arose around them. The inheritor of South Heaven Academy has come down. Both the true martial elder and Lu Yun looked up. On the mountain corridor, a figure in a black robe walked slowly, an indescribable pressure radiating around him. Is this the strongest talent of the 2nd domain, Li Mu? The true martial elder's pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a massive gap compared to the strong figure he had seen in the 3rd domain. Lu Yun also sensed an unprecedented pressure, slowly rising to his feet, a serious expression on his face. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Li Mu walked forward, as if the space itself had solidified, the atmosphere suddenly becoming incredibly profound. Looking at the surroundings of South Heaven Academy, many powerful figures held their breath. The strong from the 2nd domain and the strong from the 6th domain finally met. It was clear that what followed would definitely be a battle that would go down in history. If Li Mu falls, the fate of the 2nd domain will surely be the same as the 3rd domain, and the remaining talents would be no match. If Lu Yun falls, he would lose all tokens, and the entire 6th domain would face defeat. You made me wait for a full 3 days. Lu Yun responded coldly, his tone carrying displeasure. Facing an opponent like you, I can only go all out, hoping I won't make you wait in vain for 3 days. Li Mu smiled slightly, appearing courteous. Give me 3 more years, and the outcome would be the same. Bang! Lu Yun's expression was emotionless as he stepped forward. The momentum erupted instantly, sweeping across the entire plaza. That overwhelming pressure was fully released, causing many powerful figures to change expression in shock. With a 2nd-grade realm and overbearing aura, no wonder the strongest from the 3rd domain lost without knowing. Gasps of amazement echoed, shaking everyone's hearts. Unnoticed, on the eastern peak of South Heaven Academy, several figures stood there. The leader had handsome features and a refined appearance, with a temperament akin to a fallen immortal. He was indeed the strongest genius of the 2nd pavilion in the ruins court, Lu Bai. The others were all top geniuses from the 3rd pavilion, 4th pavilion, and even the 5th and 6th pavilions. They all looked towards the square, captivated by 2 figures that attracted the attention of the crowd. It's no surprise that the 7th got defeated by this Lu Yun. A faint voice emerged, coming from the strongest of the 3rd pavilion. Strange, what realm is this Li Mu in that even I cannot see through? The few of them frowned, unconsciously glancing at Lu Bai. Lu Bai's expression remained unchanged, his eyes calm as water, as if no matter what happened, it couldn't stir even the slightest ripple in him. Seeing Lu Bai silent, the others stopped talking, continuing to focus their gaze. In the square, Li Mu stood still, utterly unmoved. Allowing the tyrannical energy to sweep across him, causing the ground and rocks to shatter, the icy wild wind howling, he simply watched his opponent quietly. Aren't you going to make a move? Lu Yun's gaze was cold, the feeling of being ignored stirred a hint of anger in his heart. He had defeated the strongest of the 7th pavilion and penetrated the entire 3rd domain, Invincible. Now, in front of Li Mu, he had been left alone for 3 days, and now ignored again? Tyrannical energy surged to its peak, instantly manifesting a towering phantom, like a divine general who covers the world, with double pupils reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, exuding a majestic presence. Break for me! Lu Yun shouted, launching a punch towards the standing Li Mu. Behind him, the towering phantom of the divine general also threw out a punch. The long sky was torn apart, a terrifying sonic boom resounding. The protective array of the Southern Sky Academy was triggered on the spot. All nearby powerful figures turned pale and retreated simultaneously. This punch landed 100 feet in front of Li Mu but still did not shatter his protective energy. I didn't stay in seclusion for 3 days to humiliate you. Li Mu finally spoke again, immense power beginning to flow from his soul. I just mentioned that facing an opponent like you, I can only go all out, so in these 3 days, I've merely been breaking through my limits. Breakthrough? Lu Yun was startled. In the next moment, Li Mu raised his hand. A terrifying divine power erupted, instantly dimming the heavens and earth. The towering phantom of the divine general was easily erased, while Lu Yun was struck by an overwhelming force, his entire body feeling as if it were shattering.
He let out a gasp and coughed up blood, his body flying backward, expression blank in shock.
Thud, he crashed to the ground. The square fell into silence, countless gazes frozen on Li Mu.
In that moment, all the powerful figures of the true martial hall felt their minds explode with shock, falling into a daze.
A grade. Nirvana?
Lu Yun's throat emitted a gasping sound, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes vacant as he stared blankly at the sky. At that moment, all his pride shattered into pieces.
Li Mu stepped into Nirvana? Gasps of shock erupted around the square.
The battle for the soul weapons had lasted nearly half a year, yielding countless extraordinary talents that resonated across the 9 domains, all remarkable figures of ancient times. And today, the first Nirvana realm had emerged. Li Mu's breakthrough had not made a single sound. On the eastern peak, the strongest from the ruins court also had expressions filled with astonishment. Only Lu Bai watched the scene calmly, as if he already knew the outcome. Lu Yun stops here, there's no need for me to make another move.
The soul weapon contest in the 9 domains still lacks representation from the 6th domain.
Let's disperse. Lu Bai waved his sleeve lightly and turned to leave. Chapter 57, The Grim News of the 6th Domain. Please, Heavenly Sword Heir, compete for the Divine Bone. The strong from the ruins court were silent. They exchanged glances, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. From beginning to end, Lu Bai said nothing. Even upon Li Mu entering Nirvana, he showed not a hint of emotional disturbance. This person truly was terrifying. Within the first domain, the 7 pavilions of the ruins court competed fiercely among themselves, with many positional changes throughout history. Yet today, Lu Bai's strength seemed to surpass that of the other pavilions by far. Internal rumors say that the strongest young genius of the first pavilion is still in closed-door training. How does his power compare with Lu Bai? It's hard to guess, they seem to be out of touch, drifting further away from the title of the strongest young genius. Since Li Mu from the Southern Sky Academy stepped into Nirvana, the value of the strongest young geniuses of this era has become impossible to estimate. In the 6th domain, at Qingyun Peak of Sword Mountain, Chan Mei, as usual, personally teaches his talented young disciples. But then, the Grand Elder rushed in with a panicked expression, stumbling from across the sky, and cried out with a heavy heart. Master Brother! Something big has happened in our 6th domain. The successor of the true martial hall fought against Li Mu from the Southern Sky Academy and lost all the tokens. All the disciples were shocked and turned around, while Chang Mei's teaching actions froze in place, his eyes betraying a deep regret in an instant. Lu Yun, the successor of the true martial hall, made a stunning debut when he came down the mountain and then charged ahead, unstoppable. Upon entering the first domain, he challenged the strongest young genius of the 7th pavilion and left calmly with the tokens. With his own strength, he broke through the entire 3rd domain, forcing it to exit early, which caused a stir throughout the 9 domains. This made the people of the 6th domain wildly admire him, spreading his fame everywhere. He bore everyone's hopes, believing victory was certain, but unexpectedly, today, he still won too easily, his mind lacks tempering. Chang Mei sighed, feeling an indescribable sense of suffocation, as they had clearly seen unprecedented hope in Lu Yun. In fact, that Li Mu from the Southern Sky Academy has already stepped into Nirvana. The Grand Elder's tone was complicated, filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Nirvana? Chang Mei's pupils shook slightly. Has the strongest young genius of the 2nd domain become this abnormal? Master Brother, why don't we ask Wuhan to come back? Right now, we can only let him try. As long as he can get hold of 72 tokens, we can obtain the Divine Bone. The Grand Elder spoke again. Young geniuses are rising everywhere in the 9 domains, and those who can be entitled to the strongest title are all top tier, capable of ranking in the top 10 of the 9 domains. With Chang Wuhan's previous strength defeating Ning Qingxuan, even if he cannot join the ranks of the strongest, he still has a chance to securely obtain the Divine Bone. What I worry about is that the other domains might not give him this opportunity. Chang Mei was frowning. Lu Yun's defeat meant that the 6th domain lost its standing and deterrence. Those strongest young geniuses would no longer hold back and would likely sweep through the entire 6th domain immediately. Chang Mei's concerns were not unexpected. 3 days later, at Dizong Temple in the 6th domain, Li Mu's figure stood outside the mountain gate, alone, without any strong followers from the Southern Sky Academy. Li Mu from the 2nd domain has come today to claim the soul device tokens. Who will fight? His voice echoed in the sky, carrying a calmness. Dizong Temple showed no hesitation or even the thought of putting up a fight. A beam of golden light shot out and was grasped by Li Mu. Take it. An old voice from within Dizong Temple sounded, steeped in deep fatigue. The disciples remained silent. Not even the Buddha's son of Dizong Temple spoke, tightly clenching his fists, staring at the figure outside the mountain. In the face of absolute realm strength, any divine techniques and secrets lost all meaning. The so-called challenge beyond ranks was merely a disguise for false geniuses. A 3rd-grade realm attempting to shake a 1st-grade nirvana? Was that not a fool's dream? Li Mu faced no resistance or difficulties, he smoothly obtained the tokens from Dizong Temple, then began to walk toward the next place.
Don't look anymore, today, the 6th domain will lose all its tokens. The spirits of Dizong Temple dimmed at this moment, and a dream turned to bubbles with Lu Yun's defeat.
Perhaps they should not have had any hope, as the strongest young geniuses in Nirvana were truly too despairing.
The 2nd domain is like this, not to mention the chaotic land of the 1st domain. For many years, this has been the case, generation after generation. In this unprecedented brilliant era, within the strong, there are even stronger beings. Everything has been elevated, yet the situation remains the same. The 6th domain wants a seat at the table, to have a place of its own, but the difficulty has not changed at all. Li Mu leaves, walking through the 6th domain as if entering a no man's land. The people of the entire 6th domain can only watch helplessly as one token after another is taken away. His arrival is a harvest of geniuses for the 6th domain. In just 2 days, Li Mu visited all the sects that possess tokens. During this time, not a single person chose to fight. There is still one more place, Tianjian Mountain. Li Mu paused in the midst of the sky, knowing well that the heir of Tianjian Mountain, named Shang Wuhan, was not currently on the mountain but was wandering the 6th domain, whereabouts unknown. In the past 2 days, he surprisingly had not seen any traces of signs. The rumors about that person turned out to be true. Have all the signs of the 6th domain been wiped out? Li Mu showed a hint of hesitation, his time was running out. He needed to obtain 99 tokens and bind them to the earth cauldron before the strongest of the 1st pavilion and the wild court emerged from seclusion. So be it. Not hesitating for long, Li Mu took one last look in the direction of Tianjian Mountain and finally turned to leave. Tianjian Mountain. Did our 6th domain get disqualified again?
The many disciples felt a deep discomfort upon seeing Li Mu's figure. They all knew in their hearts that Li Mu's departure did not mean he would spare the tokens of Tianjian Mountain. Rather, he needed to go and conduct the final battle among the truly strongest geniuses. Throughout history, the 6th domain has always been absent from this grand stage of 9 domains. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Li Mu, to witness the grandeur of the surrounding strongest. Originally, Lu Yun should have had this qualification, but he misjudged Li Mu's strength, which at least placed him among the top 3 in the 9 domains.
Chang Mei remained silent, his expression despondent.
Just as he was about to turn away, a long rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky.
Is it the Jitsong Temple?
Chang Mei was puzzled, and then many long rainbows came from all directions.
Master Gushin, you all?
Those who came to Tianjian Mountain were indeed the many sect leaders from the 6th domain who had lost their tokens. Brother Chang Mei, please summon back the heir of Tianjian to compete for the divine bone. The abbot of Jitsong Temple cupped his fists, speaking sincerely. Brother Chang Mei, please summon back the heir of Tianjian to compete for the divine bone. Master Gushin, as well as numerous sect leaders, including their direct disciples, all cupped their fists in salute, their voices booming and resonating across Tianjian Mountain. Chang Mei hesitated. Of course, he had his own selfish thoughts.
Knowing that the highest geniuses of the 9 domains were about to engage in a brutal battle, how could he be willing to let Chang Wuhan go and compete?
In such a situation, the longer Chang Wuhan held onto the token, the more it would benefit his cultivation.
Shi Xiang, we can't wait any longer, let the kid give it a try.
The Grand Elder suddenly grasped his hand, his eyes reddening. Chang Mei's heart trembled, he was somewhat shaken.
Peak Master, let the little junior brother take on the challenge.
Looking over the square of Tianjian Mountain, many disciples pleaded together.
You all. Chang Mei's sleeves trembled as he gazed at the abbot of Jitsong Temple, Master Gushin, and all the disciples of Tianjian Mountain in the square.
Their eyes burned with the last glimmers of hope. Finally, a relieved smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, perhaps you are right.
A jade slip was sent out in an instant.
Chapter 58, Ning Qingxuan completes his cultivation, with a soul of 100,000 zhang. Outside the 6th domain, beyond the domain cave. A vast abyss stood at the border, the heavens and earth dim, filled with ghostly energy. Countless ghostly skeletons clung to the cliffs on both sides, their wailing sounds soul-stealing and capable of making a person instantly lose all sense. As the origin of the chaos of signs, even mighty beings of the Nirvana realm have not dared to step here lightly throughout the ages. At this very moment, however, a figure stood at the bottom of the abyss. Whether it was the resentful spirits and skeletons on both sides or the vast army of signs beneath. They were all trembling, their eyes filled with ghostly flames, carrying endless fear. The figure in white killed them without resistance, bringing nightmares into their hearts, as if it were a divine and mysterious calamity. With just your own strength, you can't change anything. Ning Qingxuan narrowed his eyes, looking at the last ghostly general lying on the ground. His forehead was deeply caved in, his entire body, limbs, and bones shattered. The ghostly fire burning in his eye sockets was weak, as if it would go out at any moment.
Ha ha ha, you will die, but we will return again.
Ning Qingxuan raised his foot and crushed his skull completely, then, with a swipe of his hand, drained his last trace of soul power. From within his sleeve seal, the ghost butterfly's divine thought echoed, "This is the last ghostly general." I haven't sensed any movement from the ghost king of the ghost bones.
Ning Qingxuan nodded slightly and asked again, what did he mean by what he just said? He will be reborn, no matter how many years pass, perhaps in the next generation, or the one after that. Reborn? Ning Qingxuan thought deeply. After 3 months of investigation, he finally came to a conclusion.
The divine mysteries cannot truly be killed, unless the entire 9 regions are destroyed. And regarding the rebirth the ghost butterfly spoke of, it was likely related to the collapsing laws. One day, all the divine mysteries you killed will be reborn in another form, over and over again, without end. The ghost butterfly continued.
So what?
In my time, I won't allow a disruptive mystery to exist on the land of the 6th domain. Ning Qingxuan spoke indifferently. His domineering words caused the ghost butterfly's heart to ripple. In fact, for Ning Qingxuan, infinite rebirth did not mean that his 3 months of effort was in vain. At the very least, many innocent lives were saved, and moreover, it brought unimaginable benefits to the divine technique he created. His divine sense retracted, and he once again looked at his golden primordial spirit. When he left the Heavenly Sword Mountain, he had already completed the Great Yellow Court and returned to the peak state of the demon path's ancestor. On this foundation, his primordial spirit had also undergone nirvana. 3 months later, he couldn't help but feel a little confused about his strength. After all, the divine technique he created was to kill the mysteries and absorb their soul power, continuously strengthening and nourishing the primordial spirit. Just now, after draining the last ghostly general, he clearly noticed that his primordial spirit had reached a certain peak. This meant that a ghostly general of this level could no longer offer him any help. Killing tens of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of divine mysteries would be just as difficult.
He couldn't even guess where his current strength stood among the federal reincarnators.
Ning Qingxuan's jade slip on his waist suddenly received a message. With a slight movement of his mind, the voice of Changmei slowly transmitted, "Disciple, the 6th domain has received bad news. The true Marshal Hall's disciple was defeated by Li Mu of the Southern Sky Institute, losing all the tokens.
2 days ago, Li Mu entered the 6th domain and took all the remaining tokens. The 6th domain may be out of the game again. Disciple, I have an unpleasant request."
Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxuan understood Changmei's meaning. When Changmei entrusted him with the Heavenly Sword Mountain's tokens, he didn't want him to compete for the tokens, only to assist in cultivation. Now, all the tokens of the 6th domain had been taken by someone named Li Mu. Even that true Marshal Hall disciple had been defeated. He could hear the helpless tone and a hint of pleading in Changmei's voice. "Master, you are too kind." Ning Qingxuan sent back a message through the jade slip. He knew that his cultivation journey was about to come to an end. As he turned around, he glanced at the depths of the domain abyss. Following his gaze, all the divine mysteries trembled, too afraid to lift their heads. The immortal queen the ghost butterfly mentioned earlier was deep within this domain abyss. Standing in his current position, he could feel waves of unimaginable terrifying ghostly energy surrounding him in the darkness. Without delay, he took a step forward, his figure transformed into a long rainbow, running away. In the border city of the Jing dynasty, the atmosphere was lifeless. The spirit of the people was low, even the once-spirited newsboy sat listlessly in the corner. The news of the defeat of the true Marshal Hall's successor spread like a storm, reaching every corner of the 6th domain in a short time. This news, like a bolt from the blue, cruelly shattered the faith of the common people across the land. "Big brother, look quickly, is that the white-clad killing god?" Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, causing the newsboy to look up in a daze. He saw a figure in white racing through the sky, leaving behind a trail of golden light. That towering and vast divine power bathed the entire border city in warmth, dispelling all evil presence between heaven and earth. "It's him, it's definitely him." The newsboy sprang to his feet, his emotions ignited. If it weren't for that person in the sky, he would already be a corpse now. The thousands of people in the border city looked up in unison, each catching sight of him. "Is that the successor of the Heavenly Sword Mountain? It seems he has 4 tokens on him." Looking in that direction, is the Heavenly Sword successor preparing to reclaim the lost tokens? No. He doesn't need to do this at all, we have already accepted the fact of our exit. Yes, we are used to it, holding onto the tokens is better than losing them immediately. Sai, the Heavenly Sword successor has protected us for 3 months, even if he doesn't show up, we won't blame him. Exactly. Who would dare to slander his reputation? I, an old man, will be the first to tear their mouths apart. The complex expressions of the people in the border city revealed their deep sorrow as they watched Ning Qingxuan's departing figure. In their eyes, Ning Qingxuan was no different from a moth flying into the flame. At this moment, the supreme talents of the 9 domains, who were all perverse. Whether it was Lu Yun or Ning Qingxuan, if they had been born in another era, they would surely have obtained a soul artifact. Unfortunately, the heavens do not heed people's wishes. As Ning Qingxuan appeared, the ancient sects in the six domains opened their senses one after another. Whether it was the sect leader or the ancestor of a sect, they silently watched the scene. Among them was also the true martial hall's Lu Yun. From a distance, he already sensed Ning Qingxuan's aura. Since returning from defeat, the scene of the entire sixth domain left him shocked and speechless for a long time. What kind of person, using what means, was able to pacify the entire sixth domain in just 3 months? It is known throughout the world that the divine ghost appears unpredictably and is extremely difficult to track. Once it retreats into the domain cave, even those in the Nirvana realm do not dare to intrude. But this person did it. I hope he doesn't repeat my mistakes in fights for the divine bone of the six domains. Lu Yun clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. This child is not right. Suddenly, the true martial ancestor appeared from behind. He stared closely into the distance, his true martial eyes flickering with countless golden symbols. Ancestor, what's wrong? Lu Yun asked in confusion. The true martial ancestor had just recently emerged from seclusion, helping him recover from his injuries. Heavens, how can this be? The true martial ancestor suddenly began to breathe heavily, exclaiming on the spot. Using the true martial eye, he faintly saw an immense golden divine spirit on Ning Qingxuan. That divine spirit was a startling height of 100,000 zhang. Chapter 59, 3 Supreme Powers, Ning Qingxuan takes action. In the joint holy land of the 9 domains, the birthplace of the supreme soul artifacts. Majestic peaks stretch for miles, and vast plains extend endlessly, with a holy mountain standing beneath the sky, towering and magnificent. This place belongs to the core of the 9 domains, where the 3 great soul artifacts emerged and would return each generation. Whenever the supreme talents of the 9 domains gather enough tokens, they would implicitly agree to hold the final battle here. At this moment, Li Mu walked alone under the vast sky. He held in his hands the investigative information from the Southern Sky Academy's Jade Slip. One of the 7 sons of the Wild Court was kicked out by Lu Yun. Among the remaining 6, only Lu Bai had collected the most tokens, while Su Yuan was the strongest. The others had not collected any tokens at all. Soon, the full view of the sacred mountain of soul weapons appeared ahead. Many powerful figures from the 9 domains and 8 wastelands were already quietly waiting here. The arrival of Li Mu instantly attracted a sea of attention. The murmurings faded significantly, and the vast sky and earth presented a slight silence. At the end of Li Mu's line of sight, the sacred mountain of soul weapons was divided into 3 parts, belonging to the heavenly furnace, the earth cauldron, and the divine bone. With the tokens, one could compete for which item they desired by ascending the corresponding mountain. However, once a choice was made, they could not leave until victory or defeat was determined. During this time of decisive battle, most of the supreme talents needed to come here. The main purpose for the first 3 months was to weaken the overall foundation of the other region's talents. Here, the competition was between one region and another. If a talent was unable to arrive in a certain amount of time, the token would automatically return to the soul weapon, marking abandonment. Currently, all 3 parts had the presence of supreme talents, clearly having a clear understanding of their own strength. Among them, the Earth Cauldron Mountain and Divine Bone Mountain had both opened their boundaries, indicating that inside, the 99 and 72 tokens were already full. This suddenly plunged Li Mu into silence. He has arrived. On Heavenly Furnace Mountain, Lu Bai sat cross-legged, slowly opening and closing his eyes, calmly watching Li Mu's figure outside the mountain. The strength of the Nirvana realm. The supreme talent from the 3rd pavilion, Shi Gufeng, glanced at Su Yuan and Lu Bai beside him, letting out a meaningful sigh. Looking across the entire Heavenly Furnace Mountain, there was only the supreme talent from the 1st region, the Desolate Courtyard. Apart from that, there was no one else. It seemed that all the supreme talents from the 9 domains knew that the Heavenly Furnace was a soul weapon they could not touch. Li Mu drew all eyes, standing outside and not moving for a long time. On Heavenly Furnace Mountain, he only saw 6 figures. On Earth Cauldron Mountain, he saw the supreme figures from the 4th, 5th, and 7th regions, along with many sect talents. On Divine Bone Mountain, currently, there were the 8th and 9th regions. Lu Yun, with his own strength, led the 3rd region to be eliminated, giving some small regions a rare opportunity. For now, the 2 mountains were free from battle, both wary of each other. In silence, he deeply glanced at the 6 sons of the Desolate Courtyard, especially lingering on the closed-eyed Su Yuan for a moment longer. It was quite surprising, this person had actually exited his seclusion. The 1st pavilion of the Desolate Courtyard produced prodigies for generations, this generation was no exception. I came late. Li Mu gazed long at the 6 figures on Heavenly Furnace Mountain, then turned his gaze to the many powerful figures from the Southern Sky Academy surrounding him. The Academy head sighed softly and nodded gently at him. After a while, Li Mu's bloodthirst began to stir. So be it, he was a 1st-grade Nirvana. Why could he not fight for this Heavenly Furnace? How could he not fight for it? Taking a deep breath, Li Mu stepped onto Heavenly Furnace Mountain under countless eyes. Shi Gufeng licked his lips, growing even more excited. He slowly stood up, power beginning to surge. Aside from Lu Bai and Su Yuan, the others also stood up, their gazes icy. The strong gusts of energy stirred up an indescribable pressure. As Li Mu reached the mountaintop, the atmosphere became tense. But at this moment, another long rainbow appeared in the distant sky, once again attracting a massive amount of attention.
Who is the newcomer? He is wearing the robes of Tianjian Mountain. He should be the Tianjian heir of the 6th region, named Chang Wuhan.
I have heard of his deeds. This person seems to have wiped out the mystical forces of the 6th region. His strength is acceptable, and his perseverance is astonishing, but the supreme talents from the 6th region have all failed. What is he coming for? How unfortunate for this person. If he had come earlier, he could have fought for the divine bone, but now he can only go to the heavenly furnace. He should just be going through the motions. Didn't you see that there wasn't even a single team from the 6th region? A chorus of sighs arose, as many powerful figures looked at Ning Qingxuan's arrival with pity.
Who was on Heavenly Furnace Mountain?
The 6 sons of Desolate Courtyard and Li Mu. These were the strongest in the 9 domains.
I thought this person would give up, huh?
Li Mu also saw Ning Qingxuan's arrival, his eyes suddenly narrowing. As a top-tier powerhouse who entered the first-grade Nirvana realm, he unexpectedly felt an inexplicable suffocating pressure from Ning Qingxian. This pressure was invisible and difficult to grasp. As he got closer, it grew stronger and stronger.
What is going on with this person?
Lu Bai muttered to himself, slightly furrowing his brow, as the calm heart of Gubo rippled with disturbances. As Ning Qingxian slowly ascended the mountain, his expression became increasingly serious.
Such a powerful aura.
Su Yuan, who had kept his eyes closed, finally opened them. His gaze landed on Ning Qingxian until Ning Qingxian reached the summit, causing the entire barrier of Tianlu Mountain to open and close. At this point, Tianlu Mountain was also at full capacity.
Who will come first?
Ning Qingxian got straight to the point, slowly scanning all present.
Li Mu said nothing. Lu Bai was silent.
Su Yuan remained quiet.
Boom, a burst of second-grade realm aura suddenly exploded.
Shi Gufeng's face was cold as he took a step toward Ning Qingxian, his fist filled with powerful energy.
You dare stand here? Get lost.
He initiated an attack, causing the entire Tianlu Mountain to ripple with barriers. This commotion attracted countless gazes. The top talents of Diding Mountain and Xingu Mountain all changed their expressions in unison.
A fight is breaking out on Tianlu Mountain. Sure enough, they're starting with the weakest. The potent energy swept towards Ning Qingxian.
Ning Qingxian remained unfazed, raising his hand to grasp Shi Gufeng's fist.
Crack! Ah!
Shi Gufeng's cold expression suddenly changed, letting out a piercing scream. His protective energy was shattered by Ning Qingxian, and his right fist turned into a mist of blood. Before he even had time to unleash his abilities, a fierce wind erupted as Ning Qingxian slightly lifted his toes, kicking him under the chin. In an instant, his teeth shattered, and his entire face twisted, plummeting like a broken kite. With a thud, he fell in the distance, unconscious. The token on him transformed into golden light, floating before Ning Qingxian. Witnessing this, the murmurs, sighs, and mockery from the crowd vanished without a trace. Li Mu's pupils slightly jolted, and Lu Bai's breath paused for a moment. Perhaps no one had anticipated this scene. Diding Mountain and Xingu Mountain fell silent for a moment, while the expressions of powerful outsiders frozen.
Who is next?
In fact, Ning Qingxian also wanted to know what kind of results he had achieved after 3 months of killing ghosts and absorbing soul power. How far he had come compared to the time he single-handedly fought against the 5 Nirvana warriors of Tianjian Mountain, ultimately causing the downfall of 2 demon ghost kings.
Forget it.
Ning Qingxian suddenly shook his head, changing his mind.
You all come at once. A mighty spiritual force surged recklessly from within him. Chapter 60, The Glorious Era of the 9 Regions, Only One True Powerhouse. Tianlu Mountain suddenly darkened.
And boundless pressure enveloped the barrier, causing waves of ripples to roll. The expressions of the 4 great top talents from the wastelands drastically changed. They simply could not withstand this pressure. They all spat out blood on the spot, their knees crashing to the ground, unable to even lift their heads.
I admit defeat. I admit defeat too.
The shadow of death loomed over their hearts, and they screamed in terror.
The tokens in their arms instantly transformed into golden light and were sent out by the barrier.
Li Mu's face had already turned pale as he was forced to unleash his Nirvana realm power, trying to resist. Lu Bai and Su Yuan did the same, and for a moment, 4 auras of Nirvana realm surged within the Tianlu Mountain barrier, creating a terrifying hurricane that roared and shook.
This scene fell into everyone's eyes, triggering a wave of shock. Oh my god, 4 Nirvana powers. 2 from the wastelands and 1 from the 2 regions. Who would have thought that Chang Wuhan was also? On Tianlu Mountain, the 3 stared at Ning Qingxian.
This suddenly emerging top talent caught them completely off guard. You hide quite deep, so you say, the true martial hall's Lu Yun is just a facade, and it has always been you, the strongest in the 6 domains? Li Mu's heart was overturned. Lu Bai and Su Yuan, as the 2 strongest in the wild court, had long entered nirvana, which did not surprise him at all.
But the traditionally depleted 6th domain actually had someone who had entered nirvana.
You must know, this is the most dazzling era in the history of the 9 domains. Who would have thought that in the 6th domain there would be someone standing shoulder to shoulder with them today? Ning Qingxuan did not respond and had already taken a step towards Li Mu.
Soul-devouring curse.
Li Mu shouted low, daring not to be careless. His right hand turned golden, covered with the 365 spell seals created by the ancestors of Nan Tian Academy, and in an instant transformed into golden snakes, swallowing towards Ning Qingxuan. Each of these spell seals contained ancient divine power. 1 curse could kill a ghost leader, 100 curses could kill a ghost general, and a max-level spell seal could even devour the soul of a ghost king. If used against humans, all primordial spirits below nirvana would collapse to dust. But when 365 golden snakes reached Ning Qingxuan, it was as if they had seen something terrifying and immediately self-destructed, scattering in flight.
What's happening?
Li Mu was stunned, and then an endless chill surged through him, his gaze trembling uncontrollably.
He saw it.
The primordial spirit inside Ning Qingxuan was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky.
Bang! A mighty divine power descended, causing Li Mu's protective aura of nirvana to bear unbearable burdens, shattering inch by inch.
Li Mu's heart filled with fear, and he finally set his eyes on the still uninvolved Lu Bai and Su Yuan. Lu Bai's scalp tingled, his mind raced with thoughts. He could no longer care whether it was many against few, or whether he was tarnishing the wild court's reputation as the number 1 in the 9 domains.
He only knew that Ning Qingxuan's strength was clearly greater than Li Mu's. If Li Mu was defeated, the situation would become even worse. Attack!
He shouted clearly and finally charged towards Ning Qingxuan. Su Yuan remained silent. The pride in his heart seemed to not allow him, under the watchful eyes of everyone, to join forces against the solitary Ning Qingxuan. At this moment, 2 great nirvana powers unleashed their spells, continuously striking around Ning Qingxuan, causing immense shock to his protective aura. At that time, 2 towering ethereal figures appeared behind Li Mu and Lu Bai. Those were their true primordial spirits, enhancing their power fluctuations significantly.
What? Li Mu and Lu Bai actually teamed up? The 2 strongest from different domains teaming up against Chang Wuhan. Is Chang Wuhan's pressure this great?
The area around the sacred mountain erupted in astonishment, each gaze filled with shock. Looking at the outstanding talents from Diding Mountain and Xingu Mountain, they had long forgotten their previous conflicts. All their eyes fell upon Tianlu Mountain. How rare it was to witness such a battle of extraordinary talents.
Moments later, a sigh echoed.
A 3rd figure stepped into the center of the confrontation, bringing with it a 3rd mighty primordial spirit. This completely stirred up a sensation around the sacred mountain. No one had foreseen such an event at Tianlu Mountain.
Su Yuan also joined. This is the highest authority in the wild court. 3 nirvana powers against Chang Wuhan. Do they acknowledge Chang Wuhan as the strongest and plan to defeat him first?
Whispers of fear rose and fell. The crowd was restless. What a brilliant era this is, where 4 supreme talents in nirvana emerged, yet now 3 of them are teaming up against Chang Wuhan.
He is already exhausted. Do not hold back any longer.
Li Mu roared. The overwhelming terrifying pressure from Ning Qingxuan almost suffocated him. The 3 of them had no reason to hesitate and unleashed their strongest powers together.
But for some reason, Ning Qingxuan's calm demeanor, still as water and unperturbed, made Li Mu and Lu Bai.
A slight tremor surged through his heart.
Boom!
Golden light burst forth from Ning Qingxuan. Wild wind whipped through his dark hair, dancing with his robes.
A boundless golden essence slowly revealed itself behind him. Tiantu Mountain could not contain it. The barrier exploded, and the sky for 1,000 miles was pushed aside, transforming into clear blue. The blinding golden light made everyone squint their eyes.
Li Mu stared blankly upwards, seeing nothing but a white void, but faintly, he could make out a majestic essence looming above. His eyes shone like fierce golden deities, looking down upon the heavens and the universe.
A 100,000 feet essence?
Lu Bai's voice shook. Su Yuan's face displayed complexity as he let out a soft sigh, as if feeling regret. Ning Qingxuan did not hesitate, extending a hand towards the 3, his 100,000 feet essence moved in unison with him.
In an instant, Tiantu Mountain was completely submerged in golden light.
In the distance, thousands of rainbows rushed forward.
Chang Mei led many elders and disciples from Tianjian Mountain, their eyes resolute.
Dizong Temple, Gushinin, Jinwu Hall, and other 6th domain sect forces followed closely behind. Disciple, Master has come to support you. Chang Mei murmured to himself, knowing that even if this battle was tough, even if hope was slim, he could not lose the 6th domain's aura, nor let the burdened Chang Wuman face it alone. He led the group, continuously moving toward the holy mountain of soul weapons. Suddenly, the white clouds above were pushed away, and golden light rolled in, bringing with it endless righteous energy.
What terrifying essence fluctuations, whose power is this?
The group was forced to stop by this scorching wave. The ancestor of Jinwu Hall was also in the crowd, his heart stirred at the sight of the familiar golden tide.
I am not mistaken, that is real.
He abandoned everyone, bursting forth with the speed of universe shifting, disappearing in an instant.
Disciple.
Chang Mei's heart raced violently, yearning for a glimpse. He too abandoned the group and dashed away alone.
Chapter 61. Congratulations to Tianjian Mountain, congratulations to the 6th domain. The holy mountain of soul weapons shone brilliantly, dazzling and blinding.
No one saw what the outcome was at Tiantu Mountain. 3 supreme talents joined forces against one, something never seen in the history of the 9 domains. The sky's long rainbow dashed across as the ancestors of Jinwu and Chang Mei arrived simultaneously. The chaos in the arena gradually calmed, and the blinding golden light slowly faded, with the terrifying pressure dissipating. Countless anxious gazes turned towards Tiantu Mountain, including the talented individuals from Digang Mountain and Xingu Mountain. They seemed to forget everything, only wanting to witness this supreme duel, to know who would win or lose. The ancestors of Jinwu and Chang Mei felt the same. Once the dust settled, they finally saw 2 figures standing on Tiantu Mountain. Ning Qingxuan's robe danced with the wind, slightly tattered at the edges. Opposite him, Su Yuan stood tall, but the blood seeping from his mouth revealed his injuries. On the ground lay 2 more figures. Li Mu was unconscious, his face pale without a hint of color, looking disheveled, his breath faint. Lu Bai struggled to open one eye, trembling as he gazed at Ning Qingxuan with his remaining strength, gasping as his internal energy was fully depleted. As Ning Qingxuan prepared to approach Su Yuan, he saw Su Yuan raise his hand, weakly speaking, his expression filled with regret and complexity.
No need to continue fighting, you have won.
After closing himself off for more than a decade and painstakingly training for over 20 years, he never came into the world. Even before his first battle, the heroes of the 9 domains already acknowledged him as the strongest. But when he finally emerged, this single battle proclaimed his defeat. Perhaps it was not his time, being born in such a brilliant era, encountering a peerless being like Ning Qingxuan.
And it wasn't only him, whether it was Li Mu, Lu Bai, or all the talents of the 9 domains today, they all were born in the wrong era, meeting the most terrifying and glorious time of the 6th domain.
Su Yuan accepted it calmly. In his heart, there was no hatred, no anger, only a humble acknowledgement of defeat. He threw out his token, along with a massive flow of golden light.
A surge erupted from Li Mu and Lu Bai, landing before Ning Qingxuan.
At this point, 108 tokens all belonged to Ning Qingxuan.
My disciple has obtained the heavenly furnace?
Zhang Mei stood in midair, staring blankly at this scene, his mind struck by the overwhelming victory, as if in a dream, momentarily lost in thought.
Haha, our domain has finally obtained a soul artifact, the heavenly furnace. The laughter of the true martial ancestor echoed, resonating through the vast sky and universe.
Looking around the sacred mountain, the strong from the 9 domains and 8 desolations were all in shock.
On Ding Mountain and Xingu Mountain, many proud disciples felt an unprecedented impact on their minds. Since ancient times, who in the world did not know that the first domain was the leader of the 9 domains, and apart from the conflict among the 7 sons of the wilderness, who could touch a single token? Yet today, Shang Wuhen from the 6th domain not only stood with them but also defeated them one by one.
In the field of vision, Ning Qingxuan gathered 108 tokens, walking towards the depths of Heavenly Furnace Mountain. Before long, a radiant light surged forth. Ning Qingxuan bathed in it, soon seeing the lotus-shaped heavenly furnace, gradually forming under the call of the 108 tokens. He stretched out his hand and lightly touched the heavenly furnace. His primordial spirit immediately responded, and a mysterious rule began to bind with him. The sole artifact of the 9 domains, a treasure of heaven and earth, indeed lives up to its name. I wonder if I can comprehend the source of the rules within it. Ning Qingxuan exclaimed in awe, starting to ponder. The cultivation method that absorbed soul power had saturated a while back, and unless a ghost king appeared, it would be difficult to make any progress. Yet the source of rules hidden within this heavenly furnace seemed to offer a way for the primordial spirit to advance further.
Breaking through on top of 100,000 zhang.
With this in mind, he fully immersed himself in the merging state. The boundary of Heavenly Furnace Mountain reopened, and Li Mu and others were teleported away. The head of the South Sky Institute arrived alone in front of Zhang Mei, cupping his hands in congratulations, inheritor of the Heavenly Sword, also congratulations to the 6th domain. I hope Brother Zhang Mei will not take offense. Li Mu collecting tokens from the 6th domain was indeed following the rules. Zhang Mei was shocked. In terms of qualifications and seniority, this head of the South Sky Institute was indeed far superior to him. Hearing these words, he quickly returned the courtesy. Not at all, the head speaks too highly. Even if Li Mu didn't act, others would have done the same. On the other side, a series of bright rainbows came soaring through the air, the leaders of the 9 domains and 8 desolations all cupping their hands.
Congratulations, Brother Zhang Mei.
From now on, the 6th domain will no longer face any supernatural disasters, and the world may enjoy peace for 300 years. I hope Brother Zhang Mei will not forget the grace of those years and help us a little.
Brother Zhang Mei, after today, can you come to our 5th domain as a guest? I will certainly prepare a grand feast. How about we drink heartily together? Brother Zhang Mei.
The crowd surged. These leaders who were rarely seen and had little connection were now gathering around Zhang Mei. An indescribable emotion surged from Zhang Mei's heart. He looked at the opening and closing boundary of Heavenly Furnace Mountain, and his long bent back involuntarily straightened. Beside him, the true martial ancestor also felt a multitude of emotions.
The first domain, second domain, and even the third domain, which had often held soul artifacts throughout history, were all absent today.
The sixth domain, which had never been in the spotlight, actually seized the Heavenly Furnace. How unreal this was.
Soon, Ding Mountain and Xinggu Mountain also erupted into chaos.
They seemed to be inspired by Ning Qingxuan, showing an unprecedented fighting spirit. Each person was exhausting all their strength. When the sun set, both mountains produced their results. Some were joyful, while others were sorrowful. The scene around the sacred mountain was completely different from any previous generation.
The losers left, and the winners waited.
2 months flashed by, and from Xinggu Mountain emerged the strongest genius of the 8th domain. He pulsed with mighty divine power, successfully bringing out the divine bone, and left amidst the laughter of the entire 8th domain sect's team. A year passed, and the 4th domain's strongest talents stepped out of the land of the gods.
Changmei watched them leave, continuing to wait. Brother Changmei, I should head back now.
The true martial ancestor saw that Chang Wuan hadn't come out for a long time, so he clasped his hands and led the team back to handle matters at True Martial Hall. As time flowed on, teams gradually left around the Holy Mountain until only Changmei remained. According to previous generation's soul fusion timings, Tian Furnace Mountain should have completed in 2 years, but this time took much longer. He waited another 3 years, spring passed and autumn came again. On this day, the barrier of Tian Furnace Mountain finally dissipated.
Changmei suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ning Qingxuan's entire aura was concealed, deep and immeasurable.
He stretched lazily and walked out slowly.
Finally broke through.
Ning Qingxuan felt relaxed and carefree.
Disciple.
A voice full of excitement rang out. He showed a look of surprise and took a step forward.
Changmei's old tears streamed down his face as he opened his arms and patted Ning Qingxuan's shoulders heavily. I've kept you waiting for so long.
Ning Qingxuan apologized. He had a deep affection for Changmei. Had he known Changmei had been waiting outside all this time, he should have ended his comprehension sooner. You little rascal, if you hadn't come out, I would have been buried in the ground. Come on, let's have a drink, master and disciple.
Changmei laughed heartily and pulled him back to Tian Sword Mountain. Chapter 62 The Queen of Immortality's Oath.
A few days later, Tian Sword Mountain.
Changmei took Ning Qingxuan to the depths of the forbidden area.
He gazed at the 3 places of seclusion, sighing. The front is the resting place of the 3 ancient ancestors of Tian Sword. Back in the day, the strength of the Demon King was indeed terrifying. Our Tian Sword Mountain had 5 rebirths, losing 2, and the remaining 3 still haven't fully recovered from their injuries to this day, and they bear disabilities. There's no other solution besides sleeping. One of them is nearing the end of their life, probably in just these 2 years. Ning Qingxuan silently nodded, holding respect for the 3 ancient ancestors.
As he waved his sleeve, strands of golden light fell, carrying the essence power of Tian Furnace.
Although it couldn't change the state of the 3 ancient ancestors, it was more than enough to alleviate their suffering. Master, I left quite a few secret techniques in the Tian Sword Pool that can let potential new disciples observe and comprehend, and I must hurry over to the Domain Cave. Ning Qingxuan said, with his current strength, he could easily crush the Demon King. Changmei showed reluctance and responded, the situation in the Domain Cave is complex, it forms its own world, and it vaguely belongs to another side of the 9 domains. Inside, countless evil spirits are lurking, even the Demon King is just one of them, and there may be even stronger existences, we know nothing of it. You must remember, this trip to the Domain Cave, you must act according to your strength. It's best to set the Tian Furnace seal and return quickly. I am still counting on you to start a family and nurture a few descendants.
Changmei is amazed by Ning Qingxuan's talent. If he could leave descendants to inherit this talent, that would be wonderful. If he didn't inherit this talent, leaving behind the bloodline was still reasonable. Don't worry, I will come back.
Ning Qingxuan chuckled, turned, and left again.
Changmei looked at his back, revealing a sense of longing.
At the entrance of the 6th domain's cave, the endless abyss stretched for miles. Ning Qingxuan arrived once more, the howls of wraiths and souls in the sky stopped instantly. The mist dissipated, and many supernatural entities like locusts retreated, fearing to stay. My lord, the entrance to the Domain Cave is right ahead, the Immortal Queen is in the nearby ghost tower.
The ghost butterfly's thoughts came from within his sleeve.
Without hesitation, Ning Qingxuan continued forward. Along the way, countless ghosts knelt, not daring to raise their heads. Half an hour passed, Ning Qingxuan seemed to step into the rules. Heaven and earth suddenly transformed, endless ghostly aura filled the void, and his vision suddenly cleared, revealing a different world. There were no sun, moon, or stars here, as if in the underworld.
Underground world?
A thought flashed through Ning Qingxuan's mind. At the dark end of his vision, he saw boundless ghost flames, floating with countless grey ashes.
And a black treasure tower exuding a chilling aura.
There were countless piercing screams coming from the tower, as if it had endured the torment of long years of suffering. The ghost butterfly saw this scene and hurriedly spoke. This is the ghost tower that imprisoned the undead queen is on the highest floor. Ning Qingxuan remained silent. He had already learned about the legend of the undead queen from the ghost butterfly. She was a terrifying figure, immortal and indestructible, with strength exceeding that of a ghost king. In the ghost butterfly's explanation, she belonged to a strange tribe shadow lord from the underground world of the realm cave, the king of the entire undead tribe. Similar shadow lords would be born from the rules for generations, including all the gods of strangeness, who would constantly die and revive. But only the undead queen possessed the characteristics of immortality and indestructibility. She had lived for many, many years until one day, she was deceived by some supreme shadow lord and imprisoned in this ghost tower. The reason Ning Qingxuan was willing to come here was that the undead queen met his conditions. With one step forward, raging ghost fire rolled up, transforming into countless distorted and hideous ghost faces, silently roaring towards Ning Qingxuan. Piercing through the soul, striking the primordial spirit, any strong person below the nirvana realm would probably spurt blood from 7 orifices, their primordial spirit bursting apart and dying. But to Ning Qingxuan, such an attack was nothing to worry about. As the second step fell, a violent whirlwind rose up from underfoot, instantly sweeping away countless ghost faces, along with the ghost fire that had burned for 1,000 years, extinguished. In the ghost tower, many powerful undead figures revealed themselves, calling out to Ning Qingxuan in pain. "Help us! Help us! Please, help us!" At the same time, the will of the undead queen awoke from the top of the ghost tower. She was weak and feeble, a millennium of suppression had only allowed her to open and close a wisp of divine thought. A suffocating aura of power spread from Ning Qingxuan. Vaguely, it seemed that countless deceased, the breath of millions of strange gods, was swirling around Ning Qingxuan. This made her feel quite alarmed. How far had things developed outside that such a powerful being could storm into the realm cave?
"Mother, it's me."
The small body of the ghost butterfly walked out from within her sleeve imprint. She looked at the ghost tower with swollen red eyes, tears of red rolling down uncontrollably.
"Little butterfly?"
The will of the undead queen trembled.
"Who is this?" she cautiously inquired.
The ghost butterfly wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. "He is my master, he can help you escape from suffering, and help the undead tribe return to the realm cave world, but the premise is that you and the entire undead tribe need to make a vow for 3,000 years. As soon as she spoke, the will of the undead queen showed some ripples.
How did little butterfly come to know such a powerful human?
She saw hope from Ning Qingxuan. After all, the aura of his primordial spirit that made her extremely uneasy was something she had never seen before.
But it quickly disappeared again, responding dejectedly.
"It's useless, this ghost tower was forged by that despicable supreme shadow lord. Without his unsealing spell, no one can shake it even a bit.
If your master can rescue my tribe from suffering, what does it matter to say 3,000 years, or even 10,000 years?
Ning Qingxuan raised his brow slightly.
10,000 years?
There are some words that should not be said at random, once said, they must be fulfilled. He waved his sleeve, and the mighty divine power bound to the furnace and primordial spirit erupted fiercely in an instant. His 100,000 Zhang primordial spirit reappeared, but his entire body was already clad in divine armor, with the imprint of rules revealing diamond-like eyes. With a lifted hand, his palms pressed mercilessly towards the ghost tower.
Boom!
The earth trembled, the overwhelming ghostly aura was overturned. Accompanied by flying debris, the curse marks from the Supreme Shadow Lord crumbled and collapsed. The seal that bound the undead queen and the entire undead tribe dissipated along with it.
This.
The will of the undead queen fully revived.
She revealed her true form, surrounded by ghostly aura.
The strange face was full of shock and confusion.
What kind of power does this human have?
Ning Qingxuan waved his sleeve again, and the revised technique in his sleeve had the effect of a sacred contract.
Do you offer your loyalty, or will I seal you again?
The undying queen gazed at the floating sacred contract. 1,000 years, she just said it casually.
Ha!
Ning Qingxuan noticed the undying queen hesitating and immediately narrowed his eyes.
My lord, the undying clan is willing to serve you.
The undying queen's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly branded her spirit, bowing deeply. At the same time, she felt somewhat puzzled. Time for her was merely a string of numbers.
Can humans really live for 1,000 years? Chapter 63, How many firsts have been born in the 9 domains, and who has ever set foot here?
You just mentioned the upper sacrificing lord, tell me more. Ning Qingxuan had previously learned some information about the domain ghost world from the ghost butterfly, but it was clearly not comprehensive. As a lord, the undying queen had many strong undying clan warriors under her command. As he scanned with his gaze, he saw at least 2 undying ghost kings.
The upper sacrifice lord?
This guy is born from the blood pool abyss every 1,000 years, and then he starts to battle everywhere. This time he quickly dominated over half of the domain ghost world. Because the Undying clan cannot be exterminated, they became a thorn in his eye, so he used trickery to lure the Undying clan into the ghost tower he set up for sealing. As the Undying Queen spoke of the upper sacrificing lord, her eyes revealed intense anger and hatred.
What is the blood pool abyss? Ning Qingxuan frowned.
The ghost butterfly hurriedly explained, this is the source of all the resurrecting divine horrors in the entire domain ghost world.
It contains mysterious powers, inexhaustible and endless.
Every period of time, be it 10 years, 30 years, or 300 years, the stronger the divine horrors are, the longer the time they take to resurrect. After hearing this, Ning Qingxuan pondered. It seems the blood pool abyss truly lives up to its name. The Undying Queen then spoke again, the lifespan of the upper sacrificing lord is at most 1,000 years, and it's almost consumed now. I sensed the turmoil in the domain ghost world while I was in the ghost tower. If I'm not mistaken, he will soon take action outside the surface, devouring powerful souls to extend his lifespan. In order to kill the other lords that are about to resurrect and continue solidifying his ruling position in the domain ghost world. Ning Qingxuan understood roughly what this meant. Combining the many pieces of information he previously acquired, the structure of the entire domain ghost world formed in his mind. This is another realm of the 9 domains, a pure world of divine horrors. The upper sacrificing lord is the most powerful lord discovered by the Undying Queen so far. Besides him, there are many other lords who resurrect every 1,000 years. This means that every 1,000 years, or even sooner, a melee will break out in the entire domain ghost world, changing its ruler.
With this thought, Ning Qingxuan suddenly asked, is there a Mo Luoyin lord here?
The Undying Queen was stunned, seemingly surprised that Ning Qingxuan knew this name.
The Mo Luoyin lord and the entire Mo Luo clan resurrected about 200 years ago and immediately fought the upper sacrificing lord for the ruling position.
The Mo Luoyin lord was defeated, and the Mo Luo clan scattered and fled. One of the Mo Luo ghost kings seems to have escaped outside. After these words, Ning Qingxuan nodded. This was basically in line with what happened in the 6th domain. I will give you 100 years to heal your injuries. He waved his large sleeve, using the technique of the sleeve to gather the ghost butterfly, the Undying Queen, and all the strong warriors of the Undying clan into it. Then, he condensed a soul device, the heavenly furnace, in his palm and sealed the entrance to the 6th domain's ghost cave. My lord, are you planning to go to the blood pool abyss? The ghost butterfly's breathing became hurried. A series of actions hinted that Ning Qingxuan might be about to unleash a massacre.
Lead the way.
Ning Qingxuan stepped forward. In the distance, the atmosphere was filled with ghostly energy. The dark and eerie shadows enveloped all around, countless ghost fires flickered, flashing pairs of eyes. Sensing the approach of a powerful presence, they all turned to look, and at the sight of the figure, they were instantly filled with terror.
The white-clad killing god? He actually made it into the domain abyss? Screams erupted, causing widespread panic.
There were still many strange beings here, escaping from the 6th domain. At this moment, as Ning Qingxuan's indifferent gaze swept across, they all trembled in fear, covering their heads and kneeling down. Ning Qingxuan had no interest in them and went straight to the blood pool abyss. The territory of the Supreme Lord is vast, with 3 Supreme Ghost Kings under his command and countless tribes. Are you sure you don't need my assistance? The Undying Queen's consciousness resonated from the seal in his sleeve. Although she had been suppressed for many years and her power had diminished, restraining the 3 Supreme Ghost Kings was still more than enough.
Moreover, the Supreme Tribe and her Undying Tribe had already become sworn enemies.
Ning Qingxuan said nothing, crossing the dark mist of the underworld with rapid strides, soon arriving at the territory of the Supreme Lord.
A massive sleeping army was suddenly awakened.
Furthermore, a Ghost King's will erupted, instantly unleashing a chilling aura. His eyes showed a cold glimmer, arrogant. Throughout history, which strongest of the heavenly furnace dared to step into this place? You have quite the courage. The sound exploded like thunder, a force of nature unleashing. During the battle for the soul instruments of the 9 domains, the domain abyss was not without knowledge. He certainly understood that those who could fight for the heavenly furnace were undoubtedly the best of the 9 domains. But looking through history, how many number ones had the 9 domains produced? Whether in youth or old age, who had ever come to this place? With a cold shout, he stepped into the air. Ning Qingxuan's expression was calm, without a ripple. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, he struck, instantly shattering the Supreme Ghost King's defenses. In the midst of confusion and shock in the opponent's gaze, he calmly grasped the neck, and with a slight force, shattered the soul. As the ancient power surged into his original spirit, Ning Qingxuan felt a sense of strength return. Instantly killing a Ghost King level? The Undying Queen stared blankly at this scene, a chill running down her spine. Even the Lord needed to go to great lengths and use seals to suppress such a being. Great Compassion Mantra. Ning Qingxuan's cold voice echoed through the underworld cosmos. As the corpse of the Supreme Ghost King fell, a beam of golden light erupted. The strange army here let out shrill wails, gradually being submerged by the golden light. He continued to walk forward, running across the domain abyss world as if it were a no-man's land, frequently unleashing golden light, causing strange beings to tremble in fear. That figure in white became an indelible nightmare in their hearts.
How vast is the domain abyss world?
For Ning Qingxuan, there was actually no concept of it. Perhaps it was the same as the 9 domains, or perhaps it exceeded the 9 domains. He was tireless, growing stronger and braver with each kill. From the outer layers of the domain abyss to the inner layers, from the inner layers to the core territory, he traversed thousands of miles in the underworld, slaying until the strange beings dared not raise their heads, slaying until no tribe in the domain abyss dared to muster an army. Unknowingly, so much time had passed. In the distance, at the blood pool abyss,
a magnificent ancient blood-red palace complex stood here for thousands of years, symbolizing the rule of the entire domain abyss.
Every time a new Lord rose, they would take residence there. When Ning Qingxuan shattered the ghost tower, the Supreme Lord had already sensed it, let alone the commotion throughout the entire domain abyss world. Without making any move, he merely hoped Ning Qingxuan would recognize that the strange beings were endless, and it would be best for him to leave honestly.
But unexpectedly,
he sat on the imperial throne, slowly opening his silent eyes, his gaze cold and ruthless, like a blood-red ocean, stirring with the boundless terror of soul power. As his will opened and closed, he looked over all the supreme tribe experts in the palace complex.
Chi bowed deeply. How many years has it been? This king has never faced such tribulations.
An aging sigh echoed across the vastness, carrying an unmatched authority. Following his gaze, outside the blood-red palace, a figure in white appeared. Chapter 64, Suppressing This World, 100 Years of Loneliness. He knew his tribulation had come.
The ghost tower was forged from his own spirit seal, even a deity of equal strength could not break it.
The undying queen had been suppressed for many years, attacking many times, yet none succeeded. But when this figure in white arrived, the ghost tower shattered effortlessly, and even his spirit was affected to some extent. He understood even more clearly that this person was here to kill him.
This tribulation could not be avoided or escaped.
He ultimately stood from the emperor's throne, step by step, walking out of the blood-red palace. The king's might surged, stirring countless ghostly energies, turning into rippling waves stretching for thousands of miles.
For countless years, you are the first human to stand here.
The High Priest of Shadows spoke in a deep voice, a terrifying power began to surge from his body. Ning Qingxuan watched him calmly, his inner spirit also opened its diamond-like eyes. Undeniably, the High Priest of Shadows before him was the most oppressive deity he had ever encountered. He was also the strongest enemy he had faced in many lifetimes. As the current ruler of the realm, the High Priest of Shadows would surely bring unprecedented disaster to the 9 domains. But for Ning Qingxuan, he would not allow such a thing to happen in his era. Slowly raising his hand, his aura transcending the Nirvana realm completely enveloped the entire blood-red palace, including the blood pool abyss.
Boom!
An extreme terrifying pressure erupted, instantly twisting the space, causing the blood-red palace to shatter in an instant, with many powerful beings of the High Priest tribe turning to dust without a sound. Ning Qingxuan stood in midair, recklessly unleashing all his power. The figure fell into the eyes of the High Priest of Shadows, like a divine judge. High Priest Ghost Ritual. He let out a low roar, taking on the stance of the strongest being in the realm, unleashing his life's strongest curse to counter this tribulation of the entire deity race. The vast ghostly hand condensed in an instant, enveloped in a boundless eerie aura, forming and manifesting the curse, pressing down towards Ning Qingxuan. This strike surpassed the Nirvana realm but also cost the High Priest of Shadows an irreparable price. His entire body's dark energy gradually collapsed, his eyes consumed by endless source powers, initially thinking he could resist, but to his surprise, he only rose 100 feet before the ghostly hand's curse began to tremble.
Until, bang!
The curse disintegrated, and unimaginable pressure, like the sky collapsing, as if stars were falling, swept upon him. His expression changed, his pupils showed fear of death's shadow, but he was utterly powerless to counter, his entire body began to distort, and with an unwilling howl, he was crushed into countless wisps of blue smoke. The High Priest of Shadows was just slaughtered like this. Within the sleeve's imprint, the undying queen stared in horror at this scene. There was no imagined battle of 300 rounds, no evenly matched stalemate, nor a struggle lasting decades or hundreds of years. The High Priest of Shadows was as fragile as those slain deities in front of Ning Qingxuan. At this moment, she could no longer fathom just how monstrous Ning Qingxuan had become. The blood-red palace was reduced to ruins, and the High Priest tribe re-entered the cycle. Ning Qingxuan walked forward, raising his hand to absorb all of the High Priest of Shadow's soul power. It surged far beyond the Ghost King level's source power, roaring and continuing to nourish his spirit.
Is this the blood pool abyss?
He stood before a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, gazing at the endless blood sea before him. In just this moment, he had noticed many powerful deities' auras slowly being born. The Ghost General from a few years ago.
It seems to be resurrecting again. The voice of the ghost butterfly echoed once more. Yes.
Ning Qingxuan let out a long sigh.
He then sat cross-legged, quietly waiting. Is there anything happier than blocking the blood pool? If I can trap a few underworld lords, then it would be a huge gain. The ghost butterfly was puzzled, not understanding what Ning Qingxuan was about to do.
However, the undying queen thought of some horrifying act that was hard to bear, sinking into deep silence.
Time passed little by little.
5 years ago, the Spectre General he had subdued outside the domain cave had already reformed its body in the blood pool, regaining its original power.
It's been 5 years, I'm alive again, ha ha ha. What white-robed killing god, just that.
His laughter was unrestrained, and just as he had revived his will, before he could step out of the blood pool, he suddenly shivered. He saw a figure at the end of his sight that terrified him immensely.
What are you doing here?
A cold light erupted, piercing through his brow, and with wide eyes, he died on the spot. Ning Qingxuan was calm and collected, once again extracting his soul force. Not long after, another spectre emerged, meeting the same fate as the Spectre General. As time continuously passed, the ghost butterfly also began to understand, and fear surged within her heart.
This is too ruthless.
In a flash, several months passed. Ning Qingxuan no longer remembered who he had killed or who had not been killed.
He merely repeated the same actions day after day.
In the eyes of those who kept dying and then being reborn, the term killing god seemed to become personified. Half a year, 3 years, 5 years. He awaited the Spectre General once again, to erase him for the third time. The quantitative change seemed to trigger a qualitative change, and Ning Qingxuan's primordial spirit once again reached the peak of breakthrough. For someone who had already been through hundreds of years of life, time felt like a string of cold numbers. In the end, he also forgot the rapid passage of time. The steady rise in strength became his only pursuit. Gradually, he transitioned from youth to middle age.
Ah!
Why are you still here?
Hell, this is hell. I don't want to live anymore, please don't revive me.
The desolate wails came from the mouth of the Spectre General who had died dozens of times. He saw that nightmarish figure again, filled with despair. In the entire domain cave world, there were no spring, summer, autumn, or winter, no day or night. Ning Qingxuan was stuck here, not leaving for even a moment. The only witnesses to the passage of time were the ancient palaces that turned to dust, now overgrown with weeds. Desolate, cold. On this day, Ning Qingxuan's temples began to show white hair. He finally felt a bit tired, weary.
How long has it been?
His voice carried a hint of sorrow and age. The undying queen numbly responded, almost 200 years. Ning Qingxuan fell silent, gazing at the blood pool abyss he had slaughtered to extinction, before finally getting up to leave. At the entrance of the sixth domain, tens of thousands of miles away, he arrived in just 10 steps. Wherever he walked, even the heavenly and ghostly energy could not recover. Clearly in his old age, the power fluctuation he emitted made the entire domain cave world tremble inexplicably.
It should come to an end.
Ning Qingxuan returned outside, heading towards Tiandao Mountain. His life had begun a countdown, with no regrets in his heart, but some promises still needed to be fulfilled. Along the way, he saw peace in the sixth domain. Under 200 years without any spectre disasters, the common people lived relatively well and seemed to have produced some exceptional talents. Including several other domains, similarly underwent great changes. Aside from the specters that had already left the domain cave world, hardly any new figures could be seen. Before long, he appeared in mid-air above Tiandao Mountain.
Master, I am back. Quietly, Ning Qingxuan stood by Chang Mei's bedside. Chang Mei opened his murky eyes tremblingly.
He had aged significantly, with little lifespan left in the Nirvana realm.
Upon seeing Ning Qingxuan, warmth shone in his eyes. Life rushes by in 300 years, this is the limit of Nirvana.
He held Ning Qingxuan's hand, wanting to rise but found himself lacking the strength. Master, just listen to me, he said. Ning Qingxuan's expression was complex, his long brows aged to the point of no longer being able to speak, his inner spiritual power scattered, difficult to gather. 200 years had passed, he no longer had any pursuits in this life. Being by the side of Longmei was a way to give his life a complete ending. Chapter 65, The Sorrow of the Nine Domains, Life Ends. 3 years later, Ning Qingxuan bid farewell to Longmei. The Sky Sword Mountain held a great funeral, white fluff floating in the sky. He sat for a long time at Qingyun Peak, the place where Longmei first got angry at him. Time passed, and many of his fellow disciples were no longer around.
The entire Sky Sword Mountain welcomed a new era.
Ning Qingxuan gazed at the square, reminiscing about the training of the new generation of disciples.
My lifespan is limited, it's time for you to fulfill your vow. In his sleeve, the immortal queens will opened and closed once more.
Over the span of 200 years, she and the entire immortal race had long regained their strength.
You want me to guard the sixth domain? The immortal queen guessed Ning Qingxuan's thoughts.
A vow of 10,000 years, countless things would happen in between, and the sixth domain might no longer be what it is now. No one knew what the future would look like, but since the Immortal Queen had signed the vow, she would not go back on it. Moreover, she could sense that Ning Qingxuan's spiritual essence had already undergone some kind of transcendence. Even if Ning Qingxuan ultimately aged and died, his spiritual essence would still be bound to her, and the vow would remain valid. Exactly. Ning Qingxuan replied. A panel of life appeared before his eyes. Remaining time, 2 years. In these last 2 years, he still did nothing, just quietly guarding the Sky Sword Mountain, guarding Longmei's grave. Until this day, he finally rose. With one last reluctant glance at the whole of Sky Sword Mountain, he stepped forward and vanished in the blink of an eye outside the domain cave. As his lifespan dwindled, the deadline for his life was approaching, and the seal of the heavenly furnace began to tremble. The Immortal Queen stepped out from the seal, and tens of thousands of immortal race powerful beings hovered outside the domain cave. The ghost butterfly, having exhausted its lifespan, had long entered the cycle of reincarnation. Looking at the now white-haired strongest of the 9 domains, the Immortal Queen felt very complex emotions, but more than that, she felt reverence. In 10,000 years, I will never go back on my word. The Immortal Queen said solemnly, bowing deeply to Ning Qingxuan. Every powerful being of the immortal race behind her did the same. Without Ning Qingxuan, they would all have been forever sealed in the ghost tower, never seeing a glimmer of freedom and enduring endless torment. Even the Lord of Shadows entering reincarnation was the same. Such great kindness and grace, repaid over 10,000 years, merely to guard the 6th domain, how could they have any complaints with their immortal bodies? That's excellent. Ning Qingxuan glanced at the panel of life. The countdown had reached its endpoint. He slowly closed his eyes, his energy disappearing at this moment. In an instant, the seal at the entrance of the domain cave also vanished. The heavenly furnace shattered inch by inch, turning into countless golden flashes that streaked across the sky, flying towards the major flourishing sects of the 9 domains. The Immortal Queen watched the scene with a look of deep sorrow. Farewell, my master, she whispered. Within the 6th domain, 8 golden flashes also raced towards them. That light illuminated the sky for miles, drawing the attention of the world. Is the strongest of our domain leaving this world? In an instant, countless hearts trembled, followed by earth-shattering cries of grief. The 6 domains lamented, countless people knelt towards the domain cave and mourned. Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you? The young child looked at their parents in confusion, gazing at every person on the bustling street, their innocent heart receiving a strong shock. The golden flash that streaked across the sky seemed to carry a certain message, triggering a tremor throughout the entire 6th domain in an extremely brief moment. Child, quickly kneel down and send our domain's strongest to his final journey. Silly child, this is the token's return, our domain's strongest has just passed away. You must remember, he is the greatest person in our 6 domains, without him, there is no us. Heaven and earth mourned together, and the people wept. Inside the true martial hall, the golden flash arrived rapidly. An old figure sitting cross-legged slowly opened his eyes and gently held it in his hand. Lu Yun looked at the familiar token, his murky eyes filled with memories of the past. He has left, I too must go. Lu Yun trembled as he stood up and bowed deeply towards the domain cave. In the 2nd domain, South Sky Courtyard. The weakened Li Mu also saw the arrival of the golden flash. How could it be? How could he leave before me? Li Mu was anxious, seemingly unwilling to accept such a fact, dragging his already dissipating body out. Ancestor! An elder quickly supported him. Is this the token? Is this the token? Li Mu shouted anxiously. Indeed, the heaven furnace has just returned to the holy mountain. The elder quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Li Mu staggered backward, as if a breath in his heart also dispersed. His eyes showed deep sorrow. It's over, an era has ended. It's regrettable that I haven't dared to step into the domain cave for 200 years, never competing with him again. Li Mu looked up at the sky and finally fell slowly. The elder was shocked and frightened. Ancestor. In the 1st domain, the desolate courtyard. The once strongest, Su Yuan, quietly sat cross-legged deep in the back mountain. A figure rushed over, cupped his hands, and said, Elder, bad news has arrived from the 9 domains. That elder from the 6th domain passed away half an hour ago. Now the heaven furnace has returned to the holy mountain, and some sects have received their previous tokens. As these words fell, Su Yuan's still body slightly trembled, as if a long sigh escaped. Did Elder Lu know? People have already been sent to notify him. Su Yuan fell silent, lost in thought, recalling the ancient battle at the Soul Artifact Holy Mountain. In this life, he had only seen Chang Wuhan once, yet it left an indelible impression in his heart. That invincible figure in white, he had struggled for over 200 years to catch up to, but it seemed he never would. Looking back over the years, the 9 domains had almost never experienced severe divine calamities, leading him to guess what Chang Wuhan had done deep in the domain cave. What kind of dark and terrifying world it was, he could not know. be it Li Mu, Lu Bai, or Lu Yun from the True Martial Hall. They had all sought him out to venture deep into the domain cave, yet ultimately paused at the edge of the abyss.
The unknown cannot be peeked into, the mysterious cannot be touched.
Only Chang Wuhan remained alone for 200 years. Pass down my order. Starting today, the 7 pavilions of the desolate courtyard will hang white cloth in front of all their palaces to mourn Elder Chang. Su Yuan issued the command, and the person took his leave.
Not just the first domain, not just the desolate courtyard.
Across the 9 domains, major righteous sects hung white cloth before their doors.
The passing of Ning Qingxuan marked the curtain fall of an era.
This was the most brilliant golden age in the history of the 9 domains, yet even it could not withstand the tide of time, ultimately resting in the river of history. Chapter 66, Return. Ning Qingxuan enters the Tower of Termination. When Ning Qingxuan awoke, the energy capsule had already run out. He slowly opened his eyes, and the familiar scene came into view. Just like before, it felt like a 300-year dream. Returning to the Universe Alliance, he felt somewhat dazed. After a while, he awakened the Wisdom Goddess.
How long did I sleep? Respected Mr. Ning, you slept for 9 hours. Wisdom Goddess 009 quickly connected with him.
Ning Qingxuan fell into thought. It seemed that the passage of time differed between the 9 domains and the central planes. With a slight clench of his fist, he noticed that the bottle of star essence had been completely absorbed, and the peak of the Great Yellow Court in the central planes was fully restored.
Are there any other ways to obtain similar star essence? Ning Qingxuan asked.
His achievements in cultivation in the 9 domains of the divine mysterious world had long surpassed the journey of the demonic Tao ancestor of the central planes. Due to the different structures of the 2 worlds, the cultivation systems were also different. If he wanted to restore to the perfect state of 100,000 Zhongyuan spirit, ordinary high-level nutrient liquids would probably need to be bought in tons.
The Wisdom Goddess 009 quickly responded, star essence is produced by high-level life planets, and is very rare. It requires level 1 military merits for exchange. Level 1 military merits?
Ning Qingxuan fell silent for a moment. He remembered that the lowest value of level 1 military merits in the federal records required the annihilation of an alien life planet. Currently, achieving this was still somewhat difficult.
He rubbed his temples. Aside from that, is there anything else with the same effect as star essence?
The Wisdom Goddess replied immediately, the Tower of the End gathers the essence of the powers of the heavens.
It does not require points or military merits. The effect is the same as star essence, but certain preconditions must be met. Ning Qingxuan left the energy capsule.
Before he embarked on personal development, he had learned about the Tower of the End from the Wisdom Goddess. Although there were no specific descriptions of these prerequisites, Ning Qingxuan could guess that they must be quite difficult. The opportunities inside the Tower of the End still needed to be fought for with one's own strength. He decided to give it a try, otherwise, relying solely on the self-recovery speed of personal development, he wouldn't know how long he would have to wait. Exiting the cultivation room, he happened to see Ning Qingxuan organizing her belongings.
How is the Wuling Academy?
Ning Qingxuan turned around, grinning widely and nodding happily.
The new school has so many high-tech things, and everyone has their own cultivation room and lounge.
The conditions are so good. But the training intensity seems pretty high. They say there are monthly exams, where you go to familiar rebirth worlds and complete tasks according to certain rules.
The last place will be eliminated. I'm afraid there won't be any fun left.
Ning Qingxuan had already passed the trial assessment and officially became a rebirth practitioner. Because of her Witch 9 lineage, her initial level was C. This meant that even when she arrived at the Empire Star, in the top-tier academy of Jingzhou district, she was still among the best. Ning Qingxuan was not actually worried that his daughter would be eliminated at the bottom. As a father, he wouldn't interfere with her future growth experiences, but this was after all the Empire Star. When she needed him, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. His own abilities determined how much he could help.
If you have any problems, you can ask the butler. I need to step out for a bit. Wait for your mom to come back at home.
Ning Qingxuan reminded her, as he had received a message from Shinjiu that her matters were about to conclude.
Okay, Dad.
Ning Qingxuan rubbed her little head and walked out of the ancient street courtyard number 1. He connected his consciousness to the Wisdom Goddess again and immediately stepped into the Empire Star's rebirth space, the Tower of the End. What came into view was a dazzling cosmic scenery, with a black treasure tower standing at the end of his line of sight, radiating a majestic and ancient solemn aura. In addition, there were 4 towering end treasures around.
Plaques hung above them, labeled as Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow.
At this moment, many people were talking to each other. Ning Qingxuan glanced at the end mark in his hand, which bore the character Yellow.
Wisdom Goddess, what does this yellow character represent?
The authority levels of the Tower of the End are strict, divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Each authority level corresponds to different end identities, strength levels, and resources that can be obtained from the end, among other things. The wise goddess quickly gave a reply, pausing for a moment before continuing to elaborate. Mr. Ning is currently at the Huang level, enjoying the initial qualification to enter the Huang level treasure hall, possessing the right to observe all cultivation systems and secret arts of the Huang level treasure hall, as well as all resources of the first floor of the Tower of End. If Mr. Ning wants to upgrade his end identity and acquire higher resources, he will need to complete the corresponding assessments, tasks, bounties, and so on of the Tower of End. After these words, Ning Qingxuan roughly understood the role of the mark in his palm. This is a symbol of identity, a condition for residing in the Huang level treasure hall, a qualification certificate to step into the Tower of End, and it can also be upgraded. At this initial stage, he could only enter the first floor of the Tower of End. Looking around, the Tower of End seemed infinitely high, but in reality, it only had 33 floors.
What is the initial rank of the Tian level?
Ning Qingxuan suddenly asked. The Tian level allows entry into the Tian level treasure hall, with the initial entry to the 16th floor of the Tower of End, the wise goddess responded.
Is the difference really that huge?
Ning Qingxuan pondered, but it made sense. The Tower of End encompasses the entire Kanglan system, and there are many top-tier reincarnators under 100 years old, not just Emperor Star, and the base number is enormous. Those who can attain Tian-level end identity here, their talent and qualifications need not be mentioned, they all emerged from a group of Super S-level individuals.
Starting high is quite reasonable.
Just as Ning Qingxuan gradually understood the Tower of End, a commotion suddenly erupted around him, with many gazes directed at a figure walking out of the Tian-level treasure hall.
Is that person Chu Yutan?
No mistake, he's the first-place winner of this session of the Endless Battlefield, the only one who has obtained a Tian-level identity.
I've heard he has a very terrifying companion, known as the Laoshang Ghost King? That day, many seniors were stirred by the Endless Battlefield.
Yes, this person's future is limitless. Even Ning Qingxuan, who is acclaimed to be the most promising candidate to become the 13th master, has taken notice of him.
Li Senior? Who did you hear that from?
There are more than just him at the 33rd floor of the Tower of End. No one knows yet who this new guardian star will belong to. Regardless, Chu Yutan will definitely rise like a rocket in the future. Now's the time to build a good relationship with him, adding a backing for the future. The whispers all reached Ning Qingxuan's ears as he glanced at the calm, composed man walking into the Tower of End.
Carrying the Tian-level identity, his aura is indeed different. Hello, may I ask if you are Ning Qingxuan, Mr. Ning?
A careful and nervous voice sounded from behind. Ning Qingxuan turned to look, and the woman was indeed Chen Yuning, who had come to the Wangsheng sect's mountain gate with Shen Zheyu initially.
My name is Chen Yuning, Sister Zheyu should have mentioned me before, right?
Chen Yuning felt a bit anxious but also very delighted in her heart. Thanks to Ning Qingxuan, she is now a staff member of the Huan-level treasure hall, recommended by Marshal Jingzhou.
Although she doesn't have the end identity, it is still a rare opportunity.
Here, she can connect with a vast and complex network of relationships throughout the Kanglan system. She hadn't expected to meet the creator of the path, the Demon Path Grandmaster here. After all, Ning Qingxuan's name wasn't on the list of the Endless Battlefield.
Mentioned it.
Ning Qingxuan nodded. Chen Yuning immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again, saying, I am now a staff member of the Huan-level treasure hall. Mr. Ning can come to me with any questions.
Can you show your identity mark? I need to register it.
Ning Qingxuan opened his right palm, and Chen Yuning took out a device to brand it, soon showing a puzzled expression.
Why is it a registered name? Ning Qingxuan raised an eyebrow. What's the difference? Chen Yuning displayed a troubled expression. Registered names have certain time limits. If you cannot achieve a qualifying result in the Tower of Termination, you will automatically exit 3 months later.
She had checked the information earlier and had a thorough understanding of her job responsibilities. A special case like Ning Qingxuan must involve some heavyweight figures who exchanged for this with first-grade military merit.
What conditions must be met to formally settle in the Tower of Termination?
Ning Qingxuan paused for a moment, then asked again. This designated spot, without a doubt, was granted by the master of the long burning star. Though first-grade military merit is like nothing to such big figures. Yet, if he automatically exits the Tower of Termination after 3 months, Ning Qingxuan still felt guilty, as it would be a waste. Chen Yuning's expression became serious as she responded instantly, you need to participate in the Tower Master's reincarnation.
After each endless battlefield ends, the Tower Master captures anchor points from the reincarnation worlds. Based on the reincarnation hall's scoring, a reshuffle of identity marks will occur.
As long as Mr. Ning can receive an outstanding evaluation, you can be regularized. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the grand and towering Tower of Termination, especially pausing for a moment in the direction of the 33rd floor. This round of Tower Master's reincarnation will begin in 10 days, all new entrants can choose to participate. But I estimate this will be the most intense one ever, as the new Guardian Emperor star is about to come, and a new cave master will be born from the Tower of Termination. Determined by the comprehensive scoring over the years, powerful old seniors will definitely participate, striving one last time. Ning Qingxuan, after hearing this, fell into thought. He also looked toward the Tower of Termination, towards the 33rd floor. The tower was so tall, like the 33 heavens in myths and legends. Each step symbolized supreme status. Those who climbed to the top had the chance to compete for the vast fortune of a Guardian Emperor star. No wonder the Goddess of Wisdom had told him that the Tower of Termination is the holy land yearned for by countless reincarnators throughout the Kanglan system.
How many people are currently on the 33rd floor? Ning Qingxuan asked. Chen Yuning quickly showed admiration and respect. Currently, there are only 4 people, among them Ning Qingxuan has the highest score. In his 30 experiences of the Tower Master reincarnation, he has received 6 flawless evaluations, 47 perfect evaluations, and 198 outstanding evaluations. The Tower Master's reincarnation world is extremely dangerous, yet he has not received a single ordinary evaluation and has returned unscathed every time, being truly the first person of the Tower of Termination. Hearing this, Ning Qingxuan felt deeply moved. There are countless reincarnators in the Federation, and similarly, outstanding figures are born within the Kanglan system, so those who can ascend to the 33rd floor of the Tower of Termination are, of course, extremely powerful. No matter how astonishing the feats heard, they seem to make sense. Sister Yuning.
Just at this moment, a clear voice called out. Chen Yuning turned around and saw a girl in a short skirt waving at her at the entrance of the Huanghao Temple.
Mr. Ning, I have to go for a bit. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me again.
Chen Yuning registered her identity mark and hurried to the girl in the short skirt.
Do you know that person from before?
The girl in the short skirt glanced at Ning Qingxuan and curiously asked.
Chen Yuning nodded. We have a deep connection.
Seeing this, the girl in the short skirt pulled her aside and whispered, this person seems to have come in through the back door. He didn't even participate in the endless battlefield. She was indeed a new entrant in this round. Although she ranked last, she still possessed the Huanghao identity of the Tower of Termination but had fought her way out from the endless battlefield. Suddenly having an extra spot, she felt somewhat doubtful in her heart. Chen Yuning responded seriously, don't say that, I also got my job identity because of him, and first-grade military merit is highly recognized within the Federation. To exchange for a registered spot, it must comply with all rules and regulations.
And also,
Chen Yuning looked at her with a slightly strange expression.
The 30,000 huge points you just spent to buy the Martial King Realm cultivation path was created by him.
After saying this, the short-skirt girl's gaze froze as she glanced at Ning Qingxuan again.
So he is the reincarnator rumored outside? Outside the Tower of End.
Ning Qingxuan stood still for a long time before finally stepping inside. The first level formed its own cycle space, with a snow-white stairway leading upward, directly towards the sky, which was the direction of the second level of the Tower of End. Here, dozens of people were practicing. No one paid attention to him, but all their gazes were occasionally glancing at Chu Yutong, filled with intense fear and caution.
Beside Chu Yutong, a tall figure all dressed in black had unknowingly appeared. A dense ghostly aura surrounded him, emanating ancient and chilling waves from thousands of years ago. The entire first-level cycle space was eerily silent. His power seemed to create some kind of yin-yang disruption in the space, making the atmosphere extremely oppressive and heavy. The dozens of yellow-marked members of the Tower of End started to breathe chaotically under this terrifying ghost domain pressure, some of their faces even turned pale. With Ning Qingxuan's arrival, the Laojun Mountain Ghost King felt a strange discomfort wash over him. He frowned deeply, his peculiar pupils turned back to look at Ning Qingxuan. Ning Qingxuan's expression was calm, indifferent as he met his gaze.
In that fleeting moment, Laojun Mountain Ghost King felt as if he had encountered a natural enemy, goosebumps rising all over his body, instinctively making his hairs stand on end.
What is wrong with this person?
He took a step back, his strange pupils sharply constricting. The sight of Ning Qingxuan gave him a chilling sensation, yet he couldn't understand why he felt this way.
That look in his eyes, gazing at him as if he were food? Chapter 68, Falling Star. What's wrong with you?
Chu Yutong noticed that the Laojun Mountain Ghost King's state was off, showing signs of agitation.
It's nothing. The Laojun Mountain Ghost King withdrew his gaze and continued walking towards the second level of the Tower of End with Chu Yutong. His heart was still racing. This intense instinct and intuition told him that the shadow behind him definitely had issues. Chu Yutong merely gave a casual glance at Ning Qingxuan, without paying any more attention. He was already aware of the new spot information being transmitted through the brand in his palm. However, he really didn't feel any interest. At this moment, what mattered most to him was to achieve a flawless evaluation and 3 perfect evaluations in this round of the tower's reincarnation, so he could advance to the 17th level. Phew! They are finally gone. I almost suffocated. The dozens of reincarnators with yellow marks sighed in relief, looking towards the direction of Chu Yutong and Laojun Mountain Ghost King, fear evident in their eyes. Where on earth did this Lao Jun Mountain Ghost King come from? Why don't I have such luck? The strange world is not as simple as you think. Chu Yutang also has true power, which cannot be achieved just by chance. As the chatter rose, Ning Qingxuan had already arrived in front of a stone tablet. He stamped his identity mark, and soon a synthetic electronic voice from the will of the Tower of End echoed in his ears. Please select the origin you wish to cultivate. 1. Low Martial. 2. Bloodline. 3. Gene. 4. Strange. 5. Superpower. 6. Without hesitation, Ning Qingxuan directly chose Strange. Strictly speaking, the cultivation method of the 9 realms human race is also related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But his primordial spirit cultivation was closely related to the Strange, greatly enhancing recovery speed. In an instant, Ning Qingxuan felt the narrow space surrounding him being enveloped, as boundless strange origin surged forth from the stone tablet, wildly pouring into his body. That feels good. Ning Qingxuan exclaimed in delight. The Tower of End, with its boundless transformations. This is just the first layer, and it far exceeds the effect of high-level nutrient solutions. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. On this day, the End Tower gradually started to become lively, with more and more people flowing in. Chen Yuning, as a staff member of the Yellow Palace, was even busier, continuously recording the members participating in the Tower Master's reincarnation this time. From time to time, she glanced toward the Tian Palace, and the more she looked, the more startled she became. On usual days, many heavyweight seniors from Tian Palace, who were very hard to see, all appeared one by one. Just as she guessed, this was likely the most intense event in the Yen Tower in nearly 100 years, gathering more than half of the Tian members. This is bad. If this trend continues, the world chosen by the Tower Masters for reincarnation will probably be unimaginably high. Chen Yuning showed a worried expression, clearly understanding that the higher the specification of the reincarnation world, the greater the difficulty, making it harder for Ning Qingxuan to get recognized. She couldn't help but look toward the End Tower, at the huge red text at the tip of the tower. This Tower Master reincarnation, 101 people have joined. This Tower Master reincarnation difficulty, Super S-Class 3 stars. The End Tower was created by the Reincarnation Hall, and the Tower Master's will is the End Tower itself, not a single person. It can be compared to the 3 main deities, but its rank is lower than that of the 3 main deities. It selects the corresponding reincarnation world according to the number of joining members and the strength level of those members. If the world level is too low and cannot bear so many people, it is highly likely to cause the collapse of world rules, leading to the formation of abyss cracks or other unimaginable disasters. Half a day later, the red text changed again. This Tower Master reincarnation, 145 people have joined. This Tower Master reincarnation difficulty, Super S-Class 4 stars. While busy, Chen Yuning kept an eye on the red text. Seeing the difficulty rise to Super S-Class 4 stars, she couldn't help but sweat for Ning Qingxuan. However, the staff of the 4 palaces showed no signs of stopping, as more and more people continued to join. Currently, the entire End Tower had gathered over 600 End members from the Kanglan system, including more than 50 Tian members. 15 Tian senior members had already appeared, not counting those few who could connect directly with the End Tower. Soon, 2 days passed. Outside the 4 palaces, the crowd surged, and when the red text at the top of the tower changed for the 3rd time, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. This Tower Master reincarnation, 209 people have joined. This Tower Master reincarnation difficulty, Super S-Class 8 stars. The scene suddenly stirred, and Chen Yuning thought of something. Super S-Class 8 stars. Combined, none of us can reach this level. Surely a big End player has joined. Is it Li Qingsong or Su Bangxia? It could also be the other two. After all, the combined scores of the 4 are similar, and their strengths are about the same. The restlessness continued, and Chen Yuning couldn't help but look toward the first layer door of the End Tower. Ning Qingxuan had not come out for many days. He wouldn't give up, would he? She hesitated for a moment and then attempted to send a message to Ning Qingxuan in the name of a staff member. Just at that moment, the scene suddenly erupted in commotion. It's Super S-Class 9 stars. Chen Yuning hurriedly looked up. This Tower Master reincarnation, 212 people have joined. This Tower Master reincarnation difficulty, Super S-Class 9 stars. All 4 big players have joined. Chen Yuning muttered to herself, what does Super S-Class 9 stars mean? In the Reincarnation Hall, the assessment of world levels and the assessment of the strengths of the reincarnators have always been different. In general circumstances, they will always be higher than the reincarnators themselves. Even the 4 big players of the End Tower would find it difficult in a reincarnation world at this level. A perfect evaluation was obtained. In a moment of daze, Chen Yuning received a reply. She stared at Ning Qingxuan's confirmed reply, falling into silence. So be it, who is Ning Qingxuan?
The legendary ancient Reincarnator, who created laws and spread teachings in the Central Plains, an invincible demonic master in both the lower and upper realms. With such strength, obtaining an excellent evaluation is still hopeful. She hesitated no more and registered Ning Qingxuan's identity mark on this Tower Master's reincarnation list. However, an unexpected event occurred. A red light burst forth above her head, transforming into an extreme crimson. This Tower Master reincarnation, 213 people have joined. This Tower Master reincarnation difficulty, meteor level. Outside the four great palaces, the noise instantly disappeared, turning into dead silence. Everyone held their breath and looked up, seeing the new number of participants and the extremely terrifying meteor level difficulty. Chapter 69, 6,000 Years, Ning Qingxuan's Beloved. As the events of the Tower of End unfolded, in the depths of the starry sky far from the Imperial Star, the Master of Long Gene Star sat cross-legged in the universe, tightly shutting his eyes, while boundless divine power spread around him. Around him floated a dark mass, the bodies of top elite from the greedy wolf clan, and even some remains of strange cosmic beasts. The Pope's aura has vanished. The voice of the Goddess of Judgment echoed in his mind. The Master of Long Gene Star opened his eyes, bursting forth with majestic divine light, which soon vanished. Does this Pope belong to one of the main members of the Dusk Council? The Goddess of Judgment replied, as it stands, even if he is not a primary counselor, his status is very high. After noticing you here, he left quickly. The Master of Long Gene Star gazed into the distance, at a dark starry sky forbidden zone. How many years have passed, and no significant figures have appeared in the Dusk Council? What event today has stirred them? The Master of Long Gene Star's expression grew serious. While he was pondering, the Goddess of Judgment suddenly spoke again. The Tower of End has new news. The Mr. Ning you have high hopes for has chosen to join the Tower Master's reincarnation. Oh? Upon hearing this, the Master of Long Gene Star's serious expression transformed into a smile. Good, I did not misjudge him. Do you need to go back to check the situation? No need, the Dusk Council's activities are becoming more and more frequent. I must let them know who is in charge of the Kanglan faction. The Master of Long Gene Star felt very pleased, stepping directly into the dark forbidden zone, ready to shatter a few dark planets to celebrate. On the other side, in the Imperial Star reincarnation space, the Tower of End. The hall was silent, numerous gazes looked upwards. Who has joined that caused the difficulty to soar? Everyone in the Tower of End exchanged glances, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, 12 mighty wills suddenly descended upon the entire space. They were the 12 lords of the Imperial Star. They exchanged no words, simply staring at the tower's tip, at the crimson characters, falling into a long silence. It had been a very long time since such a level of difficulty had appeared in the Tower of End. In the records of the Imperial Star's history, it was many years ago when the Master of Long Gene Star experienced that period. To this day, among those powerful individuals who emerged from that period in the Tower of End, one has become the master of the Kanglan faction, one has become the master of the adjacent Ziwei faction, one has walked into the Federal Star domain, and one directly settled in the Reincarnation Hall. No one expected that today, they would see the appearance of meteor-level difficulty again. This was entirely elevated by the strength of the members of the Tower of End. They could not know whether it was the four old top-tier figures like Li Qingxuan that caused the scene or just the recent addition of that person that led to the emergence of meteor level. The authority in the Tower of End is strict. Beyond their will descending here, they could do nothing else. Soon, the 12 wills vanished one after another. After a period of dead silence on the field, there was once again an outburst of uproar and chaos. Only Chen Yuning stood dazed, staring at the name of Ning Qingxuan in the record book in her hand. Is it a coincidence? No, that's not right. No one knows better than her that the moment she wrote, the difficulty of the Tower Master's reincarnation changed. What is going on? She stared blankly at the Tower of Finality, the entrance to the first floor. The commotion continued, and at this very moment, on the 33rd floor of the Tower of Finality, a figure in a purple robe quietly stood, overlooking all the movements below. It seems this reincarnation world will be quite interesting. Li Qingxuan fiddled with the finger ring in his hand and chose to join the other three top-ranked heavenly figures without any surprise. The Guardian Star is about to arrive, and a new cave master will inevitably be born from the Tower of Finality. Who wouldn't want such an opportunity? The only thing that surprised him was that this time the difficulty had actually risen to the meteor level. Did the four of them touch the meteor level, coincidentally pushed by that person, or? Li Qingxuan slowly narrowed his eyes, scanning every single person below, finding no powerful reincarnator to compare with him. Lost in thought without result, he flicked his sleeve and turned away, preparing to gather his trusted people in the Tower of Finality and his followers stationed on the Imperial Star. Not just him, many people were on the move, seeking to form teams. At the entrance of the first floor, the members with yellow rank gathered in groups. Only Ning Qingxuan was all alone, still recovering her spiritual power. Senior Su has something to say. Who among you would like to join her team?
I guarantee a good evaluation.
At the entrance, suddenly a strong figure from the Earth rank shouted loudly.
Hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately showed joy. Is that Senior Subanshu? I'll join. I'll join too. Many people followed that strong figure from the Earth rank and left.
The same scene happened in various ranks and floors of the Tower of Finality. No one came to find Ning Qingxuan to form a team. She sat quietly in a corner, her presence extremely low. Until 2 days later, a solemn voice began to resonate throughout the Tower of Finality. Participants in the Tower Master's reincarnation, please pay attention, you are about to enter the reincarnation world.
Please confirm your identity imprint.
Ning Qingxuan finally opened her eyes, looking at the mark in her palm, which was now flickering with a faint yellow light. After more than 10 days of absorption, her spiritual power had recovered most of the way. No matter what kind of dangerous world it was, she believed she could handle any situation. Still the same saying, she couldn't really be kicked out of the Tower of Finality.
The reincarnation transport is now starting.
The solemn voice fell again, and Ning Qingxuan saw brilliant lights flashing around her, one figure after another disappearing.
Across every place in the Tower of Finality, it was the same.
Until this power also enveloped Ning Qingxuan, disappearing from her original spot in the blink of an eye. In an instant, half the people in the Tower of Finality were gone. Chen Yuning stood outside, always looking at the entrance.
I need to meet with Sister Zheyu.
She turned around and left the place.
Reincarnation world. Boom.
Ning Qingxuan heard the sound of thunder in her ears. Heavy rain poured down, splashing on her face and into her mouth.
Bitter and slightly sour.
She slowly opened her eyes.
Thunder flashed in the sky, illuminating the ground with dazzling neon-lit skyscrapers. This is an extremely prosperous city. It's nighttime.
On the overhead viaduct, a long line of cars was stuck, continuously honking. She stood by the crosswalk, and the red light in front began to count down.
At the vast intersection, many pedestrians with umbrellas hurriedly walked with their heads down. Just when she wondered why the meteor-level difficulty reincarnation world had a city background,
a sharp sound from a smartphone speaker entered her ears. The latest battle report from the Divine Xia Kingdom has arrived. Our 8 players from the Anomalous Bureau lost all their tokens in the final battle of the enigmatic space at dawn yesterday.
The Divine Xia Kingdom will once again be unable to claim the 3 ancient soul artifacts.
A reporter inquired about the future direction of the Divine Xia Kingdom, questioning whether there is a clear strategic plan in the face of increasingly frequent bizarre disasters, but the officials have not yet responded. Ning Qingxuan heard these broadcasts and stood silently in place. He opened and closed his consciousness, sweeping across the vast city, and indeed found some familiar things.
9 domains.
Ning Qingxuan let out a long, complex sigh. He had originally thought of finding a chance to come back to the 9 domains to take his beloved immortal queen away. He didn't expect that this would be chosen by the will of the Tower of End as a reincarnation world. Looking at the bustling city scene around him, Ning Qingxuan felt as if he were in a different world.
Has it already been 6,000 years? Chapter 70, My Charming Ancestor.
Night fell, and the heavy rain continued. Pedestrians at the crossroads constantly looked down at the time, their expressions tense, walking increasingly hurriedly. Suddenly, a girl holding a red umbrella stood motionless in the middle of the street, catching Ning Qingxuan's attention. With a thud, the umbrella fell to the ground, rain splashing on her face, and in the next moment, she became incredibly fierce, letting out a soul-piercing scream. This sudden change caused panic among everyone, and the crowd screamed and fled in all directions. Ning Qingxuan was prepared to take action when several figures appeared, rushing in his sensing range.
Get out here!
A clear voice echoed, and a graceful figure leaped down from an overpass, slapping her palm against the fierce girl's forehead. With a wave of a spell, a howling vengeful spirit was pulled directly from the fierce girl's body, trapped into her own pocket space. This fluid motion caused Ning Qingxuan to take a second look.
Sister Mengyao, we are going to chase the other anomalies, leave this to you.
Several companions shouted, then quickly dashed into different streets. In just a moment, the girl who had been holding the red umbrella gradually regained her senses, showing a bewildered expression.
Hurry home, don't linger on the road.
The young girl named Gu Mengyao cast a spell again, lightly tapping the girl's forehead. The girl ran away, and Gu Mengyao then turned her gaze to Ning Qingxuan, who was standing on the crosswalk.
Sir, are you all right?
Gu Mengyao walked over, her tight black combat outfit outlining her slim figure. Her jet black hair fell to her shoulders, reflecting her vigilant and beautiful eyes.
You've worked hard, I'm fine.
Ning Qingxuan smiled politely. As soon as he spoke, Gu Mengyao reached toward her lower back.
Please show me your ID.
Ning Qingxuan did not move, seemingly waiting for the will of the Tower of End to convey whether there were any conditions to conceal his identity before the native inhabitants of this world. After all, he indeed did not have any form of identification.
Not talking? I've been watching you, you've been sneaky. Come with me. Without further ado, Gu Mengyao pressed Ning Qingxuan and prepared to return to the anomalous bureau of Night City.
Officer, isn't it a bit against the rules to take me away without any reason? Ning Qingxuan spoke calmly, not putting up any resistance.
If you have done nothing wrong, what's the issue with coming to the anomalous bureau? Besides, where's your identification? Proof of who you are.
Where do you live? Gu Mengyao looked Ning Qingxuan up and down, her instincts telling her that this person definitely had some issues. Standing at the crosswalk without moving for a long time, not showing any panic when the anomaly appeared, he indeed could not even produce any proof of identity now. In the current complex situation, she could not let go of anyone who might pose a threat to Night City. It was better to be cautious. Ning Qingxuan did not continue to speak and followed Gu Mengyao away. 6,000 years have passed, and he needed to understand the background of the current era. The official organization was obviously the most suitable place.
An hour later, the two appeared at the headquarters of the Night City Anomaly Administration.
The noisy sounds in the office area contained a wealth of information. Here, not only were there captured anomalies, but also many criminals closely related to the anomalies. The former Sleeve Seal divine ability seemed to have been greatly simplified in this era, allowing some individuals with remarkable comprehension skills to only grasp the surface.
Sister Mengyao, who is this person?
On the way, a staff member asked in surprise. A black household without identification. Check his identity background to see if there is any connection to the evil containment organization. Gu Mengyao said while turning her gaze to the television broadcast, which was playing the news about the Daxia Divine Kingdom once again missing the 3 ancient soul artifacts.
Not far away, several criminals squatting at the hallway doors shook their heads repeatedly. Aren't you embarrassed?
This is how many times already. It would have been better not to participate.
Our Daxia is good at everything, except the anomaly administration is disappointing. With a population of billions, can't they find 8 young anomaly masters?
Sigh, back in the day, our charming ancestor was amazing. Just one person devoured the talents of the 8 divine nations, and he only got his cuffs slightly dirty. Yes, he even arranged for the immortal clan to guard, when the immortal queen comes out, who needs soul artifacts.
Haha, heroes think alike. Where are you mixed up, brother? I'm at the Black Rose Underground Refuge. Do you want to come join us?
A group of criminals started chatting about history, feeling a connection, and began to call each other brothers.
Hey, this is the Anomaly Administration. Do you want to plan a little quieter?
A senior staff member reprimanded, interrupting their conversation. Ning Qingxuan pondered. It seemed the rules of the 3 soul artifacts had also changed somewhat.
He then asked Gu Mengyao, when will the Immortal Queen come out?
Ning Qingxuan was not clear about what exactly had happened, so this inquiry was relatively prudent. Gu Mengyao turned her head back and replied plainly, this is a top-level secret of the Daxia Divine Kingdom. If you ask me, what answer can I give you?
It's better to be honest about which underground containment organization you belong to.
In recent years, due to the increasing frequency of anomaly disasters, the Daxia Divine Kingdom had not succeeded in competing for the tokens for a long time. The Immortal Queen and the entire Immortal Clan had repeatedly suppressed severe disasters. Though she was immortal, she could still get tired. Finally, after driving away 2 Shadow Lords, she fell into closed-door training for 20 years.
Underground refuges had also continuously emerged in the last 20 years.
Originally a grassroots organization, it was often turned by malicious groups into tools for personal gain, referred to as evil containment organizations. The Anomaly Administration struggled not only to suppress anomalies but also to clean them up.
I told you before coming here that I am innocent.
Ning Qingxuan spoke calmly. Every person who comes here says the same thing. Gu Mengyao looked intently at him, feeling more and more that this person was somewhat unfathomable. He was too calm to be a mere mortal. The aura he exuded naturally carried a kind of high man's charm. This was something that could not be faked. It was the demeanor gained from experiencing many complex and grand affairs, even one that comes from being in a high position.
Gu Mengyao's heart was also a little anxious. She wouldn't have caught some big shot, would she?
Within the Daxia Divine Kingdom, there were certainly some even more secretive institutions and departments, backgrounds completely blank, also matching the characteristics.
However, Ning Qingxuan's earlier question did not seem like that of a senior official.
If he were a behind-the-scenes boss of some containment organization, there would be no reason for him to come here obediently.
Sister Mengyao, there is no fingerprint information for this person.
A staff member leaned close to Gu Mengyao's ear and carefully said a word. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but fall into silence, deeply gazing at Ning Qingxuan.
Who on earth is this person? What is their background?
At the same time, the information text of the End Tower finally appeared before Ning Qingxuan's eyes.
Chapter 71, Why is everyone in this strange place afraid of the same person?
The same text information appeared in the eyes of every member of the End Tower. In this round of the Tower Master, there are no rules. Any impact you have on the reincarnation world will become a condition for evaluation. Over 200 reincarnators, scattered across 9 divine nations, silently stared at these two simple messages. The fewer the rules, the more freedom there is, meaning there are more contents to evaluate. But no one acted rashly. After all, this is a meteor-level difficulty reincarnation world. The only exception is Chu Yutong, who was in a central city of the Great Xia divine nation. He looked at the descriptive text before him, feeling not the slightest ripple in his heart. Next to him, the Liao Shangwei king was wrapped in a large black robe, hiding all eerie features, and at this moment had an icy expression, as if he had the universe firmly in his grasp. Before entering the reincarnation world, no one knew what the background of this world was.
After entering, Chu Yutong's confidence swelled infinitely.
He had experienced other strange worlds as a powerful reincarnator, carrying numerous soul-conquering treasures and supernatural abilities. Moreover, he also had a king of strange worlds by his side. It's no exaggeration to say that this Tower Master reincarnation was tailor-made for him. Let alone having little evaluation, even if standing shoulder to shoulder with those 4 top-tier predecessors, what challenge would there be? With the right time, place, and harmony, it's my turn to create a world-shaking name for the Yin Tower. Chu Yutong stood at the subway entrance, slowly scanning the crowd, his eyes revealing a plethora of golden spells capable of piercing through all eerie disguises. Soon, he discovered a stooped old man hiding a vengeful spirit. With a light flick of his index finger, he used a secret technique to subtly detach the vengeful spirit, which twisted and flew back, instantly locking it in his palm.
The vengeful spirit screamed, its pupils showing madness. Chu Yutong didn't hesitate, again using the soul-searching technique.
This magical ability learned from a mysterious mountain master was extremely convenient for understanding the backdrop of strange worlds, and he had tried it many times with success. Before long, he slowly began to see a series of memory images from this vengeful spirit's soul. Chu Yutong's expression suddenly changed. He discovered that this lowest-level vengeful spirit's memory was so vast that it spanned thousands of years. Such an ancient memory was simply beyond what he could handle. Steeling himself, he quickly searched through it before hastily ending the soul-searching technique.
What's wrong?
The Liao Shangwei king squinted and asked.
This world is not as simple as imagined. Chu Yutong put away his condescension and quickly calmed down.
The Yin Tower's capturing of the reincarnation world, which is in the meteor-level difficulty range, was indeed quite different from the strange worlds he had experienced before. The world rules and the power of the natives were truly astonishing. When he had just used the soul-searching technique, he could only see a few memorable images from the vengeful spirit's memory. Among them, there was an image of a man in white robes. That person became the deepest fear in this vengeful spirit's heart. The white-robed god of death.
Chu Yutong contemplated.
To seek more information without startling the official forces of this world, he continued waiting at the subway entrance.
Time swiftly passed, and a second eerie entity entered his sight.
This time it was a more advanced ghost than the vengeful spirit, and he used the secret technique again to imprison it in his palm.
Continue searching the soul.
Similarly vast as the ocean, a chaotic mix of memories, thousands of years of information and images, made his brain swell, and he gave up when his abilities reached their limit.
Is it this white-clothed killing god again?
Sweat dripped from his forehead. The pressure brought by 2 soul searches was immense. But the results were also remarkable. He saw more different images and roughly understood this world's classifications of the bizarre. Vengeful spirits, ferocious ghosts, evil spirits, fierce ghosts, ghost commanders, ghost generals. Among them, ghost generals were already on par with S-class reincarnators. Fatally, there seemed to be roles surpassing ghost generals in this world. There should also be ghost kings. However, in this ferocious ghost's memory, it had no qualification to touch them. In fact, Chu Yutong could also find information about bizarre classifications on the internet of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, so he was not in a hurry regarding this matter. What truly made his expression grow increasingly grave was the deepest fear in this ferocious ghost's memory, that white-clothed figure.
Let's go.
Chu Yutong no longer waited idly, he began to wander through this city. With his golden eyes, he found more than a dozen bizarre entities within just half an hour. His soul-searching became more frequent, seeing more and more images, each different, gathering a lot of important information. Yet the white-clothed man appeared consistently in the memories of the bizarre. What shocked and amazed him was that each bizarre entity was like this. It felt as if it had been deeply imprinted on their souls. Chu Yutong could not know what that white-clothed figure had done to instill such immense fear within so many bizarre entities. According to the recollection of memories, thousands of years had already passed, and they still had not forgotten.
This person must still be recorded in the current era.
Finally, Chu Yutong stopped. Strong interest and curiosity surged within him, and he decided to begin his investigation from the Great Xia Divine Kingdom's official sources. Looking across the 9 divine kingdoms, all the reincarnators of the Towers of the Apocalypse. Currently, they had not made any significant moves, gradually learning the world background in their own ways and means. At the top of the 9 divine kingdoms, the Wasteland Divine Kingdom. A large group of reincarnators disguised in local clothing sat quietly in a cafe, waiting. Among them was a young woman, her demeanor cold and compelling. She was the top-tier veteran, Su Bansha. The group watched a live broadcast on a giant screen. After a while, a subordinate rushed in, belonging to the D class. He whispered into Su Bansha's ear, "We figured it out. This is the Wasteland Divine Kingdom, the leader of the 9 divine kingdoms, the most profound place. We have also basically clarified the 3 ancient soul tools. These should embody the rules of this world, possessing the power to suppress all bizarre entities. Since ancient times, the 9 divine kingdoms have followed the rules, competing with each other for the right to use the 3 soul tools. This Wasteland Divine Kingdom is truly remarkable. It dominates the heavenly furnace, only having lost once in history." As he finished speaking, Su Bansha nodded slightly. She continued to stare at the giant screen in the cafe. Several divine kingdoms had already been eliminated in the ongoing live broadcast of the bizarre dimensional battle. Some of the beast tamers possessed overwhelmingly powerful strength. Her expression grew serious, her gaze lingering deeply on the representative of the first main city of the Wasteland Divine Kingdom. This person's strength is unmatched, not someone else can contend with. This is simply not a representative of the same level. Su Bansha saw through something, her heart grew increasingly amazed. What does this mean? Compared to the ancestor Su from back then, this is far off. The wasteland truly is on a downhill slope. The cafe manager came over, serving desserts. Gazing at the live broadcast on the giant screen, he couldn't help but sigh. Which ancestor Su? Su Bansha raised an eyebrow. Numerous reincarnators all looked over. The most powerful being in the kingdom of the wasteland, the one who entered the first grade Great Nirvana at the age of 23 and was hailed as the legendary ancestor, Su, has been the strongest for 6,000 years. Where are you from, that you don't even know his name? The cafe manager showed a look of surprise but did not think much about it. After all, the kingdom of the wasteland has always had soul artifacts guarding the domain caves since ancient times. Occasionally, strange beings from other divine kingdoms arrived, but they were quickly exterminated. He didn't think these people could be disguised as those strange beings. Furthermore, it's normal for ordinary people who don't pay attention to the battle for soul artifacts to not know about this history. Is Su the ancestor stronger than this person? Su Bansha continued to ask. On the live broadcast on TV, the representative of the first main city of the Kingdom of the Wasteland was already at the level of a Super S-class reincarnator. The manager smiled and said, naturally. His expression revealed longing, as if he held supreme admiration for that period of history. Around 6,000 years ago, the 9 great divine kingdoms ushered in a golden age, an era where geniuses emerged endlessly. Freakish talents appeared together, all born in the same time. The manager sighed with emotion and then looked at the live broadcast again. This young man probably only has the strength of a second-grade individual. In the golden age back then, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to touch the heavenly furnace. After the words fell, Su Bansha fell into deep thought. From the information she had gathered, 6,000 years ago, this place was not yet called the 9 great divine kingdoms, but was known as the 9 domains. The nearby land-labeled family members couldn't help but show a look of suspicion. But your Su ancestor lost the token back then. During his investigation, he found that the only time the Kingdom of the Wasteland did not have a soul artifact guarding it was the so-called Golden Age 6,000 years ago, the time the manager mentioned. The manager's face turned red, and he helplessly said, "There was nothing to be done." At that time, the Great Xia Kingdom produced a once-in-a-lifetime genius, a freakish talent that had never been seen before, and if it weren't for that person, Su ancestor could have easily crushed everyone else. Not only that, there was also old ancestor Lu, who could have easily defeated everyone else, but unfortunately, both of the 2 old ancestors ran into him. The manager felt a deep sense of helplessness inside, as the Kingdom of the Wasteland had produced countless geniuses and had been invincible in the battle for soul artifacts many times. They lost only once, and it was during the most glorious golden age of all the 9 great divine kingdoms. Su Bansha listened for a long time and realized that another new figure had appeared from the manager's mouth. It seemed that this person was even more monstrous? The nearby land-labeled family member seemed to recall something and quickly said to Su Bansha, yes, I forgot to mention earlier, there was indeed such a person, his name is Chang Wuhan. It said that he was regarded as the invincible supreme powerhouse by the 9 great divine kingdoms. During the battle for the soul artifacts, 3 of the strongest beings from different divine kingdoms teamed up against him, yet they still couldn't defeat him. So, it seems that the Su ancestor from the Kingdom of the Wasteland was one of them. Upon hearing this, Su Bansha's eyes slightly froze. Based on her estimation of the current strongest representative of the Kingdom of the Wasteland, they had already reached the level of Super S-class. Thus, Su ancestor, along with the other 2 great divine kingdom ancestors, were at least mid-tier Super S-class, or even higher. 3 of them teamed up and still failed. Could it be that this ancestor of the Great Xia Kingdom was that strong? He's right. Not only the Kingdom of the Wasteland lost once, but 2 other powerful divine kingdoms also didn't have soul artifacts guarding them back then. The manager nodded, and didn't feel ashamed, since everyone was the same.
The Great Xia Kingdom.
The many reincarnators from the Tower of the End began discussing amongst themselves. It was clear that the battle for the ancient soul artifact token was one of the most important events in the history of the 9 great divine kingdoms. Every representative was the most powerful of the younger generation of their time, destined to become national-level figures in the future. Upon heartfelt reflection, even if they were allowed to take the stage, only the top representatives from heaven and earth could match that strongest champion of the desolate courtyard. It is impossible to gauge just how strong the so-called Golden Age spoken of by the manager, the legendary Su ancestor, and the one who won the heavenly furnace for the Great Xia Divine Kingdom truly are.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your time.
As new customers entered the cafe, the manager promptly left. Su Bangxia felt heavy-hearted and turned to all the reincarnators, whispering, in the star-tier difficulty reincarnation world, we have merely glimpsed a corner, we must focus on the mysterious beings.
If we want a decent rating, dealing with these mysteries is crucial. Let's tidy up and prepare to leave here.
Staying in the desolate courtyard divine kingdom makes it hard to get rated, peace reigns here, and to earn the Tower Master's approval, we must create astonishing feats. On the other side, the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Shu Yutan leaped between the tall buildings and had found some information about the white-clad killing god from the authorities. This deep-seated fear hidden within all mysteries was once a disciple from the magic suppression sect, Heavensword Mountain, 6,000 years ago. In just 3 months, he had eradicated all mysteries within the Great Xia Divine Kingdom's territory. However, these mysteries possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. Evidently, they had been killed not just once, but many, many times. Moreover, there was new insight regarding the levels of the mysteries. The Ghost King level indeed exists, and above that, there are beings known as the Shadow Lords. Faintly, even Ghost Kings had previously fallen to the hands of the white-clad killing god. Yet, no similar records were found in the official documents. Lost in thought, his mystical eye caught sight of a powerful vengeful ghost. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand to suppress it, sealing it within his palm. At the same time, a description of the Tower Masters will appear before him. You have faced the mysteries without flinching, sparing no effort to eliminate harm for the people. You have suppressed 40 vengeful spirits, 15 malevolent ghosts, and 2 vengeful spirits. You have received a normal evaluation. Receiving an evaluation should bring joy to any reincarnator, but Shu Yutong felt miserable. A normal evaluation holds no substantial meaning, it is of no help for his advancement within the Tower of the End. Being the latest and the only member crowned with the Heaven designation, he took this as a shame. Heaven and earth, true monarch above, see with clarity, open the mystical eye. Shu Yutong stopped, reciting the ancient incantation, and as he wiped his eyes, golden light erupted. In an instant, his line of sight extended to a radius of 100 miles, where his eyes fell, no mystery could escape. Soon, he found his target as expected.
This is at least an excellent evaluation, right?
With delight in his heart, Shu Yutong discovered several ghost general-level mysteries, along with an entire team of vengeful spirits. As he wielded his mystical eye, he also noticed many reincarnators from the Tower of the End heading in that direction. Among them was Ji Yunzhou, the top person of the Eastern Emperor Star, with an affinity for alien beast companions. Without further hesitation, he took a step forward, the Lao Jun Ghost King following closely behind.
Chapter 73, Ghost Butterfly, Did My Master Resurrect? Night City, headquarters of the Bureau of Anomalies.
Gu Mengyao fixed her gaze on Ning Qingxuan sitting beside her, her mind racing with countless speculations about his identity. With no recorded fingerprint information and no way to trace his background, he seemed to be far from an ordinary person. Either he was a high-level confidential agent of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, or he was a hidden spy from another divine nation.
After all, even the behind-the-scenes big shots of underground containment organizations could leave some clues. Sister Mengyao, the headquarters is about to return. What should we do with this person? The staff looked troubled, caught between imprisonment and release.
Ning Qingxuan had already been quite cooperative, but he remained tight-lipped about his true identity, unable to provide any other documents. Just as Gu Mengyao hesitated, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the Ghost Control Bureau. Many companions came in with unfamiliar faces, shouting, "Sister Mengyao, we've caught some illegal residents.
Help us find out their background." Gu Mengyao was taken aback. More illegal residents?
Ning Qingxuan heard this and couldn't help but look over. 3 girls and 1 boy, clearly members of the Yellow Badge from the Tower of End. Among them was a girl in a short skirt, who seemed familiar. She had called Wei Chen Yuning that day outside the treasure hall.
Oh, this person is here too. The girl in the short skirt also spotted Ning Qingxuan and instantly showed delight.
She had already learned from Chen Yuning that Ning Qingxuan was the legendary ancient reincarnator and was incredibly powerful. Facing this bizarre world, which was still of meteor-level difficulty, she and her friends dared not take any reckless actions. Without approaching a strong ally, her own strength was insufficient to deal with the overwhelming situation. Being weak and isolated, she had to choose to report herself for a temporary refuge. Seeing Ning Qingxuan now, she couldn't help but feel a wave of inexplicable reassurance.
Good. You still say you don't have an organization? Gu Mengyao laughed in anger, her previous speculations about Ning Qingxuan's identity dissipating in an instant. It was almost certain that they all belonged to some recently established underground containment organization. You all, go stand over there by him. Gu Mengyao waved her hand, already thinking about how to pry the truth out of Ning Qingxuan. The girl in the short skirt approached Ning Qingxuan, looked around cautiously, and spoke softly. Senior, my name is Chen Hui, I'm from Langustar, not far from Kanglanstar. Please take care of me in the future. Chen Hui whispered, while Ning Qingxuan remained silent, only nodding. The few friends beside her immediately showed suspicious expressions, and a girl pulled her arm. Isn't this person just a yellow badge like us? Why do you call him senior?
Chen Hui rolled her eyes, not wanting to explain too much but also fearing to offend Ning Qingxuan. She could only whisper in their ears, he's not an ordinary person. The only boy in the group chuckled and shook his head, muttering to himself, he's just like us, reporting themselves to hide in the Ghost Control Bureau. Chen Hui shot him a fierce glare when suddenly a person rushed in from outside.
Everyone, behave yourselves. Sister Mengyao, the headquarters is back.
As soon as the words fell, the entire Ghost Control Bureau fell silent in an instant. No one spoke, not even the whispering criminals.
Their expressions turned immensely respectful, seemingly in great admiration of the headquarters.
The shift in atmosphere made Chen Hui and several reincarnators feel tense inside. Before reporting themselves, they had gathered information on the entire Night City's defense forces. This was the headquarters of the Ghost Control Bureau, home to the strongest ghost controllers, and the leader of these ghost controllers was actually an anomaly. Investigation information revealed that this headquarters had extraordinary powers. Within a certain distance, they could clearly sense the movements of every anomaly. This powerful special ability made most of the Night City unable to hide any anomalies. Many ghost controllers, under her guidance, could often resolve dangers before they surfaced. Because of this, Night City consistently ranked among the safest cities in the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. So, even the criminals of Night City held a lofty respect for this headquarters.
It's still time to speak, you should know the power of the headquarters, right?
Gu Mengyao stepped in front of Ning Qingxuan, scrutinizing him with a probing gaze. Even if you're hiding an anomaly, the headquarters can discover it immediately. Ning Qingxuan remained silent, he knew it was time for him to leave. In today's era, the rules of the three soul artifacts have changed, and the Undying Queen is still fulfilling her pledge. All the important information has been inquired about, and staying here has no meaning.
If there is a conflict with the high-ranking officials of the Bureau of Manipulation, handling it will be even more troublesome.
In addition, he wanted to visit the tomb of the Longbrow. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar figure suddenly appeared within the range of his divine sense, along with a fluctuation of the connection from the soul pledge. Ning Qingxuan's heart moved slightly, and he looked towards the entrance of the Bureau of Manipulation.
Greetings, headquarters. Everyone stood in reverent respect.
The visitor wore a black robe, with skin as white and clean as snow, and without a blemish. Behind her followed a few powerful manipulators, their strength quite remarkable. Ghost Butterfly appeared weary, her continuous busy work had drained her energy. As she stepped into the Bureau of Manipulation, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and her footsteps halted. Deep in her soul, the soul pledge that had not stirred for 6,000 years was suddenly invigorated. Following the sensing, she incredulously sought something in the crowd, ultimately fixing her gaze on Ning Qingxuan.
Ning Qingxuan's face showed complexity, and he felt somewhat gratified, turning to Ghost Butterfly with a smile.
This.
Ghost Butterfly was stunned like struck by a thunderbolt, standing there frozen.
Although Ning Qingxuan's appearance had changed and his aura was different, the soul pledge embedded deeply in her spirit made it unmistakably true.
Unbelievable, my master has risen from the dead?
Ghost Butterfly muttered to herself. Looking at Ning Qingxuan's smile, she became more convinced that this was indeed her master. Her eyes instantly became moist, her small body trembled uncontrollably, and her heart surged with excitement. At the same time, at the instant the soul pledge was reactivated. Ning Qingxuan saw, before him, the description of the Tower Masters will materialize in words.
Shocking.
With the identity of a yellow class finality, you have uniquely charmed and exerted extraordinary power over a miraculous race from a bizarre world. Her status is incredibly high, and her great deeds have led millions of citizens in a city to support her wholeheartedly. She has been completely captivated by you, and she is willing to sign a binding pledge with you. Her value is unimaginable. Congratulations, you have received a perfect evaluation. Ning Qingxuan remained silent.
He had done nothing to earn a perfect evaluation? My lord. Ghost Butterfly's voice trembled.
She had completely lost her composure, not at all expecting that after 6,000 years, she would see her former master again. This sudden scene caused all the powerful figures present in the Bureau of Manipulation, including many criminals and even Gu Mengyao, to pause in disbelief.
Who was the headquarters speaking to?
Following Ghost Butterfly's stunned gaze, Gu Mengyao mechanically turned to look at Ning Qingxuan.
Chen Hui's eyes widened in disbelief, while several yellow class members of the Finality Tower looked completely confused. The Bureau of Manipulation, which held the highest authority and was respected by all citizens, recognized Ning Qingxuan?
With this expression, it was clearly a close relationship.
The only man's heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be that Chen Hui was right, this guy was not ordinary? In this moment, Gu Mengyao's mind went blank.
Though she had previously speculated about Ning Qingxuan's identity, thinking it couldn't be that simple, she had considered the possibility of him being a high-ranking official from the Daxia Divine Kingdom. However, with the arrival of Chen Hui and others, that speculation disappeared, until the headquarters returned to personally verify it. Everyone out, take the suspects to the next room. Ghost Butterfly calmed her emotions and issued a commanding order. People hurriedly left, their faces filled with panic. Soon, the entire Great Hall was emptied. The Ghost Butterfly came before Ning Qingxuan, ready to bow, but was stopped.
No need to care about formalities.
Ning Qingxuan felt emotional inside. The Ghost Butterfly had also joined the Undead clan, becoming a guardian of the sixth domain, which he indeed did not foresee. After all, for the Ghost Butterfly, the oath of the primordial spirit did not contain this restriction.
My lord, what exactly? The Ghost Butterfly expressed doubt. Hadn't Ning Qingxuan passed away? Was this a case of borrowing a corpse to resurrect, or reincarnation, or had he hidden for 6,000 years?
Some things are not convenient to say now, but I have indeed returned. Ning Qingxuan pondered for a moment and did not continue explaining. Since the Ghost Butterfly was here, some questions could be resolved.
He asked, has there been a change in the laws of heaven and earth in the 9 domains? Do the 3 great soul artifacts no longer require heirs from established sects?
The Ghost Butterfly nodded. After you left back then, the laws of heaven and earth underwent a change. It seems the source of the blood pool abyss has been consumed too much, causing the strange resurrection to slow down. Ning Qingxuan suppressed for an entire era, guarding the blood pool abyss and killing for 200 years, consuming a large number of opportunities for future strange resurrections. Under these conditions, the laws of heaven and earth tilted. About 1,000 years later, the laws of heaven and earth changed for the second time. Vaguely, unknown races and strange beings revived, and their arrival restored the source of the blood pool abyss. But due to the change in rules, the ownership of the 3 great soul artifacts has also changed. The tokens are no longer inherited by established sections. Hearing this, Ning Qingxuan fell into deep thought.
Unknown races and strange beings? Could this be the key to allowing the blood pool abyss to continuously possess resurrection abilities? When will these strange beings revive again?
The Ghost Butterfly spoke bitterly. They have already revived 20 years ago, and the immense source of rules they brought has greatly shortened the time needed for the originally lengthy resurrection of the Shadow Lords. Currently, the situation in the domain is very complicated. In just 20 years, I sensed at least 5 or more Shadow Lords, including the Upper Shadow Lord and the Mega Shadow Lord. They are still battling for territory in the domain. Among them, 2 Shadow Lords even led their people to the 6th domain, thanks to the Undead Queen. After hearing this, Ning Qingxuan slightly nodded. It seems he has found a way to completely resolve the issues of the 9 domains. He also wondered if those strange beings he had killed would still remember him after 6,000 years. I have some matters to attend to. I leave this to you, and the others without identification shouldn't be troubled. After saying this, Ning Qingxuan disappeared from the spot. The Ghost Butterfly could not trace his whereabouts, and after a long while, she managed to stabilize her fluctuating emotions and turned to walk next door. Gu Mengyao had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the Ghost Butterfly, she immediately stood up straight.
General, that person is?
She asked cautiously, glancing back but not seeing Ning Qingxuan's figure.
Don't ask what you shouldn't.
The Ghost Butterfly replied, scanning Chen Hui and the others. Following Ning Qingxuan's intentions, she naturally did not trouble them and let them be. This posture was captured by Chen Hui and her group, and their hearts suddenly surged with great ripples. The man who had just pulled Chen Hui nervously spoke up. You just said he is not an ordinary person. What do you mean by that?
As the head of the entire Night City's defense force, how could the ordinary members of the Tower of End be in contact with him?
Let alone the attitude the other party had when facing Ning Qingxuan, as if they had known each other for many years, and the disparity in status immediately became apparent. The key question was, how could Ning Qingxuan, as a yellow-level member of the Tower of End, enter at the same time as them? Only Chen Hui had her thoughts racing rapidly in her mind. The heart was pounding, breath was chaotic, and soon, a huge possibility came to mind. Before participating in the Tower Master's reincarnation, I heard from a staff member of the Yellow Hall about Ning Qingxuan's background. He is a reincarnator who returned from the heavens. He has reincarnated into many different worlds of the heavens and accomplished amazing feats. If I'm not mistaken, this Tower Master reincarnation world with meteor level difficulty is one that Ning Qingxuan has once reincarnated into. The whispered words fell, and the faces of the two female companions, including the man, showed shock. The title of Reincarnator, though it had disappeared in recent years, didn't mean it was non-existent in the Federation, nor that they hadn't heard of it. So it's like this. The few of them exchanged glances, their hearts stirred with shock. This news was too explosive. Who would have thought that the person they had just met by chance was actually the hidden big shot among all the N Tower members? This meant that no one would understand this world better than Ning Qingxuan. As long as they held on tight to this hidden big shot, they might even get a few good ratings. The Night City headquarters calls him Sir, which proves he had a very high status here before. But I wonder exactly who he is. Chen Hui wanted to understand the past of the ghost butterfly, to deduce Ning Qingxuan's identity and what kind of person he was in history. She pondered, when the sound of the live television broadcast overhead suddenly caught her attention. Let's congratulate the Kingdom of Ruins for once again winning the Soul Artifact Furnace, with the new representative ranking 7th in the Furnace ranking. However, the honor that originally belonged to the Daxia Divine Kingdom has yet to be broken. Chen Hui stared blankly, and suddenly a bizarre thought flashed through her mind. Chapter 75, The Terror of Meteor-Level Difficulty, finally tearing open a corner. Long City. At the dark alley entrance, Chu Yutan looked faintly at the group of reincarnators who were completely intimidated by the Laozhang Ghost King. Ji Yunzhou was also among them. His juvenile alien beast was being firmly suppressed by the Laozhang Ghost King, its neck locked by the ghost hand and pressed against the wall, struggling desperately. As a former defeated foe, Chu Yutang didn't actually take these people seriously. In the depths of the alley, numerous vengeful spirits were screaming but unable to produce any sound. There were also 3 ghost generals, expressionless, watching the internal conflicts of this group. Golden light sealed the entire surrounding space, making escape impossible. It was unimaginable how powerful the ghost controller was, almost surpassing Long City's defensive strength. Moreover, there was even a ghost king accompanying them. What kind of power was this? They couldn't even fathom it. Where they came from was also unknown. But for the 3 ghost generals, they didn't care at all. Shu, don't push it too far. These strange creatures were clearly sealed by us first. Why did you interrupt our spell? What do you mean by that? An elder from the Earth rank spoke solemnly. He knew that the Laozhang Ghost King was incredibly powerful, enough to make Chu Yutang dominant in the entire Long City. Even if they all combined, they might not be a match for him. But Chu Yutang's arrogant actions were truly unbearable. This Tower Master reincarnation seems to have no strict rules, right? Chu Yutang responded calmly. He had finally discovered a strong strange team in Long City, and at worst, he could get an excellent rating from the Tower Master's will. How could he easily let go of such an opportunity? Even if it alerted Long City's defense forces, he would not stop. The Tower Master reincarnation indeed has no rules, but you've made a lot of enemies and set a precedent. This will only make everyone's situation worse, and you will be targeted. Do you think you can go far? If everyone were like you, before discovering the true threat of this world, they'd have already torn each other apart. Ji Yunzhou sighed lightly, still trying to advise the few Earth rank elders beside him. Within the Tower of End, one's status is noble, and connections are quite extensive. The news spread, and Long Chu Yutong, even with the Laojun Ghost King, could not block the anger of the crowd. Oh really? You should tell this to elderly. In Chu Yutong's eyes, there was no fear, just calm indifference. Hearing this, everyone's expression slightly changed, and Ji Yunzhou's heart sank quickly, as if he thought of something. Elderly is the pillar of our Tower of End, how could he protect such behavior from you? Someone angrily scolded. What he said might be true, Li Qingxuan should have taken him as a disciple. Ji Yunzhou stared at Chu Yutong, causing everyone's expression to change again. If there is such a mighty figure as Li Qingxuan protecting him, who would dare to compete with him? You seem to know quite a lot. Chu Yutong sneered, as a figure standing at the peak of the Tower of End, a single word from him could determine a member's fate, especially regarding the status of a disciple. Once the cycle of the Tower Master is over, Li Qingxuan would almost certainly become the new master of the Star Cave, and one can only imagine how bright my future will be. The crowd fell silent, their eyes revealing a sense of fear. Ji Yunzhou snapped his fingers, and the suppressed young alien beast, showing a pained expression, was quickly drawn into the reincarnation space. I will remember this grudge, it will be repaid in full one day. Ji Yunzhou's gaze was cold as he stared at Laojun Ghost King. Laojun Ghost King was slightly taken aback, then burst into wild, raucous laughter. His whole body was engulfed in ghostly energy, and the ghostly flames flickered in his eyes, revealing a terrifying ferocity. Little thing, do you know who you are talking to? He had lived for over 1,000 years, an absolute king in the strange world of Mashan, who had unleashed catastrophes upon the world, with countless strong ones dead at his hands. To this day, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Forget it, let him go, even in 100 years, that little beast is still just a little beast. Chu Yutong spoke lightly, the alien giant beast was not comparable to the starry giant beasts, the gap was too far. Ji Yunzhou, at least being from the Eastern Emperor Star, had maintained the top reincarnation score for decades, yet his companions were so weak and powerless, seriously dragging him down.
He had no interest in continuing to entangle with Ji Yunzhou.
After speaking, he walked towards a group of beings that claimed to be from the Shura ghost clan.
This is too much bullying.
Many reincarnators clenched their fists, feeling extremely suffocated in their hearts. Ji Yunzhou remained silent, preparing to leave this place. But suddenly, black gas erupted from above, swiftly descending and landing directly on the golden seal.
Boom! Chu Yutong's expression changed, and he quickly stepped back.
The black gas shattered the golden seal, and the three ghost generals remained expressionless, but a hint of mockery appeared in their eyes.
Little friend, in my opinion, why wait for another day? How about I help you take him down today?
A faint voice echoed, and the world suddenly darkened. Streams of black gas slowly gathered, standing in all directions at the alley entrance, forming a circle of encirclement. Many powerful Shura beings looked down at Chu Yutong, their eyes cold without a hint of emotion. At the moment that faint voice sounded, Lao Jun Ghost King felt an extremely terrifying wave, enveloping the entire alley, stepping towards him from behind. Just as he wanted to turn around, a pale ghostly hand softly rested on his shoulder. His pupils shrank violently, breath halting, as he looked in horror at the ghostly hand on his shoulder.
Unable to move, afraid to move.
Chilly air flowed along his neck, causing his whole body to stiffen, bone-chilling coldness. All the reincarnators were shocked by this sudden change, their faces turning pale. Chu Yutong felt a heaviness in his heart, slowly scanning the numerous shadows standing at the edge of the roof above.
Hey, little friend, speak up, what do you think?
Ji Yunzhou's heart raced wildly, he had never felt such terrifying ghostly energy, and his lips quickly lost their color. The hands of the Shura Demon King slid across the shoulder of the Lao Shanshan Demon King, gently gripping his skull.
Who are you? This action sent chills down the Lao Shanshan Demon King's spine. I have never seen you before, are you an outsider?
The Shura Demon King spoke with a tone of confusion, yet also expressed boredom. He thought that the three demon generals had brought news about a new powerful demon king, he had assumed it was another race attacking the Shura clan, so he rushed over without hesitation. But the result was a strange outsider, who had barely practiced for 1,000 years. Where did this dog dare come from to challenge the Shura clan?
I am the king of 10,000 ghosts from Lao Shanshan.
His voice trembled as he tried to unleash the power of a millennium of cultivation, but before he could finish his sentence, a force of destruction descended upon him, shattering his skull with a single blow. From that moment on, the Shura Demon King's expression turned frigid and cold, with ghostly flames flickering in his eyes, carrying an extreme ruthlessness. This scene left Ji Yunzhou in a daze, and Chu Yutong's heart filled with terror. Many reincarnators felt their scalps go numb, as a shadow of death suddenly loomed over them.
Had the terrifying challenge of falling stars finally torn a corner for them? Chapter 76, He is the White-Clothed Killing God. Run! The Lao Shanshan Demon King transformed into a mass of black gas, rapidly fleeing from the Shura Demon King.
His shattered skull quickly healed under the source of power.
The face wrapped under the large black robe was already filled with intense fear.
The powerful aura from the Shura Demon King was enough to form an absolute suppression over him. Even as a former king of a world, when faced with such terrifying power, he finally felt a surge of fear. His instinct told him that he was no match for the Shura Demon King.
Kill all of them.
The Shura Demon King's cold voice resonated as he issued the order for slaughter.
In an instant, chaos erupted.
The reincarnators from the Tower of End were panic-stricken, daring not to hold back, and each exhibited their skills. Ji Yunzhou called forth an alien beast once again, performing hand signs to unleash the frost domain. Chu Yutong stepped back quickly, hastily sending a message to Li Qingxuan while his body burst forth with brilliant golden light. The Lao Shanshan Demon King was forced to engage with the Shura Demon King once more, his pupils filled with horror, and his face pale as death.
Amidst this, an out-of-context voice suddenly emerged from the sky. Everyone, do you need help?
Ning Qingxuan stood in midair, looking down at the chaos below. His voice reached the ears of everyone present, instantly attracting many gazes.
That guy with the honorary title?
Chu Yutong frowned, he was just a yellow rank member who had only entered the Tower of End through first-level achievements, wasn't he seeking death by showing up now? Please find Senior Su or the other few senior experts, I beg you.
Ji Yunzhou shouted while fighting.
He certainly recognized Ning Qingxuan, who was just an honorary member along with them. In this situation, there was no hope of escape except for help from the 4 sky-rank seniors. The strength exhibited by the Shura Demon King firmly placed him among the top in the Tower of End, and neither the Lao Shanshan Demon King nor the newly appointed sky-rank Chu Yutong were truly a match for him.
Hurry up and leave, don't be rash.
Other reincarnators also shouted anxiously, they were entangled with the demon generals and found it hard to escape.
It's that person again. The Laoshantian Demon King was being beaten back continuously and caught a glimpse of Ning Qingxuan from the corner of his eye, flooding his heart with renewed fear and trembling. Every time he saw this person, he felt an uncontrollable tremor. Suddenly, he noticed that the killing momentum of the Shura Demon King had vanished. In his line of sight, the Shura Demon King was fixated on the figure above in the sky. An ancient memory surfaced in his mind as Ning Qingxuan stood in mid-air, gradually reminiscent of the person from 6,000 years ago, during the mysterious catastrophe that engulfed them all. They overlapped together. It's you, you're still alive? The Ashura Demon King found it hard to believe. Although he had not experienced that catastrophe, so many years had passed. How could he not have heard of this terrifying figure, known as the white-clothed killing god among the entire divine mysterious clan? A plague god blocking the blood pool abyss for 200 years, nearly draining the essence of the blood pool abyss to exhaustion. When he was revived, Ning Qingxuan had already passed away. But several other demon kings of the Ashura clan, including most of the clan members, were not so lucky. From their mouths, he learned what had truly happened in the entire domain cave world. The battle on the field quickly settled down, and all the strong members of the Ashura demon clan looked into Ning Qingxuan's eyes, filled with dread. Ning Qingxuan witnessed this scene and could not remember if he had ever killed this demon king. There were too many: Magro, Ashura, Upper Priest, Ghost Bone, Divine Sacrifice. In 200 years, so many different clans had been revived, and the number of demon kings was quite large. He was not surprised to be recognized. This time coming to Dragon City was actually to pay tribute to Changmei. This central city of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom was the domain of Tianjian Mountain for 1,000 miles. Unexpectedly, he stumbled into this fierce battle along the way. According to the judgment of the Tower Master, a demon king should receive an excellent rating or higher, so he spoke up to inquire and did not strike directly. No need for the 4 old predecessors, my strength alone is enough. Ning Qingxuan spoke calmly. From the current situation, they indeed needed help, but they certainly could not obtain that excellent rating. What a big mouth! The Ashura Demon King snorted coldly. The entire divine mysterious world fears you, white-clothed killing god, but this king does not. His words spread out, causing the horror in many Ashura clan strong members' eyes to dissipate significantly, gradually replaced by a layer of rampant confidence. If even the king said that, what was there to fear? White-clothed killing god. Chu Yutong gasped for breath. After gaining a brief moment of rest, he heard these words and his pupils instantly shrank, filled with disbelief. He looked again at Ning Qingxuan, his mind exploding with a loud bang. All the way here, he had searched the memories of many strange beings, and the greatest fear deep within their hearts always centered around an ancient strong figure known as the white-clothed killing god. Yet now, according to the information released from the mouth of the Ashura Demon King, the white-clothed killing god was right beside him? Impossible, how could this be? How could it be the same person? His pupils trembled, and as he looked at Ning Qingxuan standing lofty in the air, the fixed image of the yellow number member, the labels of entering the Yen Tower through the back door, inexplicably began to shatter. The Laoshan Demon King shuddered violently. He finally understood why Ning Qingxuan always emitted an aura that made his scalp tingle. Looking at Ji Yunzhou and many reincarnators, they felt puzzled. Alright, I admire your spirit. Ning Qingxuan looked at the Ashura Demon King below, his eyes filled with approval. This pride and unyielding spirit were full of vigor. He felt a bit of compassion. From the power surrounding him, this Ashura Demon King was far stronger than other demon kings, likely even stronger than the Upper Priest Demon King, Magro Demon King, and others from back then. Even the Laoshan Demon King would only be completely defeated before him. If he were to receive proper training, perhaps he could become a decent subordinate. To be honest, Ning Qingxuan found him quite pleasing to the eye. Leave these people to this king, you go and kill him. The Ashura Demon King shouted loudly, relaying the command again, and all the strong members of the Ashura clan rushed towards Ning Qingxuan. Chu Yutong, Ji Yunzhou, and others couldn't help but tense up again. Just as they prepared to resist the Ashura Demon King's offensive, unexpectedly, after the command was given, the Ashura Demon King transformed into a wisp of black smoke and turned to flee. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, their expressions momentarily stunned. It's over, it's over. Why hasn't this plague died yet? The Shura Demon King trembled all over, as if caught in a sieve, completely abandoning his previous arrogance, and almost scared out of his wits. He erupted with the fastest speed of his life, only wanting to escape back to the domain cave immediately. On the other side, Li Qingsong's face was cold, rushing through the air with great speed, closely followed by a large group of members from the Tower of Ending, all of them at the Earth rank or above. I want to see who dares to snatch my disciples' resources. A cold aura surrounded Li Qingsong's eyes as his towering strength spread in all directions. Chapter 77, Li Qingsong's Hostility, the Undying Queen descends. Under the night, the Dragon City was flowing with hidden currents.
Dragon City was different from other central cities. This was the Heavenly Sword Mountain from 6,000 years ago, holding the entire undying race. At this moment, with Ning Qingxuan's arrival, they were deep within the majestic Heavenly Sword Mountain, inside the forbidden area. The Undying Queen, who was in seclusion, had her eyes tremble slightly, and the soul covenant within her body showed signs of reactivation.
The aura of my master, is he still alive?
Looking out from the Heavenly Sword Mountain in all directions, many powerful members of the Undying race opened their eyes in unison. After 6,000 years, this place had long become the holy mountain of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, with citizens coming daily to pay homage to their ancestors.
This commotion quickly caught the attention of the citizens. Is the Undying Queen about to come out of seclusion?
The crowd was excited, their eyes looking towards the depths of the forbidden area, all bowing in reverence. In their sight, black-clad strong members of the Undying race surged out from the depths of the forbidden area like a flood.
This grand spectacle was immediately discovered by the Dragon City headquarters. What is happening? Is there another invasion by a Shadow Master leading the crowd?
Many powerful manipulators of the strange showed signs of fear, as the Undying Queen, as the guardian spirit of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, possessed a deterrent power not weaker than that of the three great soul weapons. She had two other Undying Demon Kings under her command, who were of the top Demon King level. Even the legendary Maro Demon King invading again would not be feared. Only when a Shadow Master appeared would the Undying Queen show herself. But they had not detected any signs of a Shadow Master invasion.
Why such momentum?
In this situation, almost all members of the Undying race were mobilized. Even the Undying Queen had come out of seclusion directly. On the other side, at the alley entrance.
Why did he run away?
Ning Qingxuan looked at the Shura Demon King, who had turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished in an instant, feeling speechless. He had finally found a powerful Demon King, brave and fearless, and was prepared to train him and take him as his subordinate.
And now he ran away?
He looked down at the many trembling Shura members tangled in golden chains beside him, letting out a gentle sigh.
Following that, he sensed something and couldn't help but gaze into the distance.
In the alley, Zhu Yutong was frozen in place. The Laozhan Demon King was filled with fear, paralyzed and unable to move. At the moment Ning Qingxuan made his move, the terrifying aura of slaughter that had killed countless strange beings had already spread out completely.
Ji Yunju and the many Tower of Ending members felt their heads buzzing. The amount of information was overwhelming, and for a moment, they couldn't react to what was happening at all. The Shura Demon King, who could crush the Laozhan Demon King, had just been mighty and awe-inspiring, and in the blink of an eye, he had fled. What did the so-called white-clad god of slaughter mean? Li, Senior has arrived. A voice of surprise rang out as a rainbow shot through the sky, revealing Li Qingxuan's figure. The 4 Earth rank members and dozens of Earth rank members behind him created an immense intimidation for Ji Yunju and others, their faces quickly turning pale. Disciple, tell me, who is competing with you for resources? Li Qingxuan's authoritative voice resounded, and immediately a magnificent and towering power surged forth, directly enveloping a radius of 100 miles, forming a barrier domain. Ji Yunju bowed his head in silence, his clenched fists trembling slightly. The yellow rank members beside him were all the same. The eyes were filled with fear. Who is Li Qingxuan? The pillar of the Tower of End, likely to become the #1 master of the Guardian Star. They cannot afford to offend him, but it seems there's no way to escape now. It's nothing, I misunderstood. Zhu Yutong's dry laugh sounded, his face even worse than Ji Yunzhou and the others. This change in attitude surprised Ji Yunzhou greatly. Ha! Li Qingxuan frowned, sharply sensing something was off with Zhu Yutong's strange words, as if he was afraid of something. He slowly scanned everyone present, finally fixing his gaze on Ning Qingxuan, whose golden chains entangled many oddities. The outcome was obvious. He coldly snorted in his heart, easily seeing that Ning Qingxuan was definitely not an ordinary person. The invisible power fluctuations around him were far beyond what a yellow label should have. This must be the named individual. Zhu Yutong was so afraid of this person. Was there some guardian star figure backing him up? Return the resources in your hands to my disciple, immediately, right now. Li Qingxuan coldly gazed at Ning Qingxuan, his tone leaving no room for negotiation, straightly commanding. The 4 major old-style heaven labels and dozens of earth labels stepped forward together, their gazes icy. This terrifying pressure caused ripples in the space, landing heavily on Ning Qingxuan. Zhu Yutong felt as if the sky had fallen, his heart seeming to stop beating. Ning Qingxuan was silent for a moment, seemingly not anticipating this situation. Was this so-called #1 in heaven always like this? Doesn't he even ask what has happened? Then, Ning Qingxuan smiled. Fine, why should he explain? You can ask these oddities, I have no objections. Ning Qingxuan's tone was quite bland, and the group of Shura ghosts began shaking their heads madly. They seemed to know very well that they could offend anyone but this killing god. Li Qingxuan's coldness grew deeper, gradually revealing a hint of murderous intent. No one in the entire Tower of End ever dared to disrespect him. If today Ning Qingxuan were to take away these oddities, how would those who followed him, both heavenly and earthly labels, look at it afterward? I'm counting to 3.
Li Qingsong slowly raised his hand, an aura of terrifying power slowly revealed, a space vortex appearing overhead, covering the sky. Huge, dark, eerie. Everyone present gasped in shock at this scene.
Is the number 1 in heaven about to strike against the yellow label? Within the Tower of End, there is a strictly forbidden rule: members may not kill each other during the Tower Master's reincarnation, leading to death.
After all, each member is a treasure of the future of the Kanglan system, but this does not mean they cannot make a move, as long as the opponent doesn't die.
If it were a family member making a move, then there would be no problem at all.
And what Li Qingsong is about to release from the reincarnation space seal is his famous family member, an evil king in the demon world, at the super S-tier high level. In this situation, Li Qingsong was truly furious.
1.
Heavenly sounds rolled in, the space vortex revealing an endless dark aura of evil. This commotion was immense, causing panic among the people within 100 miles. Many task-executing ghostwriters looked up, their expressions changing greatly. Ning Qingxuan's gaze remained calm, his heart stirring not in the slightest.
Don't! Master! He's the descendant of the heavenly sword from 6,000 years ago, the strongest from all 9 divine nations back then.
Shu Yutong screamed in terror, only he knew who Ning Qingxuan truly was and how terrifying his power was. The words were drowned out in Li Qingsong's cold countdown, thundering through heaven and earth.
2. Boom!
A huge, evil hand reached out from the space vortex, emanating a dark, eerie wave of world-destroying energy.
Following this,
it is the snarling head that spews forth putrid black rain, with bony wings extending wide, fierce eyes seemingly ready to devour all living beings. The Ghost King of Laoshan stared blankly, as if he had never expected such a terrifying monster to exist among the heavens.
Is this the strength of the number 1 in the sky? 3. Roar!
The evil king descended, with the thunder of heaven and earth rolling, like the end of the world. It recklessly unleashed its terrifying malicious intent, its roar shaking the heavens and earth, but at this moment, the entire 100-mile ceiling space inexplicably crumbled. A jade hand lightly rested on its head, and then with a loud bang, unimaginable power erupted, flipping over the clouds, pushing away hundreds of miles. It let out a heart-wrenching scream, its flesh and blood shattering inch by inch from top to bottom.
Master!
The Undying Queen arrived, her figure reflected in everyone's eyes, accompanied by a torrential rain of blood. The sudden change made Li Qingsong suddenly look up, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Chapter 78, Great Xia Ancestor, Ning Qingxuan.
As the thunder of the sky flickered, it illuminated the overwhelming number of powerful Undying Clan beings. They came from all directions, surrounding their master, descending behind Ning Qingxuan, countless in number. Those cold gazes all looked at Li Qingsong's team, rendering the scene into an indescribable intimidation. The sky rained blood continuously, and the Undying Queen's stance of striking down the evil king made everyone's heart surge with extreme coldness. The 4 major old-fashioned heavenly ranks and dozens of earthly ranks had drastically changed expressions.
What is this strangeness?
With 1 palm, to slay the king of evil, this.
It should be known that Li Qingsong's consort is a genuine Ultra S-class high tier, the king of evil in a realm of demons. The figure of that woman appearing in sight, has her strength reached the level of a meteor? Indeed, this is a reincarnation world of meteor-level difficulty. That woman must be a top-tier big boss.
Everyone's minds quickly flashed a thought, their hearts racing wildly.
Looking at Ji Yunzhou and others, their minds had gone blank, losing the ability to think.
Their eyes reflected Ning Qingxuan's indifferent face and the densely packed powerful Undying Clan beings around him. This intense visual impact deeply shook their hearts.
Can you command the Shadow Master?
Li Qingsong slowly turned his head, looking at Ning Qingxuan, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. The unimaginable and eerie oppressive force emanating from the Undying Queen surpassed the level of the Ghost King. According to his understanding of this world's ranking, it belonged to the Shadow Master. A strange being of great Shadow Master level, along with the entire bizarre race, actually surrounded this person? As you can see, Ning Qingxuan did not hide it.
His words, accompanied by the roaring thunder, fell into everyone's ears. The intimidation brought by the scene immediately silenced Li Qingsong. He glanced at his recently accepted good disciple, Shu Yutong, only to see him turn pale.
Vaguely, he seemed to have heard him shout something earlier, but he couldn't hear clearly.
Who exactly are you?
At this moment, the shock in Li Qingsong's heart was indescribable. The Ning Qingxuan before him was far from an ordinary person, he had completely surpassed Li Qingsong's imagination. Through the first-level military achievement, he had obtained the yellow rank and identity, and Ning Qingxuan's strength, temperament, etc., were entirely mismatched. It seems that Ning Qingxuan missed out on the events of the endless battlefield and could only enter the Tower of End through a nominal way. Even more astonishing was the fact that Ning Qingxuan must have some incredible connection with this reincarnation world.
Just a misunderstanding, why must everyone make it so tense? Let's disperse, everyone, disperse.
Beside Li Qingxuan, an old-fashioned heavenly rank resembling a military advisor suddenly chuckled dryly. He pulled Li Qingxuan, preparing to turn and leave, but he saw the Undying Queen descending from the sky, her expression unreadable.
Everyone's body stiffened, their eyes revealing fear.
This matter started because of me, it's all my fault.
Chu Yutong quickly spoke from below.
If it weren't for the conflict with Ji Yunju and others, this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened.
Senior Ning must be a reincarnator, right?
6,000 years ago in the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, that master who obtained the heavenly furnace, it must be you.
I was blind and didn't see it before. Chu Yutong deeply bowed and saluted.
He had already found some information in the official background data of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Since the white-clothed killing god's name was revealed, he had known Ning Qingxuan's identity.
Now that the Undying Queen had arrived, it confirmed everything.
What did you say?
Li Qingxuan's silent expression suddenly froze.
Daring to speak astonishing words, many with the titles of heaven and earth exchanged looks, their minds suddenly stirred like raging waves.
As they walked along, how could they not have heard of this name?
Ning Qingxuan glanced at Chu Yutong but did not respond. He then flicked his sleeve and no longer stayed here, stepping into the air toward Heavenly Sword Mountain, leaving the rest to the Undying Queen.
So that's how it is, the old ancestor of the Great Xia.
This person can perform such astonishing feats, I've caused a great disaster. The shock rising within Li Qingxuan grew even stronger. He mumbled, deeply gazing at Ning Qingxuan's back. In his mind, the towering figure of the strongest person in the 9 domains, which had been echoing in his ears recently, gradually emerged. On another side, the news quickly spread like a storm. Outside Long City, in the vast plain,
Su Bangxia was leading her family and team, rapidly heading towards Long City.
Someone brought news that Li Qingxuan was battling a yellow title member in Long City, even prompting the appearance of an eerie shadow master.
Senior Su, there's new information.
That yellow title member is named Ning Qingxuan. He's a nominal person, but his strength seems very powerful.
Moreover, he was once a reincarnator, having established remarkable achievements in multiple worlds.
Upon hearing this, Su Bangxia turned back in surprise. She was no stranger to reincarnators, her own ancestors had one, but they had passed away many years ago.
No wonder he carries a yellow title and can battle Li Qingxuan.
She was secretly shocked.
Then, a loud exclamation came from behind, filled with incredulity. Senior Su, there's big news.
Everyone turned to look at him. This Ning Qingxuan was once reincarnated in the 9 divine kingdoms 6,000 years ago. That old ancestor who fought against the 3 heavenly geniuses to ultimately obtain the heavenly furnace is him. He was also known as the white-clothed killing god, said to have suppressed the domain cave world for a full 200 years alone.
And the Undying Queen, the entire Undying clan's power, are all his followers.
Just moments ago, she has already slaughtered Li Qingxuan's subordinate, the Evil King.
Su Bangxia's figure suddenly halted, and many members of the Twilight Tower gasped, dumbfounded. The white-clothed killing god, the strongest of the Great Xia?
Su Bangxia breathed rapidly, having arrived here from the divine kingdom of the Wild Court without spending much time. She continuously investigated various materials and had basically gained a clear understanding of the entire history of the 9 divine kingdoms. Chang Wuwen, a person written into history books, an ancestor of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, born in the golden age of the 9 domains, an era of emerging geniuses. After 10 years of seclusion, he emerged to quell the anomalies of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom, shouldering the expectations of all the people, facing the 3 heavenly geniuses alone, successfully obtaining the heavenly furnace, gaining fame within and outside the 9 domains. After that, he disappeared in the domain cave world for 200 years, and few knew what happened. But in some unofficial histories, there were rumors that he stood at the point of birth of the anomalies alone, which made it so that the entire 9 domains rarely encountered anomalies. Such a legendary figure, the universally acknowledged strongest in the 9 domains. Su Bangxia could only feel admiration and respect, astonished that even in another world, there was such a remarkable hero. Never thought that this would actually be the reincarnator of the Hall of Rebirth.
Ning Qingxuan.
Su Bangxia deeply remembered this name and quickened her pace towards Dragon City, eagerly wanting to see it with her own eyes. Chapter 79, The Will of the Tower Master Connects, Merging Historical Achievements.
Tianjian Mountain, Tianjian Pool.
Ning Qingxuan returned here once again, feeling deeply nostalgic inside. The past scenes were no longer, and the changes were enormous. This place had been maintained to some extent by the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. Therefore, some stone tablets still faintly showed the outlines of the words. The tomb of the long-browed one was buried just behind. My lord, the Azura Demon King has been brought back. According to the intel he learned, this time he infiltrated Dragon City to gather information about me.
The Undying Queen walked over from behind and whispered.
The 5 great shadow lords of the domain cave world have vaguely reached some consensus, but the Azura Demon King is unaware of the specific matters. Ning Qingxuan nodded slightly upon hearing this. He had the opportunity to return this time and was prepared to completely solve the bizarre disasters of the 9 domains. I know you have many doubts, but now is not the time for explanations. I will tell you in detail later. The Undying Queen fell silent, recalling the doubts she had when she first made the soul oath years ago.
Can a human race live for thousands of years?
Right now, Ning Qingxuan had returned. Along with him appeared many unknown and mysterious experts.
The Undying Queen did not ask anything, she only needed to confirm that Ning Qingxuan was real, and that was enough. Saluting respectfully, she withdrew.
In front of Ning Qingxuan, the text description of the Tower Masters will soon emerge again. You have once again engaged in an act that overturns history. With your powerful strength, you have conquered an immortal and indestructible strange race, and even their king has bowed his knee. Astonishingly, you have received 2 flawless evaluations.
Ning Qingxuan's heart stirred. 2 flawless evaluations?
According to the N Tower's current evaluation level, flawless was already the highest grade, and the rewards were the most generous. Besides this, he had not heard of any levels surpassing flawless evaluation. Tower Master, I want to exchange for a flawless evaluation. Opening the End Mall for you, flawless level. Ning Qingxuan quickly browsed through. Unlike the Hall of Rebirth's mall, the End Mall contained many rare items, with flawless level being a rare treasure. Typically, members who received flawless evaluations from the End Tower would not choose to exchange lightly because this was also an important condition for advancing identity and level.
But Ning Qingxuan did not care. He had already received an excellent evaluation, and it was enough not to waste the good intentions of the long-dying Star Lord.
Right now, the most important thing was to fully restore his peak combat power. With a quick glance, he discovered something called Small Star Essence Liquid. Clearly, this was a smaller version of the Star Essence Liquid. Although the effect had quite a gap compared to the real Star Essence Liquid, as long as there was enough quantity, it could make up for it.
Moreover, he was still a small part away from fully restoring his peak state.
Without hesitation, he directly exchanged for 2 bottles. The rules and power of the End Tower slowly emerged in his palm, and 2 bottles of Small Star Essence Liquid appeared. Ning Qingxuan swallowed them down, and a boundless source of power rapidly spread within him. Detected member Ning Qingxuan, suspected to have reincarnated in the 9-domain rebirth world, now connecting to the will of the Tower Master, merging historical achievements.
Suddenly, a mechanical electronic synthesized voice echoed.
Time passed, in the domain cave world.
2 days after the Dragon City incident.
At the location of the Blood Pool Abyss from years ago, a majestic ancient palace had been rebuilt again. Stretching for hundreds of miles, emanating a majestic, solemn, yet somewhat eerie aura. Inside one of the palaces, 5 shadow lords were sitting around a table.
Ghostly flames flickered, and the underworld reflected them. The atmosphere was extremely gloomy. After a while, the upper priest of the Shadow Master finally spoke slowly. Recently, many powerful Geist controllers have emerged in the 9 divine kingdoms, their identities and origins unknown, making them impossible to trace. They are not officials, yet they are sealing off our clans everywhere, destroying many strongholds. The external news has been cut off for a whole day. Are several of you still planning to act as intended? For some reason, the upper priest of the Shadow Master has been feeling an inexplicable unease in recent days, his right eyelid twitching incessantly, vaguely signaling impending disaster. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, until several of his ghost generals suddenly vanished without a trace. After investigating, he discovered that many mysterious strong beings had appeared in the 9 divine kingdoms. Of course, we must act as planned. The ancestor will soon continue the cycle of reincarnation. When he returns, it will likely be tens of thousands of years later. The demon lord spoke indifferently, his gaze toward the upper priest of the Shadow Master vaguely carrying malice. But due to the current situation and the pressure from the ancestor, he could only put aside past grievances. You only need to reseal that Undying clan. This kind of group that isn't under the ancestor's control is indeed a big trouble. Opposite him, the Bone Ghost Lord replied in a deep voice.
The upper priest of the Shadow Master sneered coldly. Do you think it's that easy? If I hadn't been present that day, you would have already been scared out of your wits by the Undying Queen. The Bone Ghost Lord showed no displeasure. 20 years ago, he led the attack on the Great Summer Divine Kingdom and encountered the Undying Queen. It was indeed the upper priest of the Shadow Master who helped him escape safely. This time is different, the 5 of us together, why should we fear her? The Demon Lord said lightly. No matter how strong the Undying Queen was, she still had her limits, and ultimately could not escape being resealed. For him, the most important thing was about the territory division of the 9 divine kingdoms. While the ancestor was still around, it was a great opportunity to resolve the long-standing chaos of the domain caverns. As the leader of the Undying clan, you actually signed a spiritual oath with Chang Wuhan. It's simply a shame for our domain cavern.
Some clan leaders were even pierced through by Chang Wuhan.
If I had been alive back then, such things would never have happened. The God Sacrifice Lord, who had not spoken all along, suddenly mentioned that person's name. In an instant, the upper priest of the Shadow Master's face became ugly, his heart abruptly twitching, as if a long-healed wound had been torn open and salt was rubbed into it. There's no need to bring up the past, that person has long since died. The upper priest of the Shadow Master spoke with great dissatisfaction, staring at the god sacrifice lord, feeling that this old fellow really deserved to die.
What are you arguing about? Suddenly, a supreme will descended.
Above them, an ancient, sinister gaze began to slowly gather.
Ancestor! The 5 shadow lords immediately stood up.
Facing the ancestor who granted them endless life force and opportunity for rebirth, even the greatest conflicts could not dare to erupt.
Gather all clans and prepare to seal the undying queen.
The ancestor's voice was old, carrying a hint of weariness. His time was short, and the problems that needed solving had to be addressed immediately.
Understood. The 5 shadow lords looked respectful, bowing simultaneously, their hearts bubbling with excitement. An era completely belonging to the Geist clans was about to arrive. Chapter 80, Upper Priest of the Shadow Master, is my calamity returning?
Now we interrupt for an important announcement. Some days ago, a shocking attack occurred in Dragon City of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. The Undying Queen arrived in time to avert a crisis. Additionally, insiders have revealed that Chang the Ancestor, who vanished 6,000 years ago, is suspected to have reappeared.
The news source is unclear. The authorities stated they are currently verifying this. We ask the public to carefully discern this information and not to be fooled.
In the central square of Dragon City, the most bustling street area, a huge screen was playing the news, and the crowd swarmed, all lifting their heads to stop and watch.
Everyone's faces showed shock and disbelief. Is it true? Our ancestor has come back from the dead?
Since the official news has come out, it must be real, and they surely have received some true information.
It has been 6,000 years. Could it be that Ancestor Chang has been lying in the tomb, cultivating some kind of immortality technique?
The streets were filled with clamoring voices from all directions, mixed with many members of the Tower of the End. They all stared at the television news, which had already spread completely within their ranks about the events from a few days ago. Next to Subanksia stood Third of Heaven, a man with bright red hair, who sighed and spoke up.
I heard that evil King Ning Qingxuan's followers were all slaughtered? I wonder what the scene was like that day.
Many members of the Tower of the End had witnessed the day's events firsthand, including some scattered around Dragon City. Unfortunately, he was in the 7th Divine Nation at that time and had not been able to see it.
Subanksia remained silent for a moment before replying, I arrived late too. When I got there, only the remains of the evil king were left, and the battle was already over.
She didn't tell the red-haired man that she had received accurate information. Someone had encountered Ning Qingxuan and noted that the sharp edge he had always possessed had been worn down. Many of Ning Qingxuan's followers, both heaven and earth numbers, were disheveled and lost their arrogance, becoming quite honest.
This First of Heaven from the Tower of the End seemed to have hit a hard wall.
In past years, he and the other 2 old-school heaven numbers had to step back in the face of Ning Qingxuan's might. Who would have thought that he, who was usually invincible, would also face great setbacks and pay a heavy price in this world of meteor-level difficulty? Perhaps after this, he could no longer hold the title of First of Heaven. But then again, Ning Qingxuan never truly deserved that position. He was still somewhat distant compared to the First of Heaven from other star systems.
Enough about him, you must have received an impeccable evaluation these days, right?
The red-haired man suddenly changed the topic. He led his team to wreak havoc in the 7th Divine Nation, reaping rewards, having killed 2 ghost kings and destroyed many odd strongholds, earning a flawless evaluation from the Tower Master.
You have it, so I will too, Subanksia said defiantly, speaking coolly. Then I wish you good luck. The red-haired man smiled slightly, preparing to turn and leave.
But at that moment, he suddenly halted, frowning as he looked up at the sky over Dragon City.
Booming sounds echoed.
Suddenly, an ancient and towering evil force opened, descending instantly from an incredibly far distance. The sky was torn open by a massive dark rift, slowly forming 5 pillars of dark light. This sudden change attracted the attention of everyone in Dragon City.
Many members of the Tower of the End also looked up simultaneously.
Kill! A thunderous roar filled with greed erupted from the 5 dark pillars, followed immediately by a bizarre army surging out like a locust swarm.
This was clearly some kind of ancient teleportation formation.
Dragon City quickly fell into chaos with the world turned upside down, the sky darkening, and the sun and moon losing their light. Not just Dragon City, across all major cities of the Great Xia Divine Nation, teleportation formations appeared out of nowhere. The many scattered members of the Tower of the End, who had been sealing oddities for several days without a break, were all shaken by this change. It's the bizarre army from the Domain Cave world that has come.
Subanksia's pupils constricted, sensing an incredible oppressive force.
In an instant, countless odd creatures poured out madly from the 5 beams of light, rushing in every direction of Dragon City. Screams erupted as crowds on the streets fled in panic. Without any hesitation, Subanksia commanded her team, report to me if you encounter a Ghost King, everyone else, kill. She took a step forward, running toward the sky. In every corner of Dragon City, the presence of members from the Tower of End has become evident.
A grand confrontation unfolds in an instant. Alright, it's time for me to rack up some points.
The red-haired man laughs heartily, feeling an immense thrill in his heart.
He strides forward, and with a flick of his sleeve, an astonishing force erupts, instantly vanquishing a large group of fierce ghosts. Be careful, there might be a Een Lord coming. Su Bangxia quickly calls out in warning.
The red-haired man leaps into the sky, directly facing multiple ghost kings, his eyes gleam with greed as he summons an ancient bell from the cycle of reincarnation. The moment he strikes it, countless eerie cries echo as they turn to ashes. The ghost kings also suffer severe blows. The red-haired man holds nothing back, unleashing terrifying power as he laughs heartily, causing the ancient bell in his hand to suddenly expand and envelop the ghost kings. This fierce battle power showcases his status as the third-ranking member of the Tower of End. But suddenly, his expression changes, and he retreats rapidly. In the spot where he once stood, a pale ghostly hand emerges, causing a swirling vortex of space to form, reducing everything within 100 meters to nothingness.
What on earth is this?
The red-haired man's heart races.
Quick to react. The figure of the Een Lord steps out from the void, an unimaginable ghostly realm spreading out.
10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, until it envelopes all of Dragon City.
The Een Lord.
The red-haired man's spirit sinks, while Su Bangxia feels a chill run through her body. The appearance of a Een Lord is not merely a simple bizarre attack, it signals a cataclysm of terrifying proportions. Then, a scene that sends chills down both of their spines unfolds. From 5 dark pillars of light, 4 more Een Lord-level auras erupt, and 4 different terrifying ghostly powers open and close, surrounding Dragon City layer by layer. No outsider can enter, and no fly can escape from within. Is it you, this small fry, who dares to indiscriminately kill my kin? The Een Lord of the Dark Bones speaks with a chilling voice, bringing forth the roar of dark thunder. Before the red-haired man can react, a sea of blood-colored skeletons condenses, forming a massive face that eclipses everything and lunges towards him.
Suppress!
He retreats, throwing out the ancient bell, which instantly expands to a radius of 10,000 meters, but is shattered into pieces upon colliding with the skeleton's face. The red-haired man suffers a backlash, groaning faintly as his face flushes red. Just from one move, he realizes he is not a match for the Een Lord. Su Bangxia's face darkens as she rushes over, but even if the two of them join forces, they could only barely contend with a single Een Lord. Don't linger on the fight, quickly find the Undying Queen. The deep voice of the sacrificial Een Lord resonates as the 5 Een Lords prepare to head towards Tianjin Mountain, yet see a dark aura erupting overhead.
The Undying Queen is here. Ha, you have guts. The 5 Een Lords are overjoyed. The Undying Queen clearly knows their objective is her, yet she dares to emerge. With guests arriving, of course I must go out to greet them.
The Undying Queen speaks calmly, an endless and overwhelming eerie power spilling forth as she too creates her ghostly realm to combat the 5 Een Lords.
Capture her. The sacrificial Een Lord shouts in a low voice. Ancient spells gather, 5 seals rushing towards the Undying Queen.
The sky plunges into chaos. Su Bangxia and the red-haired man find themselves unable to intervene, being pushed back repeatedly by the aftermath of the clash of 6 terrible ghostly realms.
So this is the Undying Queen who killed Li Qingxuan's kin. She can actually contend with 5 Een Lords at once?
The red-haired man's pupils quake in disbelief.
This abnormal attribute of being undying is one thing, but to be this strong too?
At this moment, all over Dragon City, members of the Tower of End fight fiercely, rapidly gaining an abundance of points.
Figures like Chu Yutong with the Ghost King of Laoshan, and Ji Yunju with the alien behemoths, are all visible. A terrifying battle erupts in the sky. Attracted their attention as well. Ancestor! The High Priest of the Een Master shouted.
The 5 worked together, already reaching the limit of their strength against the Undying Queen. In that instant, as the voice fell, a long-standing ancient aura finally radiated from the space gap torn apart at the edge of the sky. A figure stepped out slowly, and the profound wave of power caused the 6 kinds of ghost realms to twist and deform. Even the Undying Queen showed an unprecedented seriousness. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire Dragon City had fallen. With the arrival of the strange ancestor, the world was shrouded in darkness, and the sky ignited with boundless ghostly flames. Countless strange armies surged wildly, roaring continuously. The citizens of Dragon City were terrified, and many members of the Tower of Eternal End felt the looming shadow of death approaching. Su Bangxia and the red-haired man grew even paler. This was clearly an old fellow who possessed some kind of ancient spell power. Seal! The ancestor emitted an ancient voice and gently pointed a finger toward the Undying Queen. The seal's power gathered, and the space of heaven and earth contracted, revealing a vast dark ghost tower above the Undying Queen's head. The sealing power of the ghost tower far exceeded that of the High Priest of the Een Master, who had set traps and cast spells years ago. You're finished. The High Priest of the Een Master laughed maniacally. In the next moment, the laughter abruptly stopped. A streak of golden light erupted from the direction of Sky Sword Mountain, shattering all ghost realms along the way, slicing through darkness and strange power.
When it landed on the ghost tower, it shattered it to pieces. The undying queen let out a sigh of relief.
The sudden change caused the ancestor to hesitate for a moment.
The 5 Majorine lords suddenly looked toward Skysword Mountain, and a lazy voice echoed across the heavens, resonating in their ears like thunder. "I've finally been waiting for you."
Ning Qingxuan walked down from Skysword Mountain, the 10,000 zhang of dawn light tearing through all darkness, completely collapsing the ghost realms of the 5 Majorine lords. He looked at the ancestor and the 5 Majorine lords, a smile creeping on his lips. This scene fell into the eyes of the high priest of the Yin Master, reflecting Ning Qingxuan's figure, engulfing him in boundless terror.
White-clothed killer? It's him! How is he not dead? Looking at every direction of Dragon City, countless strange beings.
Seeing that figure at the peak of the sky, the fear deep within their hearts surged out uncontrollably. The shadow of death from 6,000 years ago, trapped in the blood pool abyss for 200 years, killing time and again, the hellish scenes resurfaced in their minds, instantly triggering a wave of screams. The high priest of the Yin Master looked at Ning Qingxuan in horror. He never expected this. After all these years, he would see his own doom again.
This person is? Ning Qingxuan?
Su Bangxia gazed in astonishment as Ning Qingxuan exuded boundless divine power. Unimaginable and unfathomable, just how powerful had he become? His mere appearance shattered the ghost realms in an instant. Across all of Dragon City, countless strange beings trembled, and the fear etched deep into their souls was detonated on the spot. Many members of the Tower of Eternal End stared at each other in disbelief. Just how terrifying was Ning Qingxuan to cause such indelible psychological trauma to these strange beings? After 6,000 years, seeing him again, yet they were still so scared? "Ancestor, run!" The high priest of the Yin Master turned his head and shouted in terror. If the ancestor fell, the domain world would have no power to revive. This disaster for the entire divine and strange clan was even more unbearable than back then. The other 4 Majorine lords suddenly came to their senses and, disregarding everything, charged toward Ning Qingxuan, while the high priest of the Yin Master gritted his teeth and roared along. Since Ning Qingxuan waited for the ancestor, how could he let the ancestor escape so easily? If today cannot be resolved, there will never be another chance. He raised his hand, and 100,000 beams of spirit condensed violently. A gigantic, boundless golden hand fell heavily on the 5 great shadow lords. Divine power erupted, and the 5 great shadow lords let out a piercing scream as their bodies fell apart in ghostly energy. Having restored his optimal state, Ning Qingxuan easily suppressed the shadow lord, not even breaking a sweat. Under all the strange and fearful gazes, the 5 great shadow lords were engulfed in the golden giant hand, their presence completely erased. The red-haired man felt a chill down his spine as he stared at this scene, a deep shock rising in his heart. He knew everything Ning Qingxuan had done in the past and was well aware that Ning Qingxuan had suppressed the bizarre entities of the 9 domains for an entire era. But he never expected Ning Qingxuan to be this powerful. He must have fully established at the meteor level. The primal ancestor watched this scene, filled with horror. Without any hesitation, he turned in a panic, wanting to step back through the crack in the dark space to return to the domain pit world.
"Where do you think you're going?" The sound echoed, deafening and powerful.
Ning Qingxuan took a step forward, instantly appearing before the primal ancestor.
"Ancient curse."
The primal ancestor turned and struck out with his palm. His palm was shrouded in the aura of death, a direct opposite of the spell of resurrection.
Boom!
The spell imprint exploded but could not even shatter Ning Qingxuan's golden protective energy.
A deep fear flooded the primal ancestor's eyes as he let out a mournful roar. "Why, oh heavens, is it so unfair to give birth to a celestial enemy like you?"
Ning Qingxuan's right hand opened and closed, filled with countless golden incantations, and without hesitation, landed on his forehead. The power erupted, causing the primal ancestor to tremble violently, collapsing repeatedly. Streams of 9 domains' heavenly rules poured wildly from his body, drifting in all directions. The primal ancestor was born from the laws of heaven and earth, and the appearance of the 3 soul artifacts was meant to restore the damaged rules, recreated anew. Ning Qingxuan had seen this long ago. However, the 3 soul artifacts clearly could not fully achieve this, because a larger portion of the rules' loss and mutation had been absorbed by the primal ancestor. At this moment, as the primal ancestor perished, the rule power that belonged to the 9 domains from back then, which had mutated, was restored to normal. Ning Qingxuan watched them drift away and could clearly sense that the domain pit world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. From today onwards, the bizarre entities have lost the ability for infinite rebirth.
He even killed the primal ancestor?
Su Bangxia muttered to herself, her brain temporarily losing the ability to think. In her view, Ning Qingxuan had become unimaginably tall. The red-haired man's gaze trembled, his spirit shaken violently. He never witnessed Ning Qingxuan's majestic suppression 6,000 years ago, but what he saw today was crystal clear. Soon, all members of the Tower of Finale, no matter where they were, saw the text description of the Tower Masters will before their eyes. Among you, someone has solved the essential problem of the reincarnation world. This reincarnation is about to end, please prepare all members.
Countdown, 3 days.
Subanxia stared at the words before her, gasping in shock.
Solving the essential problem of the reincarnation world, how many flawless evaluations would that be worth in the Tower Master's will? Don't just stand there are still many bizarre entities in Dragon City.
Ning Qingxuan's voice suddenly rang out as he glanced at Subanxia and the red-haired man. These two had very strong powers, both belonging to the Ultra S-level high tier and clearly were members of the top 4. Subanxia shivered all over, her face showing gratitude, thank you. She and the red-haired man quickly began to eliminate the bizarre entities in Dragon City, and many members of the Tower of Finale also gradually finished their tasks. At this moment, the Undying Queen approached, fully aware that the 9 domains was about to welcome a brand new era. An era without the threat of bizarre disasters, one that could advance technology, civilization, and cultivation side by side.
Brilliant era.
And this era was opened by Ning Qingxuan himself.
Some answers to questions should be told to you now.
Ning Qingxuan did not turn around, looking in all directions of the Dragon City. The cheers from the descendants of the people from years ago echoed toward him.
Master does not belong to this world?
The Undying Queen asked softly, as if she had already guessed something. Ning Qingxuan nodded, where I am is a universe world that is even more magnificent and vast, and also many times more dangerous.
Are you willing to return with me?
Ning Qingxuan cared about the Undying Queen's attitude, after all, she had truly guarded the 6th domain for 6,000 years according to the oath. Just because of this, the Undying Queen deserved his respect, and it was not simply a relationship of subservience. The Undying Queen smiled, saying, of course I am willing.
There are still 4,000 years left on the oath.
Moreover, the ancestor has died, the strange threat has nearly disappeared, and the Great Summer Divine Kingdom no longer needs me.
As a strange being, it seems that I have no meaning in staying. Alright, bring the ghost butterfly. The Undying clan had left, so how could the ghost butterfly be left behind?
As Ning Qingxuan's words fell, the Undying Queen went to prepare for the aftermath, arranging a bit of foundation for the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. Connecting to the will of the Tower Master. Before him, his own textual description appeared.
Huang Zihu member Ning Qingxuan, your historical achievements have been fully integrated, your evaluation has been completed. Would you like to check it now? Ning Qingxuan was surprised, this Tower Master's will had been integrated for a few days, but it was only completed now? Check.
Ning Qingxuan responded. You have swept away all the strange beings within the Great Summer Divine Kingdom for 3 consecutive months, saving countless lives of the common people. You have benefited thousands of people, and you have received a flawless evaluation. You participated in the struggle for the relics of the 9 divine kingdoms, bearing the difficult mission of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, and ultimately turned the tide, successfully obtaining the Soul Device Heavenly Furnace, breaking the historical situation of the Great Summer Divine Kingdom without a Soul Device. You have reached the peak of power, and you have received a final evaluation. You entered the Domain Abyss world alone, bringing a devastating catastrophe to the strange tribes, suppressing the Domain Abyss for 200 years, allowing the 9 divine kingdoms to enjoy an era of peace. You have immeasurable merits, and you have received a final evaluation. You personally exterminated the 5 Majorine Lords of the Age, shattering the ambition of the Ancestor to occupy the 9 divine kingdoms, saving humanity from an unprecedented catastrophe. You repaired the rules of the reincarnation world, ending a strange era, and you received a final evaluation. Before Ning Qingxuan, the textual descriptions of the Tower Masters will kept appearing. Everything done 6,000 years ago was recorded by the Tower Masters will and integrated into the evaluation. Multiple flawless evaluations, 3 final evaluations. A relatively unfamiliar grading level appeared, which surprised Ning Qingxuan greatly. He tried to open the final tier store but found it completely empty. I'll ask the Goddess of Wisdom when I go back. Ning Qingxuan no longer focused on the evaluation and got up to return to Tianjian Mountain. Once again, he came to the grave of Changmei, quietly keeping him company with the last of his time, just like before. The outside world had long been caught up in a great storm after the deaths of the 5 Majorine Lords and the disappearance of the Ancestor. The high-level officials of the 9 divine kingdoms, including the Great Summer Divine Kingdom, were all shaken, with people in formal attire arriving outside Tianjian Mountain, wanting to see the Ancestor but were stopped by the Undying Queen. Ning Qingxuan had no interest in dealing with trivial matters, and at the same time, the strange army of the entire Dragon City was quickly eliminated. The members of the Tower of the End were all experts. Without the threat of Lords, relying on Subanxia's strength, any Ghost King level became nothing more than a tool for scoring points. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the Undying Queen led all the Undying clan experts, including the Ghost Butterfly and others. All preparations for departure have been made. It's time to go again. In the heavenly sword pool, Ning Qingxuan looked at the long-browed tombstone and let out a soft sigh.
He didn't know if there would be another chance to return. With the relentless advance of the eras tied in the 9 domains, what would it become?
Attention all members of the End of Days, you are about to return to the Tower of End. The words appeared once more, a tremendous power quickly enveloping Ning Qingxuan. With a wave of his broad sleeve, he directly pulled the Undying Clan and Ghost Butterfly into the reincarnation space. The same radiance appeared in various places throughout the 9 domains. In the next moment, Ning Qingxuan vanished from where he stood.
Imperial Star, Independent Space, Tower of End.
Outside the 4 great treasure halls, people were sparse.
A mechanical electronic synthesized voice echoed throughout the space. This round of Tower Master reincarnation has ended.
The members of the Tower of End who did not participate looked up in surprise. They didn't expect this round of Tower Master reincarnation to end so quickly. As soon as the words fell, a massive electronic screen appeared at the peak of the Tower of End. As brilliant lights flickered and members returned, the electronic screen displayed their scores. Before long, Xu Yutong, Ji Yunju, as well as Su Bangxia and Li Qingxuan all appeared together. The electronic screen rapidly stamped a multitude of words, causing an uproar. Clearly, compared to the past, the overall scores had risen significantly. Senior Su received 2 flawless ratings. Even the old red demon has 2, this is simply a collective explosion.
Ha! What's wrong with Li Qingxuan? Why didn't he get a single flawless rating?
Outside the Tower of End, the crowd began to gather more and more. Until Ning Qingxuan returned to the first floor, a heavy bell suddenly rang throughout the space.
Ding!
The bell's sound was melodious, solemn, and dignified. It seemed as if it had not sounded for thousands of years, creating ripples around the Tower of End, penetrating every member's heart, like a refreshing spring breeze.
Where did this bell sound come from?
No one knew what this bell represented. 1 sound, 2 sounds, 3 sounds fell. The massive electronic screen displayed Ning Qingxuan's name, followed by 3 dazzling golden ratings, End of Days. In that instant, it attracted everyone's attention, with Su Bangxia, Xu Yutong, and Ji Yunju all looking bewildered.
End of Days rating? Is it a new rating level?
This. With a darkened expression, Li Qingxuan lifted his head, staring closely at the electronic screen, his mind churning. Others might not know about the End of Days rating, but as the top member of the Tower of End for many years, no one understood the Tower's history better than him. This rating level, highly recognized by the Tower Masters could only occur for truly earth-shattering deeds. And for achievements that had an unprecedented and unmatched impact on the entire reincarnation world. Its conditions were so stringent and its difficulty so great that the Tower of End often went thousands of years without witnessing it once. Over time, everyone believed that a flawless rating was the highest level. But in reality, the highest rating of the Tower of End was End of Days. Ning Qingxuan received it once, but remarkably, he had it 3 times.
End of Days. What is the End of Days rating? Isn't this Ning Qingxuan from the yellow rank? How did he also achieve multiple flawless ratings?
The noise in the venue arose almost instantaneously after the 3 bell sounds. Outside the Imperial Star, the 12 Guardian Emperors on the 12 Divine Stars opened and closed their wills, all descending into the End of Days space. They looked at the electronic screen, momentarily lost in thought. Who exactly arranged for this Ning Qingxuan to be here? 1 End of Days can overshadow all flawless ratings, this person got 3? I remember the strongest in that round of the Long Flame Star Master also got 3, or was it 4? Quickly notify the Star Master, the top rank has changed hands.
Far away in the dark starry sky Forbidden Zone.
The Long Ashes Star Master stood with hands behind his back, walking on foot in the territory of the alien race. His aura spread out, causing the powerful aliens hiding in the darkness to tremble in fear, not daring to show themselves. The voice of the Goddess of Judgment suddenly resonated in the Long Ashes Star Master's mind. Star Master, Mr. Ning has returned from the cycle world.
So soon?
The Long Ashes Star Master was very surprised, feeling anxious and nervous, and asked again, how did it go?
Can he keep the yellow identity of the Tower of End?
The Goddess of Judgment fell silent for a moment and then replied, the 12 Cave Masters have sent word that Mr. Ning has achieved multiple flawless ratings and 3 end evaluations. The Long Ashes Star Master suddenly halted, his face filled with shock and confusion. What did you say, end evaluation, 3 times?
Exactly. The Goddess of Judgment confirmed once more. In an instant, the Forbidden Zone shook.
An incredibly terrifying aura uncontrollably poured out from the Long Ashes Star Master.
How many years has it been?
The Kanglan system has finally seen the end evaluation again.
Chapter 83, Exchange Rewards, Guardian Star and the Scythe of Judgment. In the Tower of End, voices of astonishment erupted from the outside world. At the first level, the description of the Tower Masters will clearly appear before Ning Qingxuan's eyes. Yellow member Ning Qingxuan, you have received an excellent evaluation. Would you like to become a full member immediately?
Ning Qingxuan did not hesitate and chose yes. Yellow member Ning Qingxuan, you have 5 flawless evaluations left and 3 end evaluations. Would you like to proceed with identity upgrade? According to the current rules of the Tower of End, a perfect evaluation can leap 3 floors, while a flawless evaluation can at least leap 7 floors. Most people wouldn't easily choose to exchange after obtaining a flawless evaluation. But Ning Qingxuan remained indifferent and directly exchanged them all. You have successfully exchanged 4 flawless evaluations. You have obtained all the keys to the 33rd floor of the Tower of End. Your identity has been upgraded to the heavenly rank. Ning Qingxuan took a deep breath and stepped onto the highest floor of the Tower of End. This place formed its own world. Currently, there were 4 private spaces created. As Ning Qingxuan arrived, the 5th private space immediately opened up. Ning Qingxuan could feel that the entire space was filled with the will of the Tower of End. He could not only communicate at any time but also change the entire scene of the space. Even more exaggerated was that the Tower Masters will seemed capable of simulating different cycle worlds based on his needs, releasing immense original power. This effect far surpassed the one brought by a mere stone tablet on the 1st floor.
What is the use of the end evaluation?
Ning Qingxuan suddenly asked.
The Tower Masters will immediately responded in a mechanical electronic synthesized voice.
The end evaluation belongs to the highest rating level of the Tower of End. One end evaluation can be exchanged for 100 flawless evaluations, but the exchange cannot be done in reverse. The end evaluation can also be exchanged for end items. Currently available items include Guardian Star, Scythe of Judgment, and Binding Rights of the Goddess of Wisdom incarnated in the star. End items will be updated regularly. Items that exceed the time limit will automatically disappear if not exchanged. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxuan fell into contemplation. Long before entering the Tower of End, he learned from Chun Yunyang about a new Guardian Star, which was about to arrive. The Cave Master of the Guardian Star holds the highest power over the entire Guardian Star, and they would emerge from the Tower of End. He didn't expect that this could also be directly exchanged with the end evaluation. Ning Qingxuan undoubtedly now ranked as the highest scorer in the entire Tower of End. Even without exchanging for an end evaluation, the Guardian Star would still fall into his hands. As for the incarnated Goddess of Wisdom, he had already bound it long ago, and this end item probably hadn't been updated for many years.
He then asked, what is the Scythe of Judgment? The Tower Masters will quickly responded, a power that can exempt from federal laws. You are aimed at violating major federal laws, including but not limited to killing high-level federal personnel and causing major losses to federal interests. Ning Qingxuan's heart stirred suddenly. He understood the specific meaning. This judgment scythe was like a combination of an ancient dynasty's imperial sword and a pardon for death. It could slay tyrants above and exempt decisions below. If Ning Qingxuan exchanged it, he could act according to his will throughout the entire federation, doing as he pleased once. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Qingxuan chose to make the exchange. The value of the judgment scythe was almost equal to a special class military achievement. However, the special class military achievement could exempt all judgments but could not slay a tyrant. In comparison, the judgment scythe seemed to be rarer. If the end items were renewed, there would be no opportunity to exchange it if missed.
You have successfully exchanged for the judgment scythe. Ning Qingxuan still had 2 end evaluations remaining, and he was somewhat looking forward to the next item's update.
Immediately afterward, the Tower Masters will transmit it again.
Respected Tianzi member Ning Qingxuan, based on your current evaluation score, you are ranked first in the Tianzi of the End Tower. The new Guardian Star will arrive on time in 47 days.
Do you wish to become the Cave Master of the 13th Guardian Star of the Kanglan system?
If you agree, the End Tower will sign the permanent planetary dominion for you. Upon hearing this, a great wave surged in Ning Qingxuan's heart.
He couldn't help but show a complex expression, mixed with deep respect.
In this vast universe world, the complexity of its realms is unimaginable. To possess a life planet that entirely belongs to oneself, how desirable it is.
This is different from a planet governor, like Fu Lingfeng and others. Many life planet governors simply have jurisdiction.
Essentially, life planets still belong to the property of the Federation. But the identity of the Guardian Star Cave Master means having complete control over a life planet, which is private property. The only duty to fulfill is to defend the Guardian Star from foreign invasions and other disasters. Ning Qingxuan can cultivate his own loyal forces on the Guardian Star, develop his own citizens, military economy, and everything else a life planet possesses. And all of this belongs to Ning Qingxuan personally. This is far more thrilling than developing a clan's power. In 47 days, the Immortal Queen, including the entire Immortal clan, could settle into their new home. But the citizens and military economy still needed to be carefully planned.
Let's sign.
Ning Qingxuan replied. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the space before him. The scene changed, and he found himself in the vast and boundless universe. A vibrant blue life planet appeared in his sight.
It was extraordinarily beautiful, showing no signs of development, resembling a primeval forest. Signing your permanent dominion right now.
The Tower Masters will seem to have taken form. A hand of life gently reached out and tapped Ning Qingxuan's forehead. An arcane life mark emerged, and Ning Qingxuan felt that in a place far from the Guardian Star, his very own Guardian Star was traversing the void, continuously moving closer.
An unbreakable connection was formed between the two. My reincarnation space has been opened?
Ning Qingxuan sensed again that it seemed to require just a thought.
He could let the immortal queen travel freely between the Guardian Star and his reincarnation space. Wonderful, so wonderful.
The signing has been completed. You are now the Cave Master of the Guardian Star number 13.
Would you like to name the new Guardian Star?
Ning Qingxuan pondered for a moment, then replied, let it be called Luotian.
Encompassing all realms and worlds.
The free infrastructure team has been assembled. You can spend evaluations to facilitate the subsequent development of the Guardian Star.
Wishing you a happy life.
The will of the Tower Master dissipated, and the scene returned to normal. Ning Qingxuan did not idle, continuing to explore the wonders of the 33rd floor of the Tower of End.
Chapter 84, The Three Star Lords Gather, The Mysterious Kill Task. Dark starry sky, a forbidden zone. Several ancient wolves slowly opened and closed, deeply gazing at a departing figure. He has left. The Star Lord of the Human Alliance is indeed too terrifying.
The judgment of the Vice Pavilion Master is correct. Even with the three of us working together, we might not even stir a hair on him. As the Longjin Star Lord departed the forbidden area, three figures finally stepped out of the void. One of them wore a red robe and a bronze crown. His abyss-like eyes swirled with deep shadows, and the power around him fluctuated to an unimaginable degree. He was the Pope mentioned earlier by the Longjin Star Lord, a mysterious powerhouse associated with the Twilight Council. The other two were similarly impressive.
Anyone approaching the edge of the Kanglan system will be sensed by the Longjin Star Lord.
Thus, trying to corrupt that ancient reincarnator who has returned from the heavens is nearly impossible. The Pope spoke gravely, a hint of worry on his face. This task was truly too difficult to accomplish.
I still don't understand why such an ancient reincarnator would draw the Vice Pavilion Master's attention. What threat can he bring?
Next to the Pope, an old hunchback in a star robe squinted his eyes, puzzled. The Twilight Council holds supreme authority and status among the myriad races. Nearby Kanglan system, Ziwei system, and Beta system had teamed up but still had not found the main member list of the Twilight Council. The only thing they knew was that their greedy Wolf Star Lord currently held a Vice Pavilion position in the Twilight Council. Not long ago, the Twilight King under the greedy Wolf clan was attacked by powerful beings from the heavens, with his army decimated, leaving only him to escape. Because of this, the greedy Wolf Star Lord ordered a thorough investigation of that ancient reincarnator and planned to take thunderous action if necessary. In his eyes, this felt like a massive financial group facing a little street shop and needing to immediately either recruit or crush it.
Was that even reasonable?
The Pope shook his head. Do not underestimate the reincarnators of the Hall of Rebirth. This person possesses potential and energy that is hard to imagine. According to external news, this person is steadily recovering his reincarnated memories and strength, having already reached the meteor level, and has become a cave master guarding the Emperor Star. As these words fell, the two beside him suddenly showed surprised expressions.
Meteor level?
The overall power classification of the Human Universe Alliance aligns with that of many saint races, measured solely by combat power, though some cultivation systems differ. Reaching the meteor level is enough to cause a catastrophic extinction event on a low-level life planet by one's own strength.
It is the true first step into the vast universe.
If all else fails, let's resort to using beauty as a scheme and have the Charm Tribe Saintess pay a visit to the Emperor Star. Upon hearing this, the Pope fell into contemplation. Heroes are as numerous as the stars, and there are countless tyrants among them. Most of them, even if they die, would not easily yield to a foreign race. But when faced with beauty, it is hard not to bend. In the end, he shook his head again. Still, let me repeat, do not underestimate this person.
Having reincarnated multiple times in the heavens, how could he not have savored the beauty of the worlds? He probably has left an uncountable number of descendants. The mere scheme of beauty will likely not work on him. The two fell silent, powerless to refute. Let's return and discuss this further. The Pope waved his sleeve and stepped into the void.
On the other side, the Longjin Star Lord hurried back to the Emperor Star at the fastest speed.
He could not wait to personally meet Ning Qingxuan.
The voice of the Goddess of Judgment echoed again. The Purple Star Lord invites you to join a virtual space meeting.
May I ask if you wish to join?
He paused slightly, his eyes gleaming with bright light, his heart quite pleased. That old rascal, Purple Star, had not contacted him for 10 or 8 years. Now, suddenly inviting him to a virtual meeting, it was clear he had learned that the End Evaluator had reappeared within the Kanglan system.
Let's join.
The Longjin Star Lord spoke calmly. In an instant, he found himself in a vast expanse of pale white space.
Mist swirled around, and only an open pavilion stood in his view.
The Purple Star Lord, wearing a light purple star robe, was quietly sipping tea in the open pavilion. Beside him stood a white-clad reincarnator. Also under 100 years old, clearly the number one in the Purple Star Empire. The Long Jean Star Lord immediately squinted his eyes, lingering a bit longer on that white-clad reincarnator. He remembered this person, who had broken multiple records in the Purple Star Empire and the Inn Tower over a decade ago, obtaining the End evaluation twice in total. Currently, he ranked as the 16th master of the Purple Star Empire, and his future was equally limitless. He had envied him for a long time back then.
Was it vaguely named Qin Xiaobai? You've arrived.
The Purple Star Lord turned, a smile playing on his lips. Congratulations, the Kanglan system under your jurisdiction has finally produced an End evaluator again. This achievement has been recorded by the Federation, and it is said that the Grandmaster, upon hearing this, praised it greatly. As expected, the Purple Star Lord indeed knew about this matter. The Long Jean Star Lord put on an unconcerned expression and sat down with a wave of his sleeve. The Kanglan system's foundation is already not weaker than the Purple Star system. The emergence of an End evaluator is to be expected.
As for the Grandmaster, it doesn't matter.
He took a sip of clear tea and again looked at this old friend from years ago, who also shared the status of the Kanglan system's End Tower, feeling quite emotional. It had been thousands of years. That cycle of Tower Masters was arguably the most difficult fallen star level in the history of the Federation. Yet even so, 4 people had scored an End evaluation. He was one of them. Back then, there was a significant figure from the ancient Jia Star region who came to inspect, and the 4 were collectively taken as disciples. Thousands of years had passed quickly. 3 of them governed their own star systems, and 1 was recommended by the Grandmaster to live in the Reincarnation Hall. The Long Jean Star Lord was not saying that the Grandmaster did not favor him, it was just that after so many years, it was very hard for him to even meet the Grandmaster once. There were indeed many disciples under the Grandmaster, it shouldn't be to this extent. Unexpectedly, because of Ning Qingxuan, the Grandmaster mentioned him again.
Ah, both of you are well. A rough loud laugh echoed in the virtual space.
The Long Jean Star Lord was very surprised. The 2 star systems arriving in the Kanglan system were named Purple Star and Beidou. The newcomer was the Beidou Star Lord, and he was accompanied by a young woman. Everyone's here, it's time to talk business. The Purple Star Lord put down his teacup, then suddenly stood up, his expression becoming somewhat serious, bowing deeply towards the pale virtual space's end. Welcome, the general incarnation of the goddess of slaughter. As his words fell, the entire space slowly descended into a killing intent. The Long Jean Star Lord's heart shuddered, and he immediately stood up.
The general incarnation of the goddess of slaughter? What important killing mission has appeared? Chapter 85, Welcome, Master Luo Tian, to the Free Star Hall. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 47 days went by. The Defender Star arrived punctually in the domain of the Kanglan Empire. Ning Qingxuan, who was earnestly cultivating in the End Tower, slowly opened his eyes and began to delete the emails stored by the Goddess of Wisdom one by one. Among them, one was evidently from the Long Jean Star Lord. The Star Lord wants to see me? Ning Qingxuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
This heavyweight figure of the Kanglan system was known as the most powerful top-tier reincarnator, capable of exploding a high-level life planet. Regarding his legendary experiences, these days he has found a lot of information within the Tower of End. Without ever meeting him, Ning Qingxuan has already received considerable favor from the Star Master of Shangjin. First, there was the extremely precious Star Essence liquid, which was given without hesitation. Then, he was granted a nominal position in the Tower of End, costing a level of military achievements. Ning Qingxuan was able to obtain a Guardian Star for himself, which served as his foundation for accumulation. It can be said that the Star Master of Shangjin has helped him a great deal. Respected Mr. Ning, you may choose to decline, or you can go to the Star Master's residence in a month. The voice of the Wisdom Goddess 009 rang out. Help me analyze, what is the purpose of the Star Master of Shangjin meeting me? Ning Qingxuan asked. Mr. Ning, you are the great ancient reincarnator of the Reincarnation Hall. Your merits are enough to warrant a meeting at the level of a Star Master. At the same time, you have now become the number 1 in the Tower of End, and you are the 13th Guardian Star Cave Master. A good date will be chosen to hold your inauguration ceremony. Additionally, based on the current situation of the alien races around the Kanglan system, there might be significant adjudication tasks that need to be assigned to you. After the words fell, Ning Qingxuan nodded. With such great favors from the Star Master of Shangjin, it would be unreasonable to refuse the meeting. He then proceeded to handle other emails, most of which contained trade information from Imperial star families and some star system groups, closely related to the development of his Guardian Star.
Among these, there were even emails from very distant star systems. How did they get this information? In addition, there were emails from Shin Jiyu and his daughter Ning Qingxuan.
The Wuling Academy in the Imperial Star Jingzhou district wants to invite him to come to give lectures, explaining the specific methods of practice in the martial king realm. Ning Qingxuan then discovered that his reincarnation space account had inexplicably increased by a massive number of points, reaching as high as 20 million.
Tracing the source, it turned out to be a large procurement from Wuling Academy. Were they preparing to start a new martial arts class? This is too profitable. If I have time, I might as well continue with the Great Yellow Hall's practice route. Ning Qingxuan marveled silently, checking the last email, which was an invitation from the Goddess of Freedom, for a virtual space called the Freedom Star Hall. Regarding the Goddess of Freedom, although she is not as well known as the Wisdom Goddess and ranks below the three great goddesses, Ning Qingxuan still knows quite a bit about her. But this Star Hall? He raised a question, and the Wisdom Goddess quickly answered. The Freedom Star Hall is a virtual world created by the Goddess of Freedom. There is one in every major region. The Kanglan system borders the ancient Jia Star region. Currently, you can only enter the Freedom Star Hall of the ancient Jia Star region to engage in free trade with reincarnators from various star systems. Based on the development status of your guardian star, you can find corresponding talents, resources, and more in the Freedom Star Hall. After hearing this, Ning Qingxuan understood. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take a look. Wisdom Goddess, help me connect to the Freedom Star Hall. Ning Qingxuan's physical body immediately appeared with magnificent transmission waves. In the virtual world, Freedom Star Hall. In the large Star Hall plaza made of blue stone and jade, reincarnators from various star systems gathered. The crowd surged, and there were countless stall owners. As the outer area of the Star Hall, there was no need for any points to purchase a stall. The content of free trade was dazzling and varied, but it was hard to find anything particularly valuable. Inside the Star Hall, there were over 100 trading posts. Among them, there was one trading post called the Talent Market. Many powerful families, groups, and military organizations often patronized this place to recruit the people they needed. Those who were recruited would sign a bond contract to become dependents. Most of these people excelled in certain aspects. What they lacked was just resources, so they chose to become dependents to leverage the strength of a larger entity. However, for a long time, there has been a woman who felt completely out of place here. Mei Qiuying, for 10 years like one day, quietly sat in the corner of the branch hall. As the most outstanding talent in the entire branch hall, her identity information had long been known to many. Mei Qiuying came from the ancient Jia Star domain, a prosperous star system. With her unique talents and relentless effort, she successfully advanced to become a comet-level reincarnator 10 years ago. Not long after arriving at the branch hall, she created a sensation in the Free Star Hall. After all, she was a genuine comet level. She did not come to recruit followers, instead, she was the one being courted. What does that mean? Her arrival directly broke the ceiling of the follower market. The families, groups, and military organizations that extended olive branches to her were countless, but she rejected them all. Today, as usual, someone came to recruit her. It's been 10 years, you can still regret it. In front of Mei Qiuying, a young woman in blue walked forward, accompanied by many reincarnators. If you had agreed to the Lord of Lingxiao back then, you wouldn't have wasted these 10 years. The young woman in blue looked at Mei Qiuying. As the follower of the Lord of Lingxiao, she had come to recruit Mei Qiuying following the Lord's orders. After clearly stating her background, Mei Qiuying surprisingly refused. She didn't know if Mei Qiuying's standards were too high or if she didn't understand the power status of a cave master, including the value of her own background. I will give you one last chance to choose. After today, I may not come again. The young woman in blue spoke again, staring tightly at Mei Qiuying. Yet, Mei Qiuying didn't even raise her head, simply responding calmly, "No need, he is not the person I want to follow." Upon hearing this, the young woman frowned again. What kind of person does Mei Qiuying want to follow? In fact, only Mei Qiuying herself knew that 10 years ago, she stepped into the mysterious world and obtained the inheritance of divination's secret arts. Thus, she divined for herself and calculated her future. She needed to become a follower, to follow someone from the ancient Jia Star domain, to have endless brilliance. For 10 years, she had been waiting, though it was like finding a needle in the ocean, but as long as she found it, it would be worth it. You should know, the Lord of Lingxiao is the youngest cave master in the history of the ancient Jia Star domain. Following him will definitely not lead to loss, your future will be boundless. The young woman in blue took a deep breath, suppressing her inner restlessness. However, just as she finished speaking, the entire branch hall suddenly resonated with the electronic synthesized voice of the Goddess of Freedom. Welcome Lord Luotian of the Kanglan system, to our hall. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Shock-filled gazes all turned to the entrance of the branch hall. Ning Qingxuan appeared, and everyone in the branch hall clearly witnessed him. My god, a cave master actually came in person? Is this really a cave master? He looks so young. Greetings, master. The crowd quickly bowed and paid their respects, while the young woman in blue turned to gaze.
Mei Qiuying's heart suddenly trembled, the divination mark in her eyes suddenly shone with dazzling starlight. It seems the youngest cave master in history is no longer the Lord of Lingxiao, she gasped, mumbling to herself.
What is the background of this Lord Luotian? The young woman in blue's mind raced.
With Ning Qingxuan's appearance, it truly impacted her long-held beliefs. It is well known that all cave masters are, without exception, the top figures selected from the end tower of their respective star systems.
Their identity and status within the entire star system are extremely high.
Ning Qingxuan, being so young, had already become a cave master, probably just recently promoted. At this moment, a staff member hurriedly approached Ning Qingxuan. She wore a bright smile, respect in her demeanor, and bent slightly to speak. Lord Luotian, welcome to the follower market.
This is the list of followers, you can find the followers you need on it.
Ning Qingxuan nodded and took it, quickly scanning it and indeed found quite a few suitable candidates. Most of them were in the reincarnation world, obtaining some special inheritance, having unique talents.
These would be helpful for the development of Luoshanting.
Soon, Ning Qingxuan was ready to select a few suitable candidates from the list. Everyone in the venue became tense, as being chosen by a cave master was a step towards success. Sir! Suddenly, a clear voice rang out.
Everyone turned to look, shocked to see Mei Qiuying standing up and walking towards Ning Qingxuan.
Such a gesture caught the staff off guard, including the girl in the green dress. Mei Qiuying took a deep breath, her heart filled with anxiety.
Sir, my name is Mei Qiuying, can I become your follower?
Her words stunned the entire venue into silence. Everyone stared at Mei Qiuying in disbelief, wondering if they misheard.
For 10 years, many great figures had sought to recruit Mei Qiuying, and she had even rejected the master of Lingxiao Cave.
Though Ning Qingxuan was also a cave master, he didn't have a renowned reputation. How could he make Mei Qiuying want to follow him right after arriving?
What are you doing? You don't choose the master of Lingxiao, you want to choose him.
The girl in the green dress gritted her teeth, glaring at Mei Qiuying and whispering fiercely, but didn't dare to explode in front of a cave master. She only knew that Mei Qiuying's actions today had caused a huge loss of face for the master of Lingxiao.
In the past 10 years, who in the entire Free Star Hall didn't know Mei Qiuying? Who didn't know that the master of Lingxiao had tried many times to recruit her? This is my decision, it has nothing to do with you.
Mei Qiuying quietly responded, then looked back at Ning Qingxuan, her palms sweating with nervousness. The starlight of divination in her eyes grew brighter when it fell upon Ning Qingxuan. She was sure he was the one who could change her fate. No matter what, she had to seize this opportunity tightly. Ning Qingxuan observed this scene and paused in thought for a moment. Quickly, he found Mei Qiuying's name on the list submitted by the staff. A meteor-level reincarnator who had entered martial arts worlds, apocalyptic worlds, mysterious worlds, fantastic worlds, etc., with exceptional scores. In the past, she was the second most important figure in a star system in the ancient Jia star domain. For some reasons, she voluntarily exited the Tower of End, and then came to the Free Star Hall. This surprised Ning Qingxuan because the current Mei Qiuying was indeed the best in the entire follower market.
Thinking of Luoshanting's urgent need for manpower, he nodded without thinking too long.
Sure. As soon as he spoke, the hall erupted in a commotion. The heavy stone in Mei Qiuying's heart fell in an instant, and her excited chest continued to rise and fall. This master, may I have a word, said the girl in the green dress, her face pale. Who are you? Ning Qingxuan squinted his eyes. I am Zhao Cuizui, the seventh follower under the master of Lingxiao in the Panglai star system. This person has been sought after by our cave master for 10 years, expending a lot of time. Will you not reconsider? Zhao Cuizui gritted her teeth, hoping Ning Qingxuan would give up recruiting Mei Qiuying because of the pressure from the master of Lingxiao.
Consider what? Ning Qingxuan looked at Zhao Cuizui expressionlessly.
This left Zhao Cuizui stunned. She was sure she had expressed herself clearly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, with everyone holding their breath. It was unclear whether Ning Qingxuan was ignorant of the reputation of the master of Lingxiao or if he truly did not take him seriously.
Of course, consider giving up on Mei Qiuying.
Zhao Cuizui blurted out.
Ning Qingxuan frowned.
A tremendous pressure was released from him. Zhao Cuizui's face instantly turned pale, both surprised and afraid.
Can I take this as you threatening me?
If the Lingxiao cave master has any objections, he can come find me in the Zonglan system, rather than you trying to persuade me to give up. Ning Qingxuan's tone remained flat, but carried a hint of authority. Beside him, Mei Qiuying breathed rapidly, her face flushed. She truly had followed the right person. You. Zhao Cuizui realized that if she continued to oppose him and anger this cave master, she would definitely suffer the consequences.
Alright, I will report this accurately.
In front of everyone, Zhao Cuizui felt ashamed, tightly clenching her fists as she turned to leave. Behind her, a group of reincarnators quickly followed. This person is really crazy, how dare she talk to the cave master like that?
Don't mention it.
You might not know, Zhao Cuizui is deeply favored by the Lingxiao Cave Master, even some planetary governors have to show her a little respect.
No wonder, she seems so confident.
Whispers filled the air as the crowd exchanged comments. On another side, Zhao Cuizui left the Free Star Palace and returned to the Panglai system, the 19th Guardian Star. Fuming with anger, she walked into the Lingxiao Cave Master's residence and, after taking a deep breath, knocked on the main hall's door.
Come in. A lazy young voice echoed. Zhao Cuizui pushed the door open and saw a black-haired man in a simple bathrobe.
The many relatives in the hall immediately stopped their reports and stood aside.
Cave Master.
Zhao Cuizui's eyes were red and swollen, immense grievance showing on her face as tears streamed down.
Shui'er, what happened?
The Lingxiao Cave Master stood up, walking over in surprise and gently wiping her cheek.
Cave Master, you have to stand up for me.
Zhao Cuizui cried out, recounting everything that had happened in the Free Star Palace in detail.
The relatives in the hall looked shocked and angry.
That Mei Qiuying is simply ungrateful, Cave Master, you must teach them a lesson. The relatives immediately echoed, everyone knew that the Lingxiao Cave Master held an unrivaled affection for Zhao Cuizui.
Unconditional support had always been their choice. Are you saying you confronted the Luo Tian Cave Master from the Xuanlan system?
Zhao Cuizui pitifully nodded. I already told you, Mei Qiuying will eventually be yours, but he didn't give me any face.
Slap. A crisp slap echoed throughout the hall. Zhao Cuizui's mouth overflowed with blood, pushed back by the immense force, staggering. Who gave you the guts to confront a cave master? Moreover, that particular person, do you wish for my early demise?
Zhao Cuizui's face rapidly swelled up.
Drops of bright red blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth.
She looked incredulous and utterly lost.
What happened? Had she just been slapped by the Lingxiao Cave Master?
The many relatives in the hall went silent in fear, the earlier voices supporting her instantly vanishing. Everyone looked at the Lingxiao Cave Master with fear and apprehension. This young cave master, the youngest in the history of the Panglai system, showed an expression of furious authority.
Cave Master, why? Zhao
Cuizui was stunned, usually called Shui'er in an affectionate tone. How could she expect the Lingxiao Cave Master to suddenly treat her like this? She knew that even the governors of the Panglai Empire could be countered by the Lingxiao Cave Master for her sake.
You ignorant fool, don't you realize your mistakes?
The Lingxiao Cave Master's icy gaze was terrifying, as another slap landed on Zhao Cuizui, sending her spirit spinning, the world tilting around her.
I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Enveloped in immense fear, she knelt down, hair disheveled.
From the Lingxiao Cave Master's gaze, she vaguely sensed a murderous intent, a true rage that could beat her to death.
Do you know how much trouble you've caused me today?
The master of Lingxiao Cave stared at Zhao Cuizui, even developing a certain illusion, wondering if this was an insider arranged beside him by some hidden figures from the Panglai star system. Otherwise, how could there be such a foolish person? Let alone that the cave master cannot be defied, even Ning Qingxuan's matters in the Kanglan system have spread to the ancient Jia star domain, where a respected ancient elder praised him. He exhausted every effort to seek that ancient elder as his master, but he couldn't even see the other party's face. One must know, among the disciples of the other party, there are several outstanding talents who have long established themselves in various star systems and become star lords.
The master of the Guardian Emperor Star Cave, praised by the ancient elder, is not an ordinary cave master, right?
A search indeed made his heart tremble. I don't know, Zhao Cuizui felt desolate in her heart. The anger of the Lingxiao Cave Master did not lessen, and he waved his sleeve and shouted, "Put your hair up and come with me to apologize."
While that person had not yet left, they needed to quickly clarify this misunderstanding.
In the Free Star Palace, Ning Qingxuan continued to read through the list of relatives. Below, numerous job seekers were waiting with anxious hearts. According to the needs of Luotian Star, Ning Qingxuan had currently selected 7 individuals, though their strength was far inferior to Mei Qiuying, they were outstanding in various fields. For instance, construction, technology, people's livelihood, military, economic management, and so on. Getting them to lead the citizens and build Luotian Star in a short time would be no problem.
Almost done.
Ning Qingxuan selected the 7 top talents. Suddenly, a noisy sound came from outside, drawing Mei Qiuying's gaze, causing her to frown. The square of the Free Star Palace was vast, and the events that occurred in the branch hall quickly spread. As the Lingxiao Cave Master arrived with people, it quickly attracted countless gazes.
Zhao Cuizui is back so soon? And the Lingxiao Cave Master? Will a fierce battle break out? Hey, look at Zhao Cuizui, why is her face swollen? People were astonished, their eyes landing on Zhao Cuizui's face.
No one anticipated the aftermath, yet a torrent of information was rapidly sent out.
Among them, many young cave masters from the ancient Jia star domain received the news.
After all, the Lingxiao Cave Master's reputation was quite widespread, and if a fight truly broke out in the Free Star Palace, it would likely headline the Federation news tomorrow.
Many young cave masters were ever eager to see such events unfold.
Ning Qingxuan also closed the list, looking over.
Cave Master, you lead your people away for now, I will handle things here.
Mei Qiuying spoke at this moment. She knew quite well the character of the Lingxiao Cave Master. Being in the Panglai star system, aside from having an entire star of considerable background development, there were also some hidden backgrounds on the Emperor star. Since he chose to personally bring people here, he likely wouldn't let it go easily.
No need, it's good to stretch my limbs.
Ning Qingxuan's gaze was calm as he watched the arrival of the Lingxiao Cave Master. Upon seeing Zhao Cuizui's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of suspicion in his heart. Ah, it's truly a flood hitting the Dragon King Temple. My relative is somewhat unclear of his own weight. I hope the Luotian Cave Master doesn't take offense. The Lingxiao Cave Master laughed, looking down at Zhao Cuizui. Only to see Zhao Cuizui with a glum expression. This matter is my fault, please forgive me, Luotian Cave Master. Witnessing this scene, the people in the branch hall exchanged glances, while the vast number of reincarnators watching the excitement outside felt a sense of bewilderment.
What was going on? Who exactly was this Luotian Cave Master from the Kanglan system?
First, Mei Qiuying, who had stayed for 10 years, rejected countless influential figures, but the moment Ning Qingxuan arrived, she immediately pledged loyalty.
Then the Lingxiao Cave Master personally brought Zhao Cuizui over to apologize. This. Everyone was unaware of Ning Qingxuan's background. It felt increasingly terrifying.
Ning Qingxuan fell silent for a while, truly not expecting it to turn out like this. He had even prepared himself for a battle with the Lingxiao Cave Master.
To show my sincerity, I have set up a banquet. I wonder if the Lord of Luotian Cave would be willing to honor us. The Lingxiao Cave Master spoke again with a smile. No need.
Ning Qingxuan had already found 7 talented individuals, and it was time to go back to handle matters. The Lord of Changjin Star was also waiting for him. As for exploring other areas of the Free Star Palace, that could wait for later. He connected to the Wisdom Goddess and took Mei Qiuying and the other 7 out of the Free Star Palace. Seeing this, the Lingxiao Cave Master let out a sigh of relief.
Is the battle over? Just as Ning Qingxuan left, another young cave master from the affiliated branch arrived.
Welcome to the ZY Star System, Master Xiaobai from the Xiaobai Cave. Everyone's gaze froze, and the relaxed atmosphere that had just appeared became tense again. Chen Xiaobai walked out slowly, scanning the entire scene with a glance, then locking his gaze on the Lingxiao Cave Master. He received news from the affiliation, stating that a fierce battle was about to break out in the Free Star Palace. There were powerful cave masters from the depths of the ancient Jia Star domain who aimed to deal with the newly promoted cave master from the Kanglan system, so he rushed over to help. After all, the ZY Star Lord had already told him that the destinies of the 3 systems were intertwined, and throughout the entire ancient Jia Star domain, the 3 systems were like sharing the same pair of pants. But here, he did not see the figure of the Lord of Luotian.
Am I late? Another cave master appeared, speaking with gentle and captivating words.
Welcome to the Beidou Star System, Master Yuru from the Yuru Cave.
Xiao Yuru's expression was calm.
She exchanged a glance with Chen Xiaobai and immediately understood that the other party was here to help. This scene made everyone inside the hall gasp in surprise.
The Lingxiao Cave Master's expression changed even more.
The 2 before him had been newly promoted cave masters with remarkable reputations just a few years ago.
The main character has left, what are we making a fuss about?
The 3 looked towards another space, and with a cold voice resonating, yet another young cave master stepped out.
Welcome to the Eternal Star System, Master Taihua from the Taihua Cave. Hearing this, everyone became alert, and the reincarnators outside quickly lowered their heads.
They never expected that today's events would actually disturb this young cave master, who was shrouded in mythical colors.
Indeed, there isn't much fuss, just a misunderstanding.
I apologize for the trouble, Master Taihua. The Lingxiao Cave Master rarely bowed in greetings, and the pressure from Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru dissipated significantly.
In that case, let's disperse.
Master Taihua spoke lightly, he originally didn't want to appear. After all, Ning Qingxuan had already left, and the Lingxiao Cave Master was merely here to apologize. However, with the sudden appearance of the young cave masters from ZY and Beidou, he had no choice but to come out and ease the situation to prevent it from spiraling out of control.
I'll take my leave now.
The Lingxiao Cave Master cast a deep glance at Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru, his eyes filled with intense wariness. The Kanglan 3 systems had increasingly shown signs of regaining their glory over recent years, with 3 endgame evaluators now emerging.
Chapter 88, Alien Star Battlefield, name of the sequence. You two, we should meet again.
The Master Taihua from the Eternal Star System turned his gaze to Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru. If he guessed correctly, the 3 newly promoted cave masters from the Kanglan 3 systems would all head to this mysterious mission.
Many young cave masters from various star systems within the ancient Jia Star domain would do the same. At that time, it would be an unimaginable feast.
It's a pity that he arrived late and was unable to see the Lord of Luotian, who possessed 3 endgame evaluations.
Farewell.
Chen Xiaobai faced Master Taihua without an ounce of timidity, speaking calmly and without subservience, then left the Free Star Palace. If a battle truly erupted between cave masters today, even if the Taihua cave master personally took the field, if he were to frown, he would no longer be called Chen Xiaobai.
Xiao Yuru pondered for a moment.
In my heart, I clearly understand that the attitude of the master of Taihua cave indicates everything. Today's events have already begun to reveal their hints. Looking at this situation, the issues left over from certain star systems will ultimately still play out in their generation. In the Kanglan system, honor and disgrace are shared. She must see the master of Luotian cave as soon as possible. Inside the branch hall, several powerful auras vanished one after another. A few days later, on the 13th guardian star of the Kanglan system,
Ning Qingxuan hovered in the air, overlooking the scene of the life planet, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
From the message sent by the Goddess of Wisdom, a considerable number of federal citizens have already applied to settle on Luotian Star, becoming permanent residents of Luotian Star.
Although most of them are primary citizens, it still counts as a good start.
He flicked his sleeves and released the recently summoned followers, Mei Qiuying and others.
Let's begin.
He gave the order, and the few immediately rushed in all directions on Luotian Star, guiding the free construction teams to carry out development and construction.
Master, is there anything you need me to do?
Mei Qiuying respectfully asked. Ning Qingxuan thought for a moment. With the current foundation of Luotian Star and the Immortal Queen possessing star-level strength, as well as the entire Immortal clan, security was naturally not a problem. And Mei Qiuying was also at star level. She had also entered many different reincarnation worlds, currently acting as Ning Qingxuan's teacher as well as a part-time guard, which was quite good. My daughter, Ning Qingxuan, is currently in Wuling Academy. Your next task is to obey her orders.
As soon as these words fell, Mei Qiuying couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Ning Qingxuan is so young, and he already has a daughter? She didn't dare to delay and immediately clasped her hands. I will go right away.
In a moment, she left Luotian Star, disappearing into the vast dark starry sky. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom echoed in her ears at this moment.
Respected Mr. Ning, are you ready to meet with the master of Chongjin Star now? Ning Qingxuan did not hesitate. Take me there.
The transportation power descended upon him again. His consciousness was briefly torn apart for a moment, and then he found himself in a vast world of pale color. An open-air loft came into view, and several figures seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The Goddess of Wisdom kindly marked the identity information of a few people for him, which made Ning Qingxuan quite surprised. Ziwei, the masters of the other 2 star systems, Beidou and Kanglan, were actually here. Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru beside him nodded slightly with smiles.
Finally, Ning Qingxuan's gaze fell on a middle-aged man wearing a Kanglan star robe. I have met the Star Master. He slightly cupped his hands to show respect. No need for too much courtesy.
The master of Chongjin Star waved his hand, his eyes filled with admiration. I called you here today to introduce Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru, and there is also a killing mission issued by the Goddess of Slaughter. This mission also includes part of the content from the Goddess of Judgment. If it can be completed smoothly, it may result in several primary military achievements.
Of course, the main willingness still depends on you.
The master of Chongjin Star got straight to the point, and during their first meeting, he didn't engage in small talk but stated the main purpose.
Let me explain it in detail.
The master of Ziwei waved his big sleeves, and in the pale space, a grand scene appeared. The ancient Emperor Star, an imperial star lost by the Federation for over 10,000 years, had long fallen into the hands of alien races and has a highly complicated and chaotic situation inside. A few months ago, the Goddess of Slaughter captured a life wave of an evil god's follower inside the ancient Emperor Star. It escaped from the alien battlefield and was already in a state close to death. But he took away a federal artifact and carries many treasures of the evil god. If we step into the edge area, it will trigger the collapse of the ancient Emperor Star. This killing mission is endowed with serial attributes. The primary goal is to retrieve the federal artifact, and optional secondary judgment tasks are to eliminate federal traitors. I estimate that there will be many serial cave masters who meet the criteria.
Going to execute, but I also intercepted some information from the Twilight Council.
Top talents from other races are searching for that evil god's follower, trying to take away the federal artifacts and evil god treasures. The situation is very complex, and the crisis is severe. The pressure you are about to face is unimaginable. After these words fell, Ning Qingxuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Goddess of Wisdom, the Goddess of Judgment, and the Goddess of Slaughter are the 3 main gods of the Federation. The Liberty Goddess, who established the Liberty Star Hall, is a derived goddess, lower in status than the first 3, similar to the will of the Tower Master of the Tower of End. The killing missions issued by the Goddess of Slaughter have always been accompanied by achievements that can only be encountered and not sought. From the levels of achievements, one can infer the difficulty of the tasks. First-level achievements are already very difficult, let alone multiple. If you find it hard to face, the Kanglan system can give up this killing mission.
Master Zhang Jin saw Ning Qingxuan's hesitation and spoke again.
Currently, the other cave masters of the Kanglan system have all failed in the sequence competition, their futures already sealed at the cave master level. Ning Qingxuan is still young, and there is still a long time ahead. It's no big deal to give up once.
What is a sequence cave master?
Ning Qingxuan raised his head and asked. Master Zhang Jin immediately replied, inherit my legacy, or step out of the Kanglan system and into the broader universe of the Federation. The qualification of the sequence is essential. The condition is to achieve a first-level achievement. The Lingxiao cave master you encountered in the Liberty Star Hall is a sequence, including Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuruo. After saying this, Ning Qingxuan couldn't help but take a look at the system panel.
After a few months, a new life can already be developed. Should he take a gamble?
Don't be afraid, no matter what we encounter, as long as I, Chen Xiaobai, am still breathing, I won't let you face it alone. Chen Xiaobai spoke at this moment, his gaze firm.
Me too. Xiao Yuruo nodded earnestly.
As the two finished speaking, the three Star Masters exchanged glances, as if they saw themselves from years ago, all revealing a knowing smile. Ning Qingxuan looked at Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuruo. The events that occurred at the Liberty Star Hall had already been told to him by the Goddess of Wisdom. It must be said that both Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuruo are sincere, which is truly rare.
He no longer hesitated. Okay, I will take this mission too.
Chapter 89, Twilight Council, Evil Corruption Tower, Talents from Various Races. Master Zhang Jin's face showed satisfaction. He had been stationed in the Kanglan system for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, the Kanglan system has given birth to one cave master after another, but it is rare for one to obtain the title of sequence. The main reason is that the ancient Jiastar region is too vast. It occupies a large part compared to the Kanglan system, which has a solid foundation. He believes that with Ning Qingxuan's potential and strength, even without taking on this killing mission, he is sure to attain the sequence title in the future. But ultimately, Ning Qingxuan still accepted it.
To Ancient Emperor Star.
Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuruo, under the lead of the two Star Masters, left this space. Master Zhang Jin then extended his right hand, and 2 bottles of star essence appeared. You can take this star essence. If you regain your memories in the future, you can quickly restore your strength. Ning Qingxuan's heart suddenly rippled. He was already very clear about how precious the star essence is. The last bottle, according to the Goddess of Wisdom, should have been cherished by Master Zhang Jin many years ago. These 2 newly appeared bottles were probably exchanged at a high price from the 2 Star Masters, Wei and Beidou. Ning Qingxuan remained silent for a while, and without being polite, he accepted them and spoke solemnly. Thank you, Master. Master Zhang Jin shook his head. No need to be polite. You are already the most promising young generation in the entire Kanglan system and were once an ancient reincarnator of the Reincarnation Hall. These resources are what you deserve.
By the way, have you learned about the Twilight Council? My subordinates also intercepted some intelligence aimed at you.
Ning Qingxuan did not seem surprised upon hearing this name. He remembered that not long ago, while still on the home planet of the Kanglan system, a demonic team from the Central Plains had slaughtered an alien army under the banner of the Dusk Council.
The leader was called the King of Twilight, wasn't he? I've heard of it, but I don't know much.
The Long Jin Star Master hesitated for a moment, then continued to elaborate. This time going to the ancient Emperor Star, we must be extra careful of the Dusk Council. This alien alliance has a rather terrifying foundation, rumored to have gathered over 10,000 alien beings, lingering for many years in various dark forbidden areas. Recently, many talented individuals have emerged from the myriad races, all under 100 years old, known by the name of the Demonic Corrosion Tower. Those who can reside in the Demonic Corrosion Tower, even the weakest among them can rank as A-class in our Kanglan system's Twilight Tower, and many standout individuals can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sequence Cave Masters. These people may be searching for the belongings of the evil god on the ancient Emperor Star, and I'm worried they might discover your identity and carry out the orders of the Dusk Council. You should be cautious, avoid drawing attention. As Long Jin Star Master spoke, a framework of the Dusk Council slowly formed in Ning Qingxuan's mind.
The Demonic Corrosion Tower, the talented elites emerging from myriad races, those who can stand side by side with the Sequence Cave Masters, was it not shaping up to be a grand contention on the ancient Emperor Star? I will.
Ning Qingxuan replied. After a moment, he returned to his guardian Emperor Star. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang at this moment. Respected Mr. Ning, I have detected that you have accepted the task from the Goddess of Slaughter, and you will have 2 teammates by your side.
I am opening a temporary chat room for you.
The temporary chat room has successfully opened. Chen Xiaobai has joined, and Xiao Yuruo has joined. The Goddess of Slaughter will initiate a collective teleportation for the task receivers in the ancient Jia Star domain 3 hours later. The teleportation time may last for several days.
Mr. Ning may prepare everything in the remaining 3 hours. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxuan couldn't help but take a deep breath.
He recalled Long Jin Star Master's reminder again, imagining that the task on the ancient Emperor Star would be a journey filled with crisis and challenge. He had decided to take the plunge because there was an opportunity for personal development again. The last 9 domains development had granted him a golden primordial spirit of 100,000 zhang, making him unafraid of any strange incursions, and his strength had risen directly from mid-super S-class to the early stage of meteor class. He wondered what level his strength would reach with this new opportunity for personal development. Ning Qingxuan fell into contemplation. Based on his current understanding of the Federal Reincarnator's strength classification, Super S-class was the strongest on the surface of ordinary life planets. And meteor class was genuinely the first step into the cosmic starry sky. The higher level, disaster class, generally suited older generation cave masters' identities, such as the other 12 guardian emperor stars in the Kanglan system, all watched over by disaster class cave masters. They were typically aged between hundreds to thousands of years, and many had fallen in battle in previous generations. Due to lacking sequence qualifications, they could only spend their lifetime guarding the emperor star. As for Long Gene Star Master, Ning Qingxuan could not speculate. Someone who managed a star system must be far beyond disaster class. In the absence of a crisis threatening the entire star system, no one could force out the true strength of a Star Master.
Ning Qingxuan, are you there?
Suddenly, a pop-up appeared in front of him. It was Xiao Yuro from the Beidou star system. This will be our little group from now on. Once we reach the ancient Emperor star, everyone must remember not to act alone and to gather first.
Chen Xiaobai's message also appeared.
Okay. Ning Qingxuan simply replied with one word. Not long after, he felt another strange force slowly enveloping him. It was the cold voice of the goddess of slaughter, and
a voice sounded.
This killing mission covers the ancient Jia star region, and a chat room has now been opened for you all.
A new pop-up quickly appeared. The goddess of killing pulled everyone into a master group.
Ning Qingxuan glanced roughly around. In the entire ancient Jia star region, there were surprisingly 82 young cave masters who had taken on this task. No one spoke in the master group for a while. Clearly all were checking the list. Until a user named Dayweek Cave Master first broke the silence.
Ha, the big shots are all silent. Are you all peeking?
This task is dangerous. I would be satisfied with just a level 3 merit. I hope the big shots can give me some guidance.
At Dayweek Cave Master, are you pretending to be a newbie again? At Dayweek Cave Master, big shot, is that you who was praised by the ancient great scholars recently?
No, that person seems to come from the Kanglan system. Check if he's in the chat room.
Kanglan system?
I know that star system. I never expected Li Qingsong not only became a cave master but also obtained the end evaluation, which has reached the ears of the ancient great scholars. You are mistaken. That person is not Li Qingsong, but a person named Luo Tian Cave Master Ning Qingxuan, and he has 3 end evaluations.
3? This person is too abnormal.
Even among the strongest disciples of the ancient great scholars, the best had only 3 or 4 evaluations.
At Taihua Cave Master, TSK, caught a big shot.
Everyone, please be quiet. The task on Ancient Emperor Star is extraordinary. The situation inside is very complex, and there may appear the young strong from the Twilight Council. If anything happens, please timely share information here. Eternal Star System Taihua Cave Master.
Twilight Council? Young strong ones who fought their way out from among the tribes?
Don't worry, all of you were selected from the Tower of End. Whether strong or weak, it might not even be certain. Ning Qingxuan silently gazed at the master group's messages. Among the 82 young cave masters executing tasks in the ancient Jia star region, currently only 4 or 5 were conversing, while the rest remained silent. Including Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuro, they too were the same. Ning Qingxuan noticed that many of these 82 people bore sequences.
As time passed little by little, the transmission fluctuations of the goddess of killing began to gradually emerge.
Since the transmission to the ancient Emperor star required a long process, he no longer hesitated. His awareness sank into the life development system, activating a new identity from the heavens.
Chapter 90, Demon Clan, Soul Banner. Yuan Yang World. Demon Prison Abyss, Demon Suppression City.
The north wind howled, coldness piercing. Outside the city, 100 miles away, there stood a demon suppression tower rising 10,000 zhang high, imprisoning untold numbers of demons from the Yuan Yang world. It is said that even several celestial sovereigns are trapped there. All of this is credited to a demon couple. Years ago, the Candle Knight demon sovereign married the human race saintess. The 2 great celestial sovereign-level experts could not bear to see the common folk of Yuan Yang world suffer countless disasters and invasions from various demon clans. So they conducted a purge against a large portion of the demon clans in Yuan Yang world, ultimately suppressing 3 demon sovereigns. Feeling fatigued afterwards, they heeded the words of the great justice figure, the first ancestor of the God-Wind sect, and built the demon suppression tower, using the innate heavenly abilities of the human race saintess to suppress them all. The Candle Knight demon sovereign set out again, but it wasn't long before tragic news arrived that he had perished at the hands of several demon sovereigns.
Since then, the entire Candle Knight demon clan turned into a scattered mess. Many masters of the clan went missing. It was rumored outside that someone had seen the figure of the first ancestor of the Godwind sect that day.
Not long after, tragic news reached the ears of the human race saintess. She bore a child despite her deep sorrow and named him Yin Qingxuan. At birth, an unusual phenomenon occurred, resembling the legendary living corpse, lacking a soul, perhaps forever unable to awaken, which caused the human race saintess even more grief. However, misfortunes do not come singly. Demon Suppression City suddenly faced a disaster. Hundreds of thousands of citizens in the city were slaughtered, the area turned into a hell on earth. The Great Fire burned for 3 days and nights.
Lan Ruoshi, do you know your crime?
On that day, the founding ancestor of the Godwind Sect led 36 heavenly generals and 72 earth fiends to the demon suppressing tower.
What crime do I have?
Lan Ruoshi questioned, confused. Your son carries the bloodline of the Candle Knight demon clan, and when he was born, he caused chaos in the world, resulting in the innocent deaths of hundreds of thousands in Demon Suppression City.
Do you acknowledge this crime? Impossible.
My son has been by my side, and since his birth, he hasn't even opened his eyes.
How could he have gathered demon energy and killed without reason?
There are witnesses here, do you dare to argue? You have 2 options, either go to the Sky Demon Cave to atone for your sins or hand over your son to me. Old man Shinfeng, you speak without evidence. My husband has just died, and the cause is still unclear.
Do you want to harm us mother and son again? You are bold. My reputation cannot be slandered by you. If you dare to be reckless again, I will immediately refine your son.
Lan Ruoshi despairingly realized that the founding ancestor of the Godwind Sect had already stepped into the half-step Great Divine level.
Fine. I will go.
20 years later, inside the demon suppressing tower. On the cross, chains were wrapped around a long-haired figure. As the eyes slightly trembled, they instantly attracted a lot of attention, all landing on him, bringing forth strands of confusion. It's been 20 years. Isn't he a living dead baby? How could there be signs of awakening? 3 demon lords of the demon clan similarly opened their wills and tightly stared at the long-haired figure. Yin Qingxuan, who carried the bloodline of a human saintess, was suppressed by the founding ancestor of the Godwind Sect using the Godwind seal to control many demon clans. At the same time, he possessed the bloodline of the Candle Knight demon clan and had not eaten or drunk for 20 years, yet remained full of vitality. Even if he wakes up, it is useless. With the Godwind seal inside and the heavenly generals and earth fiends outside, how can he escape this hellish tower? One demon lord shook his head. Yin Qingxuan's situation was different from Lan Ruoshi's. The former actively suppressed this tower, while the latter had the Godwind seal placed on her in her childhood. Moreover, outside the tower were the 36 heavenly generals and 72 earth fiends guarding the Godwind Sect. Yin Qingxuan had no way out except to wither away and die here. The 3 wills fell silent again, no longer paying attention. After a moment, Ning Qingxuan finally opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flickered in his eyes, and soon a large number of mixed memories surged in his mind, these memories engraved in other souls. Godwind, Candle Knight, Demon Clan. The confusion in Ning Qingxuan's eyes turned into cold clarity. He realized his current situation, never expecting that he, who once was the leader of the demon sect, would one day be imprisoned in this demon-suppressing tower. After taking a deep breath, Ning Qingxuan discovered that there was still spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the tower. Although the beginning was unfavorable, it did not hinder him from recovering to his former peak. With a slight movement in his heart, a life panel suddenly appeared. Life development, in progress. Innate talent, max level insight. Innate talent, undying soul banner. Innate talent, soul division. 2 brand new innate talents surprised Ning Qingxuan. He carefully examined the undying soul banner and soon found a 3-inch little soul banner within himself. It exuded a chilling demonic energy, bound to his soul, possessing undying properties. Currently, there were no true souls residing in it. Ning Qingxuan only needed to raise his intent, and it would immediately manifest, unleashing its power. This place is the Yuan Yang realm, where no cultivators exist, yet martial arts have reached the level of immortal martial arts. Since I have the innate talent of the undying soul banner, why not stir up a generation of demon cultivators? Ning Qingxuan pondered for a while and then checked soul division again. As his consciousness probed, he found that this talent of soul division seemed to allow his intent to travel back and forth between the Yuan Yang realm and the Universe Alliance. I see now. Ning Qingxuan understood. This is also good. The process of life development will not affect his inability to awaken in time after arriving at the ancient Emperor Star. But who knows about the flow of time in the Yuan Yang realm and the Universe Alliance? How many times apart? Ning Qingxuan moved slightly, then began to restore his own strength. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirled in and slowly entered his body, then quickened its pace, followed by a continuous surge. Ning Qingxuan's awakening also attracted the attention of the Tianqian and Dizhu outside the tower. They all opened their dormant eyes and looked at the bottom level through the demon suppression tower. This child has actually awakened. Has he restored his bloodline memory so quickly? He should remember the events of that year.
We need to report this to the first ancestor immediately. Ridiculous, so what if he remembers? How can he turn the tides? Moreover, the first ancestor is still in seclusion, there's no need to disturb him over such a trivial matter.
This child carries two major bloodlines and caused a phenomenon in heaven and earth back then.
The news of his awakening may soon be known to the Zhuya demon clan. Are you afraid that the Zhuya demon clan will return?
That is unnecessary. With the third ancestor stationed here, there is no need for concern. The leading Tianqian glanced lightly at the bottom level of the demon suppression tower, then withdrew his gaze and looked up at the figure sitting calmly and cross-legged at the top of the tower, with a respectful expression. Feng Shitian, the third ancestor of the Divine Wind Sect, also at the heavenly respect level. Over the years, the Zhuya demon clan had tried countless times to retrieve their young master. But as long as Feng Shitian remained here, their desire to see the Zhuya young master was nothing more than a pipe dream. In fact, just as he anticipated. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed, and the demon suppression tower remained calm.
Chapter 91, All Demons Bow, welcoming the young master into the world.
Under the night sky, the wind howled fiercely. Ning Qingxuan breathed steadily, still suspended, with his inky black hair cascading to his shoulders, keeping the many demon clan experts from seeing his face. In his half-open and half-closed eyes, beams of light were swirling. One gold and one black intertwined continuously, gradually merging into a black-gold color.
10 years have passed.
Ning Qingxuan exhaled a breath of stale air. Over these 10 years, his physical body had reached the great Huang Ting's perfection, and his primordial spirit had been reconstituted to 100,000 zhang, his strength had fully restored to its peak. He could even break all his shackles with just a bit of effort, including the divine wind seal cast upon him by the first ancestor of the Divine Wind Sect. But for Ning Qingxuan, this was still not enough. The Yuanyang realm was at the level of immortal martial arts, where heavenly respect level experts could handle matters independently, possessing the immense power to control the lives and deaths of all beings. With his current peak combat power, he was already on par with the late heavenly respect level. But beyond heavenly respect, there was the great heavenly respect. He wanted to see if he could approach this threshold.
Booming.
Ning Qingxuan's body emitted a silent muffled sound. The three demon clan lords opened their eyes again, gazing at him with grave expressions.
10 years have passed, is Zhuya bloodline so powerful that he seems nearly close to heavenly respect?
No, he may have already reached heavenly respect. The strength is not in the bloodline but in him. I don't know why, but recently I've felt increasingly anxious. The demonic aura around him is truly overwhelming. The three demon lords stared intently at Ning Qingxuan, increasingly feeling a stronger sensation as time went by. 5 years later, the countless demon clan experts within the entire demon suppression tower gradually felt an unease deep within their hearts. This unease stemmed from the bottom level. Vaguely, some extremely terrifying demon being was about to be born. They couldn't help but recall that year, when the first ancestor of the Divine Wind Sect used the Divine Wind Seal to forcibly suppress someone at the lowest level.
Wait, his demonic aura exceeds ours?
The three demon lords' eyes narrowed sharply, and the unease that spread throughout the entire demon suppression tower enveloped their hearts. Chilling, cold, the lowest level stirred with an unimaginable heavy demonic aura, almost solidifying the space itself. Meanwhile, outside the demon suppression tower, under the pitch-black night sky, a vast dark mass appeared. A cold and stern figure of the demon race filled with intense hatred. The leader is a woman in black, her enchanting eyes shining with a candlelight glow. The demon-suppressing tower lies just ahead, and their candle-night young master is at the very bottom. Separated by a tower, it feels like being worlds apart.
Young master.
The woman in black lightly bites her lip, knowing that attacking the demon-suppressing tower was almost the same as seeking death. With that third-generation ancestor stationed there, along with the heavenly gang and earth fiends, trying to rescue the young master was as impossible as a fairy tale. But she had no choice. The Candlelight demon race had been without a ruler for many years. Since she learned that the young master had awakened, she must do everything possible to rescue him.
We've been waiting for you for a long time.
Suddenly, an ancient divine thought opened and closed, instantly enveloping thousands of miles. The stealth of the woman in black and her companions was exposed on the spot. At the top of the demon-suppressing tower, the third-generation ancestor Feng Shitian slowly opened his time-worn eyes, calmly gazing at the powerful candle night demons. Why are there so few of you? No matter, since you're here, let's go to the tower's base and reminisce with your young master. As Feng Shitian spoke, he slowly rose, a mighty force pouring out like dark clouds covering the sky and earth. His oppressive aura weighed heavily on the many powerful candle night demons. But no one flinched. The woman in black showed determination in her eyes. Everyone, the fall of the Candlelight demon race today is not the fault of your former clan leader, nor is it the queen's fault. It is all caused by these old gods. Even if we cannot rescue the young master today, we can walk together without regrets in the 9 underworlds. As her words fell, the demons erupted with overwhelming demonic energy. The Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiends outside the demon suppressing tower stood up, smirking coldly. But at that moment, crack. From the bottom of the demon suppressing tower, a sound that startled Feng Shitian faintly echoed.
He sensed the divine wind seal shattering and quickly looked down.
Through layers of ceiling barriers, he saw layers of demon warriors, who had unknowingly fallen into unprecedented terror. Throughout the 99 levels of the demon suppressing tower, all the demonic warriors bowed their heads, kneeling, shivering continuously.
What is happening? Feng Shitian's face turned pale with shock.
At the very bottom level, 3 demon lords looked extremely pale, daring not to lift their heads to see Ning Qingxuan's figure. The cracking sound continued, chains collapsed, and the divine wind seal fell apart. As Ning Qingxuan kept moving, he walked down from the platform, his face shrouded by long black hair, reflecting a pair of indifferent eyes. Vaguely, it seemed there was an illusion behind him, a terrifying demonic body reaching hundreds of thousands of feet, swaying unsteadily. So one must truly become a demon to break through. Ning Qingxuan whispered, slowly raising his head to look at the top of the demon suppressing tower. He locked eyes with Feng Shitian through the 99 levels. In that instant, Feng Shitian felt a bone-chilling fear, his entire mind roared as if being gazed upon by a demon god.
What kind of monster did that couple give birth to?
The moment the thought fell, Ning Qingxuan raised his hand.
Boom!
A burst of black light erupted, unstoppable, shattering the seal of the 99 levels of the demon suppressing tower. It obliterated everything, scaring countless demons to the point of losing their minds. Until it soared to the sky, pushing away clouds for thousands of miles.
As the entire demon suppressing tower exploded, an indescribable world-destroying demonic intent completely poured out from Ning Qingxuan. Heaven and earth thundered, causing an imbalance of yin and yang, as spiritual energy rolled back, which instantly transformed into dense demonic energy. The woman in black and the many candle night demon warriors, witnessing this scene, were left dumbfounded, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. Set up formation, quickly set up the formation. The 36 Heavenly Gang and 72 Earth Fiends hurriedly summoned their artifacts.
An ancient formation immediately gathered, attempting to restore the demon suppressing tower and suppress Ning Qingxuan once more.
But little did they know,
Ning Qingxuan was already approaching. His figure was clearly witnessed by all the members of the Divine Wind Sect.
Terror spread like a fog. Boom!
Ning Qingxuan's hand extinguished the magical artifact, shattering the formation, causing the Tian Gang Disha to spew blood and fly backward, their faces filled with horror.
Is this the young master? There's no mistake, such a pure Zhuyi bloodline. Young master. Mo Yinzi pays respects to the young master.
The black-clothed woman cried tears of joy, kneeling down and bowing her head. Looking back at all the powerful members of the Zhuyi demon clan, they were all teary-eyed, kneeling in unison on the ground. We pay respects to the young master and welcome the young master's emergence. Heavenly sounds echoed, sweeping across the skies and universe. Illuminating Ning Qingxuan's figure as his black hair danced, this scene created a terrifying intimidation that fell into Feng Shitian's eyes, filling him with shock.
Half step. Great Heavenly Sovereign? The history of the Yuan Yang realm is incredibly long, but how many great sovereigns can be counted among the heroes? This chasm cut off countless powerful beings' paths to advancement.
Those who stand as sovereigns can be said, without exaggeration, to belong to the top tier of humanity. Feng Shitian himself belongs to this level, having stayed in the top tier of humanity for nearly 50 years. But to ascend to the ranks of great heavenly sovereigns, even if only half a step, would almost exhaust his entire life, remaining a distant dream. That kind of strength, nearly a half-step difference, creates a discrepancy so immense that even 10 sovereigns can't make up for it. Right now, the overwhelming demonic energy Ning Qingxuan was unconsciously unleashing belonged to a half-step great heavenly sovereign. He foresaw his own death. In just a few breaths, he simulated hundreds of escape methods in his mind. But whether it was self-detonating a magical artifact, fleeing with a remnant soul, or fighting with all his strength, there was ultimately only one outcome: death. Ning Qingxuan raised his hand, striking forth. It immediately shattered his protective aura. The Tian sovereign's physical body was crushed as if it were a soap bubble, exploding into fragments. Along with the splattering blood, he let out a heartbreaking scream. His body came apart.
The third-generation ancestor has been killed.
Looking at the numerous Tian Gang Disha, witnessing this scene, they all screamed in terror. The spreading demonic energy infiltrated their bones, burrowing into their souls, like falling into a hellish purgatory. But this was not the end. Ning Qingxuan's face was cold and ruthless, his large sleeve waved to summon his indestructible soul banner. The soul banner was only 3 inches tall, yet in the wind, it rustled, exuding even more disturbing and terrifying demonic fluctuations. Without hesitation, Ning Qingxuan pressed down with his hand, slaughtering all the Tian Gang Disha, along with Feng Shitian's soul, collecting them all into the soul banner. At this point, the refining began. Screams of agony echoed endlessly. The sounds of painful wails fell into the ears of the many demon clan members, causing them to tremble with fear, their eyes filled with horror. Even the 3 demon lords felt the same. The power that killed Feng Shitian so instantly was enough to rip hearts apart. For over 30 years, the demon-suppressing tower had suppressed him, yet it had squeezed out a half-step great heavenly sovereign. No one knew how much time had passed, but the screams inside the soul banner had vanished. After the refining, over 100 Tiangang Disha powers, including Feng Shitian's true soul, had disappeared, replaced by 5 indestructible soul bodies. Ning Qingxuan noticed that each of the 5 indestructible soul bodies bore an imprint of a demonic rune. This demonic rune vaguely represented the level of the soul body. The more runes, the stronger the soul body's power. Additionally, Ning Qingxuan felt his strength increase once again, evidently due to the refining from the indestructible soul banner. This meant the higher the level of the indestructible soul banner, the greater its power, and the stronger his strength would be. At this point, he set his sights on the many demon clans and the 3 demon lords. As Ning Qingxuan's gaze swept over, the 3 demon lords' spirits sank into despair, with a strong shadow of death looming over them. That treasure was clearly something extremely terrifying. If they didn't want to become part of it, they must make a choice immediately.
Hold on.
I am willing to lead the Qian clan and submit to the great demon lord. Many powerful members of the Red Flame demon race responded quickly, all shouting in unison, I am willing to surrender to the great demon lord. The great demon lord shares the same lifespan as the heavens, and will never perish with the earth. The remaining 2 demon lords did not dare to have any wicked thoughts, and in an instant, countless sounds of worship echoed under the vast sky. We are willing to surrender to the great demon lord. The great demon lord shares the same lifespan as the heavens, and will never perish with the earth. Ning Qingxuan looked down at the crowd of demons, remembering that the first ancestor of the Shinfeng sect had stepped into half a step into the Great Heaven Lord 35 years ago. Clearly capable of erasing the entire demon suppression tower and all the power of the demons, the first ancestor did not do so.
He still sent the 3rd-generation ancestors, including the Heavenly Gang and Earth Fiends, to continue guarding.
In Ning Qingxuan's eyes, this was no different from telling the people of the Yuanyang realm about the contributions made by the Shinfeng sect, allowing the Shinfeng sect to gain both fame and fortune. Perhaps this was the meaning of the existence of the Demon Suppression Tower for 35 years. Ning Qingxuan turned around and came before the demon girl, the demon kite. The bloodline memories of the Candle Knight demon clan surged again. This woman was indeed one of the 6 masters of the Candle Knight demon clan, currently at the mid-stage of the Great Lord level. Young master, the demon kite kneels and begs you to take control of the Candle Knight demon clan and continue the glory of our demon race. Demon kite earnestly spoke. Ning Qingxuan was the only one in the entire Candle Knight demon clan who carried the pure demon bloodline. Besides him, no one else could reunite the Candle Knight demon clan. Ning Qingxuan was also aware of the general situation regarding the events of the past.
Where are the remaining members of the clan?
Since he had arrived in the Yuanyang realm and become the young master of the Candle Knight demon clan, he would not neglect them. No matter in the past or the future, the fate of the Candle Knight demon clan would be rewritten by his own hands. After the clan leader passed away back then, due to threats from other demon lords, most of them went into hiding, concealing themselves in various places in the Yuanyang realm. But as long as you say a word, no matter where they are, they will definitely come to worship. Demon Kite hurriedly responded, having placed all her hopes on Ning Qingxuan.
Is my mother still in the heavenly demon abyss? Ning Qingxuan asked again.
The first ancestor of the Shinfeng sect did not erase Lan Ruoxi, also because she had value. In the bloodline memories of the Candle Knight demon clan, the heavenly demon abyss was vaguely the supreme holy land for countless demons, extremely mysterious.
She is still there. Demon Kite showed a complex and sorrowful expression.
The heavenly demon abyss opens every 100 years, and the clan's queen also bears the mark of Shinfeng. The first ancestor used this to transform the origin of demon energy and cultivate himself. If I am not mistaken, after these 35 years, that first ancestor has likely entered the ranks of the great heaven lords. Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxuan fell into deep thought. Looking at it this way, to rescue Lan Ruoxi, they could only wait until 65 years later. Young master, in my opinion, we need to find a hiding place immediately to avoid being discovered by the first ancestor of the Shinfeng sect.
Including those demon lords from the northern border, they will definitely take action.
The demon lords mentioned by Demon Kite were undoubtedly the supreme beings who had once teamed up with the first ancestor to suppress her father.
Gather everyone and head to the northern border. Ning Qingxuan's tone was icy and devoid of any emotion. Demon Kite was slightly stunned and cautiously spoke, Young master, you have just broken free, do you not plan to rest for a while? Rest?
Ning Qingxuan gazed into the distance. In one lifetime, he was a virus carrier, founding the Eternal Night bloodline, slaying the 3 great corpse king ancestors, bringing peace to the world for decades. In another lifetime, he led 100,000 demon sect followers, delighting in the art of war and never showing mercy. Overall, through various life experiences, regardless of whether a character was righteous or evil, their path was nothing more than following their own heart.
Moreover, he had already restored his strength to its peak and even advanced a step further. How could he hide? Why rest, when I can't rest? I want the northern border to be a river of blood. Chapter 93, Will there really be such a person as the ruler of all demon races in the world?
A few days later, in the southwest of the Yuanyang realm, black snow floated throughout the sky. The demonic energy of the heavens and earth surged, lingering year-round.
As a forbidden area, this place gathered many from the demon race.
Among them were several hidden masters of the Candle Knight demon clan from years past. A great storm broke out, accompanied by the birth of Ning Qingxuan and the death of the third-generation ancestor of the Divine Wind Sect, quickly spreading throughout the entire southwest.
At this moment, in a cave on a cliff, loud, boisterous laughter echoed. Great, great, great! Our clan's young master has finally broken the seal. He truly is the blood of the Candle Knight god, stepping into the world as a half-step great celestial. Come! All those from the 7 veins and 12 gates, come with me to greet the young master immediately. As the cold wind howled, the Candle Knight demon clan's foremost expert, the six-fingered demon sovereign, soared into the sky, shattering the black snow falling around him, and hastened away. Behind him followed a dark sea of Candle Knight clansmen, all with faces filled with unprecedented fervor and excitement. The blood of the Candle Knight demon clan had been cold for far too long. The birth of Ning Qingxuan reignited the blood of the entire clan. The same scene unfolded in various places across the southwest, where many hidden members of the Candle Knight clan awoke from their slumber, raising a great momentum to follow the clan experts to greet him. This spectacle caused a sensation throughout the southwest's demonic forbidden zone. Many hidden powerhouse figures opened their consciousness, stunned as they looked at the dark figures in the sky. The Candle Knight demon clan, haven't they been silent for many years? Why are they suddenly emerging today? What the Great One does not know is that the young master of the Candle Knight has come out of the demon suppression tower and has even slain Feng Shirtian of the Divine Wind Sect. There are rumors that he has entered the half-step great celestial realm. Now, not only are Candle Knight clansmen appearing, but I also hear that many demon races have submitted to his command. The momentum grew stronger, and in the southwest's forbidden area, several demon sovereign wills revived, having heard this news from their clansmen, all of them looking at the countless Candle Knight warriors in shock. In the East Sea, on the boundless surface of the sea, a massive stone monument stood tall. Several figures sat quietly in a meditative posture beneath the monument. As if sensing something, one by one, they opened their eyes, gazing into the depths of the sea, where countless waking demonic wills stirred restlessly. It seems the sky is about to change. One elder's eyes revealed flickers of fear. The bottom of the sea was being filled with dread waves from the demonic race, vaguely showing signs of breaking free from their bindings, leaving the seals that had oppressed them for many years, and heading to worship the new king of the Candle Knight demon clan. This will was truly unimaginable. After all, the countless demons beneath the sea were not of the same lineage as the Candle Knight demon clan. Yet with the emergence of that new king, they all felt a desire to worship him. Throughout the ancient history of the Yuanyang realm, such a thing had never occurred. That old man of the divine wind should never have let that monster live back then. I observed the signs of the heavens that day and felt that the Candle Knight demon clan would not decline but would instead show signs of growing stronger. It turns out I was right. Today he broke the seal of the demon suppression tower, proving my words, and even Feng Shirtian was killed on the spot. The news spread just a few days ago, and already the demons beneath the sea have sensed his presence. If this situation continues, will he not become the ruler of all demon races in the world? At this, the other elders fell silent, their expressions grim. 35 years ago, Yuan Xinfeng, the first-generation ancestor, coveted the unique bloodline power within the body of the human saintess Lan Ruoxi. He approached the then kind-hearted leader of the Candle Knight, proposing the construction of the demon suppression tower to refine the myriad demons into divine weapons, which would quickly resolve the suffering of the beings in the Yuanyang realm. The leader of the Candle Knight and the human saintess both believed him, and soon his scheme gradually unfolded. First, he deceived the 3 tribes of the northern region, pretending to ally with the leader of the Candle Knight, only to conspire with 3 demon lords to slay him. Afterwards, they slandered the holy maiden of the human race, forcing her into the abyss of the sky demon, and thus, the current situation was brewed. At this moment, the new king was heading towards the northern border. If the 3 powerful clans of the northern border could not stop the new king, the following situation would be even worse. For a long time, the old man who spoke earlier let out a long sigh, filled with deep fear and trepidation. Could it really exist, a master who unites all the demon tribes under heaven? He could not imagine how terrifying and unparalleled it would be if all the countless demon tribes in the Yuanyang realm called the same person their master. Northern Border, Demon King Mountain. As the most notorious forbidden area for demons in the entire Yuanyang realm, it was home to only 3 major demon clans. They possessed a very ancient heritage and, in ancient times, were collectively known as the 10 Great Demons along with the Candle Knight demon clan and other prosperous demon clans. After many years, the common people of the Yuanyang realm had suffered from their chaos, and the dynasties they personally buried had accumulated to several dozens. Countless bones, washed by the passage of time, lay sealed in various places of the Yuanyang realm, silently telling of their brutal acts.
Today, the three clans' powerful warriors, who usually wandered in all directions, rarely gathered outside the strongest Seven Sun Demon clan, at the foot of Demon King Mountain. As far as the eye could see, the shadows of demons filled the sky, forming a massive formation around Demon King Mountain.
Every demon warrior's face was filled with an unprecedented tension and unease.
Because they knew, a great demon lord who had been suppressed for 35 years, the new king from the Candle Knight Demon clan, was about to come. He would arrive at the northern border and step onto this Demon King Mountain.
Deep within, at the mountain's peak,
in the palace loft, three figures anxiously awaited, their lips dry, sitting on pins and needles from the prolonged and oppressive wait.
Damn it, what is Yuan Shinfeng doing? We believed his slanders back then and killed the Lord of Candle Knight, yet now he ignores us?
Don't panic, Yuan Shinfeng may still be in closed-door cultivation, and when he emerges, he will surely be a true great heavenly lord, capable of wiping out the Candle Knight Demon clan.
But can we wait until that time? The two demon lords looked towards the Seven Sun Demon Lord, yet the Seven Sun Demon Lord remained silent.
News from afar indicated that the new king of the Candle Knight Demon clan had his strength established at half a step into the great heavenly lord. Meanwhile, the three of them, after 35 years of cultivation, had barely touched the threshold of the great heavenly lord from the late heavenly lord stage. Faced with the new king of the Candle Knight Demon clan, they could only join forces for a chance of 4 out of 10 to win, which was clearly not enough.
What are you shouting about?
Outside Demon King Mountain, there are 188,000 demon warriors. Even if he leads the others from the demon suppressing tower, how can he compete with our three clans foundation? The Seven Sun Demon Lord finally spoke, his eyes flashing with cold brilliance. A single person, no matter how strong, when not truly invincible, also has limits. With the foundation of the three clans plus the three of them, even if it took time, they could exhaust him to death.
Lord Demon Master!
A sudden cry of surprise came from outside the mountain. The three demon masters quickly looked outside, where a chilling demonic intent radiated from Ning Qingxuan, turning into a wild wind, sweeping across the entire Demon King Mountain. In the distance, dark clouds loomed, as though to crush Demon King Mountain entirely. Outside the mountain, the 188,000 demon warriors instantly shivered uncontrollably. In a vague sense, they saw an infinitely tall figure of a demon god above the dark clouds. That imposing aura of a ruler seemed to look down upon the world, ready to devour mountains and rivers.
What is this demonic intent? What is happening? Why do I feel an urge to worship?
The Seven Sun Demon Lord's pupils contracted violently, his scalp tingling. This new king from the Candle Knight Demon clan, although coming for revenge, seemed to wield the supreme power of judgment.
Chapter 94, Regaining Candle Knight, 8 Desolations Worship. Are you waiting for me?
Ning Qingxuan arrived, looking at the overwhelming gathering of the three major demon clans at Demon King Mountain. Those figures, when they saw him, looked upon a demon god. Following their gaze, no one dared to meet his eyes.
You should not have come here. Your enemy is Yuan Shinfeng.
My three great demon clans and your Zhuya demon clan ranked together among the ancient 10 demons long ago.
The Seven Suns Demon Lord's voice echoed, carrying a certain tremor.
He felt an unimaginable pressure emanating from Ning Qingxuan.
The ancient 10 demons, huh?
Ning Qingxuan spread his divine sense, covering the entire Demon King Mountain. This place gathered all the strong warriors of the three great demon clans of the northern region, their presence much stronger than that of many demons in the demon suppression tower. The three demon lords were even nearing the threshold of the great heavenly sovereign. The demon kite beside him now looked extremely pale.
From today onward, the Yuan Yang realm will only have the ancient 7 demons.
Ning Qingxuan's cold voice was like a decree, causing the thunder in the skies to roar upon its utterance. His magic seal opened and closed in his palm, and his magical spirit stirred in unison within him.
The entire Demon King Mountain fell into a seal of a tiny space. You wish to erase our clan's name?
Seeing this, the Seven Suns Demon Lord knew there was no room for negotiation, his eyes gleaming with madness as he took a bold step forward. I'm just afraid your appetite is too big to swallow. The other two demon lords erupted together, unleashing overwhelming demonic energy, and 188,000 demon warriors quickly formed in array.
Boom!
The Demon King Mountain trembled. The world's wind and clouds changed color. From the 8 desolations, many hidden demon lords witnessed this scene and were filled with dread. Among them were also righteous warriors from the Yuan Yang realm, who gazed at Ning Qingxuan's formidable figure, their eyes trembling continuously.
What is that?
In their sight, above the sky of the Demon King Mountain appeared an infinitely tall massive demon shadow. Once a golden magical spirit, fierce and wrathful, now transformed into a killing demon.
Demonic might surged, sweeping through the 8 desolations. With Ning Qingxuan's movement, he extended his palm that blocked the sky, covering the entire Demon King Mountain.
At this moment, an unprecedented terrifying pressure descended. The array displayed by the three clans could not withstand even a breath before being shattered on the spot. A large number of wailing screams echoed beneath the heavens. The Seven Suns Demon Lord was also struck hard, spitting out blood as he fell back in shock. As horror filled his face, he was struck by an immense force, crashing down rapidly from midair.
We are no match for him.
The other two demon lords fared even worse, their bodies quickly disintegrating and shattering, blood mist splattering everywhere. This scene was indeed one of heaven and earth collapsing. The Demon King Mountain caved in, and the earth sank for 100 miles. The Seven Suns Demon Lord felt the shadow of death looming over him, and this enormous strength gap left him in despair, howling in anguish and rage, "You an old man. You won't have a good death." If it weren't for Yuan Shenfeng, perhaps there would still be room for the three clans to negotiate peace with the Zhuya Demon Clan. Facing Ning Qingxuan, the originally certain 4 out of 10 chances of winning were utterly shattered under that infinitely high demonic shadow.
This is a true half-step great heavenly sovereign. In the distance, many demon lords' eyes shook.
He can actually suppress the entire 3 great demon clans alone, even the 3 demon lords are completely no match for him.
A large number of righteous warriors also present from the Yuan-Yang realm felt a strong fright within.
That indescribable and infinitely high demon shadow was a kind of power they had never seen before. In their view, the Demon King Mountain no longer existed, the atmosphere of gloom enveloped the heavens, with the sky filled with blood red.
Ning Qingxuan waved his sleeve, showing no mercy, and again summoned the Undying Soul Banner.
The Soul Banner danced, pulling the many true souls of the Demon Clan beneath the collapsing Demon King Mountain. In an instant, the radius of several thousand miles fell into endless darkness. The infinitely high demon shadow obscured everything, sealing off tiny spaces, and no one could escape alive. Ning Qingxuan could feel his power steadily increasing.
The Undying Soul Banner continued to refine, growing ever larger, 100 zhang, 1000 zhang, 3000 zhang.
A large number of Undying Soul bodies were continuously birthed, hundreds of them.
1,000 respects, 3,000 respects.
Ning Qingxuan immediately sat cross-legged in the air, beginning to solidify himself. The blood of the Candle Knight God flowed, enhancing the innate power of the Undying Soul Banner, causing the demonic energy emanating from him to grow ever stronger. Not only that, but an unprecedented demonic might erupted, enveloping him with an air of dominion. If measured by the strength of the Universe Alliance, I should be close to entering the Meteor High rank now. Ning Qingxuan speculated about the rank of half-step Great Heavenly Sovereign, moving closer to the realm of Great Heavenly Sovereign as the Undying Soul Banner continuously refined. If he fully stepped into the Great Heavenly Sovereign realm, he would undoubtedly be of the Meteor High rank within the Universe Alliance. In this way, even though Ancient Emperor Star was extremely dangerous with very complicated situations and threats from evil god followers, he would have enough strength to cope.
Moreover, with the Undying Soul Banner, the numerous Undying Soul bodies refined would make his combat power even stronger. Ha! Is the main soul beginning to take form?
Ning Qingxuan noticed a powerful existence appearing in the Undying Soul Banner, it was the main soul. After paying attention for a moment, he once again solidified himself. Meanwhile, outside the northern wilderness, a sea of demonic figures began to emerge. The first expert of the Candle Knight Demon Clan, Six-Fingered Demon Sovereign, finally led the crowd to arrive. In addition, Candle Knight Demon Clan members appeared from all directions.
Demon Yuanzi turned around, his expression filled with joy. "Young master! We have come to aid you!"
Six-Fingered Demon Sovereign roared, but then saw the collapsing Demon King Mountain, with endless demonic intent rolling between heaven and earth. And that blood rain pouring down, accompanied by the wailing of souls, he couldn't help but show a look of shock.
Where are the people? Where is the Seven Lights Demon Lord? Has it ended so soon? What young master? This is our new master.
The second expert of the Candle Knight Demon Clan came flying through the air, also witnessing the scene ahead, stunned yet more excited than ever. Stargazing Demon Sovereign is here, respectfully requesting the young master to take back control of the entire Candle Knight clan.
He shouted, bowing in mid-air.
His words echoed throughout the universe, and all Candle Knight clan members, without exception, bowed together.
We pay our respects to the great sovereign of Candle Knight. The momentum was overwhelming, making many righteous masters in the distance tremble with fear.
Then, even more terrifying scenes appeared before them. Those lurking demon sovereigns, no longer hesitating, actually stepped out in droves, leading many clan members towards the Demon King Mountain.
At the same time, very far from the northern wilderness, in the East Sea, the endless sea surface suddenly surged into monstrous waves.
The heavenly stone steel crumbled and fell in fragments, and several elders' expressions changed dramatically.
What's happening? Have those underwater demons gone crazy?
It's the aura of that new king of Candle Knight, his aura is growing more terrifying.
Not good, we can't hold it down.
A shocking change occurred, and the East Sea churned with towering whirlpools. Countless underwater demons burst forth from the seal of the heavenly stone steel, rushing madly towards the northern wilderness with a frenzy.
The grey-robed elder, watching this scene, felt as though the sky and the earth were collapsing around him.
The master of all demon clans in the world has truly appeared.
He witnessed the overwhelming figures of the underwater demons, panicking and losing his voice. Chapter 95, the 10,000 Soul Banner finally completed.
In the ancient years of Yuan Yang realm, the heroes of the world are as numerous as carp crossing a river.
Demonic heroes have also sprung forth endlessly.
Yet, never has there been an existence that could stir such strong worship among all demons. The grey-robed elder sensed that not only the underwater demons of the East Sea, but across many forbidden places of the Yuan Yang realm, similar demons were appearing one after another. Even with such great distances, he could still perceive the dominion aura emanating from that new king of Candle Night, traveling from the northern wilderness.
This aura made him tremble, made him fearful.
Yet, in the eyes of all demon clans, this aura was a symbol of power, an absolute imperial presence. He should have realized that from the moment Ning Qingxuan broke free from the demon tower, it was destined that Yuan Yang realm would face changes that hadn't been seen in 1,000 years.
What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and notify Yuan Shenfeng.
He must have stepped into the realm of the Great Supreme.
I have had enough. It is because of his great achievements that I have held this place for decades. Hurry up and let him clean up the mess. Angry voices echoed beneath the stone tablet.
In the vast sky above the East Sea, the underwater demon clan was completely out of control.
Central Continent.
As the most powerful domain in the entire Yuan Yang world, it gathered many righteous sections. More than 60% of the Great Supreme level experts were based here. Among them, the Great Supreme Sacred Mountain belonged to all the righteous sects as a holy place. Throughout the ages, only the leaders of the righteous path, who have made great contributions to the Yuan Yang world and bear the responsibility for all living beings, have the right to reside within the sacred mountain. And this generation's leader of the righteous path is undoubtedly Yuan Shenfeng. The entire Shenfeng sect even moved its mountain gate to the sacred mountain, establishing numerous palaces and pavilions, bestowing blessings upon its disciples. At this moment, as news from the northern border rapidly spread throughout the central continent, more and more righteous sect leaders began to gather outside the Great Supreme Sacred Mountain. Their hearts were heavy, they urgently wanted to ascend the mountain to meet Master Yuan. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your feelings, but right now, Master is in a critical period of seclusion.
Please come back in a few days. At the Great Supreme Sacred Mountain, on the heaven ascending ladder.
A young boy dressed in a golden robe faced the many sect leaders, neither servile nor overbearing, responding calmly. Since the shattered demon tower collapsed and Feng Shitian died, the news had already entered the Shenfeng sect. But Yuan Shenfeng had shown no signs of coming out of seclusion. The second-generation ancestors were unable to grasp the situation and dared not issue any commands, simply ignoring it. Until today, new news from the northern border reached them. The three great demon clans' foundations had been annihilated, and all demons in the world bowed down to the great demon Lord of Candle Night. In an instant, the resulting storm of bloodshed gradually affected the central continent, hinting at a trend of unrest in the Yuan Yang world. Many righteous sect leaders invited each other to come, clearly to curb the great demon Lord of Candle Night. After all, since ancient times in the Yuan Yang world, only the leader of the righteous path has remained immortal. There had never been a great demon lord who unified all demons. This released information made many people uneasy and indeed caused considerable turmoil within the Shenfeng sect.
May I ask how long Master will remain in seclusion? If the great demon Lord of Candle Night becomes the master of all demons, will there still be a chance to suppress him?
I heard that the seal of the underwater demon clan has already collapsed, and the entire underwater demon clan is rushing to the northern border. The situation is becoming worse. Please send a message to Master Yuan, we need to see him immediately.
Many sect leaders were unwilling to leave, still lingering by the heaven ascending ladder. The golden-robed boy fell silent and said no more.
At the end of the heaven ascending ladder, beneath the palatial buildings, several figures stood, looking down at the many righteous sect leaders with calm expressions.
Can you tell me an accurate piece of news? The current leader of the Shenfeng sect asked the second-generation ancestor beside him. At present, the only one who could connect with the first-generation ancestor was the second-generation ancestor.
The external situation was turbulent, and even within the Shenfeng sect, some unrest had broken out. It was unclear who spread the news that the first-generation ancestor was closely related to the tragic deaths of the hundreds of thousands of people in the demon town back then. Thus, they coerced the holy maiden of the human race to go to the terrifying heavenly demon abyss, using the bloodline power within her to transform the source of demon energy through the cultivation of Shenfeng seal. He absolutely did not believe this, he suppressed these rumors on the spot. You must know that the first-generation ancestor held great prestige in the hearts of many righteous sects. He was also a steadfast supporter. Perhaps he will emerge in a few days, it may also take several months.
Just wait patiently. The second-generation ancestor replied calmly. A few days ago, he had seen Yuan Shenfeng, and his inner anxiety and unease vanished in an instant. He did not need to do anything, he just needed to quietly watch the changes in the world. In the face of absolute power, everything will collapse like dried weeds being pulled up. Sometimes, he had to admire the wisdom of Yuan Chang. The more turbulent the external situation, the more it can strengthen the status of the Divine Wind sect. Ask yourself, if there were no demon clans in the world, would there still be a need for righteous leaders?
Standing at the peak of the Heavenly Lord's sacred mountain, he could overlook the entire central continent. The leaders of the many sects below had no idea how tall this heavenly ladder was, nor how tempting the authority of this leader could be. Ancestor, regarding the saintess of the human race being in the abyss of heavenly demons, the heavenly ladder is a bit out of control outside, you should go and take a look. Just as the sect leader was about to voice his confusion, he was interrupted directly by the second-generation ancestor. He fell into silence and could only stride forward.
The second-generation ancestor slightly squinted his eyes and couldn't help but gaze at the forbidden area of the Heavenly Lord's sacred mountain.
Yuanqing's strength was advancing rapidly, which was closely related to the saintess of the human race. The stronger his strength became, the more terrifying the source of demonic energy from the abyss of heavenly demons was.
Relying on the bloodline of the saintess of the human race to continuously transform her was an unimaginable opportunity.
To be honest, this matter would be chosen by anyone, after all, that was the temptation of the great heavenly lord. Who in the Yuan Yang realm does not wish to become the great heavenly lord?
With a wave of his sleeve, the second-generation ancestor returned to the great hall. Time flew quickly, and 2 months passed in a blink.
The northern region gradually became a gathering place for all demons, and in the vicinity of the collapsed Demon King Mountain, the vast expanse of true souls had disappeared, and the shadow of the demon god also faded away. Only a figure with long hair, seated in mid-air, exuded increasingly rich demonic power fluctuations, forming a terrifying boundary realm. In the eyes of Mounz and others, the sky was constantly swaying with a huge banner, obscuring the clouds, as wide as 10,000 feet. And this was the undying soul banner of Ning Qingxuan.
After 2 months, the 188,000 demon powerhouses were completely refined.
A total of 9,999 undying soul bodies were born, each possessing varying numbers of demonic runes. The least had 1, while the most had 3 or 4. Yet the refinement of the undying soul banner was not finished. Until several days later, Ning Qingxuan finally opened his eyes. He looked at the last soul body gradually forming within his undying soul banner.
The fluctuations emitted from it enveloped a shocking demonic aura. This was the main soul that took more than 2 months to completely solidify. The 10,000 souls banner is complete. Ning Qingxuan waved his sleeve and recalled it.
Within the ranking of soul banners, regardless of the type of soul banner, the 10,000 souls banner level is a huge dividing line, and its power is extraordinary.
Great Master. Mounz's voice came from not far away. You asked me to collect the ancient historical texts, and I have organized them.
This one is for the abyss of heavenly demons, and this one is for the Heavenly Lord's sacred mountain. Ning Qingxuan took 2 jade slips, which recorded all historical events, including secrets, of the 2 major sacred places of righteousness and demons since the birth of the Yuan Yang realm. He probed into them with his spiritual sense and quickly learned the specific situation of the abyss of heavenly demons. This sacred place for all demons that opens only once every 100 years has origins that are difficult to trace. According to the information investigated by Mounz, the abyss of heavenly demons contains an immense source of demonic energy, capable of supplying millions of demons for their cultivation. While drawing upon the source, it can also strengthen the bloodline of the demon clan.
In simple terms, it's similar to an underground dragon vein.
The Heavenly Lord's sacred mountain constantly gushed forth spiritual energy, while the abyss of heavenly demons erupted with demonic energy every 100 years. However, from the various pieces of information, Ning Qingxuan keenly sensed an unusual aura.
Why does the abyss of heavenly demons need to only open once every 100 years? Is there a hidden secret within?
Ning Qingxuan could not know, for throughout the generations, it seems that no powerful demon has ever stepped into the depths of the devil's abyss. That kind of extreme demonic energy, even those called demon lords dare not touch, fearing that inhaling even a breath would lead to their bodies exploding. But his mother, Lan Ruoshi, possesses a bloodline strength that can perfectly resist it, even suppress it. According to Ning Qingxuan's speculation, since he carries 2 bloodlines, he can not only move freely in the devil's abyss but also absorb the essence to strengthen himself. Without a doubt, this is an opportunity to advance to disaster star level. Immediately, his consciousness probed into another jade slip, which contained numerous details about the celestial Saint Mountain.
Shinfeng Sect.
Ning Qingxuan pondered, his eyes swirling with faint glimmers. Great Master, there are rumors outside that Yuan Shinfeng has already entered the great celestial level. I wonder what you... The demon kite spoke again. Yuan Shinfeng had been closed off for a long time, perhaps waiting for a great calamity to save the world once more.
So that the Shinfeng sect's position at the celestial Saint Mountain remains unshakable.
Many years ago, Yuan Shinfeng had done this before.
Great celestial, huh?
Hearing this, Ning Qingxuan couldn't help but look outside at the myriad demons lurking in the northern borders. When the immortal soul flag advanced to the 10,000 soul flag, his strength had already reached the great celestial level. And for him, the great celestial was clearly not the endpoint. Additionally, to prevent the Candlelight Demon clan from repeating past mistakes, he must do something.
Perhaps breaking through the bloodline shackles to another level is the quickest and easiest way.
This way, even if he leaves the Yuanyang realm, the Candlelight Demon clan can still lead the myriad demons through their bloodline power. I will make a trip to the Devil's Abyss, and without my command, the myriad demons must not disturb the world. Ning Qingxuan instructed the demon kite and then waved his sleeve, stepping towards the Devil's Abyss. According to the information from the Jade Slip, the Devil's Abyss is rich with creation, the best place to enhance bloodline power. Regarding the natural seal that can only be opened once a century, perhaps he could also try to open it early. The Devil's Abyss is located in the southern wilds of the Yuanyang realm, where the rich demonic energy surrounds, making it hard to see green for thousands of miles, the land barren, and resources scarce.
Yet, there are still many human kingdoms, ancient cities, and even southern barbarians living here.
The only difference is that the southern barbarians are very inconspicuous, not to mention any righteous sect establishing themselves here. Even the demon clan looks down on any piece of land. This makes the entire southern barbarians seem isolated from the world. No matter how the external situation changes, it is hard to reach here. At this moment, under an infinitely high majestic peak, many figures in coarse clothes were kneeling down. They muttered something, as if praying for something.
Grandma, I want to go home.
A little girl tugged at the sleeve of the old lady beside her, clamoring to return to the village.
Shoo, be quiet, don't disturb the saintess.
The old lady made a shushing gesture, and the little girl immediately teared up. Since she was very small, she had followed her grandmother, often coming to this tall majestic peak, kneeling all day long, worshipping the deity on the mountain. And this deity was Lan Ruoshi, who had come to this mountain decades ago.
Saintess, don't blame me, the child doesn't understand, please forgive her.
The old lady clasped her hands together, speaking again, then bowed down 3 times. It has been decades, Saintess, you have suffered, but don't worry, you will be able to come out soon. Beside her, a skinny old man continually worshipped, his murky eyes filled with strands of yearning. Even if the southern barbarians are so remote and bleak, they can still catch some news from the outside world, especially such a huge commotion.
Yes, the Candlelight Demon clan has birthed a new king, you and that master back then were unable to complete.
The new king has done it. From the moment he was born, he is the supreme ruler of all demons.
As these words fell, in a certain space on the mountain, faint ripples of will could be heard.
Lan Ruoshi could hear the worship of the people below. That's right, the new king will surely overthrow that villain from the Yuan clan. My son only stayed in the demon suppression city for 1 day, yet never returned. Everyone in the world believes the disaster of the demon suppression city was caused by the new king, but we know in our hearts that it was all slander from that villain from the Yuan clan. As someone spoke, they could not help but recall sad memories, and 2 streams of murky tears flowed down from the corners of their eyes. Decades ago, according to the rules of the Heavenly Respect Holy Mountain, Lan Ruoshi should have become the new leader of the righteous path. After all, she was chosen as the Holy Maiden by the Heavenly Respect Holy Mountain. Moreover, she had married the Lord of the Candle Night at that time, walking the path of jointly stabilizing the world, preparing to establish rules among the myriad demons. Unexpectedly, halfway through, the villain Yuan Shinfeng appeared, destroying it all. Decades have passed, Yuan Shinfeng has occupied the nest, moving the mountain gate to the Heavenly Respect Holy Mountain. He has controlled the righteous path to this day, enjoying the people's affection and holding great power, yet harmed Lan Ruoshi. Just then, a sudden wind blew from outside the mountain. Everyone turned back in confusion to see a figure with long hair walking slowly from the air.
Who is this person?
Ning Qingxuan heard their words and sensed Lan Ruoshi's aura, right at the mountaintop.
Could it be the new king? I have seen the Holy Maiden's portrait before. Everyone's hearts trembled as they witnessed Ning Qingxuan's figure.
As he walked closer, the demonic energy rolled in the world, all flowing into his body, indeed the supreme ruler of all demons. Lan Ruoshi, who was at the mountaintop, also felt this aura, and her heart suddenly surged with great ripples. In no time, Ning Qingxuan arrived at the mountaintop. Before him lay a massive black vortex, continuously leaking strands of demonic energy, covered by a strange rule seal that enveloped the entire vortex.
Mother!
Ning Qingxuan whispered, calling softly. Within the vortex space, another world was revealed. Grey ashes floated, darkness shrouded all things, and the endless demonic energy was rich to the point of almost becoming solid. At the edge, a huge stone platform stood, and Lan Ruoshi sat on the stone platform, seeing Ning Qingxuan through the vortex. She reached out her trembling hand, wanting to touch Ning Qingxuan's face, but had to give up under the natural sealing power.
Listen, Han.
She choked out a response, feeling Ning Qingxuan's power fluctuations, which had grown unimaginably strong. As for what happened outside, she understood everything from the mouths of the many villagers, and her heart was naturally filled with joy. After decades, she had countless words to say to Ning Qingxuan, but when they reached her lips, she found she could say nothing.
Mother, I will find a way to rescue you.
Ning Qingxuan took a deep breath and began to examine this natural sealing power. A large number of spell patterns densely covered the vortex, a result of the rules of the Yuanyang realm, and Ning Qingxuan had long been familiar with these rules and was not a stranger to them.
Listen, Han, you don't need to, just wait a few more decades, and I will be able to go out. Right now, your biggest trouble is that Yuan Shenfeng. I can sense that the divine wind imprint he left here reveals the aura of the true great heavenly respect, and it has been for a while. He might be even stronger today. Lan Ruoshi did not want Ning Qingxuan to waste time on her. The sealing power of the demon abyss had remained unsolved since ancient times. Many historical demon lords, except for following the rules of the demon abyss, had no other methods.
I can try. Ning Qingxuan merely replied with these words before he sank back into understanding the rules and spells. His eyes shimmered with faint glimmers of light, continuously imprinting countless rules and spells in his mind, preparing for various combinations. According to his understanding, these rule spells had actually been writhing and constantly changing over 100 years. Each wriggle would form a new combination.
Yet only one combination was the password to open the abyss of demons.
As long as Ning Qingxuan found this correct combination, he could save Lan Ruoshi and master the entrance and exit of the abyss of demons.
Ting Han.
Lan Ruoshi displayed a complex expression, not continuing to persuade him. As time flowed little by little, Ning Qingxuan fixed his gaze on the whirlpool seal, already imprinting thousands of rule spells in his mind, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. Before long, he completely fell into a state of self-forgetfulness, imprinting rule spells while encountering the opportunity to comprehend the method of creation. Lan Ruoshi quietly waited, clearly noticing this subtle change, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Soon, 7 days passed, and Ning Qingxuan had imprinted 100,000 rule spells in his mind, a number that continued to climb.
His understanding of the spells deepened, gradually comprehending a path to advancement from within.
Until half a month later, Lan Ruoshi was astonished to find that waves of sealing energy began to radiate from Ning Qingxuan's entire being, merging with the bloodline of the Candle Knight Demon clan.
Could it be that Ting Han has grasped the power of sealing?
Lan Ruoshi's heart was deeply shaken. As a chosen saint of the human race by the heavenly sovereign sacred mountain, her innate talent was undeniably high, and her comprehension was also outstanding among the generations. How could she not see that the power continuously revealing itself came from the sealing rules of the abyss of demons?
But, how could a living being comprehend the sealing rules and even merge them within their bloodline?
Suddenly, Lan Ruoshi realized with startling clarity. The abyss of demons was originally the holy land of 10,000 demons, and the source of demonic energy for the cultivation of all demons came from here. Moreover, the whirlpool seal outside was obviously also a part of the abyss of demons and was of the most profound level.
Boom!
A muffled thunder echoed within Ning Qingxuan. In the far northern region, the six-fingered demon sovereign, including stargazing demon sovereign and the demon kite, sensed the change in their bloodline at the first moment.
What is this? The six-fingered demon sovereign awoke from meditation, hurriedly examining the power of his bloodline.
At this moment, numerous ancient rule spells emerged within the bloodline, densely packed, seemingly numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Each rule spell was perfectly integrated into the Candle Knight bloodline, causing it to shimmer, the power of the bloodline becoming increasingly astonishing. It faintly indicated the birth of some terrifying transformation.
What is the great sovereign doing?
The stargazing demon sovereign also examined within, his mind vibrating intensely. This change was clearly brought about by Ning Qingxuan. He bore the pure demon blood of the Candle Knight demon clan, and any change he experienced would affect the entire clan. Another month passed outside the whirlpool of the abyss of demons. The aura radiating from Ning Qingxuan made Lan Ruoshi's heart race even more. Looking around the space of the abyss of demons, an overwhelming demonic energy suddenly surged.
99,000.
Finally, Ning Qingxuan slowly rose. In his mind, he had imprinted a total of 999,000 rule spells, and after fully comprehending and understanding them, the final answer naturally surfaced.
Additionally, these rule spells had also merged into the Candle Knight bloodline.
A new bloodline was about to be born, which could also signify a great transformation for the entire Candle Knight demon clan. Just how strong it would become and what kind of transformation it would bring still required a more powerful source of demonic energy to break through the final shackles.
Open for me.
Ning Qingxuan waved his sleeve, correctly combining the 99,000 spells of the whirlpool seal.
Crack! The sealing door opened.
In an instant, the majestic peaks trembled, and demonic energy poured out like wild horses from the whirlpool.
They seemed to have a predetermined goal, all rushing into Ning Qingxuan's body.
This caused Ning Qingxuan's entire body to be filled with boiling devil blood, a total of 999,000 rule spells emitting terrifying dark light. At this point, the Candle Knight bloodline experienced a transformation. As the saying goes, when one person ascends to the Tao, even chickens and dogs rise to heaven. All the Candle Knight clan members far in the north suddenly felt their bloodlines surge with unimaginable power.
Since it is forged by the Devil God seal, let's call it the Devil God bloodline.
Ning Qingxuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining with dark light, his long hair dancing in the wild wind, already possessing the air of a devil god overlooking the world.
Meanwhile, at the sacred mountain of the central continent,
when the sealing gate opened and closed, an unmatched will awakened deep within the Forbidden Land. The second-generation ancestor sensed this immediately, and with a flick of his sleeve, he arrived at the Forbidden Land.
The heavenly demon abyss actually opened early.
A deep voice echoed from the depths of the Forbidden Land. This sudden change disrupted Yuan Shinfeng's plans. The second-generation ancestor was momentarily stunned. Logically speaking, the heavenly demon abyss should still need several decades before it reopened.
It's him!
Suddenly, Yuan Shinfeng's furious words resounded through the Forbidden Land, filled with disbelief and a hint of panic. Through the shattering of the God Wind Seal, he clearly saw Ning Qingxuan's figure. This once-in-a-thousand-years great devil had the potential to bring unprecedented opportunities. Not only could he secure a place in the Grand Temple of the Sacred Mountain, but he could also establish himself as the foremost figure of righteousness throughout history.
Yet he had only been observing for half a year. How could this guy have achieved such a shocking feat? Chapter 98, Yuan Zuanzhang comes down the mountain, traces of the reincarnation hall. I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, I might lose my life.
Yuan Shinfeng sensed extremely bad news. The situation had far exceeded his expectations. Taking advantage of his current absolute advantage, he had to quickly resolve this trouble, or risk turning over in the sewer. In an instant, a majestic surge of power rose from deep within the Forbidden Land. The entire sky above the sacred mountain of the Grand Master was filled with spiraling spiritual energy, with winds and thunder stirring. The various sect leaders who had not yet left the heavenly ladder immediately looked up, their faces filled with joy.
The respected one is finally coming down the mountain.
Such a strong wave of power, worthy of being the Grand Master. This commotion also attracted the attention of numerous second-rate sects throughout the central continent. Streams of divine senses probed forward, all astonished by the terrifying aura revealed by Yuan Shinfeng. The wind and clouds continued to swirl, and soon, a figure in a long robe appeared at the peak of the sacred mountain. He strode forth, descending before the crowd.
We welcome the respected one down the mountain.
The various sect leaders bowed respectfully, their hearts surging with emotion. Yuan Shinfeng scanned the crowd, glancing over all the people present today. These sect leaders had long belonged to the follower of the Godwind sect. For decades, they had gained numerous benefits from him, and it could be said that they completely followed his commands and offered him absolute support. After all, as long as he remained at the sacred mountain of the Grand Master, the benefits received by these sect leaders would not diminish.
Gather people immediately. I will personally hunt down the new king of Candle Night.
Yuan Shinfeng's words resounded, instantly igniting excitement among the crowd. They had waited half a year, and finally, they were going to resolve that enormous threat.
In an instant, as the orders were conveyed, figures returned to their sects, preparing for battle.
The second-generation ancestor approached Yuan Shinfeng again, respectfully saying, Master, 14 heavenly sovereign elders in the sect are on standby, and 2 more elders are on their way back.
Yuan Shinfeng nodded, his eyes revealing deep contemplation.
The new king of Candle Night had already become the lord of 10,000 demons, and this battle would surely not be simple. Heavenly sovereign experts were one of the decisive factors, and naturally, the more, the better.
Master Ancestor, you just said that the Candle Night new king has opened the Sky Demon Abyss. Does that mean he has mastered the seal of the Sky Demon Abyss?
The second-generation ancestor asked, clearly bringing up a very serious issue. If the Candle Night new king hides in the Sky Demon Abyss, they would be truly helpless, with no way out.
The Candle Night new king can hide, but what about the Candle Night clan?
Yuan Shinfeng spoke blandly. The countless demons gathered in the northern border, and the entire Candle Night clan was the same.
Although capturing the king before capturing the thief is an unchanging truth, sometimes a change is needed. Soon, 3 days passed.
In the sacred mountain of the heavenly monarch, a magnificent rainbow appeared, and the elite of Shinfeng's sect showed up, all faces filled with coldness and killing intent. Across the vastness, many powerful sects, without exception, had rainbows soaring, their teams rushing towards the northern border with earth-shattering momentum, shaking the entire central continent.
Amidst the overwhelming figures, there were as many as 50 heavenly monarch experts.
This almost occupied over 80% of the foundation of the central continent, as those who obeyed Yuan Venerable's orders all joined the ranks. The experts from various second and third-rate sects watched the scene, their minds greatly shaken. Without a doubt, this would be a battle like no other, one that could change the fate trajectory of the Yuan Yang world in the future. The crusade has begun, but I don't know what chance of victory Yuan Venerable has. In my opinion, if Yuan Venerable had no confidence, he wouldn't mobilize so many troops. Indeed, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Once this battle starts, there's no retreat. The remaining foundation of the central continent continued to watch the rainbow in the sky depart. At the same time, in the swirling space of the Sky Demon Abyss, Ning Qingxuan was quietly standing on a body of water. Here, the world seemed endless. Even if he focused his spiritual sense to scan tens of thousands of miles, he couldn't reach the end. But at the same time, it was also very desolate and empty. Apart from a vast sea, there was almost nothing else. Currently, the only thing Ning Qingxuan could sense was the thick demonic energy hidden in this sea, even more immense beneath the surface. If he could diligently cultivate here, the bloodline of the demon god would surely unleash its potential completely, and his strength would surely skyrocket to disaster star level. Moreover, according to Lan Ruwashi's account, she had lived in the swirling space of the sky demon abyss for decades and often heard strange sounds from the depths of the sea. But even she, with the bloodline of a saintess, did not dare to venture deep and could only briefly stay within 10 miles of the sea bottom.
Ting Han, do you want to dive into the sea? Lan Ruwashi approached from behind.
I'm afraid that might not be possible right now. Ning Qingxuan shook his head. In his understanding, there might be some strange objects beneath the sea. The Sky Demon Abyss, as a sacred ground for myriad demons, had no demon experts venturing into it, which seemed a bit too much of a waste. If he could solve this problem, the chance for the Candle Knight Demon clan to give birth to a grand heavenly monarch would undoubtedly increase many times over.
Moreover,
Ning Qingxuan narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the sea surface, lost in thought. Unknowingly, perhaps it was an illusion, he actually sensed a faint and very familiar ripple from deep within the ground.
This ripple seemed to come from the Hall of Reincarnation? Any world discovered and captured by the Hall of Reincarnation would leave a certain degree of traces. Most of the time, these traces served as prerequisites for the reincarnators to descend. But there could also be risks like creating abyssal rifts or causing chaos in dimensions. What Ning Qingxuan sensed was exactly this kind of trace. He couldn't help but generate a guess. Could it be that beneath the Sky Demon Abyss, there is another great world? And this great world has already been discovered and captured by the Hall of Reincarnation?
Ning Qingxuan could not ascertain. The specifics needed him to dive deep into the sea and see for himself. However, even if there really was another great world, he would not choose to step into it.
This time, the life development time.
Extremely brief, and unrelated to lifespan, it's even better to draw upon the source of demonic energy to break through oneself.
Listen, Han, there's one more thing.
I heard that Yuan Shinfeng has led the crowd towards the northern border. Lan Ruwashi spoke again, her face showing worry, her heart more struggling and conflicted. To be fair, she did not want Ning Qingxuan to face Yuan Shinfeng, naturally wishing to avoid it as much as possible. But she also knew very well that if Ning Qingxuan did not go, the Candle Knight Demon clan might be doomed. With Yuan Shinfeng's character, this time he would definitely seek to annihilate the Candle Knight Demon clan completely.
Mother, you stay here and don't leave. I'll go and come back soon.
Upon hearing this, Ning Qingxuan flicked his sleeves and turned without the slightest hesitation. Lan Ruwashi's heart trembled slightly, but in the end, she suppressed the impulse to keep him. She watched Ning Qingxuan leave, murmuring to herself, "Husband, what you couldn't achieve back then, Han has accomplished. He is now the supreme of all demons." Outside, as Ning Qingxuan swept back to the northern border with overwhelming demonic energy, his figure fell into the eyes of many southern subjects, instantly causing a stir. Many elders, leaning on their canes, had long known whose shadow this demonic figure in the sky was.
The new king. Is he going to lead the demons to battle against that Yuan brat? Good. The new king will definitely crush that Yuan brat into dust.
This is a revenge act, and also a fight to reclaim the sacred mountain for the Holy Maiden. From all directions in the southern tribes, more and more elders emerged, their murky eyes burning with unyielding rage.
Chapter 99, The Demons Go to War. Has the supreme artifact been taken away?
In the northern border, the myriad demons lurking near Demon King Mountain sensed the arrival of a formidable enemy, all raising their heads with fierce gazes.
They've come. The six-fingered demon lord stood up, his face bearing an unprecedented seriousness.
The stargazing demon lord exhaled a mouthful of foul air, consolidating his recently transformed demon god bloodline, and similarly opened his eyes. Everyone, this battle is about the survival of our clan. Since we have decided not to evade any longer, we can only fight to the death. His voice echoed, resonating in the ears of every Candle Knight clansman, and in an instant, a tremendous power surged forth. With the transformation of the demon god bloodline, their strength significantly increased, with a few potential talents even breaking through to the heavenly sovereign realm. Before long, a vast array of long rainbow figures appeared in the distance. Yuan Shinfeng shone with dazzling light, his divine might rolling and unfolding, instantly enveloping much of the northern border. The pressure descended, causing the colors of the world to change. The myriad demons changed their expressions, some even looking quite bad. Even among them, there were dozens at the heavenly sovereign realm and several at the later stages of the heavenly sovereign, but they felt a tingling at the back of their heads. The power from the great heavenly sovereign realm was something they could hardly contend with. Just with Yuan Shinfeng's gaze sweeping over, their surrounding demonic energy began to collapse and tremble. Yuan Shinfeng noticed something unusual, sensing a terrifying origin from the bloodline within the Candle Knight demon clan that was chilling to the heart. This power had already begun to take shape, far exceeding the combined force of the 10 ancient demon clans.
Clearly, this was brought by the new king of Candle Night. If left to develop, what would happen?
His thoughts grew heavier, his eyes revealing extreme killing intent, and a thunderous voice reverberated across the heavens and the earth. Today, I will only kill Candle Night clansmen.
You still have a chance to leave. To accompany the Candle Night demon clan to burial, or to disperse back to your forbidden lands? I will give you 10 seconds to choose.
The pressure of the great heavenly sovereign continued to cover, and the myriad demons exchanged looks, falling into silence.
To go, or to stay?
This choice was extremely difficult. They had already seen Yuan Shinfeng, the overwhelming aura of great heavenly sovereign around him, which had in fact been established for many years. At this moment, gazing across the sky, many strong practitioners from various sects who had come were feeling anxious, their faces quite pale.
The endless demonic energy near Demon King Mountain was simply too dense, too terrifying. One by one, the demon lords. Any one of them is a hero.
If it weren't for Lord Yuan being here, they might have already been so scared that they would tremble under such a gathering of countless demons.
Throughout the history of the Yuanyang realm, when has such a grand epic scene ever appeared?
This further strengthened their belief that the Zhuiwei clan and the new king must die.
Is no one leaving?
10 breaths had passed, and Yuan Shinfeng had not seen any demon lords leading their people away. His veins throbbed on his forehead, and his inner anger surged.
Stubborn, then I shall fulfill you. With a cold snort, boundless mighty power erupted. The six-fingered demon lord and the star-observing demon lord exchanged glances, then laughed heartily as they stepped forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, since you have made your choice today, the Zhuiwei demon clan will henceforth advance and retreat, live and die together with you. Laughter echoed, rolling across the sky and the earth. Kill. Demons from the eastern sea, and many demons from the southwest forbidden land, all from various places in the Yuanyang realm, had their own clear discernment. They rushed to follow Ning Qingxuan because they saw that he possessed the supreme power and bloodline deterrence of the demon lord. A powerful leader that had never appeared in thousands of years in the Yuanyang realm.
Missing this chance would mean no opportunity for a comeback. And today, facing Yuan Shinfeng, they did not take a step back because they all understood.
If the Zhuiwei clan fell and lost the trust of the great lord, they would once again become lambs for the slaughter under Yuan Shinfeng's hand.
When would they lack merit? When would they sweep the forbidden land again? For so many years, this was how Yuan Shinfeng acted.
In an instant, the cries for killing shook the heavens. More than 80% of the sects in Zhengzhou felt a chill in their hearts facing the overwhelming killing intent of the countless demons, yet still, they could only brace themselves and charge into battle. In this great battle of hundreds of lords, divine arts roared continuously, and blood flowed, creating a scene of chaos. The six-fingered demon lord and the star-observing demon lord were already red with killing intent, and with their combined strength, they surprisingly restrained 8 heavenly elders of the Shinfeng sect. The great temple's burning heaven cauldron. Yuan Shinfeng's cold voice echoed once more. He finally summoned a treasure from the sacred mountain of the great lord. In the sky, storm clouds rolled for thousands of miles, and a gigantic bronze cauldron suddenly descended, forming a downward hook shape, suppressing the countless demons. The fierce flames burned at the cauldron's mouth, possessing destructive power aimed at the countless demons, as if just touching it would incinerate their souls.
The Lord is making a move. This is the burning heaven cauldron only the great heavenly Lord can use. The strong in Zhengzhou cheered upon witnessing this scene. The great temple's burning heaven cauldron had been used by the leaders of the sacred mountain in various eras. The source consumed to unleash this weapon was incredibly terrifying. Unexpectedly, Yuan Shinfeng struck with a killing move, not hesitating even slightly. The countless demons looked up, filled with horror. Just the residual power of the burning heaven cauldron made their magic energy turn to ashes. We can't win, none of us can match him. A demon lord's face turned pale as he looked at the coming burning heaven cauldron, feeling the shadow of death approaching.
The six-fingered demon lord and the star-observing demon lord exchanged a glance. Without any hesitation, they erupted with the power of the demon god bloodline, trying to stop the burning heaven cauldron's descent. The great lord, it is the aura of the great lord. The demon kite was fighting fiercely in the crowd but suddenly sensed something, turning abruptly to look. All members of the Zhuiwei clan felt the force of the demon god bloodline, sensing Ning Qingxuan's arrival. Boom! Heaven and earth thundered wantonly, accompanied by a heavenly sound that resonated. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure approaching.
Are you done playing?
The burning heaven cauldron suddenly halted.
Endless flames of burning were extinguished in an instant.
Yuan Shinfeng suddenly encountered a backlash of some kind. His face changed dramatically as he controlled the techniques of the burning heaven cauldron.
Suddenly interrupted.
He looked incredulously at the horizon, where a figure was striding through the air, sweeping in boundless magic energy, crossing 100 miles in one step. How could this be? The burning heaven cauldron of the temple has lost contact with me. Blood spilled from the corner of Yuan Shinfeng's mouth, and then, as if he thought of something, his face turned as dark as water. Ning Qingxuan's arrival stirred an indescribable surge of demonic energy, making the myriad demons excited and the powerful figures of the central continent tremble all over. A true great demon lord of heaven and earth, forged from the bloodline of a demon god, came into this world, seemingly the very embodiment of evil, the manifestation of darkness. Following his heart, acting as he pleased, without restriction, and capable of anything. Buzz! The burning heaven cauldron of the temple quickly shrank to 3 inches, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in Ning Qingxuan's palm. This scene left the powerful figures of the central continent filled with fear and horror.
Master, he took your treasure. My treasure? Yuan Shinfeng let out a self-deprecating laugh.
Gazing at Ning Qingxuan's figure, his heart suddenly felt calm. Some powerful figures of the central continent realized something and could not help but step back repeatedly, their faces growing paler.
I almost forgot, this Junai demon lord also possesses a bloodline of the Saintess.
The Saintess is the chosen chief from the sacred mountain of the Celestial Lord. Her bloodline power has control over all treasures in the temple. The burning heaven cauldron wasn't taken away, it has returned to its rightful owner. The scene erupted into chaos, and the powerful figures of the central continent felt icy all over, their fierce fighting spirit was quickly extinguished. Absurd, how absurd. They had clearly come to challenge this Junai demon lord, yet felt as if they were betraying their own sect.
You indeed took that step.
On the horizon, Yuan Shinfeng spoke coldly. He did not seem affected or defeated by Ning Qingxuan reclaiming the burning heaven cauldron. From his body, an even more astonishing wave began to radiate. After 35 years of quiet cultivation, his strength had long surpassed that of the heads of past sacred mountains. If ranked among the great celestial lord warriors in the history of the Yuanyang realm, he would even claim the top spot. Even though the Ning Qingxuan before him brought an unprecedented sense of pressure, he still possessed the utmost confidence to kill him. Boom! The momentum surged, and Yuan Shinfeng unleashed his strongest divine ability, the Divine Wind Seal.
It seemed as though the entire northern region was transformed into a cage of heaven and earth, unimaginable power covering every corner of the 8 desolates.
The myriads of demons wore serious expressions, clearly aware of the terrifying strength of the Divine Wind Seal. In the face of 2 great celestial lords battling, anyone lost the qualification to intervene.
Even the residual shockwave could turn an early-stage celestial lord into dust.
Ning Qingxuan said nothing, he merely unleashed the pressure of the demon god bloodline. This pure, primal power belonging to the demon sovereign was far beyond the recent foundations of figures like the 6-fingered demon lord. In an instant, the skies darkened, demonic might swept across the land, causing Yuan Shinfeng's divine wind seal to tremble and collapse. The cage of heaven and earth was shattered, and countless strange demonic seals gradually revealed themselves around Yuan Shinfeng. They carried the power of strangulation, with a terrifying force capable of sealing the abyss of demons, making Yuan Shinfeng's hair stand on end and his pupils quiver. He knew that Ning Qingxuan had mastered the method to open the abyss of demons, but he never expected that this sealing power had been transformed into his own divine ability.
Break for me!
The shockwave swept out, sending tremors through heaven and earth, ringing in the ears of myriads of demons. Even more so, all the powerful figures of the central continent could not bear the pressure and spat out blood in quick succession, their faces filled with panic. Ning Qingxuan, expressionless, stepped towards Yuan Shinfeng step by step.
His figure in Yuan Shinfeng's eyes ultimately evoked chaos.
Even using all his strength, he still couldn't break open the demon god seal.
This slap is for my father, the emperor.
Ning Qingxuan came in front of Yuan Shinfeng and slapped him.
Slap!
Yuan Shinfeng's 7 orifices spurted blood, his teeth shattered and flew out, his facial features twisted and quickly became red and swollen. Even the protective aura of the great celestial venerable was shattered by the slap. He was somewhat stunned, never expecting Ning Qingxuan to use such a simple move. This was pure humiliation, anger erupted from his eyes, and with a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed his divine power.
This slap is for my mother.
Ning Qingxuan ignored him and slapped him again, directly shattering his divine technique. The slap made Yuan Shinfeng let out a shrill scream, his body continued to collapse. Blood splattered everywhere, scattering across the sky. Yuan Shinfeng's face began to fill with fear. He, a dignified lord of the celestial venerable holy mountain, might be beaten to death by a few slaps. This scene, in the eyes of all the powerful people of the central continent, turned into the most terrifying shock.
What a joke, isn't this a battle between 2 great celestial venerables? The strongest righteous leader, Yuan Venerable, was actually helpless against the lowest level attacks and was slapped without any power to fight back? The demons were also dumbfounded, this battle had completely exceeded expectations. You must know, Yuan Venerable had been so majestic earlier, almost sending all the demon experts to their deaths. This slap is for the hundreds of thousands who died in the demon suppression city. Ning Qingxuan slowly raised his hand, gathering strength. In Yuan Shinfeng's eyes, this motion was undoubtedly the call of death. Only he knew how terrifying the power hidden within Ning Qingxuan's slap was. No, no!
An unprecedented fear of death surged into his heart, but Yuan Shenfeng could only watch helplessly. After gathering his strength, the slap descended like the might of thunder and struck his soul. Boom! The demon's hand landed, distorting his soul, and Yuan Shenfeng's scream abruptly stopped, his consciousness vanished on the spot. Ning Qingxuan showed no mercy, and once again summoned the Taishan Temple's burning heaven cauldron, turning the remnants of Yuan Shenfeng's soul to ashes.
The Venerable has died. He was slapped to death by that great demon Venerable with 3 slaps. Chaos erupted in the field, all the powerful beings of the central continent staggered backward, unable to believe that Yuan Venerable was so easily suppressed by the Candle Knight Great Demon Venerable. At this moment, the figure in the sky had become the most terrifying demon in the history of the Yuan Yang world. Run! The central continent team, like dogs without a home, fled in panic. But how could Ning Qingxuan let them escape so easily? With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned the indestructible soul banner once again. Where are you going? Your home is here. He sent out a heavenly voice, and the 10,000 soul banner opened and closed, covering a vast range of tens of thousands of feet, from which countless immortal souls rushed out. The air was filled with a murderous aura, and one figure after another greedily charged toward the powerful beings of the central continent. When the main soul stepped forward, it carried 7 magic runes, and the energy fluctuations it emitted reached the terrifying level of half-step Great Celestial Venerable. In an instant, the slaughter began, the devouring started. The demons also joined the fray, and the images of the central continent's celestial venerable experts falling began to appear. After a short while, Ning Qingxuan once again felt an increase in strength. At this moment, he had a brief moment of blankness in his judgment of his own power. Having attained enlightenment and mastered the Demon God seal, his bloodline had ascended to the name of the Demon God, with the backing of the 10,000 soul banner's origin, and had absorbed a large amount of demonic energy from the heavenly demon abyss. His realm and strength could no longer be simply described by the term Great Celestial Venerable. In the Yuan Yang world, there are no small divisions within the Great Celestial Venerable level. Once one steps into it, they are beyond the first class of the mortal realm, standing at the top of the pyramid. Ning Qingxuan had previously judged that entering the Great Celestial Venerable level meant reaching the high rank of the Meteor Star, but now he vaguely felt he was at the threshold of the Disaster Star, or had he truly reached it? He looked at the immortal souls devouring and fighting again, and once more checked his personal status panel. Life development, in progress. Destined talent, maximum insight. Destined talent, indestructible soul flag. Destined talent, soul splitting. Remaining time for current life development, 10 years. This life experience, for Ning Qingxuan, is a journey that leaves one wanting more. It can be described as smooth sailing, effortlessly destroying everything in its path. As for the third destined talent, it is not needed this time. After all, there are only 10 years left. It's time to return to the abyss of demons. Ning Qingxuan mused, thinking about the swirling space of the abyss of demons, and the traces of the reincarnation hall beneath the sea. Chapter 101, Birth of the Demon Nation. Please Great Lord bestow a country name. Quietly waiting for half a day, the cries of battle mixed with screams gradually faded away. Until around Demon King Mountain, corpses piled up, and rivers of blood flowed, no strong figures from the central continent stood upright anymore. Ning Qingxuan's 10,000 souls flag completed a new upgrade and refined more indestructible soul bodies. The greatest transformation brought about was that the main soul carried magic patterns that broke through to 8 paths, possessing the strength of a great heavenly lord. Additionally, 2 new main souls were born, both at the level of half-step great heavenly lord. After all, the teams of strong individuals from the central continent were far stronger than the previous 3 clans' foundation. More than 50 heavenly lords were continuously refined by the 10,000 souls flag. Great Lord, we succeeded. The 6-fingered demon lord, stargazing demon lord, and other great experts from the Candle Knight demon clan came before Ning Qingxuan, their eyes filled with tears. Having hidden for over 30 years, the greatest threat to the Candle Knight demon clan was shattered today. Looking over the foundation of the central continent, 80% evaporated in a single day. Ning Qingxuan was silent. He slowly scanned the 10,000 demons cleaning the battlefield. Without a doubt, the Candle Knight demon clan could lead them, and their choice laid the groundwork for the long-lasting continuation of their bloodline in the Yuan Yang realm. As for those who had not submitted, when his father conquered all directions, he tried every possible means to eliminate them. But they remained unrepentant, still causing chaos among the demon clans in the Yuan Yang realm. They must be dealt with. Send out orders. From today on, unify all demon clans in the 8 desolations and 4 seas of the Yuan Yang realm, establish 3 laws, and build a nation. Ning Qingxuan issued the command, determined to wrap things up and establish a nation for the demon clan, truly accomplishing what his father had been unable to do. We will obey. Several demon lords departed, leading the demons without stopping, rushing to various places in the Yuan Yang realm. Ning Qingxuan was preparing to return to the abyss of demons when he saw Lan Ruoshi's figure appearing in his sight. She was accompanied by many righteous forces. Is it over? Lan Ruoshi stared at the blood-soaked scene in the northern border, feeling quite shocked. She went through great trouble to find some of her former followers, hoping to lend a helping hand to Ning Qingxuan, but didn't expect this ancient war to end so quickly. In the heavens and the earth, some remnants of the breath of Yuan Shenfeng lingered, dead beyond resurrection. "Mother, this cauldron is returned to you." Ning Qingxuan smiled, waving his sleeve to hand the Taimiao burning heaven cauldron back to Lan Ruoshi. Seeing this treasure that once belonged to her, Lan Ruoshi couldn't help but show a look of reminiscence, recalling some sad memories. Now that Yuan Shenfeng is dead, and the sects in the central continent that followed him have all been annihilated, Mother can return to the holy mountain of the Heavenly Lord and take control of the great power of the central continent. Upon hearing this, the followers beside Lan Ruoshi couldn't help but show excitement. Decades ago, Lan Ruoshi was the legitimate holy maiden of the human race, and now she was finally going to return to the holy mountain of the Heavenly Lord. "Can I?" Lan Ruoshi's expression held some tension. She hadn't involved herself in worldly matters for many years, and didn't know if the remaining forces in the central continent would be willing to obey her. "Don't worry, from what I know, the many sects that stayed in the central continent and did not come are all inclined towards you." Ning Qingxuan spoke again. After hearing this, Lan Ruoshi still seemed a bit hesitant. "Holy Lady, please return to the Heavenly Master Sacred Mountain, reclaim your power, and cleanse the Yuanyang realm." Many followers quickly clasped their hands. Lan Ruoshi hesitated and looked toward Ning Qingxuan, who gently nodded. Seeing this, she fell silent for a while, then took a deep breath, and her gaze became resolute. "Good, let's go." She led her followers toward the central continent. Ning Qingxuan watched them leave, a slight smile on his lips. The news of Yuan Shenfeng's death had already spread back to the central continent. The disciples of the Divine Wind sect stationed at the Heavenly Master Sacred Mountain were in complete chaos, scattering to escape. Lan Ruoshi's return faced no obstacles and was even supported by thousands. Without further delay, Ning Qingxuan strode forward, and half a day later, he returned to the vortex space of the demon abyss. "I can only dive 3,000 miles. He gazed at the calm, unruffled Black Sea. With Lan Ruoshi's heavenly master strength and her holy maiden bloodline, she could barely dive about 10 miles. But Ning Qingxuan could manage 3,000 miles, which had never happened in the history of the Yuanyang realm. With a slight opening and closing of his aura, he created a path. Ning Qingxuan walked steadily into the 3,000-mile range. Here, the source of demonic energy was even denser, and he felt an exceptionally terrifying pressure. Stopping his advance, he lingered for a long time, and the traces of the reincarnation hall began to grow clearer. "I need to resolve the pressure issue." Ning Qingxuan pondered and began to sit cross-legged, focusing on his cultivation while seeking a solution. In the outside world, as Lan Ruoshi returned to the central continent, it indeed unfolded as Ning Qingxuan had expected. The Heavenly Master's sacred mountain was already deserted, in complete disarray. Lan Ruoshi's arrival was sensed by many powerful sects, and they rushed to pay their respects. Soon, as time passed, 1 month later, Lan Ruoshi successfully entered the Grand Temple and regained her power. Meanwhile, many places within the Yuanyang realm were swept by new storms of blood and chaos. Within the demon clan, a thorough cleansing had begun. This process could proceed smoothly without Ning Qingxuan's intervention. In a blink, 10 years had passed. One day, Mo Yuanzi appeared in Nanman, outside the towering peak of the demon abyss. Behind her, she led thousands of demons. After 10 years of refinement, the aura of the thousands of demons had changed notably. Perhaps they were following Ning Qingxuan's orders, or maybe it was through years of constant battles that they had honed each other. They were gradually shifting toward becoming great generals of the demon nation and forming armies. "Great Master, Mo Yuanzi comes to report. The integration of the demon clan in the Yuanyang realm is complete, and we have a foundation for statehood. Please, Great Master, grant us a national title." Mo Yuanzi clasped her hands and called out clearly towards the towering peak of the demon abyss. Her voice passed through the vortex space, reaching Ning Qingxuan, who immediately opened his eyes and slowly surveyed the endless sea of the vortex space. The source upon which the thousands of demons rely for survival and cultivation came from here, from the sacred land of the demons, the demon abyss. Given this, it was fitting to name it after the abyss. Abyss. The word spread, falling into Mo Yuanzi's and the thousands of demons' ears. They carefully considered this national title, seeming to understand the Great Master's intent. Mo Yuanzi directly turned around and shouted, "The Great Master has granted the national title as Abyss. From now on, you will all be part of the Great Abyss Demon Nation. Hurry, pay your respects to the Great Abyss Demon Lord." After saying this, thousands of demons respectfully responded, "We pay our respects to the Great Abyss Demon Lord. The Demon Lord coexists with the heavens and endures with the earth." Ning Qingxuan heard their loud, resounding worship echo through the vast universe, and a ripple crossed his eyes. His identity and status had changed once more. From a young master of a family to a new king of a clan, then to the lord of the thousands of demons, and now a nation's ruler, all within just 50 years. Half of that time was spent in the Demon Tower. It's about time.
Ning Qingxuan stopped pondering, stood up, looking down at the depths of the sea, and took a step forward.
Deep and powerful.
10 years ago, he had to be careful, not daring to venture into the depths of the sea. 10 years later, the endless, turbulent black water has now retreated, naturally opening a straight path.
10,000 miles under the sea, he arrived in an instant.
Here, Ning Qingxuan finally saw the full view of the seabed. The same whirlpool, different rule incantations, revealing the second part of the demon god mark, a slow and steady movement for an unknown amount of time. But this time, Ning Qingxuan only took one glance and grasped this brand new demon god mark. He reached out his hand, gently touching it, not daring to rashly open the whirlpool. Through this whirlpool, Ning Qingxuan once again sensed the traces of the reincarnation hall.
It really is another great world.
His eyes darkened, and intense curiosity surged within him. Currently, it was unclear what kind of great world lay behind, but it must also be very prosperous and thriving. Since the reincarnation hall had already captured it, as long as he returned to investigate, he would be able to find some information. At this point, he once again turned his gaze downward, toward a small black pot quietly lying on the ground. Source of magic pot. Ning Qingxuan murmured, having learned from the demon god mark about this black pot's origins. Born from the rules of heaven and earth, part of the same lineage as the demon god mark, it was the origin created by the entire Black Sea. He waved his sleeve and held the source of magic pot in his hand. Simply wiping away a mark on it caused all the heavy pressure in the entire demon abyss whirlpool space to dissipate. From now on, the powerful beings of the Great Abyss Demon Kingdom, including future descendants, could come here to cultivate, greatly increasing the chances of the birth of the Grand Heaven Sovereign.
But still something is missing.
Ning Qingxuan gazed at the vast expanse of the seabed, deep in thought. Then he waved his sleeve, causing the earth to shake, and a series of towering stone peaks rose from the ground. He began to carve onto the stone peaks everything he had comprehended over the past 10 years. Before long, a total of 32 stone peaks were densely inscribed with numerous characters, including some applications of rule incantations. The Heaven Sovereign is already the best in the human realm, the Grand Heaven Sovereign can be considered at the pinnacle, and those who surpass the Grand Heaven Sovereign should be called the Supreme. Indeed, this is the appearance of the Holy Land of the Great Abyss Demon Kingdom. Ning Qingxuan displayed a satisfied expression, and then he built an altar, placing the source of magic pot inside. After completing this step, he turned and returned to the sea surface, permanently unlocking the first demon god mark. Under the majestic peaks, the demon kite had not yet departed.
Upon seeing Ning Qingxuan's figure, she hurriedly bowed, "Demon Lord."
Ning Qingxuan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the majestic peaks, the vast territory belonging to the entire southern barbarian region.
Though it still appeared barren, perhaps soon, palaces of demons would rise here. The entire Great Abyss Demon Kingdom would continue for a long time under the supremacy of the Candle Knight Demon Clan. In due time, I will leave the Yuanyang realm.
Within this demon abyss whirlpool space, you can come and go freely, and I have left some methods for cultivating the bloodline of the demon race.
As Ning Qingxuan's words fell, the demon kite trembled all over. Leave? Where is the demon lord going?
The future of the Great Abyss Demon Kingdom depends on you. After Ning Qingxuan finished speaking, he took a step forward, his aura resonating across the entire southern barbarian, as if merging with heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the demon kite's sight.
"Demon Lord!" she hurriedly shouted out.
In Zhengzhou, at the Heaven Sovereign Sacred Mountain,
Ning Qingxuan's figure appeared above the Ta Temple. His arrival was silent, having not stirred any powerful forces in Zhengzhou.
Unlike the Demon Abyss, the Ta Temple was aptly named, merely a temple built at the peak of the Heaven Sovereign Sacred Mountain, deep in the Forbidden Area. Ning Qingxuan's divine sense swept roughly, discovering signs of the existence of certain heavenly rules.
Within that Ta Temple,
the Sacred Mountain's leaders have been worshipped for generations. Su Buxing walked forward, and Ning Qingxuan arrived at a side room, seeing Lan Ruoshi examining documents. The overwhelming waves of energy surrounded him, making Ning Qingxuan a little startled.
She has broken through to the great heavenly sovereign. Listening cold? Lan Ruoshi looked up in shock. Aren't you in seclusion?
Ning Qingxuan smiled and replied, I have already made a breakthrough.
The Deyuan Demon Kingdom has just been established, and the demon clans in the Yuanyang realm will now be under the rule of the Demon Kingdom. You need not worry anymore.
As the words fell, when Ruoshi's eyes revealed gratitude and joy. The problems that had not been solved in the Yuanyang realm for so many years had been resolved by Ning Qingxuan, creating an unprecedented feat and establishing a kingdom for millions of demons.
That's great.
From now on, the righteous and demonic paths shall not encroach upon each other, and the people of the world will no longer suffer from the chaos of war. Lan Ruoshi suddenly felt the burden on her shoulders lighten so much. She believed that as long as the Zhuyi demon clan exists, the Deyuan demon kingdom would never vanish.
There is one more thing. Ning Qingxuan paused. Mother, I have to leave the Yuan Yang realm. Lan Ruoshi was taken aback and hurriedly stood up. What happened? Where are you going?
She asked the same question as the magic kite, feeling very confused inside. Ning Qingxuan reassured her, nothing has happened, everything is fine. It's just that I have been feeling an immense pressure from the world lately. After my breakthrough, I may need to enter a new world. Ning Qingxuan told a small lie, as the world structure of the Yuan Yang realm is actually very, very high. Even a large number of powerful reincarnators appearing would not cause the rules of the Yuan Yang realm to collapse.
I see. Lan Ruoshi understood, then showed a complex and reluctant expression.
The time spent together as mother and son has been too short, too short. She hadn't even been able to stay by Ning Qingxuan's side when he needed her the most. In that dark and sunless demon tower, she had stayed for decades. Lan Ruoshi felt guilt within her heart, but it seemed there was no way to make up for it. In the years since returning to the Heavenly Sovereign Sacred Mountain, she had been examining various materials. She wanted to uncover more secrets of the Sacred Mountain, to continuously raise her strength, and even build a force completely loyal to her, achieving fruitful results over the past 10 years. The reason for this was to avoid repeating the same mistakes. The hope was that one day, when someone important to her faced difficulties, she could step in and resolve them. Listening cold, Mother knows she cannot keep you, but you must remember, if you suffer or are bullied outside, do not hesitate, tell me immediately.
Mother will bring people to support you.
Or if you feel weary, you can come back anytime. In the Deyuan Demon Kingdom, with 3 wives and 4 concubines, Mother can hug your grandchildren. Ning Qingxuan was speechless, hearing these words, suddenly feeling a bit teary-eyed. He knew that no matter how powerful he became or how old he got, in Lan Ruoshi's eyes, he would always be a child who had not grown up. This old mother from another world had already developed some crow's feet at the corners of her eyes.
I will.
Ning Qingxuan nodded heavily.
Really? Then when will you marry and have children?
Lan Ruoshi stared closely into his eyes.
Ning Qingxuan.
The emotions he had just risen finally got choked back when Lan Ruoshi asked him.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Lan Ruoshi chuckled.
You go, remember what Mother has said. She did not know what kind of vast world Ning Qingxuan was heading to, the only thing she could give was her blessing. Ning Qingxuan quietly looked at his life panel, time was running out. He turned and took a step, leaving the Heavenly Sovereign Sacred Mountain.
Lan Ruoshi stood still, watching his retreating figure. Boom!
In her sight, the heavens above the central continent rumbled with thunder. Countless demonic energies spread out, continuously venting, carrying pure primal power. This commotion attracted countless gazes.
A wave of awareness opened and closed. Is it that Candle Knight Demon Lord? Has he come to the central continent? Such astonishing power. To what extent has this Demon Lord reached?
No one could see the specific scene above the sky.
Current remaining development time, half an hour. Ning Qingxuan's life panel began its countdown once again.
Unrelated to lifespan, this physical body was about to merge with a part of the Yuan Yang realm and the rules of heaven and earth.
At the same time, it was also Ning Qingxuan's best choice. It's time to go back.
He slowly closed his eyes, and boundless primordial power was released once again.
Kanglan System, Imperial Star. Jingzhou District, General Association Office.
Xinzheyu finished all his work, rubbed his tired eyes, and prepared to leave for Ancient Street number 1. Suddenly, a knock came from outside the door. President, your daughter has arrived. Xinzheyu immediately perked up, a smile showing on his face as he said, let her in.
Mom.
Several figures pushed the door open.
Ning Qingxuan rushed into Xinzheyu's arms, grinning as she said, Mom, want to guess my reincarnation score this time? Don't tell me it's another top 10?
Xinzheyu feigned surprise, but in fact, she had already received the news from Wuling Academy 2 hours ago. Her daughter had once again achieved a top 10 ranking in the reincarnation scoring of the Imperial Star Academy competition. After arriving at the Imperial Star for a few months and participating in multiple monthly exams, Ning Qingxuan had outstanding scores. And this time, she represented Wuling Academy in the Imperial Star Academy competition.
Oh, did you already know?
Ning Qingxuan felt a bit deflated, as the monthly exams within Wuling Academy were completely different from the Imperial Star Academy competition. The former was an exam, while the latter was a real competition where one could win numerous prizes. Yet even so, she still ranked in the top 10.
In the entire Imperial Star, how many can go in with a comet-level companion like you?
Xinzheyu slightly curled her lips, looking at Mei Qiuying behind Ning Qingxuan. This comet-level reincarnator from another star system had been sent by Ning Qingxuan to follow his daughter not long ago. Regarding Ning Qingxuan's arrival at the Tower of End and seizing a protective star's fortune, she had already heard from Chen Yuning. The pillar of the family had instantly reached for the sky. What kind of identity did the cave master of the protective star hold? Let alone ranking among the top 20 in the Imperial Star's elite. Such figures in the ancient Jia Star domain were also significant characters.
Mom, when will Dad be back?
I got 10th place in the competition, and there's an opportunity to study in the Wild Heaven realm.
I want Dad to come with me.
As these words fell, Xin Zhiyu was slightly stunned, as if she had just remembered that there was such a reward for the top 10 in the Imperial Star competition. As for the Wild Heaven realm, it was not unfamiliar to her. It was a world of much higher level, belonging to the celestial martial realm of various worlds. There were high-level beings from Shushan teaching scriptures, with thousands upon thousands of disciples.
There were ancient royal families establishing divine nations and continuing their bloodlines, with princes and lords commanding their armies.
There were also evils running rampant, and arguments were difficult to interpret. The Reincarnation Hall discovered this world of the heavens a few years ago. Due to its abundant resources, they decided to proceed cautiously and did not disturb those great powers, opting for the method of secretly learning. They sent a powerful reincarnator there. With his long lifespan and the ability to continually return to the Cosmic Alliance, he faced no fear of the time flow difference and successfully infiltrated Shushan, becoming an elder. Thus, the route for secretly learning in the Wild Heaven realm was effectively opened up. The Reincarnation Hall delegated these opportunities to the various star systems' Imperial Stars, rewarding study slots based on competition. Ning Qingxuan currently had such a study slot. You can enter the realm of chaos and become a disciple of that elder, stealing teachings from the various supreme skills of Shu Mountain.
This process does not require any points for exchange.
If one performs exceptionally well, they may be personally taught the Heart Sutras by the newly appointed Tao Master of Shu Mountain, and the rewards would be unimaginable. Those willing to submit to the Cycle Hall can receive at least 1,000,000 points immediately. If they are unwilling to submit, the Cycle Hall will not force them.
Your father is out on a mission and will not be back for a short while, and he cannot accompany you.
Xin Zhiyu thought of the last message sent to him by Ning Qingxuan 10 days ago.
Calculating the time, the mission should have already begun, right? All right. Ning Qingxuan sighed.
Since coming to the Imperial Star, her father had rarely accompanied her.
By the way, how much does Miss Qiuing know about this mission?
Xin Zhiyu asked Mei Qiuing. Even she, the president of the General Association of Jingzhou District, had no right to investigate the mission issued by the Goddess of Slaughter. Mei Qiuing shook her head. I've never seen this level of confidential mission, only the Star Master would know the specifics, and this is also to protect them. In my opinion, the difficulty of the mission is exceptionally high, otherwise, there wouldn't be so much secrecy. Upon hearing this, Xin Zhiyu's expression immediately turned worried. She had long been mentally prepared and had seen some missions issued by the Goddess of Slaughter, which were mostly related to military achievements. The greater the military achievement, the greater the difficulty, and it increases exponentially. Even Mei Qiuing, who had seen more significant scenes, said this, so it is imaginable that Ning Qingxuan is certainly in an extremely dangerous environment now. Madam, don't worry, Ning Dongzhu is out to achieve military merits, not to risk his life. He will definitely return safely.
Mei Qiuing reassured Xin Zhiyu with certainty. I hope so. Xin Zhiyu nodded silently, still feeling some unease.
She had been busy with work these days and had not figured out what task Ning Qingxuan was actually carrying out. For some reason, a strong and unprecedented belief suddenly rose in her heart, praying that Ning Qingxuan could once again remember his past experiences in the reincarnation of the heavens. Because she knew that every time Ning Qingxuan regained his memory, it would lead to a tremendous leap in strength. Of course, according to the history of the Federation, ancient reincarnators could only reincarnate up to 4 times. Ning Qingxuan had long exceeded 4 times. She could not predict whether he had any other reincarnation experiences that he had not yet recalled. Please, if there are any significant memories left, recall them quickly. You must return safely.
Xin Zhiyu took a deep breath, secretly anxious. Chapter 104, Ning Qingxuan awakens, the master, and the proxy of the evil god. Ancient Emperor Star.
In ancient times, the city, ancient martial city.
Crack. In the quiet night, on the snowy ground,
a skull was crushed by the tall figure of an alien warrior. He coldly surveyed his surroundings, his unusual eyes swirling with a pale light, seemingly able to perceive all living signs hidden within dozens of miles. Everyone, stay alert, do not miss any suspicious lifeforms. If there are any situations, report immediately. The captain of the Tsongbing clan spoke in a deep voice, surrounded by many strong members of the Tsongbing clan, whose foreheads bore a pair of crystal ice horn scales. They had been stationed in this once great city of the ancient Emperor Star, ancient martial city, for many years. In recent days, many similar alien colonies had discovered traces of invaders. Faintly, there were rumors of a powerful being called the Magus of the Dusk Council. Regarding this foreign rumor, an alien alliance with terrible depth, they completely did not take it seriously. If discovered, they would certainly carry out a siege. The reason is simple: how many thriving lives and civilizations exist within the vast universe?
The top leaders of the Human Federation, among the top ranks in the ancient Jia star domain, were quite troubled by the complex situation of the ancient Emperor star. Even though the Twilight Council had a famous reputation, how could it compare? Naturally, it did not intimidate this place. Moreover, the ancient Emperor star was too far away from them, and the many alien forces behind the colonies here were not to be underestimated. How could they tolerate allowing external forces to seek opportunities for fortune here?
Captain, I have heard that each of those prodigies from the malicious tower is incredibly strong, all having fought their way out from thousands of clans, each controlling a dark god-worshipping star in the Twilight Council, with no lack of celestial-level existences.
It is said that among them are also the Underworld clan and the Greedy Wolf clan.
They have sent their prodigies here, not fearing the dangers of the ancient Emperor star.
What are they really looking for?
A confused whisper arose. It was the vice-captain of the patrol team. If I knew, I wouldn't be patrolling the territory with you. The captain of the patrol team spoke in a low tone. The foundation of the Twilight Council was indeed quite impressive.
The Greedy Wolf clan, the Underworld clan, and so on, are all renowned and prosperous civilizations within the many starry regions of the ancient Jia star domain. The century-old prodigies born from these civilizations were naturally exceptionally strong.
Perhaps even their Celestial Ice clan's celestial-level Celestial Ice King, stationed in ancient Martial City, was not a match for them. TSK, the 18th and 19th masters of the malicious tower truly have quite a reputation. Suddenly, a calm and indifferent voice echoed beside the ears of the patrol captain and vice-captain. Both men instantly felt a chill run down their spines and turned around sharply. They saw that, at some unknown time, a dozen tall men in black trenchcoats were standing on top of a frozen statue.
The Shadow Moon clan?
The Shadow Moon pattern stamped on their trenchcoats made the patrol captain's pupils shrink sharply.
Buzz!
A cold light flashed suddenly, and the patrol captain became rigid all over. He saw the vice-captain next to him staring wide-eyed, blood appearing on his neck, his head suddenly severed and falling aside. This sudden change caused panic among the entire patrol team. But in the next moment, before they could even scream, they were all exterminated.
Celestial! Celestial?
The captain was enveloped in fear, standing still, unable to move.
I ask, you answer.
The leader of the malicious tower's prodigies from the Shadow Moon clan approached expressionlessly. About 10 minutes later, he learned the specific information about ancient Martial City. This was a territory designated by the Celestial Ice clan, primarily extracting underground energy crystal stones. There were about 10,000 elite warriors in the clan, with a celestial-level entry Celestial Ice King stationed there. Unfortunately, they knew nothing about the traces of the Dark God's followers that had escaped into the ancient Emperor Star a few months ago. The resources of the ancient Emperor Star are indeed very rich. This city has been mining for so many years, and they have only extracted 2/10 of the underground energy crystal stones. Even so, no other race has occupied this city, suggesting that there must be even more fertile territories. A prodigy of the Shadow Moon clan clicked their tongue in wonder. According to the intelligence data conveyed by the Twilight Council, this was an imperial star of the Human Universe Alliance from 10,000 years ago. It once had a very prosperous history, giving birth to brilliant civilizations and numerous powerful beings, among others.
Looking across the entire ancient Jia star domain, the strategic value here was indeed very rare.
However, with the invasion of a terrifying unknown dark god, not only did the ancient Emperor star quickly fall, but many surrounding living planets fell into unprecedented disaster as well. At that time, the Federation was thriving, forced to open countless foreign battlefields, unable to spare any attention to the changes on the ancient Emperor star, and could only order a mass migration. This retreat lasted for 10,000 years. To this day, that terrifying dark god had long since departed, disappearing without a trace. But this provided many alien races with an unprecedented opportunity for imagination. They surged out from the nearby starry forbidden zones, each dividing and claiming the territory of the ancient Emperor star for themselves. Due to the extremely complex involvement of alien forces, the strategic supply line was too long. The most critical and difficult to handle issue was the serious interference from the residual power of the evil god. This led to the high-ranking officials of the ancient Jia star domain attempting multiple times to gather troops with the intention of reclaiming and discussing further, only to abandon the plan halfway each time. The strategic value of the ancient Emperor star needs no further mention. Even the Dusk Council wants a piece of it, but the strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake, and there has never been an opportunity. The leader of the Yue clan's outstanding talents spoke indifferently. What should we do next? Trying to compete with those who have been granted proxy status as lords for this opportunity is simply too exhausting. Why not search for treasures from other races? A few of them looked toward their core leader, offering suggestions. First, let's scour the energy reserves here, but do not alert the Songbing King. He issued the command and slowly swept his gaze over the surroundings of the ancient Martial City. Heavy snow was falling, and the former human civilization had long turned to ruins. In the freezing, icy conditions, one could see collapsed, ice-sculpted high-rise buildings. After 10,000 years, the ice sculptures had not even melted halfway. In addition, there were ice crystal palaces built by the Tsangding clan scattered all around. The only valuable thing here were the energy crystals collected by the Tsangding clan.
Creak! Suddenly, the sound of ice cracking rang out.
The group paused, immediately turning their eyes towards it, squinting to stare at the frozen ruins. Faintly, a figure with closed eyes could be seen inside.
What's this? Are there still humans left here? One of the Yue clan's outstanding talents frowned and asked the Tsangding clan's inspection team leader. I don't know. I haven't seen a human for many years. The team leader's face turned pale, not daring to show any negligence, and immediately responded. Not a surviving human.
A loud shout rang out, and with the continued cracking of the ice, the figure's consciousness awakened. The hidden methods of the goddess of slaughter disappeared, and a powerful and majestic aura gradually emerged. Dozens of Yue clan's outstanding talents immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy, with the Yue clan's lord's gaze turning cold.
Boom! A large amount of shattered ice was tossed aside.
The stormy winds above the sky grew even more violent, and the snowflakes illuminated Ning Qingxuan's face.
The terrifying power emanating from him was unmistakably evident. You are too noisy.
Ning Qingxuan slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him fell into the eyes of the dozen or so Yue clan's outstanding talents, forming an overwhelming sense of shock.
Who is this person?
The Yue clan lord's heart raced violently. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from Ning Qingxuan. In an instant, his mind raced, connecting it with the intelligence from the Dusk Council. He recalled that within the ancient Jia Star domain, there was a talent foundation called the Tower of the End. The first of the talents born from the Tower of the End would be designated as a new cave lord, ruling over a guardian star. This was very similar to how their Dusk Council's young talents, who were placed as lords in the Magic Corrosion Tower, also ruled over a star dedicated to the worship of the evil god. And this person before them bore all the traits of a cave lord. The most critical issue was that the aura emanating from Ning Qingxuan was terrifying beyond measure. This might not simply be a cave lord, but a cave lord crowned with a sequence title. A sequence cave lord, the same type as the lord with the evil god's proxy status in the Magic Corrosion Tower. Leave! The Yue clan lord shouted in a low voice.
The remaining dozen or so Yue clan's outstanding talents had already been intimidated by Ning Qingxuan's aura. Upon hearing this, they did not hesitate for a moment, immediately turning to flee. It's too late.
Ning Qingxuan flicked his sleeve, and the pressure of space surged, causing the wind and snow to come to a halt. With a clenched fist, he watched as the dozen or so Yue clan's outstanding talents screamed in terror, their bodies crushed, turning into a spray of blood mist.
The Yue clan lord's scalp went numb, and he immediately unleashed the overwhelming moonlight essence from within his body, unleashing all of his battle power. He even summoned a magical artifact, using blood seals to unleash a ferocious, thousand-jan long serpent-like giant beast. An alien race training in the essence of the stars? Ning Qingxuan felt a calm wave in his heart, and with a single move of the Great Desolation Candle Dragon Finger, he empowered his primordial spirit and shattered the thousand-jang serpent beast on the spot. A colossal force surged forward, and the Lord of the Ghost Moon did not even have time to dodge before being pierced through the forehead, blood pouring out in streams. He stared with hollow eyes, slowly collapsing down. The remnant power swept across, forming an even greater fear and horror in the eyes of the captain of the Tsang tribe, as he anxiously looked at his severed body. A lord of the corrupted demon tower, accompanied by more than 10 Super S levels. Was this the best talent selected from the myriad races over nearly a century by the Dusk Council, casually killed in an instant? With a sense of unwillingness, he too collapsed into a pool of blood. Boom! The remnants of the battle disturbed the center of the ancient martial city, where the Tsang king sat in the main hall. His aura immediately erupted, and a powerful pressure swept forth. Also appearing were over 10,000 elite members of the Tsang tribe. Who dares to invade our Tsang tribe's territory? Such audacity! The voice rolled like thunder, as the Tsang king stepped into the air, his expression cold and filled with murderous intent. Ning Qingxuan looked up briefly, the cycle space opened wide, and the Undying Queen, along with the entire Undying tribe, surged forth. In the blink of an eye, they covered the sky and earth. This. The Tsang king paused, shivering all over. Kill them all, not one left. Ning Qingxuan's soft voice echoed, as the Undying Queen led the Undying tribe charging toward the city center. The cries of battle shook the heavens, endless ghostly energy howled along with the wind and snow, enveloping the entire ancient martial city in a shadow of doom. Ning Qingxuan took out 2 bottles of star marrow liquid given by the Long Gene Star Master and swallowed them again. Instantly, a life development panel appeared before him. Life development ended. Fusion strength progress, 0.1%. 0.2%. 0.5%. After a while, Ning Qingxuan sensed the Undying Soul banner was returning swiftly. The demonic energy also began to gradually recover within him. Goddess of Wisdom.
He tried to contact the Goddess of Wisdom, but did not receive an immediate reply as usual. After waiting for a while, there was still no result. Ning Qingxuan pondered. It seemed that due to the interference of the evil god's power, even the will of the Goddess of Wisdom 009 could not penetrate through. But the three-person chat room opened by the Goddess of Wisdom could still be used. It displayed a large number of messages, which were communications between Chen Xiaobai and Xiao Yuru, mainly analyzing the alien forces on the ancient Huang star, as well as the meeting time and place. During this time, the two had called for him multiple times, showing a sense of urgency. After several days without a response, both of them developed a very bad premonition. Ning Qingxuan immediately replied, assuring them of his safety, and then called out to the Goddess of Slaughter in his mind. Kanglan System, Lord of Luotian Cave, please express your needs. Not surprisingly, the Goddess of Slaughter was still able to maintain contact with him due to her unique divine power. The former allowed reincarnators to enter the multiverse, and no matter the level of the world, they would not lose contact with reincarnators.
The latter holds even greater power in the vast cosmos.
I need key information regarding the lords and evil god agents of the Dusk Council.
Ning Qingxuan spoke.
The lords of the Dusk Council are usually identified by their control over an evil god's sacrifice star and must rank among the top 100 in the corrupted demon tower. An evil god agent is a higher-ranked lord within the corrupted demon tower, who must gain recognition from the evil god's will and master the powers granted by the evil god. Currently, the Dusk Council only sacrifices one great evil god, but can have multiple agents at the same time. Having said that, Ning Qingxuan fell into thought. It seems the evil god agents are the beings that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sequence Cave Masters, as mentioned by the 3-star masters. Just then, in the chat group of the Goddess of Slaughter, a new message popped up.
Which big shot from the sequence killed a master of the magic erosion tower in ancient Martial City? At Daylight Cave Master, are you sure?
Of course. I used a secret technique to steal their communication channel, and they have confirmed the death of the Shadow Moon Master, and it was instant death. This Shadow Moon Master ranks 89 in the magic erosion tower.
Who besides the sequence can kill like this?
Now their communication channel is in chaos, and it seems to have attracted the attention of an evil god's agent. I'm near ancient Martial City, and a large-scale battle is breaking out in the city. I feel that the Frost King there is about to die. His aura is getting weaker and weaker. Sigh, as expected of the sequence.
One master plus the Frost King is enough for second-level military achievements, right?
Yes, I have participated in several killing missions, and I can barely achieve twice at most the third-level military achievement with all my strength.
The difficulty of achieving the first-level military achievement is unimaginable. The name of the sequence is indeed well-deserved. At Daylight Cave Master, which world did you learn this secret technique from? How can it be so powerful? You can even steal internal information from the magic erosion tower?
Don't worry about that for now, I have caught new news.
Which cave master lost in the Valley of the Lost in the territory of the alien race? Hurry and run. Quickly.
Several masters are targeting you, and if they find you, you're done for.
It's me.
I see them, I can't escape.
At Taiyuan Cave Master, is the big shot nearby? Please save me. Don't panic, we are all nearby, and we will come immediately.
Meanwhile, in the 3-person chat room created by the Goddess of Wisdom, a reply also came through.
Ning Qingxuan, aren't you in ancient Martial City? Did you kill that Shadow Moon Master?
Xiao Yuro asked in shock.